The school beauty sells her body just for a glass of milk. Due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, food has become the scarcest resource on Earth. Yet, I managed to borrow 1 million from various online lending platforms a month in advance. Then I bought 10 tons of pork and 100,000 tons of fresh water. Next, I completely cleared out several nearby supermarkets because only I knew about this world. In another month, the virus will erupt, bringing about the arrival of doomsday. By then, at least 80% of the global population will be infected and turn into terrifying zombies. Reborn in this world, I possess a super fortress system. Not only does it have over 50 million cubic meters of storage space, but any item thrown in can be replicated 100,000 times. I deeply understand the importance of resources in the apocalypse. After the collapse of human civilization, humanity has lost a large amount of arable land, and productivity is not what it used to be. Famine is a common occurrence for people in the apocalypse, with countless deaths from starvation. A beautiful woman can sell her body for a piece of bread. Even the closest friends can turn against each other for a bag of rice in the apocalypse. Such occurrences are common. Having the system and storage space, I have my own ambitions. Now, I hold the most important resource in the apocalypse. In this life, I will establish my own base, prepare all the resources, and only then can I relax. I randomly found a barbecue restaurant and ordered a bunch of barbecue and a few bottles of beer. I was happily eating when suddenly the sound of a beer bottle breaking caught my attention. I turned around and saw a drunken man with a broken beer bottle in hand, pointing at a female waitress and cursing. Just then, a woman in an apron walked out from the front desk. The girl saw the woman as if she was a savior. The boss lady touched me. The woman looked at the strong men in front of her, looking somewhat embarrassed. Dear customers, I'm really sorry. This meal is on the house for you all. Is that acceptable? Little did they know, a few men, upon seeing the beauty of the boss lady, became lecherous. Although I could easily handle these thugs, after surviving for many years in the apocalypse, the habit of avoiding trouble is deeply ingrained in me. I still remember one of my former companions, who tried to help a seemingly harmless little girl. However, she led him into an ambush set by others, and he was captured and dismembered to be used as food. As I was about to leave, I heard an extremely familiar voice. Darling, what's going on? I turned around and was shocked to see that the person was my last teammate from a past life, Lee Bin. I never expected to meet him here. I still remember him from my past life, awakening his werewolf abilities. When surrounded by zombies, he threw me out of the encirclement and stayed to fight the zombies alone. In the end, he was overwhelmed by the horde, devoured alive by countless zombies. Encountering my former comrade at this moment, my heart is filled with excitement. Lee Bin's appearance did not scare off these burly men. He smiled and approached, offering a cigarette to the man. Unexpectedly, that man slapped the cigarette away. Whether fueled by alcohol or something else, his emotions escalated as he brandished a half-broken bottle, angrily demanding, "You're the boss, huh? Tell your wife to apologize to me on her knees, or I'll make all three of you leave horizontally today." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lee Bin grabbed a chair, preparing to intervene. Before he could act, a figure swiftly passed by, causing the man with the bottle to be thrown back. Naturally, the one who acted was me. The burly men stared at me in disbelief. Their companion weighed over 200 pounds, yet I threw him out as easily as a chicken. What terrifying strength! Suddenly, everyone seemed to sober up. They helped the man on the ground and prepared to leave. Lee Bin took out his phone, wanting to return the barbecue money to me as a gesture of gratitude. I didn't take the money. A few $100 mean nothing to me. If you want to thank me, let's do business. I'd like to ask you to help me buy some things. By the 1st of next month, prepare around $10,000, barbecue seasoning, and charcoal. I'll come pick them up then. Lee Binhao readily agreed, paid the deposit, and I left. Only 5 days left until the arrival of doomsday. The storage space is now filled with all kinds of delicious food. There are tens of millions of tons of food. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the customized armor finally arrived. This armor was not made in the style of ancient armor, its design was more modern. The police bomb suit worn on the body was very lightweight. With this armor, even if a group of zombies pressed on them, the armor would hold up for a while. After storing this armor in the storage space, the system prompted that you obtained a piece of modern armor, 10,000 times critical hit in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 pieces of modern armor. At this moment, the system's notifications continue to sound in my mind. Congratulations, host, your storage space has been upgraded from 50 million cubic meters to 100 million cubic meters. You receive a reward of 10,000 times critical hit and the reward is extended by 3 days. The system finally gave me a small surprise, extending by 3 days. This means that after the doomsday outbreak, I can collect resources for another 3 days. Before the doomsday outbreak, I could only rely on money to buy supplies. But after the doomsday outbreak, order collapsed instantly, everything on the streets became ownerless. Who could carve a path through the zombies? Who do these supplies belong to? In an instant, I had a plan in my heart. Today is the last day before the apocalypse arrives. If nothing unexpected happens, the virus will break out completely by noon tomorrow. By then, about 80% of the global population will turn into zombies. Everything happened too quickly, with almost no warning signs, and this is just the beginning. Those with antibodies in their bodies, they won't mutate into zombies immediately, but they can still be infected by zombie bites or scratches. The number of zombies will rapidly increase in a short period of time. Tomorrow is doomsday, but I still get up and wash as usual, preparing breakfast, a big steak, and then taking out a box of milk from the storage space, quietly waiting for the outbreak of the doomsday virus. The school beauty sells her body just for a sip of ambrosial yogurt. Due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, food has become the scarcest resource on Earth, and I have over 50 million cubic meters of storage space. No matter what supplies are thrown in, they can be replicated into 100,000 copies. So I threw the school beauty in. In the supermarket, a little girl pushes a big man to the ground. Then she bites his neck. A few seconds later, the man bitten by the little girl stands up, biting people like a wild beast. The scene instantly descends into chaos, with more and more people being scratched or bitten. They've all turned into zombie-like creatures. I know it's an outbreak of an apocalyptic virus. What surprises me is that just the other day, my annoying female neighbor, Shoya, who I never got along with, happened to be in the supermarket. In this situation, she immediately pulled me along to escape. I originally had no intention of getting involved with her, having experienced an apocalypse in the past and knowing the cruelty of human nature. But since she thought of me at this critical moment, I'll protect her for now. As if performing a magic trick, I pulled out a 2-meter-long black sword from my pants. With one strike, the zombie in front of me lost its head. Shoya felt deep fear, unsure if it came from the zombies or my killing spree. By the time she realized it, there were hardly any living people left in the supermarket. I led Shoya to the entrance of the supermarket, where the ground was covered with countless bodies, limbs, and internal organs. Several dozen zombies were feasting everywhere, with corpses occasionally turning into new zombies. People were fleeing everywhere on the streets, along with stranded vehicles. I immediately closed the supermarket doors to prevent other zombies from entering. Shoya asked in confusion, "Aren't we going outside?" I shook my head. The situation outside is still better than staying in the supermarket. Although those basic zombies pose no threat to me, I have important matters to attend to. I placed the tip of my alloy battle sword against the zombie's forehead. As the blade cuts through the skin on the forehead, a white crystal appears beneath the skin. This is a mutated crystal, possessed by awakened ability users. They can enhance their abilities by absorbing the crystal's power. However, this crystal has no effect on ordinary people. I gestured towards Shoya, indicating for him to collect these crystals with me. Shoya hesitated, then after a brief silence, he picked up a knife and started searching for the crystals among the corpses on the ground. He understood that to survive, he needed my protection. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to obey. As his fingers touched the skin of the zombie, a sticky sensation passed through his fingertips. Shoya knelt on the ground, unable to hold back another bout of vomiting. After he finished, he turned to look at me, his eyes pleading. However, I just looked at him expressionlessly, showing no intention of helping. Shoya felt a surge of grievance. He had been the pampered young master of the family since childhood, never having done such tasks like this before. He had never done such work before. At this point, I spoke up, "If you can't do it, forget it." Without waiting for him to finish, I turned and walked towards the supermarket. Shoya watched me leave, tears streaming down her face. She picked up the alloy dagger and continued to scalp the zombies. She was clever and understood the implications of my words. With my strength, I could have saved most people if I had acted from the beginning. But my lack of urgency to act showed that I didn't care about their lives at all. If he hadn't gone back to remind me to escape, he would probably be one of those zombies now. If he wants to continue staying by my side, then he must prove his worth. I began to sweep through all the goods in the supermarket, anything on the shelves, all stored in the storage space. Even miscellaneous items like rice cookers and vacuum cleaners were thrown into the storage space. After all, the space's capacity is almost unlimited. The supplies in this supermarket couldn't even fill up the entire storage space. Then I took Shoya directly to the underground parking lot. The next place to go was Li Bing's barbecue restaurant. At this moment, besides Li Bin's wife Sun Lan, there are also two young people, a man and a woman, by his side, who are the restaurant's waitress Zhang Qian and her boyfriend Wang Chang. They dare not go out now, just witnessed a passerby being bitten to death by a group of zombies. Just then, I drove the off-road vehicle straight to the store, stopping at the door. I also knocked the wandering zombies on the street flying. Li Bin instantly recognized me, exclaimed in surprise. I smiled at him and said, "Boss Li, I'm here to pick up the goods." Li Bing opened the door while laughing. "Brother Lu, everything is outside, come in first, it's dangerous out here." At this time, Xiaoya also got out of the car. The young man behind Li Bing, his eyes almost popping out, not hiding his bold gaze. I furrowed my brows slightly, not sure why, feeling that the young man in front of me looked somewhat familiar. There are 4 people in the store now, which is different from my initial plan. I had only intended to bring Mr. and Mrs. Li. At this moment, Li Bin stepped forward and introduced Brother Lu, saying, "This is Zhang Qian's boyfriend, Wang Chang." When I heard the name Wang Chang, my heart did stir a bit. Wang Chang appeared to be only 18 or 19, with a shaved head and a tall stature. In the early days of the apocalypse in the previous world, he was a somewhat famous figure, not for having any special abilities, but as the leader of a gang of thugs. After the apocalypse, he gathered a group of people and formed a team, committing arson, murder, and robbery throughout Shangjiang City, almost stopping at nothing. I wasn't keen on bringing Zhang Qian and Wang Chang along from the start, and upon recognizing Wang Chang's identity, I was even more reluctant to have such a person in the team. Feeling somewhat helpless, if it weren't for Li Bin being here, just based on the look in my eyes, Wang Chang would have been sentenced to death. Although Li Bin was a good brother from my past life, we weren't that close yet. If I were to act ruthlessly and chop off Wang Chang without hesitation, it might lead Li Bin to have a negative opinion of me. After some thought, I spoke to Mr. and Mrs. Li. "Originally, I should have paid you the remaining amount, but in the current world, money is of little use. My team needs more people, why don't you two join us?" Li Bin's face lit up, but Zhang Qian and Wang Chang's expressions changed slightly. It seemed like I didn't intend to bring them along. Li Bin also realized this. Although he wasn't close to Wang Chang, Zhang Qian was, after all, his subordinate. Having spent so much time with the couple, there was some emotional connection. He looked at me with a questioning gaze. Li Bin is a kind-hearted person, so I knew it would be like this. I nodded in agreement to bring them all along. I'm not in a hurry to deal with Wang Chang. A person like Wang Chang, full of ambition, can't hide his true nature. I'm afraid there are plenty of ways to expose Wang Chang. The school beauty sells her body, all for a bite of ambrosial yogurt. Due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, food has become the scarcest resource on Earth. Yet I unexpectedly obtained a storage space of over 50 million cubic meters. Just throw in any piece of food, and it can violently replicate into 100,000 portions. While others endure hunger and fight to the death for a pack of spicy strips, I leisurely stay in the fortress with my beautiful neighbor, sipping red wine, eating steak, and occasionally playing poker. Based on my survival experience from the previous life in the apocalypse, I wasn't planning to bother with him, but at the moment the zombies broke out that day. When he saw the 20-meter-long black blade I pulled out from my crotch, he knew I wasn't as simple as I appeared. He clung to me tightly from the moment the zombies broke out, agreeing to any request I made. He only followed me because he knew there would be food, but little did he know, his alluring beauty would bring me trouble. In the apocalypse of the previous life, I had a good brother, Li Bing, who awakened special abilities. He could have survived on his own, but he was torn apart by hundreds of zombies trying to save me. When I drove to Li Bing's barbecue shop with my neighbor, Xiaoya, in an off-road vehicle, there were 2 more people here. One of them was Zhang Qian, the waitress in his shop, and the other was Zhang Qian's boyfriend, Wang Chang. The moment Wang Chang saw Xiaoya, he couldn't take his eyes off her. And on the way, in front of his girlfriend, he acted like a lackey to Xiaoya. At this moment, my house is already stocked with supplies, making it the best refuge. As soon as we entered the neighborhood, Wang Chang couldn't wait to take the lead. "Let me go first, after all, I've had some training. I can handle zombies too." Someone volunteered to lead the way, and of course, I didn't stop them. I gestured to Wang Chang to go ahead, but as he passed by me, he deliberately bumped into me with his shoulder. I knew he was trying to show his strength, wanting to take the leadership position in this small group. Both Xiaoya's and my house are on the 5th floor. We are neighbors across the hall, just as we reached the corner on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a zombie appeared out of nowhere. Wang Chang roared loudly, raised the sheet metal hammer in his hand, and wildly smashed the zombie's head. Lacking intelligence, the zombie made no attempt to dodge the hammer. The zombie's head was smashed to pieces, blood and brain matter spilling all over the ground. Wang Chang's hands and body trembled violently. He glanced at the motionless zombie on the ground, his expression shifting from tension to satisfaction. Then, he looked at me, his eyes revealing a provocative gaze without any concealment. Mr. and Mrs. Lieben praised on the side, impressive. Strong, you'll protect Xiao Qian in the future. The sense of security is truly reassuring. Zhang Qian also cast an admiring look at Wang Chang. Wang Chang was pleased and continued to strike. It seems this zombie isn't as scary as we thought. Everyone, rest assured, I will protect you all. With a casual glance at Xiaoya. However, to her disappointment, Xiaoya remained expressionless, with little reaction. Throughout, her gaze was fixed on me. Wang Chang felt a bit displeased but had to lead the way. Things went smoothly, and we arrived at the doorstep. I arranged for Mr. and Mrs. Li Bing and Wang Chang to stay in my house, while Xiaoya and I would stay at his. Unexpectedly, Wang Chang furrowed his brow. There are 2 houses for the 6 of us. You 2 can share one, but squeezing 4 of us into one isn't quite appropriate. I know Wang Chang is deliberately causing trouble, probably because he thinks I'm not as strong as him, or he's trying to push his luck. I took 2 steps forward, staring coldly at Wang Chang, and said coldly, this is my and Xiaoya's house. I'll live however I want. If you're not happy, you can find your own place. I don't look strong. But at this moment, Wang Chang was intimidated by my gaze. He snorted, just a broken house, nothing special. Saying that, I took Zhang Chen to the next door house. You see, currently, my house is the only one in the building with food. Wang Chang won't be able to hold out for long. After settling Li Bing and his wife, I took Xiaoya to his room. Xiaoya's heart was in turmoil at this moment. This guy is quite handsome. It seems like it's not impossible to talk to him for the first time, as 2 blushes lingered on his cheeks. I checked the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Logically, I should be killing more zombies and collecting mutant crystals at this time. However, with the experience of being reborn, I know today is not the right time. Because on the night the doomsday arrived, the first batch of awakened superhumans will be born. The first batch of awakened individuals are generally powerful superhumans. The earlier the awakening, the stronger the potential superhuman abilities they possess. In the previous life, I didn't become a superhuman, but this life is different. I took the genetic medicine provided by the system, significantly increasing the chance of awakening abilities. I am looking forward to whether I will become one of the lucky ones to awaken abilities. When abilities awaken, the brain will experience intense pain, which is why I did not go out to hunt zombies. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoya and I were drinking red wine and eating steak in the room. At this moment, Wang Chang's stomach was growling from hunger, feeling extremely irritable. He and Zhang Qian searched through this room, turning everything upside down, but found no food. Zhang Qian thought for a moment and tentatively asked if they should go ask for food. They must have food there. Should I go ask them? Wang Chang frowned and snapped, I can't afford to lose this person. If you want to go, go by yourself. If you go, don't come back to me. Zhang Qian felt wronged in her heart, but looking at Wang Chang's gloomy expression, she ultimately didn't say anything. Wang Chang glanced at the staircase, hesitating whether to search other floors, but he was afraid of encountering zombies on other floors. He threw the hammer aside, feeling a surge of inexplicable anger with no outlet. He grabbed Zhang Qian and lifted her horizontally, roughly throwing her onto the sofa. Zhang Qian was treated roughly, feeling somewhat displeased, but looking at Wang Chang's gloomy expression, she obediently complied. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoya's voice came from behind, saying, Lu Yuan, I've made the bed for you. I was about to speak, but then I saw a flash of red light in the sky. Suddenly, the sky turned into a strange red color, as if the gates of hell had opened above the dark clouds, filling the entire sky with a bright blood-red hue. I have seen this scene once in my past life. When this blood-red sky appears, it signifies the awakening of the first batch of superhumans at 9:01. Despite this, my body still feels nothing. Could it be due to taking the genetic potion? Can't you awaken superhuman abilities as well? I still feel a bit uncertain. The genetic potion increases the probability of awakening superhuman abilities, but it's not a guarantee. Just when I was feeling anxious, suddenly, Xiaoya let out a scream, squatting on the ground, holding her head in agony. Seeing this, I quickly asked, have you felt a strange energy within your body? Xiaoya raised her head, her eyes clouded with confusion, and asked, what strange energy? I just feel a slight warmth in my abdomen. Xiaoya reached out her hand, and a small electric spark suddenly appeared in her hand, startling herself. Startled, she shook her hand, and the electric spark flew out of control. Coincidentally, the electric spark landed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen twitched, feeling as if he had stepped on an electric pedal. Fortunately, it was just a small electric spark with moderate power, and his strong physique prevented any injury. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Xiaoya panicked and quickly apologized. "Are you okay?" Lu Chen's expression was somewhat helpless. "I'm fine, it seems you have the ability of electrokinesis, which is quite impressive." "Ability?" Xiaoya was puzzled. She reached out her hand, and the electric spark appeared in her hand again, crackling. Lu Chen was in a good mood, he felt like he had struck gold. Electrokinetic ability is a very powerful ability, both in terms of attack power and range, whether in the early or later stages. Lu Chen looked more and more satisfied with Xiaoya. He didn't expect to bring Xiaoya along on a whim and end up with an ability user. Shortly after, when Li Bin awakened, his team would have 3 ability users. 3 ability users would be enough to guard a medium-sized survival base. After explaining to Xiaoya, she finally understood what had happened to her. "Don't show your ability to others for now, keep it secret for the time being." Xiaoya nodded in understanding. Late at night, Lu Chen lay in bed, holding a book quietly. Xiaoya was a book lover, and there were many books at home, which was a good way to pass the time. Although the internet was still working, Lu Chen didn't want to go online. The internet was now flooded with calls for help and reports of zombie disasters from all over. As a reincarnator, Lu Chen was not interested in this information, he had far more information than ordinary people. As he read, Lu Chen began to feel tired. He closed the book, set it aside, and prepared to sleep. "I should collect some mutant crystals while the storage reward is still 10,000 times." Lu Chen planned to clear out all the zombies near this residential area first, then leave. He didn't plan to stay in this area for long. Soon, the city's power system would collapse, and the water supply system wouldn't last long either. It would be very difficult to live normally in these high-rise buildings after the power and water were cut off. But Wang Chang is a trouble, I have to deal with him quickly. If it weren't for not wanting Li Bin and his wife to feel estranged from him, Lu Chen would have dealt with Wang Chan long ago. He couldn't tell Li Bin and his wife that he was a reincarnator and knew in advance that Wang Chang was a bad person. As Lu Chen was contemplating a plan, there was a knock on the bedroom door. "Lu Chen, are you asleep? Can I come in?" It was Xiaoya's voice. "The door is not locked, come in." Xiaoya pushed open the door, wearing a thin silk nightgown and holding a pillow in her arms. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen looked at her, already guessing what Xiaoya wanted. Xiaoya blushed like a ripe apple. She tightly held the velvet pillow in her arms, her eyes wandering, afraid to look at Lu Chen's face. I feel a little scared sleeping alone, can I sleep with you?" Lu Chen sat up from the bed and walked to Xiaoya, looking at her seriously. "Are you serious?" If Xiaoya hadn't awakened her ability today, Lu Chen wouldn't have asked this question. In this apocalypse, for some women with outstanding looks, selling their bodies to seek protection from a strong individual was a normal thing. Women were a resource in the apocalypse, with no ability to control their own destiny. Although harsh, it was an undeniable fact. For them, being by a strong individual's side was better than being captured and enslaved, right? Lu Chen didn't mind having Xiaoya by his side as an eye-catching vase. But Xiaoya was now a potential limitless thunder-type esper. To some extent she already had the qualifications to make Lu Chen take her seriously. Lu Chen preferred to develop her into a reliable ally rather than anything else. Xiaoya met Lu Chen's plain gaze, and at that moment, she felt as if Lu Chen's calm eyes were like a bottomless vortex of starry sky, and she seemed to be about to fall deep into it. Her face blushed, she gazed deeply at Lu Chen, and her body involuntarily took a step forward. Xiaoya leaned her head against Lu Chen's chest, and Lu Chen could feel her rapid breathing and fast heartbeat. In a soft voice, she said, "Lu Chen, I like you." Lu Chen instantly knew that he didn't need to say anything more. Although he never thought with his lower body, it didn't mean he wasn't a man. Lu Chen gently embraced her, smelling the fragrance from her hair tips and feeling the warmth from her body. Xiaoya felt as if she had been electrified, as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed softly into Lu Chen's arms. The next morning, Lu Chen woke up early, and as he opened his eyes, he found Xiaoya hugging him tightly from behind. Lu Chen could feel her warm breath on the back of his neck. He gently removed Xiaoya's hand, slowly sat up on the bed without waking her up. They had been fooling around for almost 2 hours last night, so Xiaoya must be exhausted and wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Although Xiaoya was still in a dream, a sweet smile hung on her face, as if she had a sweet dream. Lu Chen covered her with a blanket and tucked her in. Looking at Xiaoya's delicate and lovely face like a doll, Lu Chen suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Without thinking much, Lu Chen put on his clothes, quietly left the room. After washing up, Lu Chen didn't rush to have breakfast. He checked the time and estimated that Mr. and Mrs. Li Bin should have already woken up. He walked to the door, opened it, and peeked into the hallway. After confirming that there were no zombies in the hallway, Lu Chen walked to the opposite door and knocked. "Who is it?" "Lu Ji?" Li Bin's voice came from inside the room. "It's me." "Just a moment, Lu Ji." Through the door, Lu Chen heard Li Bin's hurried footsteps, and soon the door opened. "Good morning, Lu Ji." Li Bin greeted Lu Chen. "How did you sleep last night?" Lu Chen asked. "Pretty good, slept well last night." Without further ado, Lu Chen went straight to the point. "I came to talk to you about something important." As soon as they heard it was about business, Li Bin and Sun Lan's faces became more serious. Li Bin said, "Lu Ji, go ahead, we'll follow your arrangements." Sun Lan looked at Lu Chen curiously and asked, "What about Xiaoya? Shouldn't we invite her too?" Sun Lan and Li Bin tacitly didn't mention Wang Chang and Sun Qian. Yesterday, Lu Chen had a little conflict with Wang Chang, and after discussing it last night, they decided to stand on Lu Chen's side. After all, no matter what, Lu Chen had saved them. Lu Chen said, "It's okay, Xiaoya hasn't woken up yet. I'll talk to her later." After a pause, Lu Chen continued, "What I want to say is, although our supplies are still relatively abundant, no one knows how long this disaster will last. And the situation doesn't seem very optimistic right now, so I think we need to save food." Li Bin and Sun Lan nodded in agreement. "So I plan to allocate supplies in fixed quantities every day, what do you think?" Li Bin quickly said, "Lu Ji, we'll follow your lead, these supplies are originally yours, so you have the final say on how to distribute them." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay, one of you go call Wang Chang and the others, I'll also give them some food." Li Bin and Sun Lan's eyes flashed with surprise. They thought that after yesterday's incident, Lu Chen would ostracize Wang Chang and the others. They didn't expect Lu Chen to be so generous. "Okay, I'll go call them now," Li Bin quickly said. On Wang Chang's side, when Li Bin told Wang Chang and Zhang Qian that Lu Chen wanted to see them, Wang Chang was initially planning to refuse. But Li Bin told them that Lu Chen wanted to give them some food, which made Wang Chang hesitate. Zhang Qian persuaded, "Chang, why don't we go and see? You didn't eat anything all day yesterday." Wang Chang fell silent, not to mention him, Zhang Qian didn't eat anything all day yesterday either. He had planned to go out today to see if he could find some food. But when he looked out through the window this morning, his heart sank. The streets were filled with wandering zombies, visible to the naked eye, there were dozens of them. If he went out now, he would probably be surrounded and torn apart by these zombies. At this rate, he and Zhang Qian might really starve to death. "Okay, let's go see." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chang decided to go and assess the situation first. Li Bin was relieved to see the two agreeing. He still hoped that everyone would come together and overcome difficulties. In his view, everyone was in the same boat, and there was no need to create conflicts over trivial matters. The two followed Li Bin through the corridor and arrived at Lu Chen's home. "Lu Go, Wang Chang and Zhang Qian are here," Li Bin led the two into the room. When Wang Chang stepped into Lu Chen's home, his face changed drastically. He looked around in astonishment and saw piles of food everywhere. Wang Chang, who had been hungry all day, lit up at the sight of the food as if his eyes were shining. Zhang Qian was also stunned. They had no idea that Lu Chen's home was stocked with so much food. Lu Chen sat at the table and pushed a bag forward. Inside the bag were 4 buckets of instant noodles and 4 sausages. Lu Chen had carefully considered this amount. Although the quantity seemed substantial at first glance, it would only be enough to keep the two from starving, not to truly satisfy them. Generally, an adult sitting still for a day would consume over 2,000 calories, and these foods would only provide a little over 1,000 calories each. Lu Chen said to the two, "The situation is special now, and I hope everyone can unite." Wang Chang looked at Lu Chen, his face slightly dark, lost in thought. Lu Chen continued, "I can overlook what happened yesterday, but I hope that in the future, you can follow my arrangements when faced with situations. If you agree, take this food with you. If you think it's unnecessary and want to go solo, I won't force you." Wang Chang clenched his fists, feeling conflicted. He did need the food, but taking it meant he had to submit to Lu Chen. It was more uncomfortable than being slapped in the face. He didn't think he was weaker than Lu Chen, in fact, he believed he was stronger in every aspect. Seeing the stunning beauty Xiaoya by Lu Chen's side had already made him jealous. Now, all the food was in Lu Chen's hands. Zhang Qian looked expectantly at Wang Chang, waiting for his response. After about 10 seconds of silence, Wang Chang suddenly relaxed his clenched fists. "Okay, I agree." He walked up to Lu Chen and picked up the bag of food. Lu Chen told him, "If there are no special circumstances, food will be distributed at 7 a.m. every morning. Remember to come and collect it." Wang Chang's expression was somewhat stiff. "Got it." Seeing Wang Chang's expression, Lu Chen found it amusing. He knew that Wang Chang must be furious inside. Wang Chang was strong-willed and cared about his reputation. Now, for a few buckets of instant noodles, he had to bow down to Lu Chen, even in front of everyone. Lu Chen knew that Wang Chang would definitely not easily swallow this anger. After Wang Chang left, Lu Chen said to Li Bin and his wife, "There's nothing else to do, I'll go back to my room first." Li Bin asked, "Lu Gu, do we have any plans for the next step? Is there anything we need to arrange?" Lu Chen thought for a moment. There were many things he needed to do next, but none that Li Bin and Sun Lan could help with. "There's nothing for now, let's wait at home and see if the authorities will send rescue teams." Of course, Lu Chen was just saying that casually. He knew that rescue was unlikely to come. The official military was currently overwhelmed and had no spare resources to save civilians. Their priority was rescuing high-level leaders, elites from various industries, and scientists, especially those in the field of biology and virology. After Lu Chen left, Li Bin sighed. It seems that Lu Gu is actually cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Even when Wang Chang was so disrespectful to him, he didn't take it to heart. His tolerance is something ordinary people can't compare to. Sun Lan also sighed, "I'm just worried about Xiao Qian. Wang Chang has a bad temper, and Xiao Qian might suffer following him." Lu Chen had allocated to Li Bin and his wife 1 pack of biscuits, 1 chocolate bar per person per day, 3 buckets of instant noodles, a large bottle of water, a can of fruit, a can of meat. They were even worried that they couldn't finish it all. This wasn't exactly food rationing. But Wang Chang and Zhang Qian only had instant noodles to eat. Li Bin also sighed, well aware of Wang Chang's problematic personality. Zhang Qian was a very nice girl, hard-working and diligent, and both Li Bin and Sun Lan liked her. If it weren't for Zhang Qian, Li Bin wouldn't have spoken up for Wang Chang yesterday. In Wang Chang's room, damn it, who does he think he is? Wang Chang kicked a chair, sending it flying 5 or 6 meters away. He even expects me to remember to collect food from him. Who does he think he is? Acting like he's the boss? The thought of having to rely on Lu Chen for food every day and having to see his face made Wang Chang feel furious. Zhang Qian spoke up, "Let it go, Chang. This is someone else's food. It's already good enough that he's sharing some with us." Even though Zhang Qian was on Wang Chang's side, she felt that Lu Chen had already done enough. If Lu Chen wanted to, he could completely ignore their fate. After all, Lu Chen didn't owe them anything. But Wang Chang clearly didn't think so. He grabbed Zhang Qian by the collar. "You're speaking up for him? Damn it, you're my woman, and you're actually speaking up for him? He pushed Zhang Qian to the ground. Then get lost, go with him, why are you still with me? Tears welled up in Zhang Qian's eyes. Ah Chang, that's not what I meant. She reached out to hold Wang Chang's hand, but he shook her hand off and pushed her to the ground again. Stop bothering me. Wang Chang grabbed the bag of food and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door shut and leaving Zhang Qian outside alone. Zhang Qian walked over to open the door, only to find it locked from the inside. She stood there, tears streaming down her face. Lu Chen bid farewell to Li Bin and his wife and returned to Xiaoya's house. Xiaoya was still asleep, so Lu Chen decided to make himself breakfast. He went to the kitchen, took out 2 pieces of Angus beef steak, and prepared to fry a black pepper steak. Lu Chen first tenderized the steak with the back of a knife. This was done to loosen the meat fibers, making the steak tender and flavorful during marination. After tenderizing for nearly 3 minutes, Lu Chen marinated the steak with salt, onion juice, sugar, red wine, and black pepper. While the meat was marinating, he took out 2 large bottles of milk from the storage space, poured them into a milk pot to heat up, then poured them into 2 cups, and fried a few eggs on the side. By this time, the steak was also almost done marinating. Lu Chen put a piece of butter in the pan, waited for the butter to melt, then put the steak in and fried it over high heat. The purpose of using high heat was to quickly sear the surface of the steak to lock in the moisture inside. When it was almost done, he poured the remaining marinade sauce on the steak, covered the pan with a lid, and simmered it over low heat. After a few minutes of simmering, Lu Chen estimated that it was ready, so he uncovered the lid, took out the steak and placed it on a plate, drizzling it with the sauce. The enticing aroma filled the air, and Lu Chen cut a small piece with a knife to taste. The flavor was unexpectedly good, with the center of the steak being tender and pink, rich in juices, and tender in texture. Lu Chen used very good quality steak, and even with a simple cooking method, he could create a delicious dish that whet the appetite. Lu Chen arranged the fried eggs and steak together, casually cut some tomatoes and pickles for garnish, and a delicious breakfast was ready. Looking at his creation, Lu Chen gave himself a full score for this breakfast he made with his own hands. This steak could be said to be perfect in color, aroma, and taste, not inferior to the steaks in some professional Western restaurants. He was not good at cooking before, but in the month before the arrival of the apocalypse, in order to prevent himself from eating poorly in the future, he would try cooking when he had nothing else to do. He even spent money to hire a professional chef online to guide him remotely. This led to a significant improvement in his cooking skills in just 1 month. At this time, Xiaoya also woke up. When she came out of the room, she happened to see Lu Chen busy in the kitchen. "It smells so good, what delicious food are you making?" Lu Chen walked out of the kitchen with 2 steaks in hand. "Frying steaks, I made one for you too." Xiaoya looked at the steaks emitting hot steam and a rich aroma, her eyes lit up. "Wow, it looks really good." She went up and hugged Lu Chen, planting a kiss on his face. "Thank you." Lu Chen could clearly feel that Xiaoya's eyes seemed a bit different when she looked at him today. When she looked at herself, her eyes were like little stars, full of love. Lu Chen was used to wandering alone in the apocalypse, and now suddenly having a woman by his side, looking at him with such affectionate eyes, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He looked at Xiaoya disdainfully. "Did you brush your teeth? Don't come to kiss me." "Humph, since you despise me, I'll kiss you even more." Taking advantage of Lu Chen's distraction, Xiaoya hugged him again and pecked his face twice. She was like a koala, holding onto Lu Chen and refusing to let go. Lu Chen showed a helpless expression. Since becoming a supernatural being, Xiaoya's physical fitness had also improved a lot. Although it was just playing around, when she hugged Lu Chen, he could clearly feel that her strength was much stronger than an ordinary person's. With this level of strength, if she trained in combat skills, she could easily take down several adult males. That's how supernatural beings were, not only possessing special abilities, but also having overall physical qualities that far surpassed ordinary people. "Stop messing around, hurry up and eat breakfast, I have things to do later." He, got it. Only then did Xiaoya let go and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Lu Chen sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy his breakfast. Although it was just a simple meal, it still made Lu Chen feel emotional. In his past life, he often felt dizzy from hunger, and could go for several days without finding anything to eat. How could it compare to now, waking up to such a hearty breakfast? This is what life is all about, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. After breakfast, Xiaoya took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lu Chen took out his phone and started studying on the map software, preparing to find the next stronghold. After washing the dishes, Xiaoya came over and sat down next to Lu Chen. By the way, you mentioned that you have something to do later, what is it? Lu Chen didn't intend to hide it from her. I'm going out to collect some mutant crystals. A hint of worry appeared in Xiaoya's eyes. Then I'll go with you. There are so many zombies outside, I'm a little worried if you go alone. After awakening their abilities last night, they experimented with their respective powers in the room. It was also Lu Chen's first time becoming an awakened, and he had no experience. Fortunately, after awakening this ability, it was almost like his instinct, almost effortless to control. Xiaoya could now skillfully manipulate lightning, with the intensity of her lightning enough to instantly kill an adult or a zombie without any problem. However, Lu Chen decisively refused her. No need, there are other things for you to do. Lu Chen took out 30 mutant crystals from the storage space and placed them on the table. With their current strength, they could absorb about 30 mutant crystals a day at most. More mutant crystals would bring additional burden to the body, and the body needed some time to digest this energy. However, for newly awakened ordinary ability users, whether they could obtain 30 mutant crystals a day was already a problem. The probability of zombies having crystals in their heads was about 1/3. Lu Chen had killed nearly 100 zombies in the supermarket before obtaining 35 mutant crystals. Newly awakened ability users not only had less energy in their bodies but also recovered slowly. Generally, after releasing their abilities 10 to 20 times, their energy would be depleted, requiring a long recovery period. And not every time they released their abilities could they kill a zombie 100%. So an ability user who could collect about 10 mutant crystals a day was already considered a strong one. Lu Chen's package contained a whopping 3.6 million mutant crystals, so he was not worried about running out of mutant crystals. These mutant crystals could quickly enhance their strength in the early stages, creating a gap between them and other ability users. Lu Chen said to Xiaoya, "You stay at home today, absorb these mutant crystals, and then practice your lightning ability." Xiaoya asked, "Aren't you keeping some for yourself?" "I can't use that many." Last time, Xiaoya dug for a long time in the supermarket and only collected 35 crystals. However, Lu Chen directly gave her 30 mutant crystals this time, which made Xiaoya feel pleasantly surprised. Lu Chen did not tell Xiaoya about the storage space. His identity as a reborn person and the existence of the system were his biggest secrets, and he would not reveal a single bit of it, even to the closest person to him. "You don't have to worry about these, just ask me if you need more crystals." Xiaoya was touched. Lu Chen thought for a moment and continued in a low voice, "There is one more thing, I want you to keep an eye on Wang Chang for me." When she heard the name Wang Chang, Xiaoya frowned. "Speaking of Wang Chang, I always feel like he's not a good person." Lu Chen smiled, Xiaoya's intuition was quite accurate. She then asked, "You don't trust him either?" Lu Chen nodded, "That's right, so I need you to watch him. If he causes trouble, you don't have to go easy on him." Wang Chang was definitely no match for Xiaoya. The gap between an ability user and an ordinary person was like a huge chasm. The combat power of an ordinary person was simply laughable in front of an ability user. Lu Chen was not worried about Xiaoya, but about Li Bin and Sun Lan. "Okay, I understand. You can rest assured." Lu Chen had almost finished explaining everything. He stood up, put on a backpack, and prepared to set off. The backpack contained some food and water, as well as medical supplies. Of course, this backpack is used to conceal things outside. Although it has storage space, he doesn't want to expose it casually. "Then I'll get ready to leave." Xiaoya stood up and hugged Lu Chen. Come back early, okay? Lu Ken patted her back. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible. Oh, remember to feed the dog for me. Speaking of the dog, Lu Ken looked at Little Black, who was still sleeping soundly in the doghouse. To his surprise, Little Black had grown even bigger than yesterday. Its growth rate was astonishing. The original dog cage was almost too small for it. As its size increased, Little Black no longer looked as round and cute as before. Its appearance now looked more like a real wolfhound. Woof! Little Black seemed to sense someone looking at it. When it opened its eyes and saw Lu Ken, it turned over and went back to sleep. Little Black is growing so fast. Xiaodia was also very surprised by the change in Little Black's size. Lu Ken said, "It should have mutated like us." Xiaodia was surprised. Can animals mutate too? Does that mean they can also evolve special abilities? Lu Ken smiled, I guess so, otherwise, how could a dog grow so fast? Lu Ken didn't explain much, but Xiaodia would gradually understand in the future. With its size, it should be able to eat meat now. You can try feeding it some meat today. Lu Ken asked Xiaoya to feed Little Black, hoping to make Little Black have some goodwill towards her. After all, Little Black was the #1 dog on the combat power ranking in Zheng City. After giving instructions, Lu Ken said goodbye to Xiaoya, opened the door, and walked out. When he reached the middle of the corridor, he suddenly heard a woman crying from Wang Chang's house. Since taking the genetic potion, Lu Chen's physical qualities had been improved, including his hearing. Coupled with his awakened abilities, his overall physical qualities had been further enhanced. Although the sobbing was very faint, Lu Chen's strong hearing still caught it. What is Wang Chang up to again? Obviously, it was Zhang Qian's crying. Lu Ken frowned. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. But he could also see that the Liban couple were very caring towards the girl named Zhang Qian. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ken decided to go and see what was going on. He walked to Wang Chang's door and knocked gently. Who is it? Zhang Qian in the room seemed startled. It's me, Lu Ken. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to the door, opened it halfway, and looked timidly at Lu Ken. Brother Lu, is there something wrong? Zhang Qian lowered her voice. Wang Chang is sleeping. Are you here to see him? Lu Ken could tell that Zhang Qian seemed a little afraid of him. He guessed it was because Zhang Qian didn't want Wang Chang to know she was talking to Lu Ken. Lu Ken shook his head and said, I'm not looking for him. I heard you crying, so I came to see what's wrong. As Lu Ken spoke, Zhang Qian seemed to remember something sad again and couldn't help but start crying. It's okay, we just had a fight. He took the food to the bedroom and locked himself in, not letting me in. Lu Ken noticed a red palm print on Zhang Qian's face. Did he hit you? Zhang Qian showed a look of panic and quickly shook her head. But seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, she knew she couldn't hide it and nodded. It's my fault, I disturbed his sleep. Lu Ken was speechless. Zhang Qian was really too soft-hearted. She not only got hit but also didn't get any food from him. If Wang Chang treated her like this, Lu Ken couldn't understand why she still wanted to speak up for him. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said to her, You go stay with Li Bin and the others, I still have a spare room there, let them get you some food, just say it's my instruction. In the future, you will stay there. If Wang Chang wants to cause trouble for you, just tell me. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian showed a conflicted expression. She looked back at the bedroom where Wang Chang was, then at Lu Chen. I'm sorry, Brother Lu, I still want to stay with Wang Chang. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at her. Is there something wrong with your brain? He hits you, doesn't give you food, and you still follow him? Do you think that as long as you compromise, he will treat you like a human being? Zhang Qian lowered her head, wiped away tears but said nothing. Seeing her attitude, it seemed like she had made up her mind to stick with Wang Chang. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. It is said that a pitiful person must have something hateful about them. Since Zhang Qian was so determined, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with her anymore. It was her own choice. Forget it, do as you please. Lu Chen turned to leave, but after some thought, he took out a few pieces of bread and a bottle of water from his backpack and placed them on the cabinet Wang Chang used to block the door. These food items were given by him out of consideration for Li Bin. After placing the food down, Lu Chen turned and left, ignoring Zhang Qian. Thank you. Zhang Qian watched Lu Chen's departing figure, her expression somewhat complicated. After Lu Chen left, he smoothly made his way downstairs along the corridor. The corridor was very quiet. Lu Chen did not see any traces of zombies. If one didn't know better, they would think that the building had already become deserted. However, as Lu Chen descended the stairs, he occasionally heard some faint noises coming from various rooms. Lu Chen knew that these were survivors hiding in their rooms. Zombies are very sensitive to sound, so they all stayed at home obediently, not daring to make too much noise. When Lu Chen walked out of the unit door, he immediately encountered two zombies. These two zombies, upon seeing Lu Chen, became excited like wild beasts spotting prey and rushed towards him with a roar. Watching their movements, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. In just one night, these two zombies' movements seemed much more coordinated than the zombies he encountered yesterday. The zombies from yesterday seemed to have their limbs not quite keeping up with their brains. But today, they could run like normal people. Moreover, their nails seemed to have grown longer, looking quite sharp. These zombies are evolving even faster than I imagined. In the previous outbreak, most of the time Lu Chen stayed at home, so he did not notice these subtle changes in the zombies. Lu Chen reached out his hand, but this time he did not summon his alloy battle knife. Instead, he quickly condensed the power of space in his hand, forming a spatial blade. Lu Chen shot out this spatial blade, distorting the surrounding light, making the spatial blade look like a semi-transparent sickle. As the blade swept through, one zombie's head was instantly split in half, its body losing momentum and falling heavily to the ground. Lu Chen's hand did not stop, summoning another spatial blade, cutting the other zombie's head in half as well. In just a few seconds, he effortlessly killed both zombies. Not bad, this spatial ability is quite useful in actual combat. This spatial power not only had strong killing power but was also much safer than close combat. Lu Chen took out a mutated crystal and held it in his hand, slowly absorbing the energy from the crystal. This was a technique he discovered last night for using mutated crystals. After a portion of the energy in the body was consumed, the energy absorbed from the mutated crystal would be used first to replenish the energy in the body. Then the excess energy would be used to enhance the user's strength. In other words, mutated crystals could to some extent be used as an item for mana regeneration. However, this kind of usage is really too extravagant at the current stage. Lu Chen estimates that he is the only one doing this now. Anyway, there are hundreds of thousands of crystals in the backpack, so there's no harm in using them. Lu Chen walked up to the bodies of two zombies and skillfully opened the skin on their foreheads. Only one mutated crystal was found on each zombie, which Lu Chen stored in his storage space. You obtained one mutated crystal, 100,000 times critical strike in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 mutated crystals. Under the 100,000 times critical strike, one mutated crystal directly turned into 100,000 crystals, and Lu Chen showed a satisfied smile. No matter how many times he repeated it, the feeling of this 100,000 times critical strike was always so refreshing. Can't waste time, today I'll try to collect more crystals. Lu Chen continued to walk towards the residential area. There are many wandering zombies in the residential area now, and they are relatively scattered, unlike the streets outside where they gather in groups. As long as Lu Chen is careful not to attract too much hatred from the zombies, it is relatively safe. At the supermarket back then, nearly 100 zombies couldn't threaten him, and now that he has awakened his abilities, these zombies can hardly pose a threat to him. Wang Chang woke up from his sleep and looked out the window, only to find that it was just dusk. He took out a lighter and habitually reached for his pocket, only to remember that he had already smoked all his cigarettes. Damn! Having a craving for a smoke but no cigarettes made Wang Chang extremely irritable, so he casually threw the lighter on the table. On the table were 2 buckets of leftover instant noodles, with a few cigarette butts mixed in the soup, emitting a strange smell. Wang Chang stared blankly at the ceiling. No cigarettes, no food, nothing. He was frustrated and started to have random thoughts. Somehow, he thought of Xiaoya again, thinking of her beautiful face and charming figure. If I could have that woman, it would be worth it even if I die. The more Wang Chang thought about it, the more irritable he became, so he took out his phone and started watching videos. The internet is still accessible now, but it's flooded with discussions about zombies and doomsday. Suddenly, a video caught Wang Chang's attention. In the video, several men who seemed to be crazy were torturing a woman in a room. The woman was naked, covered in blood, begging and screaming continuously. The more the woman screamed, the more excited the men became. The men laughed wildly, torturing the woman in various cruel ways. The leader of these men called himself Brother Knife. There were 2 disheveled women beside Brother Knife, with dog collars around their necks, chained to Brother Knife's chair like dogs. Brother Knife directed the filming phone towards himself. He showed a cruel smile to the camera, pointing at the woman and said, "This is the consequence of not listening to me." After that, he ordered his little brothers to throw the woman down from the building. The woman begged desperately, but it was in vain. A group of people lifted her up like a pig. They opened the window and threw her directly from the high building. From the video, it seemed to be at least 7 or 8 stories high. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, followed by a loud noise from below, and then her screams abruptly stopped. In the room, Brother Knife cheered, and the others followed suit, cheering and shouting like a bunch of lunatics. The zombies downstairs seemed to smell blood and quickly swarmed up, submerging the woman's body. Wang Chang watched the video with a pounding heart. Damn, how can such a bloody video be uploaded? Perhaps it was because there were no longer people responsible for managing and maintaining websites after the disaster. Such bloody and violent videos could actually be openly displayed on the website's homepage. Wait a minute, the background in this video looks so familiar. At the end of the video, Dao Gu spoke to the camera, "I am Dao Gu, the supernatural being. Welcome ambitious brothers to join my team, let's conquer the world together. We have cigarettes, alcohol, and women here, looking forward to the brothers joining." Finally, Dao Gu left his address below the video. Wang Chang looked at the address left by Dao Gu and was surprised. The address Dao Gu left turned out to be the same community where he currently lived. It was the same community where Lu Chen and Xiaoya lived. And where Dao Gu lived was just 1 building away from Lu Chen and the others. Damn, no wonder it looks so familiar, turns out it's right next to us. But what exactly is a supernatural being? Wang Chang continued to look at his phone. Most of the comments below the video were cursing Dao Gu. They cursed him for being inhumane, worse than animals. But Wang Chang didn't think much of it, on the contrary, he even admired this Dao Gu a bit. Since he was young, Wang Chang admired the tough characters in TV dramas and movies. Those gangsters in the movies who would do anything for their brothers, fearless and daring, were idols in Wang Chang's heart. Wang Chang was expelled from school in junior high for fighting frequently. After entering society, Wang Chang fantasized about making a career with his toughness. But due to lack of education and skills, he didn't do well in society. His good friends from school who used to call him Brother Chang went on to further studies and no longer contacted him. The huge gap made Wang Chang feel uncomfortable all these years. Wang Chang was drawn to Dao Ji's video. He opened Dao Ji's homepage and watched a video titled Recruiting Heroes from All Over. In the video, Dao Gu was shirtless, showing off his muscular body. He took a U-shaped lock, twisted it lightly, and pulled it apart, breaking it into 2 pieces effortlessly. Dao Gu casually threw the 2 pieces of the lock away, clapped his hands, and pointed at the camera, saying, "Brothers, the world has changed, this is the worst of times, but also the best of times. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. Join Dao Ji's team, we face difficulties together, enjoy blessings together. Men, it's time to make a career now, don't hide at home like a waste." Dao Ji's tone was domineering, his actions bold. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers, remember, no matter if you are a corporate executive, a big boss, a celebrity, a tycoon, you are nothing in front of Dao Gu, got it? In Dao Ji's world, strength is king. If you are a dragon, you serve me. If you are a tiger, you lie down for me." Dao Ji's videos mainly showcased his amazing strength, aiming to recruit more allies. Many of his videos were explicit and violent, making people uncomfortable. Similarly, below each video, Dao Gu left his contact information and address. Suddenly, Wang Chang felt as if he had an epiphany. Yes, what kind of world is this now? Why should I hide here and eat instant noodles? The thought of having to see Lu Chen's face every day, and depend on him for food, made him feel pathetic. Why should Lu Chen pretend in front of him? A weak waste like him, how could he have a woman like Xiaoya? Why? Just because he stocked up on some food in advance and had a house? So what? In this world now, even the law no longer exists, property deeds are just pieces of paper. The resources in that house, and Xiaoya, who says all of this should belong to Lu Chen? In an instant, Wang Chang felt he understood everything. He was excited, his mind was filled with countless ideas. He carefully considered these bold ideas and instantly came up with a plan. Wang Chang sent a friend request to that Dao Gu and added a note, "Hello Dao Gu, I have some important information to share with you." After the message was sent successfully, Wang Chang sat up from the bed, picked up the 2 remaining buckets of instant noodles on the table, and walked out of the bedroom, eagerly calling out, "Xiao Qian, are you there, Xiao Qian?" Wang Chang searched the room and found Zhang Qian lying in another bedroom, instantly relieved. Zhang Qian was part of his plan, and if she had run away, his plan would have been ruined. Zhang Qian sat up from the bed and looked at Wang Chang with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Wang Chang sat beside Zhang Qian, showing an apologetic look, gently embracing her. "Xiao Qian, I'm sorry for this morning, I really didn't mean it, my mood was just too bad at that time. I couldn't control myself at that moment, and I truly regret it after calming down." Zhang Qian was surprised, she didn't expect Wang Chang to come and apologize to her. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Qian seriously. "Can you forgive me? I promise I won't do it again in the future." Zhang Qian was deeply moved. "Yes, I know you didn't mean it." Wang Chang, seeing Zhang Qian easily forgive him, smiled. But soon, his smile froze on his face when he saw several pieces of bread on Zhang Qian's bedside. Where did this bread come from? His expression turned unpleasant. It was given to me by Lu Chen. I ate too, and the rest is for you." Wang Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but he quickly forced out a smile, gently stroking Zhang Qian's head and said, "Why save it for me, you should eat it yourself. It's my fault for not being capable enough, making you go hungry. Don't worry, I won't let you starve again in the future." Zhang Qian was touched by Wang Chang's words. She didn't understand why Wang Chang suddenly changed his attitude, speculating that perhaps Wang Chang had matured after the recent events. Looking at the man in front of her who made promises, Zhang Qian felt happy and fortunate that she chose to stay by Wang Chang's side. "Are you hungry? I'll make instant noodles for you." Wang Chang affectionately patted her head, took a bucket of instant noodles, and walked towards the kitchen. As Wang Chang turned around, his face instantly turned extremely grim. "You damn Lu Chen, I haven't even done anything yet, and you've already seduced my woman. It seems you really think highly of yourself." Wang Chang was furious, clenching his fists with visible veins. However, he quickly changed his mind. "Forget it, I was planning to use this bitch anyway." Next, Wang Chang made instant noodles for Zhang Qian, massaged her shoulders, presenting himself as a good man. After Zhang Qian finished eating the noodles, Wang Chang carried her to the bed. In Zhang Qian's shy eyes, Wang Chang removed her clothes. Suddenly, Wang Chang took out some ropes and a roll of tape. "Darling, how about we have some exciting fun today?" He was about to tie Zhang Qian's hands with the ropes. Initially hesitant, Zhang Qian agreed, "Okay, but just this once." Soon, Wang Chang tied her hands and feet with ropes and taped her mouth shut. At the moment he finished tying Zhang Qian, his expression changed immediately, the tenderness in his eyes vanished. He slapped Zhang Qian loudly. "You damn whore, seducing other men behind my back." Zhang Qian realized something was wrong and began to struggle vigorously, but with her hands and feet tied, she had no ability to resist. Wang Chang grabbed her neck and punched her twice. "You like seducing men, right? I'll make you enjoy it later." "Brother Dao, someone sent a message saying there's important news to leak to you." Brother Dao was lying on a reclining chair, eyes half closed, looking relaxed, with two women massaging his legs. Upon hearing the man next to him, Dao Gu sneered and touched the woman's thigh beside him, saying, "Important news? Nonsense. Ignore him." Dao Gu didn't take this news to heart. Ever since he posted those videos online, his private messages had been flooded with people applying to be his friend. Most of these people were there to insult him, using all sorts of foul language. And those who genuinely wanted to join him, there were hardly any. Dao Gu had been troubled by this for the past few days. He had planned to build his own team and make a name for himself in this post-apocalyptic world. But now his career had come to a standstill. After recruiting over 20 subordinates, he couldn't find suitable candidates anymore. Moreover, he was facing a shortage of food. They had searched the entire building with his subordinates, looting food and women from innocent survivors' homes, killing many men. However, with over 20 people to feed, Dao Gu never withheld food from them to maintain their loyalty and uphold his image of righteousness. At the current consumption rate, the food will be gone in a maximum of 1 or 2 weeks, Dao Gu worried. There wasn't much food in the neighborhood, and he was hesitant to venture outside to supermarkets and convenience stores. "It seems we'll have to check out the other buildings then." Going to other buildings meant risking encountering zombies. Dao Gu was a power-enhanced Esper himself and wasn't afraid of zombies, but his subordinates didn't have his combat strength. If he lost these subordinates he had painstakingly recruited, it would be a huge loss. As Dao Gu contemplated, the man beside him spoke again. "Dao Gu, but this kid sent a photo, saying he wants to give his girlfriend to you." "Oh?" Dao Ji's interest was piqued. "How bold. Let me see." "Sure." The man quickly handed his phone to Dao Gu. Taking the phone, Dao Gu saw a selfie sent by the other party. It showed a tall and strong young man who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a bald head and extensive tattoos on his arms. Behind him was a young girl completely naked, securely bound to a bed with her mouth taped shut, her eyes swollen from crying. Below the photo was a self-introduction. "Hello, Dao Gu, I'm Wang Chang. I want to join your team. This is my girlfriend, and I'm willing to offer her to you as a token of my joining your team." Wang Chang also included his address. Upon closer inspection, Dao Gu realized Wang Chang lived in the same neighborhood, just a floor away. Dao Ji's eyes lit up. This kid is not bad, strong physique and ruthless enough, a talent. Dao Gu scrutinized the girl in the photo and commented, "The girl is average looking, but her figure is decent, and she looks quite tender, probably not over 18. Dao Gu wasn't liking women at the moment, he had been with more women in these past few days than in his entire life. However, the thought of someone else's girlfriend intrigued him. Playing with someone else's girlfriend? It sounded somewhat thrilling. So he messaged Wang Chang, "Do you have any important news to share with me?" On Wang Chang's end, seeing Dao Gu actually responding to his message made him excited. Wang Chang quickly shared his situation with Dao Gu without holding back, especially emphasizing the information about Lu Chen hoarding food. "That kid has hoarded so much food, the entire room is packed. They could probably eat for several years without any issues." Shortly after Wang Chang's message was sent out, he immediately received a reply from Dao Gu, "Brother, wait for me. I'll bring people over right away. If there really is as much food as you say, I'll give you credit directly and make you a core member." Wang Chang was thrilled to see Dao Ji's reply. What he didn't know was that on the other side, Dao Gu was equally excited. He was worried about the shortage of food, but he didn't expect Wang Chang to provide him with such important information. Even the heavens are helping me, ha ha ha. Daogu was in a great mood, and he quickly said to the people around him, "Brothers, go call everyone over. We have work to do." As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Chen looked at his watch and it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. In front of him lay the bodies of dozens of zombies, all of which had their heads cut open by the spatial blades. Along the way, Lu Chen spared no effort in using his crystals, releasing spatial blades while replenishing his energy with mutant crystals. This feeling was like having unlimited firepower, freely swinging the spatial blades without any cost, bombarding the zombies wildly. As he continued to use the spatial blades, his abilities were also being trained in the process. Lu Chen's control over spatial power had greatly improved. Not only did his accuracy become more precise, but he could also slightly control the flight direction of the spatial blades and adjust their trajectory to track targets while they were flying. This greatly enhanced Lu Chen's skill hit rate. And Lu Chen felt that his energy level had increased significantly. From only being able to release 10 spatial blades at the beginning, he could now release about 20 before running out of energy. The attack range and destructive power of the spatial blades had also greatly increased, from a 10-meter attack range to the current 20 meters. With such rapid progress, he estimated that he could leave a bunch of newly awakened ability users far behind. Lu Chen had consumed nearly 100 mutant crystals just in today's battle alone. Where could ordinary ability users get so many mutant crystals? He was very satisfied with his gains today. Not only had his strength greatly improved, but he had also collected about 100 and more mutant crystals. Under the system's 10,000-fold critical hit, these 100 and more mutant crystals turned into over 10 million mutant crystals. Lu Chen couldn't imagine how he would ever use so many mutant crystals. But for resources like mutant crystals, he would never consider them too many. It's about time to head back. After a day of battle, although he had energy replenished by the mutant crystals, he was also feeling a bit tired. And the night was very dangerous. In poorly lit areas, there might be zombie ambushes, and Lu Chen didn't want to capsize in troubled waters. In the room where Wang Chang was, it was very lively, crowded with people. Over 20 men of different ages and appearances were smoking and chatting in Wang Chang's living room. They were all Dao Ji's men. Wang Chang enthusiastically chatted with these people, wanting to get acquainted with them. The people were also polite to Wang Chang, mainly because of his strong physique, looking like a tough guy. And they all heard that Wang Chang had provided a very important piece of information to Daogu. Those with keen eyes knew that Wang Chang's position in the team would definitely not be bad in the future, and Daogu might even let him sit in the position of the second in command. About 15 minutes later, the bedroom door opened, and Daogu came out with his pants on and a few men. In the bedroom, Zheng Qian lay on the bed with dull eyes, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes and dried tear marks in the corners of her eyes. Her body was covered in bruises, and the bedsheet was stained with blood everywhere. Zheng Qian lay motionless on the bed, looking like a person who had already died, except for the slight rise and fall of her chest. Wang Chang flattered, "Daogu, how was it? Did you have fun?" Daogu chuckled and patted Wang Chang's shoulder. "Not bad, thank you for the hospitality, Wang Chang. Everyone had a great time." Wang Chang smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Daoj? We are all brothers now, you are being too polite." Daoj looked at Wang Chang with increasing satisfaction, fastened his belt, and said, "All right, let's get down to business." However, Wang Chang suddenly stopped Daoj and said mysteriously, "Daoj, can I discuss something with you?" Daoj stopped in his tracks. "Oh? What is it?" "Brother, go ahead." Wang Chang had a sly smile on his face. "It's like this, Daoj, do you remember that guy Lu Chen I told you about? He has a pretty girlfriend, and I've been interested in her for a long time." Daoj burst into laughter immediately, giving Wang Chang a look that said, "I understand you." "Oh, I thought it was something serious. When we catch that woman, for the first 3 days, no one is allowed to touch her except you, that's what I said." Wang Chang was extremely excited and thanked Daoj profusely. "Thank you, Daoj. Thank you, Daoj. Let's go, I'll lead the way." Wang Chang took the lead and led everyone towards Lu Chen's house. Suddenly, everyone noticed a handsome young man standing in the corridor. The man was holding a black knife and looking calmly at the group of over 20 people in front of him. "Lu Chen, why are you here?" Wang Chang immediately recognized the man as Lu Chen. The knife in Lu Chen's hand made Wang Chang wary, as he didn't know where Lu Chen got such a weapon. And how did he mysteriously appear in the corridor? Looking at Wang Chang among the crowd, Lu Chen frowned. When he went upstairs earlier, he heard a lot of noise and footsteps coming from Wang Chang's room, which made him feel uneasy. Now, over 20 people crowded the narrow corridor, and Wang Chang seemed very familiar with them. After some thought, Lu Chen roughly guessed their intentions. Sure enough, Wang Chang said to Daoj beside him, "Daoj, this is the Lu Chen I told you about. He has a lot of supplies stored at home." Wang Chang pointed to the door behind Lu Chen. "The supplies are in that room. The house opposite is where Lu Chen and his girlfriend live. I haven't been inside, but I guess there are also a lot of supplies in there." Daoj nodded, took 2 steps forward, and pulled out a solid iron rod from his waist. "Kid, listen to me, put down the knife, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you won't even be able to die later." The gleaming long knife in Lu Chen's hand made the people behind Daoj wary, so they didn't dare to approach immediately. This group of people were tough but cowardly when it came to real fighting with knives and guns. Daoj understood this and knew he had to deal with Lu Chen himself. At this moment, Li Bin and Sun Lan also heard the commotion outside the door. The two opened the door and walked out of the room, only to find Lu Chen facing off with over 20 people. "Lu Go, what's going on?" Daoj, who was far away, saw Li Bin and Sun Lan, and his eyes fell on Sun Lan, sizing her up. "Haha, this girl looks pretty good, petite and my type." Sun Lan seemed frightened by Daoj's gaze and quickly hid behind Li Bin. Li Bin shielded Sun Lan and instantly understood that the situation was not good. He looked at Daoj with a dark expression and took out a folding knife from his pocket. Meanwhile, the door to Chaya's room opened, and she saw Lu Chen and others facing a group of menacing men, with Wang Chang among them. When Daoj saw Chaya come out, his eyes widened. Daoj swore he had never seen such a beautiful woman in real life before. This woman is even more beautiful than those female celebrities on TV screens. He nudged Wang Chang next to him. "Damn, Wang Chang, is this the girlfriend of Lu Chen you were talking about?" Wang Chang smiled and said, "Yes, Dao Gu, it's her." Dao Gu instantly regretted agreeing to Wang Chang's request. However, since he had agreed in front of so many people, he couldn't back out. He patted Wang Chang on the shoulder with a smile. "You have a good eye, this woman is indeed exceptional, I'll give her to you. As promised earlier, this woman is yours for the first 3 days, but after 3 days, she will be mine." Wang Chang felt somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to keep Xiaoya for a long time, but he had anticipated this outcome. A woman as beautiful as Xiaoya, how could Dao Gu possibly let her go? He flattered, of course, Dao Gu has the final say. It seemed that they didn't take Lu Chen and the others seriously, as they began discussing as if no one else was present. Xiaoya was slightly angry to hear these two discussing her ownership in front of her. She turned to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, what's going on?" Lu Chen calmly said, "Wang Chang has betrayed us, he brought these people to try to rob our supplies. That man who looks like a pig should be their leader." Lu Chen could have easily dealt with these people, but he chose not to act to let Li Bin see Wang Chang's true colors. Wang Chang did not disappoint Lu Chen, quickly revealing his true intentions. Although Lu Chen didn't know where Wang Chang had found these lackeys, it didn't matter to him. "Damn, who are you calling a pig?" Dao Gu was furious after hearing Lu Chen's words. He didn't expect Lu Chen and the others to be so bold in the face of their group of over 20 people. "You wait for me, kid, I'll break your legs later and make you watch as your woman is played with." Others joined in the insults. "Dao Gu, teach him a lesson. This brat is so arrogant even at death's door. Dao Gu, get him." Initially, Dao Gu was somewhat wary of the long knife in Lu Chen's hand. But now, he was provoked by Lu Chen. How could he lose face in front of so many underlings? He raised an iron rod and charged straight at Lu Chen. Dao Ji's eyes turned extremely fierce in that moment. I'll smash you into pieces with this iron rod. Dao Ge was extremely confident in his strength, believing that no one could withstand his blow. Just a few steps away from Lu Chen, he suddenly moved. Dao Ge only saw a blurry figure flash by. Before he could see the opponent's move clearly, he felt a heavy blow to his chest, as if struck by an iron hammer. The iron rod in Dao Ji's hand slipped and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He was then sent flying by Lu Chen's punch, landing among the people behind him. Dao Ji's massive body crashed into the crowd, with Wang Chang being the first to bear the brunt, nearly fainting from the impact. But Wang Chang dared not complain, quickly helping Dao Ge up with the others. Dao Ge, are you okay? Dao Ge struggled to get up from the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. He looked at Lu Chen in horror, realizing the terrifying power behind that punch. As a power-type awakener, he was punched by Lu Chen without any chance to fight back. If he didn't have the strong physique of an awakener, that punch might have taken half his life. Moreover, Lu Chen's movements were too fast just now. If Lu Chen had used a knife instead of a fist, he might have been dead by now. Could this kid also be an awakener? Dao Ge was filled with fear, cold sweat dripping down his back. He instantly knew that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Everyone, including Wang Chang, looked at Lu Chen with some strange expressions in their eyes. They had witnessed Dao Ji's strength before, that exaggerated power was simply like a humanoid monster. And yet Lu Chen was able to send Dao Ge flying with just one punch? What kind of terrifying power was this? At this moment, Lu Chen had already returned to Xiaoya's side and said to her, I'll leave these people to you to deal with. It's a good opportunity to test your lightning intensity. Keep Wang Chang here. Xiaoya nodded. Just now, Dao Ge and Wang Chang had been disrespectful to her, and she had been holding back her anger. She reached out her hand, with electric light flashing, electricity swirling around her fingertips, making a crackling sound. Dao Ji's face immediately changed. Damn! This woman is also an Esper, run! He hadn't expected that this seemingly beautiful woman was also an Esper, and moreover, the most powerful elemental Esper. Just last night, Dao Ge had seen a lot of information about Espers online, as many people had awakened their Esper abilities, leading to intense discussions online. In general, the total number of Espers was very small, with only a few people awakening their abilities. Among Espers, those with abilities related to strength, agility, and physical enhancement were the most common. Elemental Espers and some special types of Espers were relatively rare. Dao Ge had thought that although his ability was not powerful, it should be enough to dominate a small area. He never expected to be so unlucky to encounter such a powerful Esper on his first try. At this moment, Dao Ge didn't care about his reputation anymore. Relying on his Esper-enhanced physique, he ran faster than anyone else, just wanting to leave as quickly as possible. But even if he ran fast, how could he possibly be faster than the speed of lightning? Xiaoya released multiple lightning bolts from her hand simultaneously, countless dazzling electric arcs flying towards everyone. This was a characteristic of the lightning Esper ability. With sufficient energy, it could attack multiple targets at the same time. Unlike Lu Chen's spatial blade, which cut directly through. Therefore, in the early stages, the lightning Esper ability was more effective when facing a large number of zombies compared to other Esper abilities. When the lightning struck the people, their bodies immediately began to convulse wildly, falling to the ground and quickly losing their vitality. The whole process took only a few seconds, and Xiaoya's move instantly killed more than 20 people, leaving a burnt smell in the corridor. Following Lu Chen's instructions, Xiaoya spared Wang Chang's life, as he was the only one not hit by the lightning. Wang Chang was completely stunned, sitting on the ground, looking at the charred bodies around him with a terrified expression. He dared not run, fearing that any movement on his part would lead to the same fate as Dao Ge and the others. Li Bin and Sun Lan beside him were also shocked, never expecting Xiaoya to be so powerful. Lu Chen walked slowly towards Dao Ge, whose body was still twitching slightly, his face full of fear. He truly lived up to the physique of an esper, not yet completely dead. Lu Chen stabbed him in the heart, ending his life. This action made Wang Chang shudder. Looking at Lu Chen in front of him, he felt extremely unfamiliar. In his mind, Lu Chen had always been an ordinary person, just a bit luckier for stocking up on supplies earlier. But now, for the first time, Wang Chang felt genuine fear from Lu Chen. Lu Chen ignored Wang Chang and used his knife to cut open Dao Ji's forehead. When the tip of the knife touched something hard, he flicked it and a crystal was taken out from Dao Ji's forehead. There is indeed a crystal. This crystal looked slightly larger than the crystals produced by ordinary zombies. Lu Chen had heard in his previous life that espers, like zombies, also produced crystals. Unlike zombies, who only had a 1/3 chance of producing crystals, espers always had crystals. Just like the mutated crystals of zombies and alien beasts, the crystals of the superhumans can also enhance the user's strength when absorbed, and there is a certain probability of comprehending the skills of the other party. However, this Dao brother seems to have only average strength, and Lu Chen does not expect his crystal to be much stronger than the crystal of an ordinary zombie. Lu Chen wiped the crystal clean and put it back into the storage space. You have obtained one mutated crystal, critical hit effect increased by 100,000 times. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 mutated crystals. After collecting the mutated crystals, Lu Chen looked towards Wang Chang. The cold gaze made Wang Chang shiver uncontrollably, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Lu Chen asked coldly, "Where is Zhang Qian?" Wang Chang hurriedly replied, "She is in the room, I'll take you there." Wang Chang quickly got up from the ground and led the way. Li Bin, Sun Lan, and others followed, their faces filled with worry, as if they had a bad premonition. Following Wang Chang, they arrived at his room. Wang Chang stood at the bedroom door with his back to everyone, hesitating with his hand on the doorknob. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind to open the door. As the door was pushed open, everyone frowned. They saw Zhang Qian lying naked on the bed, covered in bruises and wounds, with bloodstains on the sheets. Her hands and feet were tied up, and her mouth was taped shut. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture she had endured. Xiao Chen. Sun Lan's eyes turned red instantly. She quickly rushed forward and untied the ropes on Zhang Qian's hands. Xiaoya also hurried forward to help, taking off her coat and covering Zhang Qian. "Xiao Qian, what happened to you?" Sun Lan's voice was choked with tears, looking at Xiao Qian's miserable appearance, feeling heartbroken. Zhang Qian's originally numb and desperate eyes finally showed some signs of life when she saw Sun Lan and the others. She hugged Sun Lan and burst into tears. "Woo woo. Lan Jia, Wang Chang is not human, he brought a group of people back, taking turns to violate me, woo. They even said they would kill Bin Gu and Lu Gu, and take away your supplies." Suddenly, Zhang Qian realized that Lu Chen and the others were all unharmed and appeared here. Are you all right?" Li Bin's heart burned with anger. He rushed forward, kicked Wang Chang hard in the body. Bang! Wang Chang was kicked against the wall, let out a muffled groan, showing a painful expression. Li Bin flipped him over and mercilessly punched his face over and over again. "Wang Chang, you beast! You are worse than a pig and a dog." Wang Chang's face was covered in blood from Li Bin's beating, but he didn't dare to fight back at all. He cried out, "Bin Gu, please stop, I was forced by those people, if I didn't agree, they said they would kill me." Li Bin didn't stop his actions at all, instead, he hit even harder. "Are you still lying? I'll beat you to death." Wang Chang's appearance in the corridor didn't look like he was being forced at all. Lu Chen stepped forward to stop Li Bin and pulled him up. Then he searched through Wang Chang's pockets and found his phone, checked his calls, messages, and communication apps. After a while, Lu Chen finally found the chat records between Wang Chang and Dao Gu on a video app called Dobua. He handed the phone to Li Bin, who, after reading it, cursed loudly, "Is this what you call being forced? Is this what you call being forced?" He stomped on Wang Chang a few times, feeling unsatisfied, then grabbed a stool and hit him hard on the head. Wang Chang was beaten half to death, muttering, "Please stop, please stop, I really was forced. Sun Lan closed the bedroom door and, together with Xiaoya, helped Zhang Qian put on her clothes. Zhang Qian unsteadily got off the bed, walking with some difficulty. Sun Lan felt heartbroken watching her. She supported Zhang Qian, tears falling uncontrollably. While at the barbecue restaurant, she had always treated Zhang Qian as her own sister. Now seeing Zhang Qian in such a state, she felt heartbroken. After Xiaoya and Sun Lan helped Zhang Qian change into clean clothes, they led her out of the bedroom. Lu Chen glanced at them, sighed, and said, "You two go back first, Li Bin and I will handle things here." Zhang Qian suddenly walked up to Lu Chen, choked up, and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. If only I had listened to you earlier and stayed with Bin and Lan, I wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all my fault." Lu Chen sighed, his expression complex. He had already advised Zhang Qian today, but he couldn't persuade her. He never expected Zhang Qian to be so devoted to Wang Chang. What surprised him even more was how cruel Wang Chang was to a girl who loved him so deeply. "Go back and rest well." Lu Chen didn't know how to comfort her. What happened to her was too cruel for a young girl in her prime. He could only hope that time would heal her wounds. Xiaoya and Sun Lan left Wang Chang's room with Zhang Qian. Lu Chen said to Li Bin, "Why don't you go rest for a while too? Your hand seems to be injured. I'll take care of him." Li Bin had injured his hand while beating Wang Chang too hard earlier. His knuckles had split open, blood dripping continuously. "Brother Lu, I'm fine." Li Bin's eyes were red with anger as he glared at Wang Chang like a wild beast ready to pounce. "I will personally deal with this beast." Li Bin took out a folding knife and slowly approached Wang Chang. "Bin, don't. Don't kill me. I beg you." Wang Chang, lying on the ground half dead from the beating, was suddenly terrified. He crawled backward with his hands on the ground, trying to escape. But Li Bin and Lu Chen blocked the door, leaving Wang Chang with nowhere to run. Just then, two women's screams were heard from outside the door. "Ah! Xiao Chen!" Lu Chen and Li Bin rushed out upon hearing the voices. However, they only saw Sun Lan and Xiaoya, with Zhang Qian nowhere to be found. Sun Lan was sitting on the ground looking devastated, while Xiaoya was pale, staring downstairs. Li Bin hurried over to help Sun Lan up, while Lu Chen asked Xiaoya, "What's wrong? Where is Zhang Qian?" Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Qian." She jumped off the building. Lu Chen glanced down the internal window of the corridor and saw a bloody mess below, furrowing his brow. "Lu Chen, what should we do?" Xiaoya's voice quivered with a hint of tears, her body trembling. Lu Chen embraced her, gently patting her back. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he met Wang Chang's panicked gaze. Wang Chang took a step back and tried to run, as if attempting to escape. Lu Chen swiftly threw a spatial blade, instantly severing one of Wang Chang's legs. "Ah!" Wang Chang let out a scream as he fell to the ground. Clutching his severed leg, he cried out in agony. My leg, my leg!" Lu Chen patted Xiaoya's shoulder. "You and Sun Lan go back first." Xiaoya nodded, helping Sun Lan up and leading her back into the room. Sun Lan looked dazed, clearly deeply affected. Li Bin stood up, glaring at Wang Chang, holding the folding knife, and slowly advancing towards him. Lu Chen stood aside, watching Li Bin approach Wang Chang without intervening. He wasn't worried that Li Bin would fail. Wang Chang was unarmed and now missing a leg. If Li Bin couldn't handle this, he wouldn't have lived long enough to meet Lu Chen in their past life. Lu Chen remembered when he first met Li Bin in his previous life, before Li Bin became an esper. Even then, Li Bin had shown superior combat skills compared to ordinary people. Lu Chen knew Li Bin had been in the military before, but he wasn't sure of his specific role. Wang Chang, despite being strong, has completely lost his fighting spirit after losing a leg. Sometimes, physical strength is not the key factor in determining the outcome of a battle. "Bing, please spare me, I won't dare again next time." Wang Chang continued to plead, with snot and tears mixed together, desperately crawling backward, looking extremely embarrassed. Li Bin did not respond to him. When he was only a few meters away from Wang Chang, he suddenly accelerated. He rushed up and held down Wang Chang, sitting on top of him. Wang Chang began to struggle hard, but Li Bin's position was advantageous, and with one leg missing, Wang Chang was unable to exert any force. In addition, with one leg missing, it was even more difficult for him to exert force from the lower body, completely unable to break free from Li Bin's control. Li Bin's left fist smashed into Wang Chang's nose, causing him to cry out in pain. Taking advantage of the moment when Wang Chang closed his eyes in pain, Li Bin revealed the small folding knife in his right hand and ruthlessly stabbed it into Wang Chang's chest. Seeing Li Bin's knife, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This knife was perfectly timed, avoiding Wang Chang's ribs and accurately piercing his heart. Such a skilled knife, if not for luck, could only mean that Li Bin had a deep understanding of human anatomy. When Lu Chen met Li Bin in the previous life, it was already some time after the apocalypse had arrived. At that time, Lu Chen thought that Li Bin's skills were honed after the apocalypse. Now it seems that Li Bin was already powerful from the beginning. He was not just a chubby barbecue restaurant owner as he appeared on the surface. Lu Chen began to look forward to what kind of strength Li Bin would have after becoming a supernatural being. Li Bin slowly pressed the knife into Wang Chang's heart, and various emotions flashed in Wang Chang's eyes: resentment, fear, and unwillingness. He struggled with all his might, trying to push Li Bin away from him. But the moment his heart was pierced, the power in his body began to rapidly fade away. The anger in Li Bin's eyes gradually disappeared, leaving only a coldness, like an indifferent executioner. He and Wang Chang stared at each other, watching Wang Chang's life slowly slip away in his hands. Finally, Wang Chang lost all his strength, his hands weakly falling down, his face still showing a look of horror. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to feel that Li Bin was undergoing a transformation. This was a process that all those who survived in the apocalypse had to go through. With the disappearance of civilization, order, morality, and law also disappeared, and humanity returned to barbarism. The survival of the fittest. To survive, one must adapt to all this. This is the apocalypse, and no one can stay out of it. Li Bin sat up from Wang Chang's body, the adrenaline slowly fading away, his body starting to tremble slightly. Lu Chen walked to the inner window of the corridor and looked down. Perhaps the smell of blood emanating from Zhang Qian's body attracted the surrounding zombies. The zombies in the community had been almost cleared by Lu Chen, but now a new group appeared out of nowhere. Lu Chen picked up Wang Chang's body and threw him directly from the building. Deal with these bodies too. Looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, Lu Chen decided to throw them down and let the zombies deal with them, which was the easiest way. He didn't want these bodies to rot and smell on the floor where he lived. Li Bin said nothing, silently put away the folding knife, and began to move the bodies with Lu Chen. One by one, they threw the bodies down. The bodies fell to the ground, making a dull sound, which sounded particularly harsh in the quiet community. After finishing their work, the corridor returned to its usual emptiness, with only the bloodstains on the ground and the lingering smell of burnt flesh in the air proving that everything that had just happened was real. After throwing down the last body, Li Bin sat on the ground, looking a bit exhausted. He suddenly asked Lu Chen, "Lu Gu, do you have cigarettes?" Lu Chen was taken aback, as he remembered that Li Bin never smoked. Although Lu Chen himself didn't smoke, he had stored a lot of cigarettes in his storage space. Although Lu Chen found it hard to understand, cigarettes were a valuable commodity in the post-apocalyptic world, so he had stocked up on some. Lu Chen took out an expensive pack of cigarettes and handed it to Li Bin, along with a lighter. Li Bin leaned against the wall, behind which was where Zhang Qian had jumped off. With trembling hands, he tore open the cigarette packaging, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, experiencing a rush of mixed emotions. He had smoked too hard. "This cigarette is really harsh on the throat, sorry for wasting your cigarette, Lu Gu." Li Bin casually threw the cigarette on the ground, extinguished it with his foot, and returned the remaining cigarette to Lu Chen. "It's okay." Lu Chen took the cigarette. Since he didn't smoke, he didn't mind. If his storage space wasn't so large, he wouldn't bother stocking up on cigarettes. Li Bin stared blankly ahead, muttering, I knew Wang Chang wasn't a good person long ago. Lan Lan and I advised Xiao Qian before, but Wang Chang was her first love, and she couldn't let go. As he spoke, Li Bin's eyes reddened. Xiao Qian's mother is in poor health. She works hard to earn more money for her mother's medical expenses. She's such a sensible child. Lu Chen didn't know what to say. He wasn't good at comforting others. He knew that Zhang Qian's death was quite shocking and hard to accept for Li Bin, Sun Lan, and Xiaoya, who had never experienced the post-apocalyptic world. But Lu Chen had long been accustomed to it. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Zhang Qian's worst fate would have been getting dumped by Wang Chang and feeling sad for a while. But in the apocalypse, any person's feelings and dreams were insignificant. Human cruelty and brutality were magnified to the extreme in this chaotic world, and foolish and kind people might pay with their lives. What the hell is going on? Li Bin suddenly broke down emotionally, holding his head and pulling his hair, crying. But to Lu Chen, his reaction seemed normal. Initially, the countless deaths and zombies in the city only brought fear to people. It was only when their loved ones died in front of them that they truly felt how cruel the apocalypse was. At night, Lu Chen, Li Bin, and others sat together. Lu Chen explained to Sun Lan and Li Bin what abilities were all about. So, that knife brother is also an ability user? Li Bin asked. That's right. Lu Chen picked up a napkin from the dining table, casually stored it in his storage space, and then took it out again. Everyone noticed that the napkin in Lu Chen's hand suddenly disappeared and then reappeared. I awakened a spatial ability, which allows me to store lifeless objects in another space and retrieve them at any time. With the cover of his spatial ability, Lu Chen no longer needed to explain what his storage space was all about. Lu Chen explained to them that he had awakened his ability a month before the apocalypse arrived. So he had started hoarding various foods and resources, which made sense of what happened later. Li Bin and Sun Lan were both amazed. How can one obtain abilities? Li Bin's eyes showed longing, as today's events had a great impact on him. He realized that if it weren't for Xiaoya and Lu Chen's intervention today, he and Sun Lan might have ended up in a worse situation. In such chaotic times, without enough power to protect oneself and those around, one would become vulnerable. But Lu Chen shook his head. For now, it seems that abilities can only be naturally awakened. Lu Chen didn't tell Li Bin that ordinary people could also become ability users by ingesting crystals. Because the probability of an ordinary person becoming an ability user by taking a crystal is probably less than 1 in 100. Although Lu Chen heard that crystals dropped by some high-level zombies or mutant beasts could increase the user's success rate in becoming an ability user while reducing the probability of death, he had only heard about it. Once the awakening of the crystal fails, the brain will immediately die, turning into an irrational zombie. As for ability users, even if they eat mutant crystals like candy, it doesn't matter, at most, it's just that there is too much energy to absorb. However, compared to swallowing, Lu Chen still prefers to absorb the energy in the crystal through skin contact, as the effects of both methods are the same. Lu Chen only told Li Bin and Sun Lan that ordinary people who eat mutant crystals may turn into zombies, but did not tell them that doing so could awaken abilities. He was mainly afraid that the two would eat mutant crystals in pursuit of power without thinking. Moreover, based on the previous life, Li Bin would eventually become an ability user, just a little later, so there was no need for him to let Li Bin take this risk. As for Sun Lan, Lu Chen estimated that she was probably an ordinary person. It's not so coincidental in the world that all 4 people in a team are ability users, the probability is too low. Just finding Xiaoya, Lu Chen already considered himself extremely lucky, so how could he expect all 4 people to become ability users, which would be too good to be true? Oh, I see. Li Bin's expression seemed somewhat disappointed. Lu Chen comforted him, don't think too much, everyone has a chance, let's eat first. Lu Chen waved his hand, and the dining table was instantly filled with sumptuous food taken from his storage space. There were all kinds of meat and fish, as abundant as a New Year's Eve dinner. Looking at the steaming dishes on the table, Lu Chen's appetite opened up. He hadn't eaten all day and was hungry by now. Lu Chen picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Ever since becoming an ability user, his appetite had become exaggerated. The other three originally had no appetite, but seeing Lu Chen enjoy his meal so much, they seemed to be infected by him and also picked up their chopsticks to eat heartily. In no time, the table full of delicious food was cleared by everyone. After dinner, Li Bin and Sun Lan returned to their own houses, leaving only Lu Chen and Xiaoya in the house. Xiaoya was clearing the dishes to throw away, while Lu Chen sat in front of Xiaoya's computer. He wasn't planning to surf the internet, as the information online was basically worthless now. He opened the map software and searched for the location of a cold storage facility. After some searching, he finally locked onto the location of a cold storage facility owned by a company called Good Food. This company specialized in cold chain logistics and was the largest cold chain logistics company in Xinjiang City. The company used cold chain transportation to provide fresh vegetables, fruits, meats, as well as rice, flour, and oil to various supermarkets and restaurants in Xinjiang City every day. The cold storage facility was where the company stored its food products. All the food would be transported here for storage before being distributed to supermarkets and restaurants in Xinjiang City. If nothing unexpected happened, there should still be a large amount of food in the cold storage facility that had not yet spoiled. Tomorrow is the second day. The system provided an additional 3 days of 100,000 times material crit bonus. The first day was used by Lu Chen to collect mutant crystals, and now he had over 10 million mutant crystals in his storage space, which was more than enough. So Lu Chen planned to go out and collect some food next. Although he already had more resources in his storage space than he could use in a dozen lifetimes, who would complain about having too many resources? Collecting resources bit by bit in various supermarkets in the urban area would be too slow, and there were still many zombies in the city area. To save on rental costs, this cold storage is located on the outskirts of Xinjiang City, where even public transportation is scarce. It can be imagined that there won't be many zombies around. It looks like I'll have to go there tomorrow, Lu Chen decided in his heart. He was about to shut down the computer when he heard Xiaoya's exclamation from the living room, followed by a few cheerful barks. Lu Chen, come and see, Xiaohei. Lu Chen quickly went to the living room and saw Xiaohei wagging his tail, bouncing around Xiaoya, looking very excited. When it saw Lu Chen, it barked twice at him, as if to say, look at me, look at me. Xiaohei opened its mouth and spewed out a hot green flame towards the empty space in front of it. Ha! A green flame? Lu Chen had heard in his past life that Xiaohei's flames were extraordinary. Once touched by its flames, even a little bit, the flames would spread throughout the body like maggots on bones, difficult to extinguish. Lu Chen hadn't expected the flame to be green, giving off a somewhat eerie feeling. No wonder others called it Hellhound. Indeed, it seems you have awakened too. Lu Chen bent down and patted Xiaohei's head, which Xiaohei enjoyed, wagging its tail happily. After being patted by Lu Chen, Xiaohei ran back to Xiaoya and rubbed against her leg. Lu Chen had heard that ordinary animals, after awakening as mutant beasts, would also greatly increase their intelligence. Xiaohei indeed seemed smarter. It appeared to recognize the close relationship between Xiaoya and Lu Chen, hence trying to please Xiaoya. Xiaoya was pleased and squatted down to pat Xiaohei. The little guy is really thoughtful. It seems I didn't feed you in vain today. After showing off in front of the two, Xiaohei barked twice at the black cat on the sofa, its eyes full of pride and show-off, but the black cat ignored it. Seeing the black cat ignore it, Xiaohei jumped onto the sofa and spewed a flame towards the ceiling, seemingly showing off to the black cat. Just as it was showing off, Lu Chen grabbed its neck from behind and lifted it up. No more spitting fire in the house. Got it? If you burn the house, I'll beat you up. Xiaohei seemed to understand Lu Chen's words and let out a whimper. Xiaoya said to Lu Chen on the side, this little guy has a huge appetite. I fed it 5 kilograms of meat today before it was full. I don't know how its small belly can hold 5 kilograms of meat. Lu Chen said, well, mutant beasts having a big appetite should be normal. I'll put more food in the fridge in the future to try to keep it full. He wasn't worried about Xiaohei's big appetite. Even if it ate 10 kilograms of meat a day, Lu Chen could afford to feed it. However, it seemed that Xiaohei, as a dog, might have better living conditions than most people, which was somewhat lamentable. He took out about 50 mutant crystals from his backpack and put them all in Xiaohei's food bowl. In the apocalypse, mutant beasts were not united. Different types of mutant beasts often fought each other. Some mutant beasts would also hunt and kill mutant zombies, with the sole purpose of obtaining the mutant crystals in their brains. Mutant crystals could quickly enhance their strength. Xiaohei's eyes lit up when it saw the crystals in the bowl. It rubbed against Lu Chen's leg a few times and then eagerly rushed to the bowl, swallowing several crystals in one gulp. Lu Chen noticed that it stopped after swallowing about 30 crystals. It seemed that, like human ability users, mutant beasts also had a limit on the number of crystals they could absorb each day. After swallowing 30 crystals, Xiaohei stood guard by the bowl, guarding the remaining crystals, looking like a miser. Unexpectedly, the black cat suddenly jumped off the sofa and walked towards Xiaohei. "Kulu, what are you up to?" Watching the black cat, it seemed like it was looking for trouble. Xiaoya was a bit worried about Kulu. After all, the current Little Black was a mutant beast. If Little Black sprayed Kulu, it would be over for him. Before she could stop it, she saw Kulu suddenly turn into a black shadow, moving as fast as an arrow, swiftly passing by Little Black. Lu Chen and Xiaoya were shocked. Such a fast speed. Lu Chen considered himself not slow, but the black cat's speed was much faster than his. In the next moment, the black cat had already retreated from Little Black's side and returned to the sofa. Little Black, who was slow to react, only then noticed that his dog bowl was missing. He looked up and saw the dog bowl under the black cat. Little Black became anxious, barking at Lu Chen several times in a row, sounding very aggrieved. Lu Chen, however, focused on the black cat. Only mutant beasts would be interested in mutant crystals, ordinary animals would have no reaction to them. Considering the black cat's speed just now, could Kulu also be a mutant beast? Lu Chen sat on the sofa and asked the black cat, "Are you also interested in these crystals?" It was unclear if the black cat understood Lu Chen's words, as it did not eat the mutant crystal in the dog bowl but instead walked over to Lu Chen and rubbed against him, with a hint of resentment in its eyes. Lu Chen understood its meaning and took out dozens of mutant crystals from the storage space, placing them next to the black cat. The black cat joyfully meowed and purred. It sat down and elegantly picked up the crystals one by one, swallowing them gracefully, much more elegant than Little Black. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This black cat is indeed a mutant beast. Xiaoya was stunned. "Ha? Is Kulu also a mutant beast?" No wonder the two of them hadn't noticed before. Kulu didn't look like Little Black, its appearance seemed unchanged, just slightly more robust than before. Lu Chen returned the dog bowl to Little Black, who quickly grabbed it and ran to the corner of the living room, hiding the bowl in the corner of the wall and protecting it with its body. Afterwards, Little Black yawned and fell asleep. Lu Chen had heard that after consuming mutant crystals, mutant beasts would absorb energy through sleep. Seeing Little Black like this, it seemed that the energy of the mutant crystals was starting to take effect. Even in its sleep, Little Black tightly guarded its dog bowl. Lu Chen shook his head at the sight. "This silly dog, can't you see that others despise your dog bowl?" Although Kulu took Little Black's dog bowl, it didn't eat a single crystal. Lu Chen speculated that Kulu was just jealous and didn't really want to eat the crystals in Little Black's bowl. However, Lu Chen was still happy. Most animals that had evolved into mutant beasts after living with humans for a long time would be loyal to their masters. Unless their owners had treated them poorly or abused them in the past. With intelligence, they would become closer to their owners, actively staying by their side and protecting their safety. Zhao Gang from the previous life was such a lucky example. Now, both mutant beasts had a good relationship with Lu Chen, and they loved the mutant crystals he had. This was great news for Lu Chen. In the late night, in Xiaoya's room, sweaty Xiaoya nestled in Lu Chen's arms, while Lu Chen held her from behind. After the long ordeal just now, both of them were a bit tired, and Lu Chen felt drowsiness creeping in. Half awake, Xiaoya suddenly called out softly, "Lu Chen." What's wrong? Xiaoya leaned closer to Lu Chen, pressing tightly against him. I feel so lucky to have met you, she said. Lu Chen guessed that Xiaoya must have witnessed Zhang Qian's fate, which led to her heartfelt words. If it weren't for Lu Chen, how much worse would her outcome have been compared to Zhang Qian's? Lu Chen shook his head and said seriously, no, I should say meeting you is my lucky charm. Lu Chen wasn't just being polite to her, he really meant it. Just because he decided to bring Xiaoya along by chance, his team now had an additional Thunder Elemental ability user and a mutant beast. Isn't that lucky enough? Xiaoya was deeply moved by Lu Chen's words. She buried her head in Lu Chen's arms, her face filled with a happy expression. The next day. Early in the morning, Sun Lan had just gotten up and saw Li Bin doing push-ups in the living room. 45, 46, 47. Oh, I can't do it. It's been a long time since I last practiced. Li Bin lay on the floor, panting heavily. Sun Lan curiously asked, Honey, what are you doing? Li Bin replied, I heard people online say that those with good physical fitness are more likely to become ability users, so I have to work hard. Sun Lan smiled. Since you retired, you've gained quite a few pounds, and now you're thinking about exercising, it might be too late. Li Bin was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. Huh, looking down on your husband, huh? Then I have to tell you the story of how I bravely won first place in the military competition back then. Sun Lan covered her ears. I'm not listening, my ears are calloused from listening. Li Bin stood up and reached out to remove her hands covering her ears. No, you have to listen, this time I'll tell you some different details. I don't want to, you always say that every time. In the corridor, Lu Chen, who was about to leave, heard the playful banter between Li Bin and his wife, showing a relieved smile. It seemed that after a night had passed, both of their moods had recovered quite well, which was the best outcome. Zhang Qian was no longer there, those who survived still had to continue living, it was meaningless to immerse oneself in grief. Lu Chen had the car keys in his pocket and walked downstairs along the stairs. To his slight surprise, he encountered several zombies in the corridors on each floor. He guessed that these zombies were attracted by the bodies thrown down last night. Lu Chen looked downstairs and indeed, the more than 20 bodies thrown down yesterday had disappeared, not even a few bones left. These zombies must have inadvertently wandered into this building. When the zombies spotted Lu Chen, they all went crazy and rushed towards him. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to release spatial blades one after another to kill these zombies one by one, then picked out their crystals. After a whole day of fighting yesterday, Lu Chen felt his strength had improved rapidly. At this rate, I should be able to level up to a level 2 ability user soon, right? Ability users can be classified from level 1 to 10 based on their strength, and above level 10, there are King, Emperor, and the legendary Saint levels. The reason for this classification of strength is because there are natural barriers in the energy channels of ability users. Whenever an ability user's strength reaches a certain level, they will break through these barriers and enter the next realm. Some say this is opening up the meridians, while others say it's unlocking genetic locks. But regardless, these barriers are real, and any ability user can feel their presence. Each advancement in realm brings a huge boost in strength to the ability user and may also lead to the understanding of new skills. However, in his past life, Lu Chen had only seen a level 7 ability user who was the most powerful. That level 7 ability user had instantly destroyed a large base with just one move, leaving a deep impression on Lu Chen. If a level 7 ability user was already so powerful, how terrifying would those above level 10 be? As for the legendary Saint level ability user, Lu Chen had never even heard of it, he even doubted if this level of ability user truly existed. If they did exist, how terrifying would their strength be? Along the way, Lu Chen easily killed all the zombies he encountered and arrived safely at the underground parking lot. The Mustang he rented before is still parked here. Lu Chen took out the keys and started the vehicle. The car hasn't suffered any major collisions yet and still looks intact. Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. Oh, how could I forget about this car? Lu Chen opened the door, got out of the car, and stored the off-road vehicle in the storage space. You have obtained an off-road vehicle, critical hits are effective 100,000 times. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 off-road vehicles. Indeed, even vehicles are considered as goods by the system. In this way, even if the car is damaged, he wouldn't feel bad, as there are still 100,000 spare vehicles. After making a copy, Lu Chen summoned another vehicle and got back in. Although he was not familiar with the location of the cold storage, the vehicle's built-in GPS navigation system was still functional. Lu Chen checked and found that the cold storage was not far away, probably about a 20-minute drive. However, with zombies everywhere in the city, Lu Chen had to take a detour from less populated areas on the outskirts, which might take some extra time. Along the way, Lu Chen drove recklessly, hitting any zombies that dared to block his path. Since he had plenty of spare vehicles, he didn't care if the car got damaged. Occasionally, he could hear cries for help from the roadside, and even some survivors daring to stop his car. Lu Chen ignored them all, hitting the gas pedal and driving past them, treating them like zombies. Who knows what these people would do if they managed to stop his car? Lu Chen drove around, avoiding areas with many zombies, as well as abandoned vehicles and obstacles on the road. The 20-minute journey took 40 minutes to reach the destination, nearly doubling the time. The cold storage was located in an industrial park. As he entered the industrial park, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. With few people around, Lu Chen hardly saw any zombies along the way. After all, there were not many workers here, and the zombies from the city center had not reached this area yet. Lu Chen easily found the location of the cold storage. The stone monument at the entrance of the cold storage Red Good Vegetable Cold Chain Transport Company Ltd. Lu Chen drove his car directly through the gate and entered the premises. The first thing that caught his eye was a vast open space. On both sides were two huge warehouses, with several trucks parked in the distance. There were many small platforms at the warehouse entrances, presumably used for loading and unloading goods from these trucks. If Lu Chen guessed correctly, these two warehouses should be where the food was stored, and he decided to check the one on the left first. He drove to the warehouse on the left, where the large gate read Warehouse No. 1. Lu Chen got out of the car, walked to the gate, and saw a small map posted on it, outlining the warehouse's area divisions. Looking at it, the left side was the frozen storage area, the middle was the chilled storage area, and the right was the ambient storage area. After some thought, he decided to check the ambient storage area first. Following the directions on the small map, Lu Chen headed towards the ambient storage area. Strange, is there really no one here? Lu Chen felt curious because near the warehouse, he hadn't seen a single person, let alone a zombie. Although this place had few people, there should at least be some zombies around. Could it be that this company happened to be on holiday on the day of the zombie outbreak? However, Lu Chen quickly dismissed this idea because these cold chain transport companies usually operate year-round. Supermarkets and restaurants in Shangjiang City need to purchase large quantities of fresh food every day, so these cold storage facilities wouldn't easily take a day off. Nevertheless, the absence of even a single zombie here seemed somewhat eerie. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the room temperature storage area of Warehouse No. 1. The rolling door of the warehouse was half open, about half a person's height. Just below this half-open rolling door, Lu Chen found half a leg bone. Lu Chen stepped forward and tried to move the half leg bone. Obviously, it was a human leg bone. Lu Chen carefully examined the leg bone and quickly concluded that the owner of this leg bone was definitely not killed by zombies. The flesh on the leg bone had been gnawed clean. If it were a zombie, it would not have gnawed the flesh so cleanly. Lu Chen bent down to observe carefully. The leg bone was covered with various small bite marks, resembling bite marks from some small rodent. These bite marks looked fresh, with fresh bloodstains remaining on them. Lu Chen speculated that the owner of this bone should have died no more than a day ago. Could it be mutant rats? Looking at the bite marks, Lu Chen could not think of any other creature besides rats. Although after the apocalypse, any animal could mutate, the most common animals in the city were cats, dogs, and rats, right? Lu Chen remembered a rat disaster that broke out in the official shelter established by Shangjiang City in his previous life. Thousands of mutant rats invaded the official shelter and completely destroyed the food stored in the warehouse. Although these rats were eventually successfully eliminated, the shelter paid a huge price. The mutant rats not only killed many survivors but also killed several espers. The most deadly part was that they carried various viruses and bacteria, making much of the remaining food inedible. Many survivors in the shelter died because of this rat plague. Recalling his thoughts, Lu Chen walked to the rolling door and lifted it up, causing the door to make a rattling sound. As if in response to Lu Chen's actions, there was a rustling sound coming from inside the warehouse. There really is something inside. Lu Chen lifted the rolling door, and the outside light instantly shone into the dark warehouse, revealing a scene that made his scalp tingle. The warehouse was filled with various grains and oils, and these grains were now crawling with a large group of rats. Startled by the noise, the rats began to scurry around. The rats were densely packed, numbering at least 1,000, looking very creepy. Moreover, these rats were much larger than ordinary rats, with red glints in their eyes, looking quite terrifying. Obviously, these were a group of rats mutated after the apocalypse. The grains stored in the warehouse had been ravaged by them. The bags containing the grains had many bite marks, leaking everywhere. Lu Chen also smelled a strong stench of rat feces, which was nauseating. It seemed that these rats had already made this place their nest, freely eating and defecating here. Lu Chen instantly understood why there were no traces of zombies or humans here. With these mutant rats around, not to mention humans, even zombies would be gnawed to the bone. After a brief panic, the rats finally noticed Lu Chen's presence. They seemed to be provoked by Lu Chen, before an intruder, and began to emit ear-piercing cries. Dozens of rats closer to Lu Chen rushed towards him. These mutant rats are indeed fierce. It was evident that these rats were not afraid of humans at all, and even actively attacked Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not dare to delay and quickly summoned his armor. He first raised his hand and consecutively threw out several spatial blades, cutting the leading rats in half, killing them on the spot. However, the remaining rats had already rushed to Lu Chen's front, forcing him to fight with his sword. With each slash, Lu Chen killed a mutant rat. But there were many rats, and they were small in size, agile in movement. In an instant, more than a dozen rats had climbed onto his body. These rats seemed to go mad, frantically gnawing at his armor. But Lu Chen's armor was made of special materials, so even though the mutated rats' teeth were sharp, they could only leave scratches on it. Lu Chen grabbed a few rats crawling on him and threw them to the ground, making the rats squeal in pain. Lu Chen quickly realized that he couldn't continue to entangle with these rats, as he might be surrounded by them if he kept going. The dozen or so rats attacking him were just the vanguard. If the rest of the rats swarmed in later, even his armor, no matter how strong, could be gnawed through. Seeing the rats behind starting to get restless, Lu Chen decided not to fight anymore and turned to run. He ran to his off-road vehicle, grabbed the rats still gnawing on his armor, and threw them off one by one. "Stop biting, your teeth are all broken and you're still gnawing." Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh at how ferocious these mutated rats were. One rat even had its teeth broken but was still fiercely biting Lu Chen's armor, seemingly determined to destroy it along with Lu Chen. After grabbing these rats and throwing them to the ground, they were left bleeding from their wounds and died on the spot. Lu Chen looked back and saw that the mutated rats in the warehouse did not follow him out. It seems these rats have a strong sense of territory. These mutated rats had no worries about food and drink in their territory, so there was no need to provoke other creatures. But once someone entered their territory, they would attack the intruders ferociously. After killing the dozen or so rats on him, Lu Chen picked up one rat's body, cut open its scalp with a knife, and found a small mutated crystal underneath. Although the crystal was small, about 1/3 the size of a zombie's mutated crystal, every little bit counted, so Lu Chen stored it in his space. Lu Chen didn't rush to deal with the remaining rat bodies, he simply opened the car door and got in. With so many rats, he couldn't handle them alone and needed to go back for reinforcements. At noon, Li Bin was sweating profusely, lying on the floor, feeling sore all over and completely drained of energy. He had been exercising at home all morning, and now his strength was almost depleted. If he hadn't decided to exercise today, he wouldn't have realized how much his physical fitness had declined. In the past, running 10 kilometers off-road was a piece of cake for him, but now doing a few push-ups and sit-ups felt like a matter of life and death. Sun Lan watched Li Bin exercise so hard, feeling sorry for him, and wiped his sweat with a towel. Li Bin gasped for breath and sighed, I'm really getting old, can't compare to the past. Sun Lan chuckled at his words. You're only 23, how can you be old? You've just been lazy and gained weight in the past 2 years. Li Bin blushed at Sun Lan's blunt words. Enough, do you have no mercy on me? As they were chatting, a knock on the door interrupted them. Li Bin immediately asked, Who is it? He stood up from the floor and picked up a long knife on the table. The knife was given to him by Lu Chun yesterday for self-defense, along with a set of armor. A stranger's voice came from outside the door. Hello, brother, I'm your neighbor, also living on this floor. I'm the guy named Wang Chang, who used to live across from me. Li Bin suddenly realized that there were 4 households on this floor, and Wang Chang's room was empty, but there were people living across from him. However, those people had always kept to themselves and showed no intention of interacting with Lu Chen and the others. Lu Chen and his group also had no intention of getting to know them. Unexpectedly, the neighbor had come to knock on the door. Is there something you need? Li Bin's voice carried a hint of caution. He asked aloud while looking through the peephole of the security door, only to see a man in a suit standing at the door. Although he was dressed neatly, his unkempt hair and haggard face indicated that he was in a bad state of mind. Beside the man was a timid little boy hiding behind him. Sorry to bother you, brothers. I didn't want to come and ask for your help, but my son hasn't eaten for a long time. I'm afraid he'll have problems if he goes hungry any longer. Can you please give my son some food? I don't care about myself, I just ask for some food for my son. Li Bin immediately understood the man's intention. If things went as expected, this man should have heard about the whole incident at Wang Chang's betrayal that day. Obviously, he already knew that Lu Chen's house had stored a lot of supplies. If the man was alone, Li Bin might have refused without hesitation. But seeing the pitiful little boy standing outside the door, Li Bin's thoughts wavered. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and said, Brother, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I am also a guest here, nothing in the house belongs to me, I can't make that decision, please ask someone else. Li Bin still chose to refuse the man. After the incident with Wang Chang, he found it hard to trust others completely. Moreover, the man in front of him was a stranger. Unexpectedly, the man knelt down in front of Li Bin's door. With tears and snot, his voice trembling, he said, Please, brother, as long as you can give my son something to eat, I'll do anything you ask, I can transfer all the money on my card to you. Li Bin looked at the man several years older than him, calling him brother in order to get some food for his son, which made him feel uncomfortable. The man wore a brand-name watch and looked well-dressed, indicating that he was probably a person of considerable economic means before the apocalypse. However, after the apocalypse, the money in his bank account had become meaningless numbers. In order to feed his son, he abandoned his dignity and knelt in front of Li Bin, begging earnestly. Sun Lan softened and tugged at Li Bin's sleeve. Honey, why don't we share some of our food with them? Lu Chen allocated a lot of food to Li Bin and Sun Lan every day, but with their appetites, they couldn't finish it all. Well, this is all Lu Ji's stuff. Although it's allocated to us every day, we can't just give it away to anyone. Li Bin was conflicted. Outside the door, the little boy saw his father crying and started crying too. Dad, I'm not hungry, let's go back. The man hugged his son. Son, it's Dad's fault, I'm sorry, making you go hungry with me. Hearing the conversation between the father and son outside the door, Li Bin felt a lump in his throat. Somehow, he suddenly remembered his former squad leader in the army, who, after retiring, was stabbed several times for his bravery. The criminal escaped, the girl he saved also ran away, and the old squad leader was left disabled for nothing. But when Li Bin visited him once, the old squad leader said he had never regretted it. He thought to himself, why have I become like this? Oh well, forget it. I'll give them my food, even if I go hungry today. Li Bin walked to the living room and took some biscuits, canned food, instant noodles, and other items. The man, seeing no response from inside the room, looked disappointed. He was about to stand up and leave when suddenly the door opened. Li Bin stood at the door and handed him a bag of food. Just this once, I can't help you next time. The man's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly said, thank you, brother, thank you. You are truly my savior. Li Bin was somewhat uncomfortable with the other party's appearance. If there's nothing else, you should go back quickly, don't attract the zombies. Yes, brother, you're right. After the man left, Sun Lan saw the heavy expression on Li Bin's face and grabbed his hand. Honey, I'll share some food with you later, I have a small appetite. Li Bin helplessly smiled. I'm not worried about that, I'm thinking about how to explain to Brother Lu. The two looked at each other inside. At the same time, Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the man leaving with his child. She witnessed everything but did not intervene or stop Li Bin. Xiaoya was just following Lu Chen's instructions to protect the safety of Li Bin and Sun Lan. As for the matter of Li Bin giving food to the man, she planned to tell Lu Chen the truth later. Just as Xiaoya was about to return to the kitchen to continue cooking, familiar footsteps sounded in the hallway. Xiaoya looked through the peephole and a look of surprise flashed across her face. It was Lu Chen who had returned. Lu Chen had just reached the door and was about to take out his keys when Xiaoya opened the door ahead of time. She hugged Lu Chen and gave him a big hug. You're back. Seeing Lu Chen return, Kola, who was sleeping on the sofa, also ran over to greet him, rubbing against Lu Chen's leg affectionately. Ever since Lu Chen gave it dozens of crystal nuclei, it had become extremely close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen picked up Kola from the ground, examined it up and down, and became more satisfied the more he looked. With its robust physique and sharp claws, Kola was clearly a skilled mouse catcher. Lu Chen said to Xiaoya, I'll borrow Kola for a bit and take it out for a walk. Xiaoya was taken aback, not knowing what Lu Chen wanted to do with Kola, but she said, you don't need to ask me, it seems like it's more attached to you than me, you're its real owner. There was a hint of jealousy in Xiaoya's tone. Lu Chen laughed, it's okay, next time I'll let you feed it the mutant nuclei, then it'll be attached to you. With that, Lu Chen took out a mutant nucleus and gave it to Xiaoya. You stay at home today, continue absorbing the nuclei, and try to break through to level 2 as soon as possible. Xiaoya took the nucleus and obediently nodded. I got it. Lu Chen walked to the corner of the wall, where Little Black was curled up sleeping soundly. Its body had grown another circle, and its bones had become thicker and stronger, looking like it had grown to the size of a medium-sized dog. Since the dog cage could no longer contain it, Little Black had developed a habit of sleeping in the corner of the wall. Lu Chen lightly kicked Little Black's but as it was still lazing around. Arf? Little Black opened its sleepy eyes and looked at Lu Chen. When it saw Lu Chen holding Kola in his arms, it immediately barked several times, full of jealousy and urgency. Lu Chen said, Little Black, come with me, I'll take you out for a walk. Little Black instantly perked up. It had been cooped up at home these days. Generally, dogs need to be walked every day, especially energetic ones like Little Black. But it had been stuck at home these past few days, with no chance to go out, making it extremely uncomfortable. And with a cat staring at it all day at home, it couldn't move around freely. Little Black immediately jumped up, spinning around Lu Chen frantically, looking extremely excited. Xiaoya said, Are you going out again? I was just about to make lunch. Lu Chen shook his head. Don't worry about me, I have things to do, I'll come back for dinner. With that, Lu Chen prepared to leave with the cat. Just as Lu Chen opened the door opposite also opened. Li Bin behind the door saw Lu Chen holding a cat in his arms, with a dog following him, and was momentarily stunned. He smiled at Lu Chen and nodded in greeting. Immediately, Li Bin said to Lu Chen with a serious expression, Lu Ge, I need to be honest with you. Lu Chen, seeing his solemn expression, thought that something bad had happened. What's wrong? Li Bin told Lu Chen about giving food to the man earlier. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, I thought it was no big deal. Consider the food as my treat, just don't starve yourselves. However, Lu Chen then said seriously, but I have to tell you, today is only the second day of the zombie outbreak. Think about it, even if they are hungry, where can the father and son go? Their home can't be completely devoid of food, right? Li Bin suddenly showed a look of realization. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off. Lu Chen shook his head, knowing that in the absence of food, as long as there is water, one can survive for at least 10 to 20 days without any problems. If one has good physical condition and a bit more body fat, it is possible to survive for over a month. Li Bin was just too kind-hearted, feeling soft when he saw the man using his child as a shield. If it were another teammate doing the same, Lu Chen would have kicked them out long ago. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Li Bin had saved Lu Chen's life in the previous life. Lu Chen only had this one true brother who risked his life in the apocalypse. He also understood that the apocalypse had just begun, and it would take some time for Li Bin to change his mindset. Although Lu Chen was not clear about the true intentions of the father and son in the apocalypse, he always assumed the worst about strangers. Be careful with this man, next time he comes, don't open the door for him. Intuition told Lu Chen that something was off about the man. However, he was not particularly worried, as with Xiaoya, the psychic, around, no matter how many ordinary people came, it would be futile. Okay, we got it. Li Bin felt a bit guilty, knowing that his good intentions had caused trouble. Lu Chen, however, was so generous and did not blame him at all, which made Li Bin feel even more guilty. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore, I need to go out. Lu Chen hurried downstairs with the cat in his arms, and Little Black followed behind eagerly. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, both Li Bin and Sun Lan were stunned. Lu Gu. Is he going out to walk the dog? In the room, a man in a suit handed a bag of cookies to the little boy beside him. Xiaonan, go ahead and eat. This man was Zhao Quan, the one who had asked Li Bin for food earlier. Zhao Quan took 2 pieces of cookies from the box, ate them himself, and handed the rest to the little boy beside him. Dad, I'm not hungry yet. Zhao Quan nodded at the little boy and patted his head. Go play. The little boy hesitated, as if he had something to say to Zhao Quan. Concerned, Zhao Quan asked, What's wrong, Xiaonan? Do you have something to tell Dad? After a moment of hesitation, the little boy spoke up, Dad, didn't you tell me that lying is wrong? We still have plenty of food at home. Zhao Quan smiled and patted his head. Good boy, lying is wrong, but now we are just trying to survive. When your goal is to survive, everything you do is right. The little boy nodded as if he understood. Go play. Zhao Quan affectionately patted his head. Zhao Quan went to the bathroom and tidied up his hair in front of the mirror. This man still has extra supplies to give me. It seems that the information I heard yesterday was correct, this family indeed hoarded a lot of supplies. Yesterday, Wang Chang and that knife brother were shouting loudly in front of Zhao Quan's door, and Zhao Quan even heard a woman crying. At that time, Zhao Quan was curious and eavesdropped on the commotion from the neighboring room. It couldn't be considered eavesdropping, as the voices from the other side were very loud, and Zhao Quan easily overheard their conversation. He also learned about Lu Chen's family hoarding a lot of supplies. That guy named Lu Chen must be terrifyingly strong. More than 20 people have never beaten him. These days, Zhao Quan also learned about the news of the ability users from the internet. He speculated that Lu Chen should be a legendary ability user. The food at home won't last long. I must figure out a way. What should I do? Zhao Quan fell into contemplation. Lu Chen drove towards the location of the cold storage. A cat and a dog sat in the back seat, with Cola dozing off, while Xiaohei kept looking outside through the window. Xiaohei was extremely curious about everything outside the window. Whenever it saw zombies chasing after vehicles, it would alertly bark and desperately scratch the window. It seemed like it wanted to go down and fight these zombies. Lu Chen driving with a cat and a dog gave a feeling of balancing left and right. having both a cat and a dog is the goal of many people's struggles. Lu Chen glanced at Cola through the rearview mirror. Speaking of which, Cola, what ability do you have? Meow? Due to the language barrier, Lu Chen's attempt to communicate with the cat failed. However, he was indeed curious about what ability Cola possessed. Although he knew that Xiao He was definitely a powerful mutant beast. But so far, Cola had only shown extraordinary speed. Could it be physical enhancement? Judging from Cola's speed, it seemed to be in the direction of physical mutation. With just this agility, it could already defeat most first-level ability users. So this was also the reason why Lu Chen brought it out. Many mutant beasts are not inferior in strength to ability users. In the apocalypse, humans are not the favored side by the heavens. About an hour later, Lu Chen drove back to the industrial park. This time, he didn't use navigation and easily found the location of the cold storage. Lu Chen parked the car next to warehouse No. 1. As soon as he opened the car door, Xiao He dashed out like a wild horse, joyfully running around the open space. But soon Xiao He stopped, alertly sniffing in the direction of warehouse No. 1, clearly sensing something unusual. Woof woof! Xiao He suddenly barked a few times towards warehouse No. 1, then looked at Lu Chen, seemingly warning him. Cola also jumped out of the car, looking towards warehouse No. 1, with a vigilant gaze. Lu Chen observed the series of reactions from Xiao He and Cola. Mutant beasts indeed have keen senses, quickly detecting anomalies. He waved to Xiao He and Cola. Follow me. Cola obediently followed behind Lu Chen, and Xiao He stopped running around, staying close to Lu Chen, staring intently in the direction of the ambient temperature warehouse. Lu Chen, accompanied by a cat and a dog, arrived at the entrance of the ambient temperature warehouse. Woof woof woof! Xiao He barked even louder this time, looking excitedly at the rolling shutter door inside. Lu Chen lifted the rolling shutter door, and the warehouse was filled with mutant rats once again. When the sunlight shone into the warehouse, the mutant rats inside boiled over. Especially when these mutant rats saw Cola and Xiao He, they instantly became alert as if facing a formidable enemy. They squealed loudly, and this time, they directly launched an attack, rushing towards Lu Chen like a black tide. Let's go, Xiao He, Cola, show me your strength. Excited by Lu Chen's command, Xiao He took the lead and rushed out. Silly dog, don't get surrounded. Breathe fire, why charge in? Lu Chen was somewhat helpless. No wonder they say dogs are meddlesome. Xiao He's enthusiasm for catching mice is even higher than that of cats. Xiao He had originally planned to charge into the rat group, but after hearing Lu Chen's words, it calmed down. It stopped not far from the front of the rat group and spewed out a green flame towards the group of mutant rats, instantly covering the vanguard of the mutant rats with flames. After the firelight dissipated, the hundreds of mice at the front were all burned to white bones, showing the terrifying power of the green flames. Lu Chen was also shocked to see this scene. No wonder Zhao Gang in the previous life was able to climb to the top of the Jiang City superpower ranking with just a dog. The power of this green flame was a bit too exaggerated, instantly burning the flesh and blood of the mice to ashes. Lu Chen had heard in the previous life that Xiao He's flames had a special burning effect on flesh and blood. Once it touched a bit, it would spread throughout the body. Unless the flesh and blood were completely incinerated, the flames would not extinguish. Due to the nature of Xiao He's flames, many powerful superhumans died tragically under its flames. It was said that only one superhuman survived after being hit by Xiao He's flames. In order to prevent the flames from spreading throughout the body, that person cut off his left hand, thus saving his life. After Xiao He sprayed out flames to burn the mice to death, its wild nature seemed to be awakened. It ran excitedly, keeping a distance from the group of mice while continuously spewing flames. Each flame emitted burned dozens or even hundreds of mice to ashes. Seeing Xiao He's performance, Cola on the side also refused to be outdone. Cola rushed out, moving as fast as lightning. Just when Lu Chen thought it was going to engage in close combat, he noticed a wave of energy emanating from Cola. As a superhuman, Lu Chen was very familiar with energy fluctuations, which were a sign of releasing superpowers. Cola summoned several black shadows, which fell on the mice, enveloping them like a dark mist. Although these shadows had no attacking power, they completely blocked the mice's vision. The mice were suddenly plunged into darkness, unable to see anything. They became a group of headless flies, panicking and running amok in the warehouse, occasionally bumping into obstacles around them. Cola charged into the group of blinded mice like a tiger among sheep, starting a one-sided slaughter. Its claws were extremely sharp, comparable to swords, and with each swipe, a mouse met its end. Some mice tried to attack Cola by scent, but Cola's speed was too fast, evading all their attacks, posing no threat at all. Lu Chen showed a surprised expression on the side. Shadow-type superpower? Shadow-type superpowers were almost as rare as spatial superpowers. He didn't expect Cola to possess this kind of superpower. He had heard that shadow-type superhumans were always elusive, with very bizarre attack methods, making them a difficult type of superpower to deal with. Watching Cola slaughter the mice in the group, Lu Chen suddenly remembered from the previous life that there was a famous shadow cat demon in a large base in Orange Blossom City. The entire base catered to this cat, fearing to upset it because it was the strongest combat force in the entire base. And Orange Blossom City happened to be right next to Jiang City. Could that shadow cat demon be Cola? Just as Lu Chen was surprised, the cat and dog had already gone mad in the group of mice, and within a short 2 to 3 minutes, several hundred mice had died at their hands. Lu Chen watched with satisfaction. Their efficiency was much better than his. Indeed, you two are the professionals when it comes to catching mice. In just a few moments, under Cola's shadow abilities, the small black mice in Warehouse No. 1 disappeared completely. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lu Chen became more convinced. Cola was indeed the shadow cat demon. Meow. Cola walked over, rubbing against Lu Chen's leg. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and squatted down. Just as his hand was about to touch the cat's head, Xiaohei took the initiative to offer its head. As a result, Lu Chen's hand landed on Xiaohei's round head. Meow. Xiaohei purred softly, looking very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Cola quickly became dissatisfied and began to growl at Xiaohei. Looking at the posture of a cat and a dog, Lu Chen smiled helplessly. Cola, do you know about the shadow cat demon? He suddenly asked, and Cola froze in place, then looked at him with a puzzled expression. The next moment, Lu Chen stood up and looked inside Warehouse No. 1. Crazy, how could I communicate with Cola? With that, he called the cat and dog and walked towards Warehouse No. 1. The further he walked in, the stronger the foul smell became. These mice must have survived here for quite some time. The floor was full of white bones, indicating how powerful these mice were. Crack! With each step Lu Chen took, he crushed a bone. The bone instantly broke in half. Black? Normally, the inside and outside of bones should be white. But on this bone that broke in half, Lu Chen found that the broken part was black. Why is this thing black? Lu Chen muttered, about to squat down and examine it carefully, when suddenly he heard Little Black's cry. He quickly looked up and saw Little Black barking loudly in one direction, with Cola behind him also on guard. Lu Chen quickly picked up the white bones in front of him, planning to take a closer look later. After collecting them, he walked forward cautiously towards the direction where the cat and dog were on alert. There were many containers in Warehouse No. 1, and what was inside these containers was unknown. But this place was definitely not conducive to fighting. As he walked forward, he gradually heard the sound of someone eating. The sound was urgent and hasty, as if someone hadn't eaten for days. Was it a person? In this warehouse full of mutant mice, could there still be people here? Soon, Lu Chen's eyes told him the answer. In a larger container, a skinny zombie was bowing its head and crazily gnawing on something, emitting a very foul smell. Lu Chen stood outside the container, but the zombie seemed not to notice him. Not even Little Black's barking had distracted it. Since entering Warehouse No. 1. It was full of white bones. This zombie could survive here, it must be powerful. Lu Chen quietly moved aside, it was best not to provoke this zombie. After searching for a long time, Lu Chen finally found a whole box of food in warehouse No. 1. However, around this box of food, there were all the bodies of these mutant mice. The bodies were piled together, as if they had been flattened, all dried up and stuck to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. The countless bodies around him reminded Lu Chen that this food was not easy to obtain. But this was a whole box of food, a lifesaver in the entire post-apocalyptic world. How could Lu Chen give up? Just as Lu Chen took the first step forward, Little Black suddenly barked frantically. The next moment, Little Black spewed out a flame without hesitation. Lu Chen quickly turned around. When he saw the figure in the air successfully avoiding Little Black's flames, he was suddenly covered in cold sweat. It was the zombie that was eating in the container just now. At this moment, the zombie landed steadily on the top of the highest container, its hands and feet all on the ground, like a crawling creature, staring at Lu Chen intently. The zombie seemed to have rushed over while still eating, with a human hand hanging from its mouth. Crack! The zombie stared at Lu Chen, and seeing that Lu Chen didn't move, it continued to eat the human hand right in front of him. Just because the zombie didn't attack Lu Chen didn't mean he was safe. He dared not let his guard down. In a place like this, a moment of relaxation could mean sacrificing his life. Lu Chen quickly summoned his armor, and with a few clicks, his whole body was wrapped in armor. Today, the box of food behind him. He had to take it down. Lu Chen glanced at the zombie gnawing on a human hand, calmly stepped back, and approached the box behind him step by step. Roar! The zombie saw Lu Chen's movements, swallowed the last bite of the hand, and roared at Lu Chen. In the next moment, the zombie, seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of stopping, moved. With a swoosh, the zombie rushed to Lu Chen at an extremely fast speed. Bang! The zombie's whole body collided with Lu Chen's armor. It barely took a few steps back, vigilantly staring at Lu Chen. Phew! Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the armor was tough enough. The speed just now, he couldn't even see a trace of this guy. It was ridiculously fast. As a shadow-type esper, Kalu was already considered very fast. But unexpectedly, this zombie was even faster than Kalu by several times. Since this guy couldn't break the armor on his body, he could just keep an eye on the armor and take the food. Thinking of this method, Lu Chen started to do so, coordinating with Xiaohei and Kuli's attacks. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that this guy didn't care about Xiaohei and Kuli's attacks at all. While dodging Xiaohei and Kuli's attacks, it crazily attacked Lu Chen. Every time Lu Chen took a step, he felt a huge impact behind him. If it were someone else, they would have fallen down countless times already. But what troubled Lu Chen was that his armor, no matter how hard, couldn't withstand the repeated impacts from this guy. This is bad. Feeling the changes in his armor, Lu Chen felt uneasy. Turning around, he didn't hesitate to raise his hand and unleash several spatial blades at the zombie rushing towards him again. Swish! The spatial blades were very fast, and the zombie obviously didn't expect Lu Chen to counterattack. It hesitated for a moment, swiftly dodged, but still got hit. Roar! The zombie stood in place, green blood slowly oozing from its right arm. Why is it green? Lu Chen looked at the color, feeling uneasy. The green liquid dripped slowly from the zombie's arm onto the ground, and Lu Chen stared at the green liquid for a long time without reacting. In the previous life, there had been zombies with green liquid, but that was about a month after the disaster. Now it was only the second day after the disaster. How could the zombie mutate so quickly? Roar! A roar brought Lu Chen back to reality, and he quickly looked up. The zombie's gaping mouth was close. He quickly raised his hand, and several spatial blades were instantly launched. Swish! Unfortunately, all these spatial blades missed. This zombie's speed was just too fast. Lu Chen moved, his eyes trying to follow the zombie's agile figure. He tightly clenched his fingers, looking for the opportunity to shoot out the spatial blades. The zombie outside had not mutated yet. If this mutated zombie was released here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The system's spatial critical hits only had a little over a day left, and being able to collect the mutated crystal from the mutated zombie was undoubtedly a great thing. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, calling out to Xiaohei and Kulu beside him. Xiaohei, Kulu! Attack! The cat and the dog, upon hearing Lu Chen's call, became excited. Xiaohei even barked first, and the flames in its mouth shot towards the zombie's figure. The zombie's movements were very fast, and Xiaohei's attack could only chase after the zombie's shadow. Kulu moved his feet, and the next second, he teleported in front of the zombie. Kuli's skill hadn't been used yet, so it could only pounce on the zombie's face, catching the zombie off guard. The zombie never expected the speed of the cola to be so fast. In the moment of its astonishment, the flames of Xiaohei were already close behind. It's now! Lu Chen saw the zombie almost dodge. Without a moment of hesitation, he directly threw the spatial blade in his hand. Puff! A spatial blade accurately cut across the zombie's neck, and the remaining spatial blades all pierced through the zombie's abdomen. The next second, Xiaohei's flames timely covered the area. In just the blink of an eye, a strong burnt smell wafted over, causing Lu Chen to furrow his brows slightly. Miao Cola beat Xiaohei to it by a second, leaning against Lu Chen's feet and purring softly. Xiaohei, who was just a step away, saw the scene with a face full of resentment but dared not approach, only grumbling from a distance. Lu Chen picked up Cola, squatted down beside Xiaohei, and patted its head. You both did well. Xiaohei contentedly rubbed Lu Chen's palm with its head, making joyful sounds. When Lu Chen put down Cola, Cola glanced faintly at Xiaohei. He walked towards the burnt spot where the zombie was. On the ground, only a glowing green mutant crystal lay quietly. Even the zombie's body had disappeared without a trace. This zombie was different from the mutant zombies Lu Chen had encountered before. Although this zombie had mutated, its intelligence was much lower compared to the mutant zombies from the previous life. One could say, it had none at all. Lu Chen picked up the mutant crystal, and with a thought, the green crystal in his hand disappeared. You obtained one intermediate mutant crystal, 10,000 times critical strike in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 mutant crystals. Lu Chen heard the notification and felt delighted. This intermediate mutant crystal was much larger than the ones he had collected before, and its effect was equivalent to 1,000 low-level crystals. Moreover, after absorbing these colored intermediate crystals, an Esper might even trigger new abilities. With the time of 10,000 critical strikes running out soon, encountering mutated zombies during this remaining time would undoubtedly be a huge benefit. With little time left, Lu Chen walked to the container in front of him and with a gentle push, lifted the lid of the container. Inside, a whole box of canned food, rice, bread, and more were displayed before him. With a thought, the entire box of room-temperature food disappeared the next second. At the same time, the system also issued a prompt sound. You obtained 50 cans of fresh meat, 10,000 times critical strike in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 5 million cans of fresh meat. You obtained 50 portions of bread, 10,000 times critical strike in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 5 million portions of bread. The room temperature storage area was not particularly large, and in no time, Lu Chen had finished exploring with Xiaohei and Cola. He planned to go to the refrigerated storage area next, where there should be more things to fill their stomachs. If lucky, there might be another wave of 10,000 critical strikes. As Lu Chen walked past the container where the mutant zombie had stayed before, he unexpectedly saw several mutant rat corpses inside. This guy eats mutant rats? Lu Chen withdrew his gaze in disgust. In the refrigerated storage area, Lu Chen easily found the inventory of 2 containers. Looking at the frozen food inside the containers, he decisively took them. Finally, he arrived at the frozen storage area. The doorknob of the frozen storage area was already covered with a thin layer of frost. It was imaginable that the temperature inside was much colder than the refrigerated area. With a bit of effort, Lu Chen managed to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a cold wind rushed out, making him shiver involuntarily. A cat and a dog following behind him felt the temperature and shivered, hiding behind Lu Chen. With each step Lu Chen took, it felt like he was stepping on ice. Due to the disaster this time, all the personnel in warehouse No. 1 had already perished. Naturally, the temperature here was uncontrolled. The further he walked forward, the colder the air in the entire area became. But the colder it got, the fewer traces of mutated rats there were. These rats, even though mutated, couldn't withstand the cold temperature. Meow. Xiaohei couldn't bear it and let out a low growl. Lu Chen turned to look, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the cat and dog shivering. Wait for me outside. With those words, Xiaohei and Kula hesitated for a moment. Although they wanted to accompany Lu Chen, they couldn't bear the temperature inside, so in the end, Xiaohei and Kula had to return the way they came. Even though Xiaohei and Kulu were left outside, Lu Chen had nothing to worry about. The strength of the cat and dog was extraordinary. Lu Chen walked towards the end. The cold at this point was nothing to his physical fitness. When he reached the end, he pushed open a door in front of him. As the door opened, Lu Chen immediately saw boxes of vegetables and fruits, as well as many dairy products. Just as he was about to leave after clearing the room of food, he caught sight of an inconspicuous medical kit in the corner. In the post-apocalyptic world, food was indeed crucial, but survival required not only food but also medicine. In this harsh living environment, many people didn't die because of zombies but rather due to illness. While the critical hit was still active, he needed to find more medicine. Lu Chen picked up the medical kit from the corner, but before he could open it, the entire room he was in suddenly began to shake violently. An earthquake? Impossible, there hadn't been an earthquake in this city for hundreds of years. On the contrary, Lu Chen felt more like it was something huge walking. With a thought, the medical kit in his hand disappeared. You obtained 1 medical kit, critical hit of 100,000 in effect. Congratulations, you obtained 100,000 medical kits. Lu Chen didn't pay attention to the system's words. He leaned tightly against the door, and at the moment the system's voice sounded, he saw what was outside the door. Gulu. He nervously swallowed. The feet outside the door were bare, stepping on the ground, causing the entire cold storage area to shake violently with each step. The owner of those feet, Lu Chen only saw for a second and dared not look further. It was a combination of a human and an animal. The lower half of the zombie was human, while the upper half resembled a rat. Even in his past life, Lu Chen had never seen such a thing so early. He pressed against the wall, waiting for the thing outside to leave. After a few minutes, the thing outside finally left. Lu Chen didn't dare to relax his vigilance and slowly walked out. In the corridor, every step the zombie took left a footprint. But due to the temperature, the footprints were quickly covered by frost. That's why Lu Chen didn't notice the zombie when he came in. On the opposite side of the door Lu Chen came out of, there was another door, but it was locked. Lu Chen looked around, confirmed the zombie was not nearby, and his hand touched the lock on the door, pulling it hard. Click! The lock on the door handle broke. Lu Chen pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he entered, he understood why the zombie was neither human nor rat. The room in front of him was like an operating room, with a surgical table in the middle. On the operating table lies a corpse, with the remains of a mouse beside it. Also on the table is a syringe, inserted into the hand of the corpse, as if it were left halfway through due to some urgent matter. Lu Chen closed the door behind him and walked to the front of the operating table. The body on the table is that of a normal human, not yet mutated, with green liquid flowing through the syringe in its hand. What's even more eerie is that the body has not decomposed. Every inch of its skin is intact. Lu Chen didn't observe further and instead focused on some boxes in the room. They might contain medicine. With this possibility in mind, Lu Chen walked towards the boxes. When he opened them, his eyes lit up. Indeed, they were medicines. Inside the boxes were bottles of medicine, and in the next moment, all the bottles were stored in Lu Chen's space. Similarly, these bottles were duplicated 100,000 times. As Lu Chen was about to leave, the entire room suddenly shook violently again. This guy is not to be trifled with. While the zombie might have intermediate crystals on its body, its current abilities are still weak, making it too difficult to face alone. Just as Lu Chen was planning to quietly wait for the zombie to leave, he suddenly heard the footsteps of the zombie approaching the room where he was hiding. Lu Chen looked around and quickly hid behind the boxes. Several boxes were stacked together, just enough to conceal his entire body. Bang! Just as Lu Chen hid, the door was violently pushed open. The zombie that barged in immediately noticed the body on the operating table and pounced on it without hesitation. Lu Chen stayed hidden, listening to the sound of chewing, waiting patiently without any sense of urgency. It had been some time since Lu Chen left the house. During this time, Li Bin and Sun Lan had been staying at home without any unusual occurrences. Until now, when a series of knocks suddenly sounded outside their door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? Sun Lan, lying in Li Bin's arms, was startled by the knocking. Zombies have good hearing, so they never dared to be too loud at home, fearing they might attract the zombies. Honey, what's this? Sun Lan showed a fearful expression, while Li Bin stood up and reassured her, I'll go check. With that, he picked up a long knife nearby and walked to the door. Li Bin looked through the peephole, his expression becoming complicated. Standing outside was the son of the stranger who had come earlier asking for food. Kid, why aren't you home? What are you doing here? Li Bin asked cautiously. The boy had tears in his eyes as he spoke while wiping them away. Uncle. My dad collapsed at home, and I don't know what to do. Can you help me check on him? Sniff. Sun Lan walked over and overheard the conversation. Seeing the boy outside, she felt sorry for him. Honey, what should we do? It's probably just him and his dad at home. Li Bin hesitated, especially with the boy crying outside, not knowing if the next moment would attract the zombies and tear the boy apart. He wanted to help but couldn't shake off Lu Chen's words in his mind. What if this was a trap set up by that man? But this was just a child. Would parents really endanger their child like this? Li Bin gritted his teeth and opened the door. Kid, let's go check on your dad. Stop crying. The boy sniffed and nodded. Honey, I'll go with you, Sun Lan said, holding onto Li Bin's clothes and speaking softly. Li Bin couldn't bear to let Sun Lan and himself go. He gently patted Sun Lan's hand, turned and walked back into the room, put on the armor left by Lu Chen for him, and said to her, Stay at home and wait for me to come back. If I don't return, do not open the door. After that, Li Bin closed the door, took the long knife, and followed the little boy. All of this was seen by Xiaoya across the street through the peephole. Xiaoya watched silently through the peephole, witnessing the whole process. Li Bin had the armor and long knife given by Lu Chen on him, and he would only use them as a last resort. On Li Bin's side, he followed the little boy all the way back to his house. Click! The little boy opened the door. Li Bin walked in cautiously, but the room was empty, not to mention the man lying on the ground. Kid, where is your dad? He asked the little boy. However, the little boy closed the door behind him with a click and even locked it. The little boy pointed to a room beside him with wide eyes. He's in there. Li Bin frowned as he looked at the little boy. He had probably guessed that it was a trap. Using a child to deceive others, is this what parents do? Li Bin squatted in front of the little boy and asked in a low voice, Kid, tell uncle the truth, what did your dad tell you? Before the little boy could speak, Li Bin saw the little boy's gaze slowly shift upwards. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Li Bin's mind. He quickly dodged to the side, and the next moment, a chair smashed down on the spot where he had been standing a second ago. Dad! The man clearly disregarded his son's safety. Even when the chair hit the little boy's hand, he didn't stop to care for his son. The little boy was hurt and started crying. "Stop crying." After scolding the little boy, the man turned and stared fiercely at Li Bin. "What do you want?" Li Bin stood up cautiously. The man smirked, not caring about the armor on Li Bin. He directly took out an iron rod hidden behind the door and threatened Li Bin, "Give me all the food in your house, and I'll consider letting you go." "How about that?" The man greedily eyed Li Bin. Li Bin's face darkened. "I helped you before, and you." Brother Lu was right, in the apocalypse, no one can be trusted. With a sneer, the man said, "If I still had food, do you think I would come to beg you?" Without another word, the man raised the iron rod in his hand and swung it towards Li Bin. Clang! The iron rod hit Li Bin's armor, and he only felt a slight weight on his shoulder, nothing more. The man couldn't even hold on to the iron rod in his hand, his whole hands were trembling continuously. "Ah!" The man roared and grabbed a fruit knife from the table, stabbing towards Li Bin's eyes. Li Bin was a retired soldier and had gone through countless drills on how to deal with knife-wielding criminals. In just a few moves, he had the man lying on the ground. "Brother! Brother! I was wrong! I was wrong!" The man, pressed down by Li Bin, knew he couldn't beat Li Bin and quickly begged for mercy. Li Bin listened coldly to his pleas. Thinking that if he killed the man, the child would lose his father, Li Bin would not hesitate to kill this deceitful man. On the battlefield, such a man would only betray his comrades. With a stern face, Li Bin released the man. As he was about to walk out of the door, he heard a clang behind him. "Ha!" Li Bin turned back slowly and saw the little boy holding a small knife, stabbing towards his back. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from the room where Lu Chen was staying. He shuddered all over and cautiously poked his head out. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. On the operating table, the intact body that should have been eaten by zombies suddenly stood up. The loud noise just now should have been the zombie being kicked aside by him. The zombie was heavily smashed against the wall, glaring angrily at the body on the operating table. Roar! The zombie roared, and the next moment, sharp claws appeared on its hands. With a swift movement, it attacked the body on the table. Just as the claws were about to tear the body apart, the body lightly jumped and landed behind the zombie. Another kick. Bang! The zombie flew out again. However, this time, the zombie collided directly with Lu Chen. Lu Chen's mouth twitched, watching as the zombie moved, but was once again ruthlessly stepped on by the body. Roar! The body actually left footprints on the zombie's body. Lu Chen clearly saw bite marks on the body's shoulder. After being bitten by the zombie, this body should have turned into a zombie. But why? Lu Chen widened his eyes in surprise as the body had already dealt with the zombie. Gulp! He swallowed, ready to attack with the spatial blade. The body, looking down at the zombie under his foot, seemed dissatisfied and stomped a few more times. After crushing the zombie's flesh, he finally lifted his foot. The body slowly turned around, locking eyes with Lu Chen. This body was a male, looking to be in his teens. If he had been alive, he would have been just a child entering university. To Lu Chen's surprise, the body glanced at him as if disdainful, then walked away without attacking. Lu Chen stood up, puzzled as he watched the body leave. What on earth is this? He was reborn, but everything seemed different from his previous life. The appearance of mutated zombies and this body. Was there a connection between the two? Did he disrupt the results of his previous life and do something different before the disaster struck? Lu Chen shook his head. The fact that the body didn't attack him was a good thing. He couldn't defeat this body. It was too powerful. Lu Chen turned back to the zombie, which was now motionless, and lightly cut its forehead with a knife, revealing an intermediate crystal inside. Like the previous crystal, this one also emitted a faint green light. After storing it in the space, the crystal was duplicated 10,000 times. As Lu Chen left, Xiao He and Kula saw him and hurried over, trembling as if they had seen something terrifying. Lu Chen took them and left warehouse No. 1, where the body had disappeared without a trace. As Lu Chen drove back to his residence, he saw Li Bin coming down the stairs with a long knife, his gaze vacant and the knife covered in blood. Lu Go? Li Bin's eyes were hollow as he looked at Lu Chen. Meeting Li Bin's gaze, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Li Bin's current state was exactly the same as in his previous life. What happened? Lu Chen asked. Before Li Bin could answer, Xiaoya opened the door and walked excitedly towards Lu Chen. You're back. Xiaoya approached, about to hug Lu Chen, but when she inadvertently met Li Bin's eyes, she shuddered. Lu Chen sighed. He could roughly guess what had happened. He patted Xiaoya's shoulder and whispered, "Take Xiao He and Kula back first." Xiaoya agreed without hesitation. Click. Hearing the sound of Xiaoya closing the door, Lu Chen took out a pack of cigarettes from the space. This pack of cigarettes is the one that was not finished when I gave it to Li Bin last time. When the end of the world comes, he is either collecting supplies or hunting zombies. The pressure is too much, so he decided to give it a try. Li Bin hesitated for a moment before walking over to Lu Chen, who handed him the cigarette. Last time, he was too nervous and choked, but this time he wouldn't embarrass himself. The two leaned against the fence. Li Bin put the cigarette in his mouth, glanced cautiously at Lu Chen, and started smoking. This time he didn't choke on the cigarette. Phew! Lu Chen exhaled smoke slowly and turned to see Li Bin also exhaling smoke. Tell me. Li Bin took a puff of smoke, recalling the scenes just now. Brother Lu, you were right. When this disaster strikes, no one can be trusted. I killed that man and his child with my own hands. Li Bin's voice became quieter as he continued. He hadn't planned to do it, he was going to let the family go. But the man fought desperately to stay. When Li Bin finally knocked him down, the man was already half dead. He held on to Li Bin tightly and even offered his son to him in exchange for food. This shocked Li Bin. He pulled the boy away and ended the man's life. He had intended to adopt the boy with Sun Lon, but the boy ran towards his knife after he dealt with the man. Li Bin finished his story and exhaled a smoke ring. Lu Chen nodded and patted his shoulder gently. It's okay, just rest. There will be more of such incidents in the future. Lu Chen walked towards the room where the man lived. Li Bin followed him. Upon entering, Lu Chen saw the bodies of the man and the boy. Seeing the blood around, he frowned. Zombies will come soon. You should go back. Lu Chen walked past the bodies and entered the room. Li Bin didn't leave or respond, he stood guard at the door with his knife. Lu Chen didn't mind Li Bin's choice and searched the room carefully. Soon, he found a large box of food hidden in the room. There were all kinds of food and drinks in the box. Lu Chen waved his hand and stored everything in his space. You obtained 30 loaves of bread, critical hit effect active. Congratulations, you obtained 300,000 loaves of bread. You obtained 5 cans, critical hit effect active. Congratulations, you obtained 50,000 cans. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. Lu Chen didn't stay long in the room and quickly left with Li Bin. Less than a minute after they left, a dozen zombies rushed in and devoured the bodies, leaving only bare bones behind. After eating, the zombies would wander around the building before eventually leaving. Lu Chen stayed in the room where Li Bin and his wife were. He released more food and drinks with a wave of his hand. The two watched in astonishment. Brother Lu, with so much food, we won't have to worry about eating and drinking. Li Bin exclaimed. But Lu Chen shook his head, these things are only temporary. The disaster has just begun, these supplies are good for now, but in a month, the zombies will mutate completely. When that time comes, it will be very difficult to find food and drink outside. There isn't much time left after the 100,000 critical hits, and he wants to use this time to collect everything he can gather. Thump thump thump. A series of knocking sounds suddenly came from outside the door. Sun Lan trembled and hid behind Li Bin. Li Bin was about to go and see, but was stopped by Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at him and shook his head. At this time, the zombies had just finished eating the bodies of the father and son. What was outside the door might not necessarily be a person, but more likely a zombie. However, the next moment, an old voice came from outside the door. Is anyone there? This voice was extremely eerie, sounding like an old man's voice, but after saying one word, the second word was mixed with a young woman's voice, giving a chilling feeling as the two voices intertwined. Li Bin looked at Lu Chen, about to speak. Lu Chen calmly raised his index finger to his lips. If they made a sound, whatever was outside the door would rush in the next moment. They would be exposed. Lu Chen had encountered zombies that could speak and communicate before. It was something from a previous life, but they hadn't appeared this early before. Lu Chen felt that things were getting out of his understanding. If the zombies appeared this early, who knew what even more terrifying things might appear a month later? Before long, the sounds outside the door slowly disappeared. Lu Chen cautiously walked forward, confirmed that there was no one through the peephole, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, if someone else knocks on the door, don't open it. Leaving these words behind, Lu Chen left and returned to Xiaoya's house. As soon as he entered, Xiaoya rushed over and hugged Lu Chen tightly. Lu Chen gently stroked her hair and sat her down on the sofa. How's the absorption going? Xiaoya smiled proudly, stood up, and extended her hand. Lightning surrounded her fingers, obediently forming whatever shape she wanted. I didn't discover any new skills, but I feel more and more in control of this lightning, Xiaoya said as she continued to play with the lightning on her fingertips. Very good. Lu Chen supported his chin, looking satisfied at Xiaoya. It only took about 30 low-grade crystals to control the lightning so smoothly. If she used a medium-grade crystal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, each supernatural ability corresponded to a color, and Xiaoya's lightning attribute was represented by the color purple. The crystals they found today were all green, not suitable for Xiaoya to absorb. Even if she absorbed them, it would be as useless as absorbing air. Green crystals. If he remembered correctly, these belonged to the healing type. Just like in the previous life, healing crystals and supernatural ability users were very rare. If a team had a healing supernatural ability user, that team would be almost invincible. And that healing supernatural ability user was considered a treasure. A healing supernatural ability user could be treated as a treasure or as a tool. In the previous life, Lu Chen had seen a healing supernatural ability user being treated like a slave by an organization, exchanging crystals for his healing ability. In the end, that healing supernatural ability user died after just a few days. Lu Chen had thought about adding a healing supernatural ability user to his team. However, he had never found such a person. If he encountered such a person, he would want to hide them away, let alone expose them to the public eye. What are you thinking about? Xiaoya looked at Lu Chen in a daze, walked over, and took his arm. Lu Chen shook his head, nothing. With that, he took out 50 low-grade crystals and handed them to Xiaoya. Continue absorbing these. Looking at the 50 crystals in the palm of her hand, Xiaoya paused slightly. It was just a trip outside, and Lu Chen could collect so many crystals. How strong was Lu Chen after all? Okay. Xiaoya immediately agreed and turned back to the room with the crystals in her hand. She needed to quickly become stronger so she could fight alongside Lu Chen without holding him back. After watching Xiaoya return to the room, Lu Chen squatted down in front of Little Black. He touched its furry fur and took out several crystals, putting them in its dog bowl. Meow. Cola walked over with cat-like steps. Little Black saw the crystals in the dog bowl, but before it could be happy, it saw Cola's posture and quickly protected its own bowl, glaring at Cola as it approached. Cola just glanced lightly at it, then rubbed against Lu Chen's ankle, making a purring sound. Watching the cat and dog, Lu Chen smiled helplessly. Having this cat and dog accompany him in the world of the apocalypse was not boring. Lu Chen took out a dozen or so crystals and handed them to Cola one by one. Cola happily ate them. The amount given to Cola was more than Little Black's, as Lu Chen wanted to see if Cola was indeed the Shadow Cat demon. Little Black, on the other hand, looked at the amount in its bowl, then at Cola's, and unhappily ate while lying on the ground. Cola quickly finished eating the dozen or so crystals. But Lu Chen noticed that Cola didn't seem satisfied. Despite eating the crystals, Cola showed no reaction. The demand was indeed quite large. Lu Chen watched Cola rolling on the ground and silently thought to himself. He took out another 20 crystals. When Cola saw the crystals, it pounced on them. Lu Chen exclaimed as the crystals in his hand scattered on the ground. "What's wrong?" Xiaoya heard the noise from inside the room and opened the door in concern. At that moment, Cola moved, and all the crystals had already been eaten by it. This speed. Lu Chen looked at Cola in astonishment. He knew that the Shadow Cat demon was fast, but this speed was so quick that he could hardly even see its shadow. The last time he saw Cola's speed, it wasn't this fast. It seemed that absorbing those dozen or so crystals was indeed very useful. "Cola!" Xiaoya exclaimed and hurried over. Lu Chen stopped her. On the ground, Cola had finished eating the 20 crystals in one go, curling up with a faint white light emanating from its body. What was worrying was that Cola looked very painful, trembling slightly all over. Cola had been with Xiaoya for some time, so seeing this scene made Xiaoya inevitably worried. Lu Chen glanced at Cola and comforted Xiaoya, "It's okay, Cola is absorbing the crystals." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoya nodded, and her furrowed brows relaxed. After eating the crystals, Little Black quickly fell asleep. Lu Chen stayed by Cola's side for a long time, but Cola still hadn't finished absorbing them. In the late night, Lu Chen gave up observing and went back to rest with Xiaoya. The next day. Boom! A loud noise woke up Lu Chen and Xiaoya, who were resting. Lu Chen, startled, got up from the bed, and quickly stood by the window, cautiously peering out with one eye. The nearby house had been blown up? This commotion attracted countless zombies in the vicinity. Looking around, the zombies in a large area were all swaying towards the explosion site. This. Xiaoya looked at the explosion site and murmured. "It's hard to say, it might have been done by someone with abilities," Lu Chen speculated. "Ah! Help! Is anyone there? Is anyone in the house?" Along with the woman's screams, there were continuous knocks on the door. Xiaoya and Lu Chen exchanged a glance and walked to the door. Through the peephole, Lu Chen saw a young woman followed by a wandering zombie. The woman was banging on Lu Chen's door frantically, while the zombie behind her was getting closer. "I know you're home, please, open the door and let me in." Lu Chen just watched quietly, without any reaction. He was not a saint, there was no need to save everyone, especially someone irrelevant. Xiaoya also remained silent, following Lu Chen. She was learning more and more, especially about human nature. A minute passed, and the woman continued banging on the door in a frenzy. The zombie behind her stopped moving, standing not far away, observing the woman's actions. In the next moment, the woman's neck made a cracking sound, her mouth curved into an astonishing smile, even her skin started decaying rapidly, but no flesh fell off, some pieces just hung on her body. Indeed, she was not human. Lu Chen remained calm. Just as the woman was about to leave, she turned around and knocked on Li Bin's door. "Is anyone there? Please open the door." This time, the woman's voice was filled with extreme sadness. If it were someone else, they might have opened the door out of pity, but Lu Chen kept watching, his hand tightly gripping the door handle. He wouldn't open the door, but it didn't mean Li Bin wouldn't. Li Bin was a veteran, his sense of justice still intact. Hopefully, he had learned something from the incident with the father and son. After a few minutes, the woman glanced at Li Bin's door, then at Lu Chen's, before leaving. Lu Chen looked at Li Bin's securely locked door, feeling satisfied. In the apocalypse, the only one you could trust was yourself. Lu Chen's mind wandered to the unfinished task in the taskbar. Task: Apocalypse Reserve. The apocalypse is approaching. Please collect as many resources as possible to the emergency storage space. During this task, all stored resources will receive 100,000 times critical hit bonus. Remaining time: 0 days 15 hours 1 minute. Looking at the precise time, Lu Chen frowned. It wouldn't be easy to go out and search for supplies at this time, especially with the zombies becoming active due to the recent explosion. Lu Gu, are you there? Li Bin's voice came from outside the door. Lu Chen checked through the peephole, confirmed it was Li Bin, and then opened the door. Li Bin entered, already wearing the armor Lu Chen had given him, holding a long knife. What's this for? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Lu Gu, I'm going out with you today, Li Bin said seriously. It wasn't a bad idea to go out together, as it would give Li Bin more experience and increase their combat power. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. After giving some instructions to Chiaya, he asked her to stay with Sun Lan temporarily and return when he came back. When they left, Coke was still asleep, so Lu Chen didn't take him but brought Xiaohei instead. Xiaohei was happy that Lu Chen didn't take Coke and happily followed him out. After the group left, Coke, who was curled up inside the house, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes emitted a faint green light. Coke let out a low growl, stood up, stretched lazily, then leaped lightly and disappeared outside the room. This time, Lu Chen planned to visit the largest central hospital in the city center. Coincidentally, the central hospital was located next to the explosion site. Lu Gu, are there usually this many zombies around? Li Bin, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask as they passed numerous flying zombies along the way. Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently and shook his head. Only a small part of them. Speaking, Lu Chen accelerated the speed of the car. Behind their car, there were still many zombies chasing after them. However, their speed was far inferior to Lu Chen's, and they were soon left behind. The zombies, without a target, wandered aimlessly on the streets like headless flies. City Central Hospital. Both of them were startled when they saw the sign hanging half off the roof. The once bustling City Central Hospital had turned into a terrifying place after the disaster struck. Lu Chen parked the car not far away and then locked it up. Lu Gu, where are these zombies heading into? Li Bin pointed to a small shop next to the hospital. And that shop was at the explosion site. Strangely, the explosion had destroyed the surrounding shops but left that particular shop unscathed. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention, thinking it was a good thing that no zombies were entering the hospital. While the zombies outside were focused on the small shop, Lu Chen successfully led Li Bin into the hospital. Inside the hospital, the place was in chaos, with machinery scattered on the ground. Seeing the zombie bodies on the floor, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and led Li Bin past the bodies straight to the pharmacy. As they reached the pharmacy's entrance, they found the door impossible to open, even the windows were locked. According to the timing of the zombie outbreak, the pharmacy shouldn't have been closed. Could there be someone inside? Just as Lu Chen was thinking, Li Bin and he heard a noise and, using the knife in hand, they broke open the door in front of them. Lu Gu, your knife is really useful. Li Bin's eyes lit up, looking at Lu Chen with surprise. Lu Chen nodded, showing no surprise but rather an expected reaction. As they entered the pharmacy, a sense of danger immediately struck them. Lu Chen dodged the sudden attack perfectly. You are human. A doctor on the side held a surgical knife tremblingly, pointing at Lu Chen and Li Bin. Since the zombie outbreak, he had been hiding in the pharmacy, not daring to make a sound. For 3 days, he had only eaten a piece of bread and drank a bottle of water. It was because he didn't make any noise that he managed to avoid the wandering zombies outside. Lu Chen frowned at the doctor and then began searching the pharmacy for medicines. You obtained 10 bottles of ibuprofen, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 1 million bottles of ibuprofen. You obtained 20 bandages, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 2 million bandages. Li Bin watched as the medicines disappeared from Lu Chen's hands, feeling nothing strange. The doctor holding the surgical knife, on the other hand, felt amazed by Lu Chen's actions. Since the zombie crisis erupted, all his beliefs and knowledge had been overturned, and everything in front of him seemed like a dream. Unfortunately, it was all too real. After sweeping the entire pharmacy of medicines, Lu Chen was ready to leave with Li Bin without a word. Take me with you. The doctor put down the surgical knife and spoke up. Lu Chen didn't stop, walking out directly. The door of the pharmacy had already been smashed by Li Bin, and from the doctor's behavior, he seemed like someone who valued his life and was afraid of death. Without the pharmacy, he wouldn't survive long. Lu Gu. Li Bin stopped, standing at the pharmacy's entrance. He had broken the door, essentially destroying someone's lifeline, and he couldn't shake off the guilt. Seeing Li Bin, Lu Chen sighed, patted his shoulder, and whispered, "I don't bring just anyone along, understand?" Li Bin froze for a moment, then nodded. "You go look for more medicines." With that, Lu Chen went back into the pharmacy. Li Bin didn't hesitate and followed Lu Chen's instructions, searching nearby. The moment Lu Chen entered the pharmacy, he found a low-level crystal in his hand. When an ordinary person ingests a crystal, they either turn into a zombie or gain superpowers. There is no need to bring waste around him. Pat. The primary crystal fell to the ground with a sound. The doctor looked at the milky white crystal on the ground in confusion. What is this?" he asked tremblingly. While Lu Chen said lightly, "If you want to follow, then eat this." Eat? Eat this? The doctor was very surprised, but dared not speak loudly, restraining his voice. Lu Chen looked at him quietly. He had no choice. He had no companions here, and outside were all zombies. Even if he didn't eat, he would be eaten by the zombies outside. Looking at the crystal on the ground, the doctor swallowed hard and picked up the crystal. "If I eat this, can I go with you?" the doctor asked tentatively. He was not stupid, he could tell. These two intruders had the ability to protect him. As long as he clung to these two, he wouldn't have to worry about surviving in this environment. And they must have food. The doctor gritted his teeth and swallowed the primary crystal in his hand. Gurgle. The crystal went into his stomach. He thought something would happen, but after a minute passed, he didn't feel anything wrong with his body. The doctor's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. He excitedly asked Lu Chen, "I'm fine. Can I go with you now?" Lu Chen looked at the doctor and sighed silently. "It's a pity about my crystal." With that, a spatial blade appeared in Lu Chen's hand. "Ha? What are you doing? You can't go back on your word." The doctor looked at what Lu Chen held in his hand, showing a fearful expression. He was about to run out when suddenly he noticed that his vision was becoming very strange. The figure of Lu Chen in front of him became extremely blurry, and then his hands, feet, and his whole body began to move uncontrollably. Roar! The next second, he let out a roar that was not his own. Lu Chen looked at the zombie in front of him, raised his hand, and the zombie lost its ability to move. He squatted in front of the zombie, lightly cut open its forehead, and took out a low-level crystal. Not everyone is lucky. You have obtained a primary crystal, critical hit effect of 100,000. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 primary crystals. After everything was done, Lu Chen walked out. After a few steps, he met Li Bin, who was coming back. Li Bin had a good harvest, and his backpack was full. When he returned and put everything in the space, it was a considerable amount of resources. Li Bin looked at Lu Chen's back and understood everything without saying a word. "Let's go," Lu Chen walked ahead. He looked at the zombies on the ground, stopping suddenly one by one. They're getting dumber. Lu Chen patted his head, then turned to Li Bin. "Cut their foreheads open and take out the crystals." With that, Lu Chen squatted down and skillfully took out one crystal after another. Li Bin was slightly stunned, looking at the zombies all over the ground, and followed Lu Chen's lead. In no time, the two of them had collected nearly 100 crystals. Lu Chen looked at the crystals on the ground, and with a thought, all the crystals entered the space. "Brother Lu, are we scavenging?" Li Bin looked at Lu Chen's actions, slightly surprised. "You have obtained 98 primary crystals, critical hit effect of 100,000. Congratulations on obtaining 18 million primary crystals." Listening to the system prompts, Lu Chen was very satisfied. This trip was totally worth it. At this rate, whether it was himself, Xiaoya, or Xiaohe Kalo, leveling up quickly was just a matter of moving their fingers. Thinking about it, Lu Chen took out a crystal and threw it to Xiaohe beside him. Xiaohe jumped lightly, grabbed the crystal Lu Chen threw, and swallowed it in one gulp. Lu Chen watched Xiaohe eat it and was very satisfied. Currently, as long as Xiaohe and Kula didn't eat too many crystals, they could absorb the crystals without needing to sleep. While taking them out, upgrading them on the side is simply perfect. After leaving the hospital, you could still see many zombies walking towards that small shop. But the strange thing is, once these zombies walked in, they never came out again. Moreover, there was a strong stench of decay in the air. These zombies seemed to have no hesitation and walked straight ahead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Chen led Li Bin and Xiaohe into a nearby daily necessities store. It was obvious that this store had already been looted, with empty shelves and some shelves already fallen on the ground, making the whole store look very messy. Lu Ge, this. Li Bin had just spoken when Lu Chen had already walked in. These people must have looted things in the chaos. Since they were already here, they couldn't leave empty-handed. The two of them, along with the dog, kept shuttling around the store, not even leaving out the smallest corners, and finally found a few abandoned candles in a small corner behind the counter. Lu Ge, just a few candles. Li Bin held up the candles in his hand, feeling helpless. Although it was just a few, Lu Chen had an external plug-in of 100,000 critical hits. In his hands, these few candles were more than just a few. Lu Chen didn't say anything, directly took the candles from Li Bin's hand. As soon as he took them, Lu Chen's consciousness moved and stored the candles in his space. You obtained 5 candles, 100,000 critical hits in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 500,000 candles. Listening to the system's prompts, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Candles were very useful in certain situations. Looking at the empty store, Lu Chen left with Li Bin and Xiaohe. Just as they stepped out of the store, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. Lu Ge, should we go back to the store? Li Bin said softly, slowly stepping back. In front of them, the zombies that should have gone to that store were now all looking towards Lu Chen, Li Bin, and Xiaohe. Lu Chen calmly summoned his armor and looked at the zombies in front of him. With not many of them, there was no problem dealing with them. Lu Chen clenched his fists and flexed his muscles. Don't panic, let's go. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, but once their numbers increased, it would be difficult to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen directly rushed up with the spatial blade in his hand. Lu Chen is so fierce. Li Bin watched Lu Chen rushing up and was stunned. The next moment, Li Bin shouted, Lu Ge, I'm coming too. Xiaohe barked and followed Li Bin, rushing up. With a puff, Xiaohe's flames instantly burned a large number of zombies. Fortunately, they were all low-level zombies, and this number was not intimidating. In no time, Lu Chen, Li Bin, and Xiaohe had dealt with all the zombies. Looking at the bodies of the zombies on the ground, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. These bodies were full of crystals. It was truly a fruitful harvest. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he called out to Li Bin, who was covered in rotting flesh. Quick, dig out the crystals on their foreheads. While the other zombies hadn't arrived yet, collecting all the crystals from these zombies was their current task. Okay. Li Bin gasped for breath, looking at Lu Chen who didn't seem to be out of breath at all. He couldn't help but wonder what he had done before. Facing so many zombies, he didn't even breathe heavily after the fight. It seemed like he needed to go back and train more. Thinking this, Li Bin sighed and pumped himself up, following Liu Ken to collect the crystals from the zombies on the ground one by one. Just as Xiaohei picked up a crystal from the ground and was about to sneakily eat it, a pair of feet suddenly stepped on it. Xiaohei exclaimed in surprise and jumped aside. The feet stepped directly on the crystal. Roar! Xiaohei growled at the person, looking very dissatisfied. Oh, Xiaohei, you're such an ugly dog and so fierce? Be careful, brother might stew you for dinner. The man smiled and said to Xiaohei. Liu Chen heard the voice and looked towards the man. Behind the man were several fierce-looking young men, but they were picking up the crystals of the zombies defeated by Liu Chen on the ground. They worked so hard to defeat the zombies. These people actually wanted to come and pick up the leftovers? Liu Chen snorted coldly and collected all the crystals he was holding into his space. You have obtained 6 primary crystals, and the effect of 100,000 critical strikes is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 600,000 primary crystals. Boss, look at that person, the backpack on his back. The man's sidekick poked the man's arm and pointed to the backpack behind Li Bin. The backpack behind Li Bin was full of things, looking very eye-catching. The man's mouth slightly curled, beckoning to the followers behind him, and walked towards Li Bin's position. Hey! The man crossed his arms and stood arrogantly in front of Li Bin. What's in the backpack on your back, show us? Li Bin frowned and took a step back. I advise you not to mess around. He tightly gripped the long knife in his hand. But these people, looking at his actions, showed no signs of panic. The next moment, the man called his follower, and a young man with glasses slowly walked out. Brother, he whispered. The man nodded and gestured towards Li Bin. This one's up to you. The young man glanced at Li Bin indifferently, frowned. Brother, this is just an ordinary person, there's no need to be so heavy-handed. As the words fell, the man kicked the young man. As the kick went down, the young man did not bend his legs, but stood straight in place. Stop the bullshit, if I tell you to do it, you do it. Once the person is done, grab the stuff. The young man gritted his teeth and said nothing. He looked up at Li Bin and apologized first. Sorry, I didn't mean to. With that, the young man moved, suddenly appearing behind Li Bin. No! Li Bin shouted, instinctively hugging the backpack behind him. Just as the young man's hand grabbed Li Bin's backpack and was about to exert force, he did not expect Li Bin's reaction to be so quick, grabbing the backpack behind him so swiftly. Taking advantage of the young man's moment of confusion, Li Bin turned his body, and his knee quickly hit the young man's abdomen. Oof! The young man's pupils widened, quickly jumping back a few steps. Damn it! If you dare to lose, your girlfriend probably won't want you anymore. The man's voice came over. Liu Chen stood aside, listening to these words, feeling disdainful. No wonder it looked so strange, it turned out that they were exploiting this young man's weakness. However, this person turned out to be an ability user. He seemed to be a shadow user similar to Coke. With that in mind, Liu Chen's mind moved, holding the blade of space in his hand, and slashed towards the man's neck. With a swish, before anyone could react, the man's head had already fallen off. Boss! The first to react, the followers shouted in fear. No one saw Liu Chen's actions. The young man looked at the man's head rolling on the ground in confusion, not knowing what to do. Seeing the young man losing his spirit, Li Bin quickly came to Liu Chen's side. Liu Ge, what should we do next? Liu Chen looked around at the bodies of the zombies. The crystals on these zombie bodies had been collected almost, and there were still many zombies around. When the head fell, the surrounding zombies must have already smelled it. It was time to leave. The next moment, Liu Chen's ears heard the sound of zombies around him. He summoned the car and quickly sat in the driver's seat. Get in the car. With that, Xiaohei barked and agilely jumped into the car. Li Bin glanced at the bewildered young man standing still before getting into the car, then turned to Lu Chen and said, "Luge, that kid is also a supernatural being. Maybe he can join us." Li Bin's words made Lu Chen consider the idea. But he couldn't guarantee that the kid wouldn't turn against them. According to the man, his girlfriend was still in their hands. Lu Chen turned the key in the car, the engine hummed to life, and Li Bin quickly got in. Just as the group was getting into the car, the zombies all surged out, heading straight for the men. "Ah!" Followed by a series of screams. Just as a few zombies were about to attack the young man standing still, Lu Chen drove over them. "Get in the car." Lu Chen kicked open the passenger seat and coldly told the young man. The shadow-type supernatural ability, if cultivated properly, would be a powerful force here. As for this person, he could be tested for a while. If he didn't fit in, Lu Chen had the ability to kill him on the spot. The young man looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Lu Chen clicked his tongue and said lightly, "If you want to save your girlfriend, get in the car." As if the words girlfriend were his trigger, his eyes finally showed a reaction. He nodded and quickly grabbed the car door, jumping in. Once the young man was in the car, Lu Chen quickly started the car and drove away. The men left behind were not so lucky. Among them, besides having strength, they had no other ability to fight the zombies. Faced with a large number of zombies, they were quickly devoured. Lu Chen looked through the rearview mirror and saw many zombies relentlessly chasing their vehicle. Occasionally, zombies would suddenly appear in front of them. Thud! The car's tires rolled over the zombies' heads, flattening them, exposing the crystallized growth on their foreheads. Lu Chen looked at the shiny crystals in the mirror and sighed regretfully. If there weren't so many of them, he would have stopped the car and scavenged them. After the car left, a zombie picked up an exposed mutated crystal. The zombie looked at it in confusion, then ate it. After swallowing the crystal, its face turned red, and its decaying flesh fell off. It groaned in pain and then exploded. Nearby zombies turned to look, curious, then shifted their attention away upon realizing it wasn't human. In the car, the young man frowned as he watched the deserted houses pass by. He looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Can you help me save my girlfriend?" Lu Chen glanced at the young man in the rearview mirror and said, "I don't do things without a reward." In a world full of zombies, no one would help an unrelated person for free. Lu Chen had his own motives for helping the young man. His shadow-type ability was valuable. The young man frowned and replied, "Just tell me what you want." Quite straightforward. Lu Chen somewhat admired his character. He hadn't expected that this person's weakness would be his girlfriend. Lu Chen smiled faintly. The car drove to a zombie-free area, and Lu Chen suddenly hit the brakes, drifting the car. His hands on the steering wheel, he looked ahead and said, "No matter what, promise me first, and then I'll help you save your girlfriend." "No matter what?" The young man hesitated. After a few seconds, he nodded in agreement. Under the guidance of the young man, Lu Chen drove to the place where the man they were looking for lived. When they arrived, it was already 5:09 in the afternoon. There were only a few hours left before the end of the 100,000 critical hits hack. Since it was a base, there should be an ample supply of food stored inside. As soon as the three men and a dog got out of the car, the young man reminded them, "There are quite a few people inside, and the little sister is locked in the room furthest inside." Little sister? Lu Chen was puzzled by the young man's address. Calling his girlfriend little sister? "Young man, is your girlfriend called little sister?" Li Bin couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. The young man nodded and explained, "Her name has the character sister in it, so I call her little sister." Upon hearing this, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, "Well, that's fine then." Almost, Li Bin and Lu Chen thought it was really what they had guessed in their hearts. If it were true, it would be too spicy. "Let's go in." Lu Chen looked around vigilantly. If they stood around chatting for too long, they might attract zombies. The other two nodded and walked in. Just as they took a step inside, there was a click, and a small handgun was pointed at Lu Chen's head. A gun! Lu Chen looked at the gun pointed at his head and didn't feel afraid, but rather excited. As long as he got hold of a gun in the space, it would turn into 100,000 guns. Even the gatekeepers of this base had a gun, and there wouldn't be a shortage of firearms inside. If he could get all of these, Lu Chen would have a mobile arsenal. "Who are you people?" the man guarding the door questioned. He looked slightly surprised when he saw the young man. "Kid, what are you doing here? Didn't you go out with the boss?" the man asked. The young man stepped forward and calmly replied, "The boss asked me to bring these two back first." With that, the man scanned Lu Chen in front of him and asked, "Newcomer?" "Looks like it," the man said, slowly lowering the gun. He walked behind the young man and without a word, lifted the young man's hand and rolled up his sleeve. Then, he took out a syringe from his pocket and injected it into the young man's arm. The young man watched the whole process with a frown. Then, the man took a new syringe and walked towards Lu Chen. Like the young man, Lu Chen's sleeve was rolled up, and he watched as the syringe was slowly injected into his skin, feeling nothing wrong with his body, immune to all poisons. Li Bin was also injected with the syringe. The three followed the man, and Li Bin cautiously whispered to Lu Chen, "Brother Lu, this syringe." Lu Chen didn't say anything, just shook his head silently. He hadn't figured out the composition of the syringe yet, but for now, it seemed harmless. The next moment, when Lu Chen saw that everyone inside was holding a gun, he was deeply shocked. Mission, Doomsday Reserve. The Doomsday is approaching. Please collect as many usable resources as possible to the War Reserve storage space. During this mission, all resources you store will receive a critical hit of 100,000 times, remaining mission time, 0 days 6 hours 1 minute. Lu Chen glanced at the transparent panel in front of him, then shifted his focus. The last 6 hours were more than enough. He wanted all the firearms here. Firearms in the Doomsday world are very precious, not only for self-defense but also as a way to trade for other items. With firearms, it can be said that he has taken a step towards becoming a king in this world. What are you looking at? Get lost. A man who felt uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Chen directly scolded. The man leading the three of them came over, stood in front of Lu Chen, and said lightly, "Newcomer, be careful." Upon hearing the three words "newcomer," the man who had been scolding turned dark and fell silent. He turned his head and warned Lu Chen. "Don't look around." The man glared at Lu Chen and continued walking ahead. Lu Chen remained silent, quietly following behind the man. For some reason, he began to feel a bit restless. Could it be because of the potion he had just taken? When he turned to look at the young man, neither the young man nor Li Bin showed any reaction. Could it be that the potion only worked for him? That shouldn't be the case. Lu Chen lowered his gaze in thought for a moment, and when he looked up again, he had already arrived at a room's door. "Go in." The leading man glanced at Lu Chen and said to the young man indifferently. The young man's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and before entering the room, he deliberately glanced at Lu Chen a few more times. There were many rooms here, and the whole building seemed to be used as their base. The room in front of them was 303. "Hey, you two, follow me," the leader said coldly. He glanced at the little black dog that had been following them all the way and asked impatiently, "Is this the dog you brought back? What's the use of this thing? Isn't it just stewed and eaten at the last moment?" The leader said, chuckling at the displeased little black dog. He muttered, "It's quite temperamental." Then he turned around to continue leading the way. The little black dog quickened its pace and walked up to Lu Chen, rubbing against him with its furry body. Woof! It let out a low growl. Lu Chen reached out and patted it, whispering, "It's okay, little black, we'll make you happy later." The little black dog seemed to understand Lu Chen's words and wagged its tail happily. The group continued walking forward and finally stopped at room 309. The leader turned and said, "I don't know why the boss chose you guys. From now on, you can only listen to us here. You will stay here, and when you collect enough 20 crystals, you will get a gun." With a proud look, the man shook the gun in his hand. See this? I collected it from 30 crystals. You guys should be content with 20. With that, the man snorted coldly and walked away. Lugo, what should we do now? Li Bin asked as the man's figure disappeared from view. Lu Chen remained silent, and several more men appeared in their sight. The men glanced at them and then walked into room 308. The whole building was filled with unknown numbers of people and firepower. If they were to attack recklessly, they could defeat them but would also get injured. It would be better to use other means. Thinking this, Lu Chen turned and opened the door to room 309. As the door opened, a foul smell wafted out. Is that a zombie? Li Bin asked slowly as he looked at the bodies lying in the room. Lu Chen frowned. In the center of the room lay the bodies of 2 zombies. What was horrifying was that the flesh on these bodies had been dug out, leaving only a few extremely rotten pieces clinging to the bones, barely hanging on. Lu Chen walked in and closed the door, and the 2 crouched beside the zombie bodies. The marks on the bodies did not look like bite marks but rather like they had been cut with a blade. Could the people here be eating the flesh of zombies? However, Lu Chen quickly dismissed this thought from his mind. In the previous life, even superhumans who ate zombie flesh would turn into zombies, let alone ordinary people. What were these people doing with the zombie flesh? Ding! Mission, Doomsday Reserve. The apocalypse is coming. Please collect as many usable resources as possible to the War Reserve storage space. During this task, all the resources you have stored will receive a critical hit multiplier of 100,000 times. Remaining time for the task, 0 days 5 hours 0 minutes. An hour passed, and the system emitted a warning sound. Lu Chen stood up and walked towards the door. He couldn't afford to waste time here, there were still many machines waiting for him to collect. Li Bin watched Lu Chen walk out and quickly followed suit. Room 303 was not arranged like room 309, the layout of room 309 was suitable for normal living, while room 303 only had a bed, a chair, and a small cabinet. Room 303 was the smallest compared to the other rooms, only the size of a bedroom and other rooms. It looked more like a cage. A young man sat on the only chair, holding the hand of the girl on the bed, trembling as he said, "Little sister, it seems like we have a chance to get out." The girl on the bed had her hands and feet bound by chains, tears slowly falling from the corners of her eyes, her gaze blankly staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, the girl spoke, I don't have the strength anymore." The young man, upon hearing this, trembled all over, holding the girl's hands tightly. "No, you can still survive." With a sudden burst of excitement, the young man stood up, and the chair fell to the ground. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving up and down. The next moment, his expression softened, turning into a face of apology. "I'm sorry, I forgot, you don't like me like this," he said, quickly helping the girl up. As the young man held her hand, a faint green light shimmered in the palm of the girl's hand. This power slowly flowed into the young man's body, unknowingly healing the injuries within him. "Lugo, over here," Li Bin stood in front of room 201, waving to Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked towards room 201. Looking through the window, they saw many people sleeping inside the room, and inside the room, boxes of military equipment were neatly arranged. There were about 10 boxes in total. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He squatted next to Xiaohei, patting its head gently, and said, "Xiaohei, it's up to you next, do you understand what I mean?" With that, he pointed towards the door of room 201. Xiaohei happily jumped and walked towards the door. Lu Chen and Li Bin hid in a nearby location. The next moment, a large flame spewed out of Xiaohei's mouth. The door of room 201 was instantly charred. Even the people leaning against the door were caught in the fire. Ah! Fire! Fire! The people in room 201 shouted. Lu Chen stood aside, quickly waving to Xiaohei. Xiaohei looked displeased but still walked towards Lu Chen. Once the commotion started here, the zombies outside would come over immediately. They had to act fast, take away the military equipment, take the young man and his girlfriend, and the task for today would be completed. After the two men and the dog hid, the sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Hurry up! Move everything out from inside! The man who was leading before shouted. The surrounding men hesitated as the fire grew, none daring to move forward. The man scolded and kicked two men inside. Seeing only one or two men bringing things out, he shouted again in urgency, "Hurry up!" If these 10 boxes of military equipment were burned, he wouldn't know how to explain to the boss when he returned. However, at this time, why hadn't the boss returned yet? Just as he was thinking, someone covered in blood ran up to him from downstairs, shouting, "Bad news! The zombies are coming!" The man's heart trembled. Damn it, they're taking advantage of this time. He hesitated for a moment and said to the person next to him, "You must move the things out." Then he turned to the man who had just come up to report. "You and I will go down and stop the zombies." After the man finished speaking, he quickly ran down. The man who came up to report obviously hesitated for a moment and didn't say what he wanted to say. As the two of them left, Lu Chen, who was hiding on the side, made a move and came out. "I'll help," he said loudly, and as his hand lightly touched the box of military equipment that was being moved out, he had a sudden realization and immediately stored it in his space. In the current situation, even if he left directly, no one would notice. Moreover, he just ran over there? You have obtained a box of military equipment, with a critical hit of 100,000 in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 boxes of military equipment. Listening to the system prompts, he became even more excited. This was just based on the number of boxes, without even looking inside. With this 100,000 critical hit, he wondered how much he would ultimately gain. Ignoring the flames around him, Lu Chen rushed in directly. The moment he entered the room, he touched the military equipment box, and it was stored in his space for the second time. While everyone in the room rushed out, Lu Chen immediately stored the second and third boxes in his space. "Brother, are you okay?" The man who had just rushed in saw Lu Chen standing still and asked with concern. Lu Chen lowered his head and said lightly, "I'm fine." What could be wrong with him? He was almost ecstatic. As soon as these 3 boxes of military equipment entered his space, they directly turned into 30,000 boxes of military equipment. That's good, the flames are really strange, even water can't put them out. The man said as he picked up the military equipment box in front of him. He looked at the boxes in the room and said suspiciously, "We've already moved so many boxes, I really don't know why they're rushing us." Watching the man run out, Lu Chen silently stored another box of military equipment in his space, and then moved another box out. Who? Lu Chen placed the military equipment on the ground and casually stored another box in his space. Li Bin on the side had already seen all of Lu Chen's actions and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was Lu Ge so bold that he wasn't afraid of being discovered? After going back and forth, Lu Chen had already stored 6 boxes of military equipment in his space. The remaining 4 boxes had also been moved out by them. Wasn't it 10 boxes, why are there only 4? Yeah, what's going on? The flames didn't even reach the boxes inside, how could there be only 4 boxes? Maybe they're still inside, go in and check quickly, or else the boss will kill us. Just as everyone was puzzled, the man who had reported upstairs rushed up. Quick! Go down! Before he could finish his sentence, the man's face suddenly changed, and his neck made a cracking sound. The next moment, he turned into a zombie. Damn! With a curse, a person with a gun shot the zombie's head. Thud! The crystal on the zombie's forehead fell off, and the person who shot it picked it up and called out to his brothers behind him. Forget about the remaining 6 boxes, go down and help. With that, Lu Chen pretended to follow them down, but actually walked at the back of the group and stored the remaining 4 boxes in his space. You have obtained 4 boxes of military equipment, with a critical hit of 100,000 in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 400,000 boxes of military equipment. Listening to the system's voice, Lu Chen was very satisfied. He, along with Li Bin and Xiao He, arrived at the door of room 303. Click. As the door opened, Lu Chen raised his hand, and the small knife in his hand immediately blocked the attack from the person who came in. The young man saw that it was Lu Chen and quickly withdrew his hand. "Are you here to rescue us?" Lu Chen did not answer him, but instead looked at the girl lying on the bed. The girl was wearing a white long dress, lying quietly on the bed. Her hands and feet were bound by chains, looking very miserable. Lu Chen raised his hand, and with a click 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 click, the chain on the girl's hands and feet was immediately unlocked. "Put it on, we need to leave quickly." With such a commotion, the building downstairs was already filled with zombies. Moreover, it was nighttime, and the people killed by zombies downstairs would attract even more zombies. In no time, everyone downstairs would be dead. The young man picked up the girl and followed behind Lu Chen and the others. As soon as they stepped out of the stairwell, they encountered several zombies head-on. Xiao He opened his mouth, and with a puff, the zombies were instantly burned to ashes. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Chen summoned a car and got into the driver's seat directly. Li Bin quickly opened the car door and jumped in. "Kid, give me your hand." He reached out his hand to the young man. The young man gritted his teeth, holding the girl's waist with one hand and grabbing Li Bin's hand with the other, using the momentum to jump into the car. Roar! In an instant, dozens of zombies swarmed towards them. The car windows were quickly closed, and many zombies frantically pounded on the windows. Lu Chen sat in the driver's seat, unable to see anything in front of him. "Hold on tight," Lu Chen shouted, pulling the handbrake and stepping on the gas pedal to the maximum. In the next moment, the car rushed out at full speed. Outside, a man who was fighting for his life against the zombies suddenly turned his head and came face to face with the car that had just driven out. His eyes lit up, thinking the car would stop. But it didn't. Before he could say anything, the car ran over him. "Lu Gu, it seemed like a living person was standing in front just now." Li Bin looked back. They saw many zombies gathered at the spot where the man had been run over, feasting on something. Lu Chen glanced at the rearview mirror indifferently, without answering. At this moment, he didn't care whether they were alive or dead. In the back seat, the young man held the girl. Since leaving the bed, the girl had not opened her eyes. "Kid, is your girlfriend okay?" Li Bin glanced at the girl in the young man's arms and asked casually. At the moment Li Bin spoke, the young man clenched his fist secretly, then relaxed it. "She's fine," Li Bin nodded and didn't ask further. Meanwhile, Lu Chen drove the car back with the two of them. Looking out the window, they saw that there were already a dozen zombie bodies lying quietly on the ground downstairs. Ding! Mission, Doomsday Reserve. The Doomsday is approaching. Please collect as many usable resources as possible to the emergency storage space. During this mission, all resources you store will receive a 100,000 times critical hit bonus. Remaining mission time, 0 days 3 hours 0 minutes. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and the group got out of the car. Lu Chen put away the car and went to dig out the crystals from the heads of the dozen or so zombie bodies. Plink, plink. The sound of crystals falling to the ground one after another echoed. Lu Chen kept digging, while Li Bin picked up the crystals behind him. The young man held the girl, silently watching behind the two men and a dog. "Lu Gu, there are a total of 12 crystals," Li Bin said, handing the collected crystals to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded and took the crystals. While digging out the crystals, Lu Chen could still smell the burnt odor emanating from the zombies' bodies. It wasn't like they were burned by flames, but rather charred by lightning. These dozen or so zombie bodies were probably the work of Xiaoya. With a thought, the 12 crystals in his hand disappeared. You obtained 12 primary crystals, 100,000 critical hit in effect. Congratulations, you obtained 2 million primary crystals. After putting away the items, Lu Chen walked up the stairs slowly. Roar! Just as he ascended the stairs, low growls could be heard from upstairs. The walls of the entire stairwell were covered with zombie blood and rotting flesh. When did Xiaoya's abilities become so terrifying? Soon, when he walked upstairs, he immediately knew that his guess was wrong. As soon as a few people went upstairs, their whole bodies stiffened in place. In front of them, a very strong zombie was holding a small zombie and tearing it apart. It grabbed the zombie and unhesitatingly tore chunks of rotten flesh from its body. After tearing it off, it carefully examined it, only eating the good parts. Watching this scene, Lu Chen's heart trembled. This zombie was conscious. Just as he was thinking this, the zombie swallowed the flesh and slowly turned towards Lu Chen and the others. When its eyes met theirs, it didn't charge at them like a normal zombie would upon seeing people. Instead, the zombie smiled at Lu Chen. Its mouth awkwardly curved upwards, revealing its yellowish-white teeth. Lu Chen shuddered and quickly summoned his armor, vigilantly holding an alloy war knife in his hand. How could an intelligent zombie appear at this time? Today was only the third day since the disaster broke out, so only ordinary zombies should be appearing. Not just the zombie in front of them, but also the body from the warehouse. Where did it go now? Lu Chen quickly dismissed these thoughts from his mind and focused on the zombie in front of him. This zombie wouldn't be around for long. They had only encountered ordinary zombies on their way back, so if they were lucky, this zombie might be a mutated one. Next, Lu Chen's left hand moved, and several spatial blades appeared around his left hand. The young man beside him looked at the spatial blades in surprise. Was he also an esper like himself? Lu Chen pointed his hand towards the zombie, and the spatial blades quickly stabbed out at high speed. The zombie looked at the spatial blades, and Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he saw the zombie dodge. As the zombie dodged the spatial blades, its lower body moved first, while its upper body seemed sluggish, lagging behind by a second. This resulted in two spatial blades piercing through the zombie's upper body. Ah! The zombie covered its wounds in pain, emitting a scream similar to that of a human. Inside the room, since Lu Chen had left with Li Bin and Xiao He, Sun Lan had stayed with Xiaoya. Even if there was any commotion outside, the two of them did not go out. The zombie's scream happened to reach Sun Lan and Xiaoya's ears. Sun Lan was startled and subconsciously grabbed Xiaoya's arm, fear evident in her voice. Xiaoya, is there someone outside? Sun Lan treated Xiaoya like a big sister, caring for her as if she were her closest friend. Xiaoya understood Sun Lan's kindness and naturally reciprocated it. She gently patted Sun Lan's hand and reassured her, Sun Lan, don't worry. We'll wait in the room for Lu Chen and the others to come back. The zombies won't come in. Xiaoya appeared calm on the surface, but she was actually very vigilant. Outside the door, Lu Chen and Li Bin were already fighting the zombie, while Xiao He watched them, unsure whether to breathe fire or not. It paced back and forth anxiously. The zombie's movements became faster with time, and the coordination between its upper and lower body improved, which was a bad sign for Lu Chen. While attacking the zombie, Lu Chen also paid attention to its wounds. The zombie seemed covered in wounds, but the only fatal spot was well protected by the zombie. Li Bin gritted his teeth and rushed forward, tightly embracing the zombie. Lu Gu! Li Bin shouted, and Lu Chen, holding an alloy war knife, decisively swung it towards the zombie's neck. The zombie panicked. It never expected Li Bin to recklessly embrace it. When Lu Chen saw the alloy war knife coming at him, it didn't struggle, but chose to bite Li Bin. Not good. Lu Chen thought to himself, not good, and quickly pinched out a spatial blade with his left hand. Too late. At this moment, it was too late to throw out the spatial blade. He didn't expect the zombie to go for Li Bin. Even if he distorted space, he couldn't save it in time. Just as the zombie was about to bite Li Bin, a young man's figure suddenly appeared behind the zombie. He quickly raised his hand, and with a swish, the zombie's head fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Chen stopped moving, and Li Bin quickly let go of the zombie, wiping off the stains on his body with disgust. Lu Gu! Li Bin wiped as he walked over. Lu Chen looked at him with a deep gaze, then turned to the young man. Name. The young man glanced at the girl leaning against the wall not far away and replied lightly, Fongling. After saying that, Fongling walked towards the girl. By now, the girl had woken up, her lips very pale, looking very haggard. But she still managed to speak. My name is Chung Shu. Ching Shu was very fair, with straight long hair falling on her chest. Her pale face set off her melancholic eyes. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted, and her cold voice rang out again. Thank you for saving us. With that, Ching Shu's hand slowly clasped Fongling's hand. Lu Chen looked at Ching Shu, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. The person in front of him seemed familiar, yet unfamiliar. Lu Gu, this kid even said his girlfriend's name has the character Mei. Li Bin leaned in close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered. Before Lu Chen could respond, Ching Shu smiled first and said lightly, my nickname has the character Mei in it, that's why Ling Gu calls me that. As she spoke, she touched Fongling's palm. Fongling's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. When Lu Chen heard Ching Shu's words, his eyes lit up. A nickname with the character Mei. He found the words so familiar. In the previous life, there was also a girl in his team with such a name. She joined the team later, didn't tell them her name, and instead let them call her Mei. That girl was a healing ability user. Having a healing ability user in the team was very popular. However, the good times didn't last long. At that time, the healing ability crystals were in short supply, and during a wave of zombies, Mei sacrificed herself. In that wave, several other brothers also died. Lu Chen looked closely at Ching Shu again, and when he saw a faint mole near her eye, he was even more certain. Although Mei from the previous life didn't have this mole when she joined the team, he saw her crying secretly one night, and it was then that he clearly saw the mole near her eye. The mole seemed to be covered up by something. Ching Shu felt a little uncomfortable when she noticed Lu Chen staring at the mole near her eye. She walked behind Fong Ling, about to say something, when Lu Chen spoke first. You're a healing ability user, right? As soon as the words fell, both Ching Shu and Fong Ling's faces darkened. She was blocked by Fong Ling, who warily asked, what do you want? Watching Fong Ling's protective gesture, Lu Chen smiled faintly. If I wanted to take your girlfriend away, I would have done it already. I don't need to wait until now. Fong Ling was taken aback. He wanted to say something, but Ching Shu quietly stuck her head out and asked in a low voice, I'm a healing ability user, what do you want? Mei. Seeing Ching Shu revealing her identity, Fong Ling suddenly became anxious. But when he met Ching Shu's eyes, he hesitated. Quite interesting. Lu Chen watched the two play around, shaking his head helplessly. He turned around and said as he walked, follow me. Fong Ling and Ching Shu stared at each other for a few seconds. In the end, Ching Shu took the initiative to speak first, and Fong Ling followed. Before leading the two into the room, Lu Chen squatted in front of the zombie that had just been killed and took out the mutated crystal from its forehead. With such great power and a burnt taste of lightning, Lu Chen speculated that this zombie should be of the lightning attribute. Gently cutting open the zombie's forehead, a purple crystal was exposed. Lu Chen was delighted and quickly took out the purple crystal. It was indeed of the lightning attribute. Unfortunately, this zombie seemed to have just mutated, and in a tense situation, it forgot to use its lightning ability. The purple crystal, once absorbed by Xiaoya, would greatly enhance her abilities. With a thought, Lu Chen stored the purple crystal in his space. You obtained one intermediate crystal, with a critical hit effect of 100,000. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 intermediate crystals. Ding! Mission, Doomsday Reserve. The Doomsday is approaching, please collect as many available resources as possible into the emergency storage space. During this mission, all resources you store will receive a critical hit of 100,000 times. Remaining mission time, 0 days, 1 hour, 0 minutes. With only 1 hour left of the 100,000 critical hits, he couldn't collect much in this final hour. Are you the space user? Ching Shu's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Chen didn't turn to look, just nodded and stood up, leading the two into the room. Lu Chun. When Xiaoya saw Lu Chen return, her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked towards him, holding his arm. The next second, when she saw Qing Shu entering the room, her expression suddenly became alert. And the second after that, Fong Ling walked in, holding Qing Shu's hand, which made Xiaoya breathe a sigh of relief. Click. After closing the door, Lu Chen took out a green intermediate crystal from the space. When Qing Shu and Fong Ling saw the green crystal, their eyes widened. You. Before Qing Shu could finish her sentence, Lu Chen silently put away the crystal. He had thought that the healing crystal would have to be kept for a long time before being used, but he didn't expect a rare healing ability user to show up like this. Even without a healing ability user in his team, he was satisfied. Having a healing ability user would make the team even stronger. I can provide you with the crystal, but the condition is that you and your boyfriend must faithfully follow me. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the expressions of the two changed. Qing Shu's face alternated between pale and red, clutching her clothes tightly, showing hesitation. However, healing crystals and healing ability users were both rare. Even in the previous organization, they didn't have any healing crystals. They were afraid that if they refused Lu Chen now, they might never encounter one again. Qing Shu frowned, looked up at Fong Ling, who gently patted her hand and whispered, "It's okay, leave it to me." Turning to Lu Chen, Fong Ling said, "We also have a condition." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, "Go on." "You can't treat the girl as a slave," Fong Ling said, and Sun Lan immediately added, "Young man, how could we treat a girl as a slave? You and her stay, brother Lu is fine." Sun Lan's words didn't reach Fong Ling's ears, he wanted to hear Lu Chen's answer. Lu Chen just smiled faintly and agreed. No problem. He wouldn't treat a healing ability user as a slave. Qing Shu and Fong Ling didn't show extreme happiness upon hearing this but nodded calmly. "We will stay, under the corresponding." Fong Ling hadn't finished speaking when Lu Chen interrupted, "There are rooms around, choose one for yourselves. Food and such will be provided at 7 o'clock every morning without fail. Go find your rooms, but remember not to leave this building." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he handed over a healing crystal. Fong Ling glanced at the crystal and swallowed the words he wanted to say. Qing Shu looked at the crystal in Fong Ling's hand, gently tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "Let's go." It was already good enough to get the crystal, they didn't dare to think too much about food and shelter. They had enough experience from the previous organization and were unwilling to trust anyone too much. Lu Chen watched as the two walked out of the room, then turned to Li Bin and said, "Let's send some food to them tonight, enough for 2 people. Li Bin nodded. After giving a few more instructions, Li Bin led Xiao He and Sun Lan back to the room. Just as they opened the door, a prompt from the system sounded. "Mission, Doomsday Reserve. The Doomsday is approaching. Please collect as many available resources as possible to the emergency storage space. During this mission, all resources you store will receive a 100,000 times critical hit bonus. Remaining mission time, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations on completing the mission and receiving a big reward package. Please choose whether to open it." As the voice fell, a transparent panel appeared in front of Lu Chen. There were 2 options, yes and no. Lu Chen chose yes in his mind as he walked forward. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1 gene-enhancing potion, 1 pair of night vision goggles. He was familiar with gene-enhancing potions, but were these night vision goggles really as straightforward as they sounded? He didn't need to worry about the night for now. The vision of ordinary zombies was not good, but with the appearance of mutated zombies, these night vision goggles came in handy. Opening the inventory, he saw a pair of night vision goggles placed on top. With a thought, the night vision goggles automatically fit over his eyes. With the goggles on, Lu Chen looked out the window. What appeared pitch black outside the window now looked as bright as day to him, clear and vivid. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, leaned against the window, and peered at the tall building not far away. He could clearly see a zombie standing on the tall building not far away. "Lu Chen, what are you looking at?" "Xiaoya, curious about Lu Chen suddenly putting on the goggles, noticed how convenient his spatial ability was, even allowing him to wear the goggles directly on his eyes without needing to put them on himself. Just as Xiaoya was about to walk to the window, Lu Chen, through the night vision goggles, happened to see the zombie looking in their direction. "Don't move," Lu Chen said in a low voice, quickly moving to the side of the window himself. "Ha?" Xiaoya hesitated but quickly followed Lu Chen's lead. She watched Lu Chen nervously and was about to move towards him. Before she could, a clattering sound came from above her head. Something was at the window. At that moment, right above Xiaoya's head, outside the window, the zombie that should have been on the tall building was suddenly standing outside the window. It looked into the dark room, wanting to reach out and pull the curtain, but the curtain was inside the room. Roar! The zombie growled discontentedly, lingering outside the window for a long time before quieting down. Listening to the noise above her head, Xiaoya dared not even breathe. She remained on high alert, afraid the zombie would burst in. After what seemed like a long time, Lu Chen stood up, carefully looked towards the tall building again, and saw that the zombie had returned to its original position. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and closed the curtain. He had never seen such a thing at night in his previous life. This zombie was like a sentry, noticing anything unusual and likely to inform its companions. Countless zombies would then rush over in this direction. Nighttime was too dangerous. The growth rate of zombies has been getting faster and faster. Lu Chen looked towards Xiaoya and reached out to pull her up. Xiaoya's legs were weak, and she could only stand up with the help of Lu Chen's strength. Just a few seconds after standing up, she weakly fell towards Lu Chen. "Lu Chen." She murmured Lu Chen's name. Lu Chen nodded and directly lifted her horizontally. Wearing night vision goggles, Lu Chen had no obstacles in the dark room. Carefully placing Xiaoya on the bed, Lu Chen took out a candle, lit it, and placed it by the bedside. "You went out and actually found a candle?" Xiaoya said in surprise. Lu Chen gently patted her head and whispered, "Not only did I find a candle, I also got something good." With that, Lu Chen took out a crystal of lightning element. A crystal emitting a faint blue light entered Xiaoya's eyes, and she exclaimed, "This crystal is so beautiful." She unconsciously reached out her hand towards the crystal of lightning element. For some reason, this blue crystal kept tempting her to absorb it. Lu Chen saw Xiaoya's actions but did not stop her. Instead, he handed her the crystal. As soon as Xiaoya's hand touched the crystal, the blue light on the crystal began to radiate, gradually surrounding her body. She slowly closed her eyes and absorbed the crystal in her hand. Soon, Xiaoya's forehead and body were covered in sweat. Lu Chen took out a towel and carefully wiped away the sweat for her. After a while, Xiaoya's face started to turn pale, followed by a painful groan. "Ah!" Xiaoya shouted, startling Lu Chen, who quickly covered her mouth with the towel. If this scream attracted nearby zombies and Lu Chen was not around, Xiaoya would have become their snack. Xiaoya bit the towel tightly, curled up on the bed, covering her stomach, with sweat soaking the entire bedsheet. Lu Chen watched nervously from the side, but he was powerless. This was something Xiaoya had to go through during absorption, and he couldn't help her. After about half an hour, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a level 2 lightning elemental ability user. The second task is now released. Task: store crystals. There is 1 month left until the first zombie outbreak. Please collect mutant crystals and form your own team as much as possible during the remaining time. All resources you store during this period will receive a 100-fold critical strike bonus. Remaining time for the task, 29 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes. Hearing the task announced by the system, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. 100-fold critical strike bonus? Although not as tempting as a 10,000-fold critical strike, it was still enough. The first zombie outbreak. Upon hearing this term, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. In his previous life, he only survived for 5 years before dying. The zombie outbreak after 5 years was simply unbeatable. This time, he wanted to see what the zombie outbreak would be like. Just as he was thinking, Xiaoya had already absorbed a purple crystal. She gasped heavily, feeling the changes in her body, and her eyes lit up. Lu Chen, I seem to. Hearing Xiaoya's voice, Lu Chen turned to look at her. Finished absorbing? Any changes? Lu Chen asked, looking at Xiaoya expectantly. Xiaoya's face turned slightly red, nodded, and stood up from the bed. She slowly raised her hand, and a sizzling sound was heard. Xiaoya's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the next moment, lightning surrounded the TV in the living room. Boom! Xiaoya uttered a word lightly. Bang! The TV in the living room was instantly blasted by lightning, turning into a pile of dust on the floor. Lu Chen was shocked to see this scene. Telekinetic manipulation. This means that Xiaoya's mental abilities are getting stronger. Attacking through objects, in case someone is taken hostage, Xiaoya's skill would be the best solution. Lu Ken thought. He was already looking forward to what would happen if Xiaoya absorbed more thunder and lightning crystals. Immediately, Lu Ken took out 30 thunder and lightning crystals from the space and placed them on the bed. These are for you, absorb them slowly, he said, standing up and patting Xiaoya's shoulder in surprise, whispering, don't absorb them all at once, it's too much for you to handle, take it slowly, no need to force yourself. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoya nodded slightly, feeling happy inside. She watched Lu Ken walk out, then turned to pick up the purple crystals on the bed. She needed to absorb these crystals quickly so she could go out with Lu Ken. Gulu. Xiaoya directly absorbed 2 crystals in one breath. She immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling a wave of piercing and burning sensations coming from her body. Afraid of crying out, Xiaoya half opened one eye and grabbed a towel from the side to cover her mouth. The pain on her body was unbearable, and Xiaoya couldn't help but cry out from time to time. Outside the room, Lu Ken walked out and closed the door for Xiaoya. Ayo! Xiaohei came over, rubbing against Lu Chen's leg. Looking at its appearance, Lu Ken smiled helplessly. Alright, I'll feed you now. With that, Lu Ken took out 30 crystals and put them in Xiaohei's dog bowl. It was then that he realized that Coke was missing. His attention had been on the night vision goggles given by the system when he entered, and he didn't even know when Coke disappeared. Lu Ken was anxious for a few seconds, then heard a meow from the window. Meow. Hearing the sound, Xiaohei quickly swallowed the crystal in its mouth and then protected its dog bowl. Seeing Xiaohei's actions, Lu Ken could guess that it must be Coke outside the window. He walked over, wearing night vision goggles, carefully opened a small corner of the curtain, and saw Coke. Lu Ken opened the window, and Coke jumped in lightly. As soon as it entered the room, Coke arrogantly walked towards Xiaohei. Lu Ken quickly closed the window curtain and looked at Coke, which was already next to Xiaohei, looking disdainfully at it. Coke's fur was shining brightly. Where had Coke been during this time? Lu Ken wondered as he walked over. He squatted down, reached out to touch Coke's head, and Coke rubbed against his hand. Xiaohei looked displeased on the side, deliberately eating the crystals in the bowl loudly. Coke, however, ignored it and continued to enjoy rubbing against Lu Chen's hand. After touching it for a while, Lu Ken did not find any wounds on Coke's body. Of course, a shadow cat like Coke wouldn't get injured going out. Clatter clatter. Lu Ken took out 30 primary crystals. Watching Coke eat contentedly, Lu Ken stood up. With only 1 month left, it would be great to find various abilities crystals during this time. However, these crystals were on mutated zombies, making it very difficult to deal with them. As far as he knew, the first batch of awakened ability users would have 5 elements: strength, speed, space, shadow, healing, thunder and lightning, and almost no one could awaken the time element. The timeline had changed after the rebirth. Li Bin survived in this life, and Lu Ken also gained abilities early, causing a slight adjustment in the butterfly effect. The second batch of ability users would awaken after a few months. The second batch of awakened types is numerous, too many to count, but relatively speaking, the abilities of the 2 awakenings cannot be compared. When Lu Chen saw the mutant zombies for the first time in the previous life, it was after the first batch of ability users awakened. But this time, it was really too fast. Just as Lu Chen was pondering, there was a knocking sound outside the door. Lu Chen looked out through the peephole. It was Fong Ling. He was holding Qing Shu in his arms. Fong Ling knocked a few times, but when no one opened the door, he lowered his voice and said, "It's me, Fong Ling." With a click, the door in front of him finally opened. When Fong Ling met Lu Chen's eyes, there was a hint of reproach that flashed by, but it quickly disappeared. After closing the door, Fong Ling placed Qing Shu on the sofa. Lu Chen looked at Qing Shu on the sofa. Qing Shu's lips were pale, still trembling, her face was pale, sweating all over. Her brows were furrowed, looking like she was on the brink of death. "Is the crystal you gave her real?" Fong Ling clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Watching Fong Ling's restrained appearance, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Was he afraid of him? Lu Chen sat on a nearby chair, casually saying, "I just picked it up randomly." The crystal was, of course, real. As for whether Qing Shu could survive, it depended on her own luck. Not everyone who absorbed the crystal could bear the power of upgrading their abilities. "You!" Fong Ling moved, his fist about to strike Lu Chen. In the next second, several lightning bolts surrounded Fong Ling, ready to turn him to ashes if he made a move. Xiaoya, with lightning surrounding her fingers, walked out from the room, saying lightly, "You can't touch him. This bug has been fixed." Xiaoya looked coldly at Fong Ling, her hand slightly moving, bringing the lightning closer to him. As long as he made a slight move, he would touch the lightning around him. Gulp! Fong Ling nervously swallowed his saliva. In terms of speed, the shadow system was definitely not inferior to the lightning system. But now, Xiaoya was already a level 2 lightning system ability user, more than enough to deal with Fong Ling, a level 1 shadow system ability user. "Young man, you're really in a hurry," Lu Chen said lightly. Xiaoya walked towards Lu Chen and stood behind him. Fong Ling looked at the two of them, clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and said, "If anything happens to my sister, I will make sure you pay for it." Just as the three of them were at a standstill, Qing Shu, lying on the sofa, slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Fong Ling surrounded by lightning, and nervously called out to him, "Fong Ling?" Fong Ling heard the voice, turned excitedly, but as soon as he moved, he immediately touched the lightning around him. Ah! Fong Ling was instantly struck by lightning all over his body. He held the wound on his arm, fell to the ground, paralyzed. Xiaoya didn't expect Fong Ling to really move, and when she saw him injured, she quickly retracted the lightning. I didn't mean to," she said softly. Lu Chen gently patted her back, comforting her, "It's okay, it's not your fault." Although he was comforting Xiaoya, his eyes were always on the fallen Fong Ling. Fong Ling had traces of being struck by lightning all over his body. Qing Shu's heart tightened, she took a step, and fell directly from the sofa. Dragging her weak body, she struggled to crawl towards Fong Ling. When her hand held Fong Ling's hand, a gentle green light spread from her to Fong Ling's body. As the green light spread, it was actually healing every wound on Fong Ling's body. In no time, all the wounds on Fong Ling's body had disappeared. Lu Chen, what is this?" Xiaoya looked at this scene, dumbfounded. Lu Chen explained, "This girl, like you, is an ability user, and her ability is healing. She is like a nanny. Just as a level 2 healing type Esper has already been able to heal so quickly, it is unimaginable what earth-shattering changes will occur when she reaches level 10. Little sister, you." Fong Ling slowly stood up and quickly picked up Qing Shu. The last time he saw Qing Shu's Esper power activate was in the previous building. At that time, Qing Shu and he had just demonstrated their Esper abilities in front of those people for the first time. Since then, Qing Shu had been treated like a slave, constantly healing them. Until Qing Shu was no longer able to release healing power, they refused to let them go. It was because Qing Shu was under their control that Fong Ling couldn't leave with her and had to be controlled by others. The reagent they used to control them was the same. Tears welled up in Fong Ling's excited eyes. Xingshu looked at him helplessly, smiled, and raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes. Why are you crying? Am I not fine? Fang Ling sniffed and then carefully placed Xingshu on the sofa, turned to bow deeply to Lu Chen. Thank you, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Saying thank you in the apocalypse seemed too naive. He rested his chin on his hands and slowly spoke, I don't want your thanks, I just want you to remember what I told you. After a few words with the two, Lu Chen let Fang Ling and Xingshu return to their own room. The next day, Lu Chen and Xiaoya were lying in bed hugging each other. Just as dawn broke, irregular knocking sounds came from the door. Xiao Hei and Kula stood alert behind the door, ready for battle. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. This sound made his heart beat faster involuntarily. Xiaoya, who was sleeping beside him, also woke up. She quickly put on her clothes, exchanged a glance with Lu Chen vigilantly, and Lu Chen touched her back, indicating her to wait in the room. He then cautiously went out. Lu Chen waved to Xiao Hei and Kula, and the cat and dog moved aside. Click! Lu Chen's consciousness moved, and the armor in the space was summoned, covering his body the next second. Wearing the armor on his body, he took out the alloy war knife in his hand. When Lu Chen looked out through the peephole of the door, he saw nothing outside. Something's not right. Why is there no one? Lu Chen looked carefully outside, felt a chill all over, and quickly moved his gaze to the window. Gurgle. The curtain had been opened a little gap at some point, and a pair of eyes were staring at him intently. The face moved slightly, as if saying, I found you. Lu Chen's whole body stood on end, and the next second, the window suddenly shattered. Bang! Xiaoya in the room trembled, quickly got out of bed, and rushed out. When she saw the zombie standing at the window, she was disgusted. This zombie, whether on its body, arms, or thighs, was full of muscles, and its appearance was no different from that of a normal person. The only difference was that the muscles on its body were like rotten flesh, emitting a nauseating smell. The zombie smirked, climbed down from the window. With each step it took, it left a bloody footprint on the ground. Its gaze after coming in was fixed on Xiaoya, as if it had seen some delicious food. Lu Chen slowly moved to Xiaoya's side. Before he could speak, the zombie's body moved. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen quickly raised the alloy war knife in his hand. When the war knife blocked the zombie's body, it made a metallic clash sound. Clang! Lu Chen's hand began to tremble, and he took a few steps back. Lu Chen, are you okay? Xiaoya hurriedly supported him. Lu Chen, in a panic, said, Quick, don't hesitate, use your lightning. As the words fell, the zombie pounced again. In the moment Lu Chen dodged, he quickly threw out several spatial blades. Swish swish swish. When the spatial blades pierced the zombie's body, they only left a few scratches and did not penetrate. Damn it! This is a level 3 or higher zombie. A level 3 zombie. Whether in physical fitness or attack power, they are beyond ordinary existence. Currently, Lu Chen's level has not reached the high level of level 3, and facing it would only lead to a certain defeat. In the past, Lu Chen would have thought about how to escape in such a situation. But now it's different, he has a powerful helper. Xiao Hei! Lu Chen shouted, and Xiao Hei barked, opening its mouth and spewing flames towards the zombie. Xiao Hei's flames easily dealt with ordinary zombies, but it was unknown what effect it would have against a level 3 zombie. However, the level 3 zombie wouldn't let Xiao Hei spray it so easily. As the flame went out, the zombie quickly dodged to the side. But Ku Liao meowed and rushed towards the zombie. With a swish, Ku Liao appeared on the left side of the zombie. As the zombie raised its hand to grab it, the next moment Ku Liao appeared on the right side of the zombie. Back and forth, the zombie struggled to catch the elusive Ku Liao while avoiding Xiao Hei's attacks, making it somewhat difficult. A good opportunity. Lu Chen's heart rejoiced, and he quickly grasped several spatial blades in his hand. He turned to look at Xiaoya, who happened to be looking at him too. The two exchanged a glance, and Xiaoya immediately understood Lu Chen's intention. With a thought, several lightning bolts surrounded the zombie. Sizzle. Gather. Xiaoya muttered, and the lightning quickly tightened around the zombie. At the same time, Lu Chen timely threw the spatial blades in his hand. Just when everyone thought they would succeed, the zombie raised its hand and opened a spatial door, walking into it. A door? Could it be? Before Lu Chen could react, Xiaoya shouted at him, "Lu Chen! Be careful!" Lu Chen's back felt a chill. Almost instinctively, he rolled to the side, but no matter how fast he was still hit hard from behind. Lu Chen rolled to the side, vigilantly watching the zombie in front of him. He reached back to touch the spot where the zombie had struck. The spot was burning hot, but fortunately, he was wearing armor, so he didn't suffer any damage. This armor was tough, able to withstand even the attacks of a level 3 zombie. But feeling the heat, he feared that if a level 4 zombie came, it would be unable to resist. The zombie's mouth curled slightly, looking at Lu Chen with the same greedy eyes it had looked at Xiaoya with at the beginning. Greed. In the eyes of mutated zombies of the same level of ability, they were like a great tonic. If consumed, it would greatly enhance their own level growth. And this zombie, just like Lu Chen, had spatial abilities. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The sound entered Lu Chen's ears, causing him to tremble. This time, it was definitely not a zombie. It was a person. As for who it was, he just hoped it wasn't Li Bin. In the previous life, Li Bin died protecting him, and this life, he didn't want to see that scene again. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, gripping the alloy war knife in his right hand, and with a squeeze in his left hand, several spatial blades appeared. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoya quietly filled the ground under the zombie's feet with lightning, coordinating with Lu Chen's movements. The zombie looked at the approaching Lu Chen, showing a look of disdain. As it raised its hand to easily grab Lu Chen, a sizzling sound suddenly came from under its feet. The zombie's pupils widened, and it suddenly looked down at its feet, but it was too late. Xiaoya scolded and exerted all her power. With a swish, the lightning under the zombie's feet formed a cage, enveloping the zombie in electricity. Roar! The zombie was distorted by the electricity, roaring loudly. It hadn't lost consciousness yet, but struggled to create another spatial gate to escape. Seeing its actions, Lu Chen reprimanded, trying to escape? Then, Lu Chen activated the spatial blade, swiftly cutting off the zombie's hands, feet, and head. Thud! The zombie's head fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chen quickly grabbed the zombie's head with his alloy war knife, gently slicing open its forehead. As the skin on the forehead was cut open, a crystalline structure shining with platinum light came into view. "Is this the spatial crystal?" Lu Chen murmured. Only when he took out the crystal did the zombie truly die. It was the first time Lu Chen had seen a spatial crystal. The light was actually platinum. With a thought, Lu Chen stored the crystal in his space. You obtained 1 intermediate crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Hearing the final numbers, Lu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of regret. If it had been 100,000 times critical hit earlier, he would have had 100,000 spatial crystals by now. Thinking about it, Lu Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached the S+ level standard of material reserves, and your storage space is upgrading. Congratulations, host, your storage space has been upgraded from 1 billion cubic meters to 2 billion cubic meters. You received a reward, the system has been upgraded to level 3. System upgrade? Lu Chen was stunned. Just as he was puzzled, a sudden heat spread throughout his body. Ugh! After the heat subsided, a stinging sensation spread throughout his body. Lu Chen held his stomach, slowly crouching down. Xiaoya was still immersed in the joy of defeating the zombie. When she saw Lu Chen's condition, her smile froze on her face. Lu Chen! She hurried forward and helped Lu Chen up. Just as she was about to help Lu Chen into the room, a dozen zombies suddenly appeared at the window broken by the zombie. The commotion from the fight must have attracted the zombies. Xiao He saw the zombies, jumped out, stood in front of them, and opened its mouth. With a thud, the incoming zombies and the zombies below turned to ashes. We can't stay in this room. Xiaoya had an idea and had to take Lu Chen to Li Bin's room. Just as her hand touched the door of the room, Kula walked over and rubbed against her feet. Kulu? With a light leap, Kulu opened the door for Xiaoya. As the door opened, a group of zombies was already waiting outside. Roar! When the zombies saw Xiaoya, they all rushed towards her. Xiaoya's heart tightened, and she subconsciously took a step back. Meow! Kula meowed, leaped into the air, and with a few swift movements, the heads of the zombies in front of it all fell to the ground. In less than a second, the heads of a dozen zombies fell to the ground. Kula stood by Xiaoya's feet, licking its lips. If she hadn't seen the blood on Kuli's paws, Xiaoya would have doubted whether the zombie heads at the door had really fallen by themselves. Kula was so fast. Xiaoya was shocked in her heart. Taking advantage of the zombies' loss of mobility, Xiaoya quickly helped Lu Chen to Li Bin's room across the hall. Thud thud thud. Sister Sun Lan, it's me, Xiaoya. Xiaoya knocked on the door, suppressing her voice. At this moment, Xiaoya was stepping on nothing but zombie bodies, sticky blood covering the entire corridor. Faint noises could be heard from the room, and in a few seconds, Li Bin, wearing armor and holding a long knife, opened the door. When Li Bin saw Xiaoya supporting Lu Chen, his eyes lit up, and he quickly opened the door. Yeah, come in quickly. After fully opening the door, Li Bin saw the zombie bodies lining the entire corridor. Could it be that all these bodies in the corridor were killed by this girl Xiaoya? It's too fierce. With a shocked expression, Li Bin was about to close the door, but just as the door was about to shut, a dark figure quickly rushed in. What the heck? Li Bin was startled, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiao He. Phew! It's just Xiao He. He patted his chest and closed the door. Xiaoya carefully placed Lu Chen on the sofa. Lu Chen was sweating profusely from the pain, and Xiaoya, feeling distressed, quickly took a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. What's wrong with Lu Gu? Li Bin approached, asking with concern as he saw the beads of sweat on Lu Chen's forehead. Looking at the sweat on Lu Chen's forehead, Li Bin thought of the horrifying scene outside the door and curiously asked, Yeah, did you kill those zombies outside? As the words fell, Kulu, who was lying on the ground, twitched his ears. Xiaoya, wiping the sweat from Lu Chen's forehead, replied to Li Bin, It wasn't me, it was Kulu. Kulu? Li Bin looked suspiciously at Kulu lying on the ground. When did Kulu become so powerful? Just as he was pondering, Lu Chen, lying on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, Lu Chen felt a wave of headache. Lu Chen! Xiaoya helped Lu Chen up, calling his name excitedly. Lu Chen glanced at Xiaoya and then looked around. This was his home, right? Thinking back, the scene of fighting zombies suddenly flashed in his mind. The system has upgraded. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he summoned the system. Ding! System upgrade is 10% complete. Please be patient. 10% left for the system upgrade? Lu Chen was puzzled. The pain in his body had completely disappeared, and he could even feel the changes in himself. Especially in terms of physical fitness, he felt much stronger. Lu Chen stood up from the sofa and nodded lightly at Li Bin and the others. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I thought something happened to you. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! System upgrade complete. Congratulations, the system has upgraded to level 3. Newly developed Function 1 can automatically distinguish mutant crystal attributes. Newly developed Function 2 can have 10 times critical strike outside of mission status, but cannot overlap with mission critical strikes. Newly developed Function 3 to be discovered. Distinguish mutant crystal attributes? That's quite good. Lu Chen didn't know much about supernatural abilities, so this function was important to him. But as he read the next two functions, his face darkened. These two functions were rather useless, and Lu Chen felt like he was being tricked. Especially function 3, which was still a mystery. Lu Chen silently withdrew his attention from the system and turned to Xiaoya in front of him. "Let's go back and take a look." Xiaoya nodded, thanked Li Bin, and followed Lu Chen out of the room. Back at Xiaoya's house, Lu Chen looked at the completely broken window and frowned. This house was no longer suitable for living. Lu Chen turned to look at the zombie bodies on the ground. He couldn't figure out how this zombie had discovered that there were people living in this room. After pondering for a while, Lu Chen couldn't come up with an answer, so he shook his head and began to tidy up the room. "Our room is no longer suitable for living. We need to change to another room," Lu Chen said as he packed up. Xiaoya nodded and joined in the packing. It was easy to tidy up the room. With a slight movement of Lu Chen's consciousness, he could store everything in his own space. Xiaoya watched as Lu Chen, in less than half an hour, had already finished tidying up the room. "You're so fast at cleaning," she said, holding her suitcase in astonishment. Lu Chen just nodded lightly and with a gentle touch, he stored Xiaoya's suitcase in his space. Before the system's prompt could finish, Lu Chen directly rejected its options. "Let's go," Lu Chen said, surprising Xiaoya as he reached out and held her hand, walking towards the door. They chose a location not too far away, previously occupied by an elderly couple. When they arrived at the door, it was closed. Lu Chen gently pushed, and the door opened. He checked and found the lock intact. It seemed the elderly couple had opened the door and left out of fear during the zombie outbreak. After entering and locking the door behind them, they found the room neatly arranged, as if regularly cleaned. On the cabinet was a photo of the elderly couple, next to which was a household register. Lu Chen picked up the register and discovered that the couple had a son named Deng Yanxi. It seemed like a rather artistic name. In the previous life before the zombie outbreak, Lu Chen had paid attention to the elderly couple as they had taken care of him. He knew they had lived there for a long time but had not known about their son. Lu Chen put the register back, arranged the luggage from his space, and said, "Leave it to me." He took Xiaoya's things and placed them aside. Then, he took out some ingredients and placed them on the table, suggesting, "If you really want to help, why not try your cooking skills?" Xiaoya blushed at his words, admitting her previous mistake. Lu Chen was willing to give her another chance, and she was determined to do well this time. As Xiaoya went to the kitchen to cook, Lu Chen sat on the sofa, pondering about the system upgrade and the possibility of doubling the crystals. However, when he tried to duplicate the crystals, the system did not provide any hints. Lu Chen sighed, realizing he had to work hard to obtain the crystals. He absorbed the crystals without hesitation, feeling his body resist the external energy as he absorbed the first crystal. But as soon as the second and third crystals followed, the power within the body began to accept the power of the crystals. Soon, when Lu Chen absorbed the last crystal, a tremendous change began to occur all over his body. In the kitchen, Xiaoya saved recipes on her phone while watching the boiling dishes in the pot. She picked up a spoon from the side, carefully scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and tasted it herself. Xiaoya's eyes lit up, nodding in satisfaction. She quickly turned off the fire, then transferred the dishes to plates. Lu Chen would surely be very satisfied with this dish. With great anticipation, Xiaoya carried several dishes out. As she stepped out of the kitchen, she saw Lu Chen sitting motionless on the sofa. She first placed the dishes on the table before walking over. When she reached Lu Chen, he had just finished absorbing the crystals and opened his eyes. "Lu Chen?" Xiaoya looked at him, calling his name softly. Lu Chen looked up in surprise and hugged her excitedly. He reached level 3. Just by absorbing 5 spatial crystals, he had jumped from level 1 to level 3. Although there were less than 100 crystals left, at the rate of 2 levels per 5 crystals, wouldn't he easily reach level 10 after absorbing the rest? But the next moment, he dismissed this thought. There couldn't be such a good thing. Lu Chen let go of Xiaoya, looking at her apologetically, and gently kissed her on the cheek. "I'm level 3 now," he whispered. Xiaoya, in the middle of playing with her hair, stopped in disbelief and looked up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his hand and lightly pinched the air beside him, opening a spatial door. He could tear open a door in any situation, and this door could lead to anywhere within 10 meters of Lu Chen's visible range. With another wave of his hand, the door disappeared. This skill was perfect for escaping or launching unexpected attacks on enemies. Xiaoya watched his actions in amazement. "Isn't this similar to that zombie?" She didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Chen nodded. Xiaoya smiled and quickly led him to the dining table. "This is what I made today, please taste it," she said, handing a pair of chopsticks to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly, picked up a piece of beef in front of him under her gaze. As the beef entered his mouth, Lu Chen's smile stiffened. Seeing his expression, Xiaoya immediately worried, "What's wrong, is it too salty again?" Lu Chen, chewing on the beef, slowly raised his eyes to her and then smiled. "It's just right." Lu Chen was teasing her. Xiaoya's face turned red in an instant. She snorted and lightly patted Lu Chen's shoulder. "If you tease me again, I won't cook for you next time." Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh, but he quickly reassured Xiaoya, Okay, I won't tease you anymore." He put down the chopsticks, leaned in close to Xiaoya's ear, and whispered, "It tastes really delicious this time." With that, he gently blew on Xiaoya's ear. Watching her scold him playfully, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. It was as if the two of them were not in a post-apocalyptic world, but living a normal life as a couple. Would he be with Xiaoya if the zombie outbreak hadn't happened? Lu Chen shook his head, dispelling the thoughts from his mind. He got up to serve Xiaoya a bowl of white rice, and they exchanged dishes back and forth, finishing the food on the table shortly after. Task: store the crystals. There is only 1 month left until the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutated crystals as possible and form your own team during this time. All resources you store will receive a 100-fold critical strike. Remaining time for the mission, 29 days 10 hours 0 minutes. Looking to the upper right corner, the system's prompt and time were displayed. It was time to go out and collect crystals. Lu Chen stood up. "I'm going out for a while." After a few instructions, he was about to leave with Cola and Xiaohei when Xiaoya quickly walked over and hugged him from behind. Xiaoya buried her chin in his neck, gently pleading, "Can I go out with you this time? I don't want to be alone at home." Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to take Fong Ling out. The purpose was to test Fong Ling's character and see if he could be used in the long term. Bringing Xiaoya along wouldn't hurt either. Now that Xiaoya was already at level 3, it was time to take her out for real combat. Lu Chen turned around and embraced Xiaoya, whispering, "Okay, I'll take you with me." Seeing Lu Chen agree, Xiaoya was about to be happy. The next moment, Lu Chen took out a set of armor and handed it to her. Looking at the armor in her hand, Xiaoya was puzzled, not knowing what Lu Chen was up to. In her impression, she had never seen this kind of armor before. The armor was dark blue in color, soft to the touch, completely different from ordinary armor. Even with a glance, one could faintly see the gleam emanating from the armor. Take apart this pair of feather wing armor when you have time. The Xianyu silk inside may help with your lightning ability, Lu Chen explained simply. Xiaoya obediently nodded and placed the feather wing armor in the bedroom. Lu Chen arrived at Fong Ling's door and lightly knocked. "It's me." In no time, the door made a clicking sound and opened. Fong Ling's head popped out, but before he could speak, Lu Chen said, "Pack up, you're coming out with us." "Go out?" Fong Ling furrowed his brows. He wasn't unwilling to go out, he was worried about what would happen to Qing Shu if he left. Then, Lu Chen added, "Take Qing Shu to Li Bin's place and let Li Bin and sister Sun Lan take care of her." Fong Ling hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering who Li Bin was. But soon, his expression became determined, and he grunted before turning back into the room. When he came out with Qing Shu, it was already 2 minutes later. Lu Chen arranged for Qing Shu to be taken care of by Li Bin and his wife, instructing them to take good care of her health. When using abilities, the physical requirements for ability users were quite high. Since Qing Shu had experienced that painful torture last time, her body had become weak. She couldn't even reach half of her previous physical strength. This was the main reason Fong Ling had always cared for Qing Shu so meticulously. As an ability user, he didn't want to see Qing Shu lose her physical strength, as it would be a painful experience for him. "Brother Lu, don't worry, we've got it covered," Li Bin patted his chest and said with a smile. Lu Chen nodded. Considering that there would be no strong ability users present once he and Xiaoya left, he decided to leave Xiao He behind. Before leaving, Xiao He clung to Lu Chen's leg reluctantly. He had to leave behind 5 crystals before Xiao He was willing to let him go. This guy was just greedy. On the street, there were swaying zombies everywhere, but these were all low-level zombies that held no allure for Lu Chen. What he wanted to find were the mutated zombies. Mutated zombies were more likely to carry the crystals needed by ability users. Kola quietly nestled in Xiaoya's arms, while Xiaoya kept her eyes fixed ahead. From time to time, zombies would rush out, only to be directly run over by Lu Chen's expressionless driving. In the back seat, Fong Ling supported his chin with one hand, looking out the window, lost in thought. Lu Chen drove all the way to the bottom of a building. Several people got out of the car, and Lu Chen quickly took the car back. He turned to look at the junior zombie chasing after them and calmly said, "Go in." With that, Lu Chen led the way inside. Xiaoya and Fong Ling quickly followed suit. Once inside, they closed the door, blocking the junior zombies outside. Lu Chen sighed as he looked at this familiar building. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he might still be working peacefully in this building. This building was the tallest in Shangjiang City, and standing on the top floor, one could see the entire city. However, reaching the top floor was not easy, as the building had long been occupied by zombies. Roar! Lu Chen calmly watched as dozens of zombies rushed towards the first floor, summoning his armor without panic. He quickly took out his alloy war knife and stabbed a nearby zombie. The knife pierced the zombie's heart, temporarily immobilizing it for a few seconds. With a swift motion, Lu Chen quickly pulled out the knife and precisely cut a slit on the zombie's forehead. Plank! A crystal fell to the ground. Lu Chen quickly picked it up, and with a thought, it was instantly stored in his space. You obtained 1 junior crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 100 junior crystals. Attributes, none. Hearing the attribute prompt, a slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Xiaoya and Fong Ling soon joined the battle. Dealing with zombies was much easier for ability users than for ordinary people, especially with 2 third-level ability users present. Xiaoya stood in place, manipulating lightning to attack the zombies. A single strike from the lightning caused the zombies to fall to the ground. Meow! Coke let out a cry, swiftly slashing the fallen zombie's forehead with its claws, causing the crystal inside to drop out. The cooperation between the two, human and cat, was excellent, quickly dealing with a dozen zombies. Although Fong Ling's efficiency was slower, he also killed nearly 10 zombies. He looked towards Lu Chen, feeling shocked. Because next to Lu Chen, the bodies of the zombies had piled up like a small mountain. The putrid blood continuously gathered on the ground, forming a black pool of blood. Fong Ling swallowed hard, instantly impressed by Lu Chen's formidable strength. After killing a zombie, he turned to the safety passage door. Just as he was about to push the door to the second floor, Lu Chen frowned and swiftly moved to his side. Move aside! Lu Chen shouted loudly, pushing Fong Ling to the side. At the same time, he lightly leaped away from the door. What's going on? Fong Ling looked at Lu Chen in confusion, not knowing what had happened. And at that moment, boom! A loud noise suddenly rang in his ears. The door of the safety passage was shattered by the sound, wood chips flying everywhere. Following that, a group of zombies rushed out ferociously from the broken door. Among these zombies stood an extremely tall and aggressive one. Its flesh had long rotted, with foul-smelling blood oozing from the decaying flesh. Its head had been half cut off, with only 2 eyeless eyeballs and a torn mouth left on its face. It turned its eyeballs, finally fixing its gaze on Lu Chen. Hiss! The tall zombie made a piercing sound towards Lu Chen, its eyes revealing a desire for slaughter as if it had found its prey. Lu Chen looked up and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He noticed that this guy had a brown crystal for an eye. Under the faint sunlight, this crystal still emits a faint light, which immediately lifted Lu Chen's spirits. Judging from the color and texture of this crystal, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary crystal. It might even be a new crystal that he had never seen before. As Lu Chen was contemplating, the tall zombie suddenly moved its steps and appeared in front of Lu Chen in an instant. "Be careful!" Fong Ling and Xiaoya shouted loudly upon seeing this. Only then did Lu Chen react, thinking to himself, "Oh no!" Just as he was about to wield the alloy short knife in his hand, the tall zombie slowly raised its hand and pointed at his forehead. May 19, 1800 hours has been modified and submitted. Thud. Lu Chen looked at the raised hand, his mind urging him to act. However, for some reason, his body couldn't move. Ding. Shadow-type crystal detected. Ding. Spirit-type crystal detected. 2 crystals. Not only a shadow-type crystal, but also a spirit-type crystal. The system's voice was timely, immediately bringing Lu Chen back to his senses. Lu Chen quickly stepped back, pulling Xiaoya by the waist to the side. Boom! The zombie heavily smashed its fist on the ground, producing a loud noise and thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, a large hole appeared on the ground. If that fist had landed on Lu Chen, he would have been flattened. No matter how much armor he wore, it wouldn't have saved his life. After setting Xiaoya down, the zombie started moving. Oh no! Lu Chen frowned, unable to react in time, and directly opened a spatial gate, disappearing with Xiaoya on the spot. Just as the two left, the zombie appeared at their previous location and once again fiercely smashed its fist down. Boom! A deep pit appeared before them. Lu Chen and Xiaoya emerged from a nearby spatial gate. Lu Chen, what should we do? Xiaoya asked with a serious expression standing behind Lu Chen. The strength of this zombie far exceeded her imagination. The terrifying punches just now made her realize the crisis. However, Lu Chen remained calm. Having seen too many zombies, he knew that each one had fatal flaws. At the same time, he recalled the moment when the tall zombie raised its hand towards him. It felt as if his mental consciousness was being controlled by the other party. After a brief thought, Lu Chen understood that the tall zombie possessed the ability of the spirit-type crystal. It could control a person's consciousness in a short time to create an opportunity for attack. However, Lu Chen quickly discovered a loophole. It could only control one person's mind at a time, and the control time could be influenced by external sounds. It was the system's voice just now that helped Lu Chen break free from its control. With this in mind, Lu Chen looked back at the tall zombie. It was still staring at him provocatively. Fong Ling then approached Lu Chen. The strength of this zombie is too terrifying, I'm afraid. We are not its match. Lu Chen, still expressionless, tightly gripped the alloy short knife in his hand and said to Fong Ling, "Follow my lead later." With that, he opened a spatial gate and rushed towards the tall zombie. This made Fong Ling and Xiaoya even more nervous. With the opponent's terrifying strength, Lu Chen still chose to engage in close combat? Despite this, Fong Ling remained vigilant, ready to strike at any moment. The void tore open, and Lu Chen raised the alloy short knife and stabbed towards the chest of the tall zombie. Lu Chen's goal was simple: to confirm once again whether his guess was correct. If it was true, then his plan could be executed perfectly. Watching the approaching Lu Chen, the tall zombie with a torn mouth seemed to be mocking Lu Chen's insignificance. Then he raised his hand again, pointing at Lu Chen's forehead. Buzz! Lu Chen only felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and his whole body immediately stiffened in midair. However, he was not in a hurry, but instead called upon the system in his mind. Ding! With the sound of the system, Lu Chen's body became agile again. However, the fist of the tall zombie also appeared in front of him. Without thinking too much, Lu Chen leaped in the air and dodged its attack. After landing, Lu Chen said to Fang Ling, "The opponent can control human consciousness, but I have a way to break it. When it raises its hand, you strike. Xiaoya, use your lightning ability to cover Fang Ling." Lu Chen calmly stated his thoughts. It can be said that in this plan, Lu Chen put himself in the most dangerous position. Even though he could use the system's voice to break the mental control of the tall zombie, if he didn't call out the system in time, the tall zombie's fist would hit him without hesitation. Victory or defeat was only a matter of seconds. Among the three present, only he had such speed and ability to react. Listening to Lu Chen's explanation, Fang Ling suddenly understood. He didn't expect the strength of this zombie to belong to the mental category, posing such a terrifying threat to ability users. If Lu Chen hadn't been dealing with it all along, he and Xiaoya would probably have become corpses lying here long ago. At the same time, he knew that Lu Chen's arrangement was to ensure their safety. Fang Ling couldn't help but look at Lu Chen's back with a touch of emotion spreading in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he was about to say something, but Lu Chen, like a gust of wind, rushed towards the tall zombie again. This time, Lu Chen's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the tall zombie. Watching Lu Chen, the tall zombie raised its fist again and smashed it towards Lu Chen's head. Boom! A loud noise rang out as Lu Chen jumped away several times and appeared behind the tall zombie. Raising the alloy short knife, he stabbed it into the zombie's back. Puff! The alloy short knife instantly pierced the tall zombie's body, and a foul-smelling blood flowed out. Roar! The tall zombie roared in anger, obviously completely provoked by Lu Chen's attack. It quickly turned around, raising both fists, intending to strike Lu Chen heavily. "Be careful!" Xiaoya shouted in concern, her heart in her throat, as she watched the huge fist descending from above. Lu Chen raised his head, watching the massive fist coming down, and quickly opened a portal, disappearing from the spot. Just as he reappeared, the tall zombie's fist struck the ground, leaving 2 deep holes. Roar! It roared angrily again, staring at Lu Chen intently. Due to anger, the brown crystal that served as its eyes began to emit a stronger light. Lu Chen knew that he had completely provoked this guy. It might use its abilities to control its body next. Sure enough, the tall zombie slowly raised its finger again. Seeing this, Xiaoya no longer hesitated and directly waved both hands towards the tall zombie. Boom! A purple lightning bolt instantly exploded from the top of the tall zombie's head. The lightning struck its skull, creating a thick white smoke. The tall zombie seemed to be in pain, turning around to glare fiercely at Xiaoya. Then it growled lowly and charged towards her. Seeing that Xiaoya's lightning attack had an unexpected effect, Lu Chen nodded silently and shouted to her, "Continue using lightning to attack it." Xiaoya nodded, clasping her hands tightly together. Due to her intense focus, a thin layer of sweat appeared on her fair face. As she was about to unleash a new thunderbolt, the tall zombie grabbed a nearby iron table and threw it fiercely at her. Lu Chen, quick-eyed and quick-handed, opened a spatial gate and flashed to Xiaoya's side, pulling her aside. This also prevented Xiaoya from releasing the thunderbolt in time. Seizing this opportunity, the tall zombie took steps and charged towards Xiaoya and Lu Chen. Seeing this, Fang Ling raised the dagger in his hand to stall its movement, giving Lu Chen time to react. However, the tall zombie was a level 3 zombie, a strength that Fang Ling couldn't handle. Just as he rushed to the tall zombie, he was knocked down by a punch. Fortunately, he was only hit by the punch wind, otherwise, he would probably have met his end there. At this moment, Lu Chen also reacted. Remembering that Xiaoya's thunderbolt attack had a significant effect earlier, he temporarily changed his plan. He let Xiaoya take the main attack, while he circled around the tall zombie to find an opening. More importantly, they needed to avoid the opponent's mental control. Even though the tall zombie was only at level 3, with the blessing of the dual crystals, its strength surpassed that level. This was why Lu Chen had been eyeing the brown crystal in its eyes. As long as he could get his hands on it, the tall zombie's strength would weaken significantly. So Lu Chen took out a primary crystal for Xiaoya to consume in advance to ensure abundant energy later. Xiaoya nodded and quickly moved to the side to start consuming the crystal. Fang Ling got up from the ground at this time and came to Lu Chen's side. What's next? He knew he was no match for the tall zombie and could only rely on Lu Chen. Delay time for Xiaoya first. Lu Chen said in a deep voice, and the spatial blade appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, Lu Chen once again charged directly at the tall zombie. However, this time he was not planning to confront it head-on. With Fang Ling's assistance, he kept harassing it. When Xiaoya finished consuming the crystal, the real show began. Clang! The spatial blade struck the tall zombie's shoulder, the blade rubbing against bone, making a crisp sound. The tall zombie raised its hand to release its mental control. Lu Chen quickly somersaulted backward to disappear from its sight. Following Lu Chen's lead, Fang Ling kept jumping around the tall zombie, wielding the dagger in his hand. After a moment, Xiaoya finally finished consuming all the crystals. At this point, both her physical and mental strength had reached their peak. Staring at the tall zombie entangled with the two, Xiaoya gave a light shout, and a thunderbolt even thicker than before suddenly appeared in the void. The thunderbolt snaked directly towards the tall zombie's shoulder. Boom! Another thunderous sound rang out as the thunderbolt forcefully tore a large gash in its shoulder. Black blood sprayed out like a fountain. Lu Chen nodded secretly, not expecting Xiaoya's awakened thunderbolt ability to be so powerful. Fang Ling also looked at Xiaoya in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. The tall zombie reached out to touch the bloody wound caused by the thunderbolt. The blood seemed to agitate it, making it growl lowly. It stared fixedly at Xiaoya, quickly raised its finger, and pointed at her. Get out of the way! Lu Chen shouted, then threw the spatial blade in his hand. The tall zombie had to turn its body to avoid Lu Chen's attack. Just as it turned around, its fingers suddenly pointed mysteriously at Lu Chen. Oh no! Lu Chen cursed inwardly, not having time to prepare. If he was controlled by the tall zombie at this moment, given the distance between them, he believed he wouldn't have time to dodge. At that moment, Fang Ling leaped from the side and stood in front of Lu Chen. Instantly, the tall zombie's finger pointed at the center of Fang Ling's forehead. Fang Ling felt as if his body was fixed in place, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, the fist of the tall zombie appeared in front of Fang Ling. There was no room for evasion. Bang! Fang Ling was fiercely hit in the chest by this fist. Instantly, he flew up like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. He felt as if his body had scattered, filled with pain everywhere. He struggled to stand up, but as soon as he got up, he fell heavily to the ground again. His shin was fractured from the fall just now. Lu Chen's brow furrowed. Obviously, Fang Ling had just resisted the mental control of the tall zombie for him. Meow! Coke, who had been by Xiaoya's side, suddenly let out a low growl, then quickly expanded its body. With a light leap, it came to the front of the tall zombie and joined the battle. Xiaoya no longer hesitated, and lightning strikes continuously exploded above the tall zombie's head. In just a moment, it was forced to kneel on the ground. A good opportunity. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he prepared to wield the blade of space for a fatal blow. Just then, the glass door of the building was slowly pushed open. A pale corpse walked in mechanically. The three of them were shocked, not knowing how a strange corpse suddenly appeared. The corpse first looked at Lu Chen, then walked to the side of the tall zombie. Roar! The tall zombie roared at the corpse, and the coke in front of it also slowly shrank. The corpse's face gradually turned red, its head slowly turned backward, but its body remained motionless in place. Crack! The tall zombie's head twisted 360 degrees. The corpse stood next to the zombie, raised its hand, snapped its fingers. Thud! The tall zombie's head rolled to its feet. It slightly squatted down, and its finger lightly traced the forehead of the head, revealing a crystal emitting a faint yellow light. Clatter. Wearing oversized leather shoes on its feet, holding the crystal in its hand, it walked towards Lu Chen. This corpse. So powerful. Lu Chen looked at the corpse, unable to move at all. The corpse walked up to him, leaned in, sniffed him, then its eyes lit up, and its mouth slightly curved upwards. Then, it handed the mental crystal in its hand to Lu Chen. Looking at the crystal handed to him, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Why did this corpse give him the crystal? While still pondering, Lu Chen's hand involuntarily reached out. As he took the crystal from the corpse's hand, he felt a chilling coldness. Mental crystal. Only abilities related to mental powers can control people. Lu Chen was extremely shocked. He kept his hand outstretched until the corpse left, then his hand returned to his control. Phew! Watching the disappearing corpse, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at the mental crystal in his palm, feeling puzzled. Is this corpse a friend or foe? If it's an enemy, with just a slight movement of its hand, Lu Chen could be killed on the spot. But if it's a friend, what is its intention? With a thought, Lu Chen stored the two crystals in his space. You obtained one intermediate crystal, critical hit effect activated at 100 times. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Attribute, Shadow Element. You obtained one intermediate crystal, critical hit effect activated at 100 times. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Attribute, Mental Element. Then, Lu Chen settled Xiaoya and Fong Ling on the side to rest, while he dug out the crystals from the fallen zombies one by one. Taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding zombies had been eliminated and no new ones were coming, he quickly collected the crystals from the ground. You obtain 160 primary crystals, the effect of a 100-fold critical hit is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 16,000 primary crystals. Attributes, None. Afterwards, Lu Chen hurriedly collected the crystals at the entrance of the building. You obtain 60 primary crystals, the effect of a 100-fold critical hit is in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 6,000 primary crystals. Attributes, None. Lu Chen didn't even see how the zombies outside the door were taken care of, but a large number of them had already fallen. 5. 1919. 00 revision. That zombie was really strong. Lu Chen collected the crystals. Originally, he planned to go to the rooftop to take a look, but after this battle, the fighting power here had already been damaged. Lu Chen didn't know the situation upstairs, and he didn't dare to continue going up with the wounded. Let's go back first, Lu Chen said to Xiaoya and Fong Ling. Are we going back just like this? Xiaoya took a step forward and said. Lu Chen glanced at Fong Ling and nodded. Following Lu Chen's gaze, Xiaoya knew what he was worried about and swallowed back the words she wanted to say. Let's go, Xiaoya replied softly. This time, she thought she could collect more crystals with Lu Chen. But unexpectedly, just a few hours after coming out, they encountered such a tough situation. In the end, it was because her strength was not enough. She needed to go back to absorb more crystals. Lu Chen went forward and helped Fong Ling up. That. Fong Ling spoke softly, thank you. Listening to Fong Ling's thanks, Lu Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to help him move forward. Lu Chen drove and took everyone back home. Just as he opened the door, Xing Shu turned around and saw Fong Ling's injuries. The smile on her face stiffened immediately. Fong Ling. Xing Shu ignored her own weakness and hurried to Fong Ling's side. She squatted down and saw the severe fracture in his lower leg, her brows furrowed. Little sister. Fong Ling looked at Xing Shu's expression, wanting to comfort her, but she interrupted him. Don't worry, I can heal you. Xing Shu said, closing her eyes and placing her hands on Fong Ling's lower leg. With a thought, a faint green light emanated from her hands. Lu Chen stood by the wall with his arms crossed, silently watching. With only a second-level healing ability and Fong Ling's broken bone injury, could she heal it? As Lu Chen expected, Xing Shu's second-level healing ability could only stop Fong Ling's bleeding and heal the external wounds. But for injuries deep into the bones, her current ability was not enough. What should I do? Xing Shu tried to heal Fong Ling's leg time and time again, but it was still ineffective. Fong Ling looked at Xing Shu with a heartache and said, "Little sister, it's just a minor issue." With that, Fong Ling rubbed Xing Shu's hair. But before Xing Shu could finish, Lu Chen took out 2 healing crystals. "Absorb them," Lu Chen said coldly. He still had some doubts about this couple. With 2 crystals, let's see if Xing Shu's healing ability can level up. Even if it does, can a third-level healing ability heal injuries deep into the bones? Tears welled up in Xing Shu's eyes as she took the crystals from Lu Chen. "Thank you," she said through gritted teeth. Turning to Fong Ling, Xing Shu said, "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Fong Ling nodded. Holding the 2 crystals, Xing Shu walked into the nearby room. Just before she entered the room, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced back at Fong Ling. When Lu Chen looked in Xing Shu's direction, she had just closed the door. Lu Chen squinted slightly, glanced at Fong Ling, then tugged at Li Bin's sleeve and led him to the side. "I'll go back once. If anything goes wrong, or if Xing Shu comes out to cure Fong Ling, notify me immediately." With those words, Li Bin's face turned serious for a moment, and he agreed to the instructions given by Lu Chen. Lu Chen returned home with Xiaoya, a cat, and a dog. "I'm sorry." As soon as they entered the house, Xiaoya gently tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve and whispered softly. Lu Chen turned his head, looking puzzled at Xiaoya, and asked, "Why are you apologizing?" He held Xiaoya's face, looking at her with concern. Xiaoya's presence gave him a different feeling in this post-apocalyptic world, something he had never experienced in his previous life. Xiaoya looked up at him with a pitiful expression and hugged Lu Chen directly. "It's all my fault. If I were stronger, we wouldn't have had to come back so soon." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled helplessly. He rubbed Xiaoya's head gently and said, "What are you talking about? It's not your fault." Then, he lifted Xiaoya horizontally and took her back to the room. Carefully, he placed Xiaoya on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Sitting by the bed, Lu Chen said, "Just rest well for now, don't push yourself too hard." He gently stroked Xiaoya's forehead, feeling a tingling sensation in his heart. Xiaoya's eyes were tinged with a faint redness as she softly murmured in agreement. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he and Xiaoya might never have had this chance. Lu Chen waited until Xiaoya fell asleep before leaving the room. He didn't close the door, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Outside the room, Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room and took out 10 space crystals from his spatial storage at once. The room was dark, with the light from outside blocked by the curtains, making it impossible to see any light. The white light emitted by the space crystals in Lu Chen's hand was much more intense than the yellow light. Without hesitation, Lu Chen directly absorbed the 10 space crystals. Surprisingly, he felt no discomfort after ingesting all 10 crystals. Could it be that there was a limit to absorption? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then took out 40 space crystals at once. He only had 100 space crystals, and he didn't know if he would encounter mutated spatial zombies after consuming them all. When he absorbed 20 crystals, Lu Chen finally felt a reaction in his body. SS. Lu Chen cried out in pain. He clutched his abdomen, writhing on the ground in agony. In less than a minute, Lu Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. It was really painful. This time, it was even more painful than before, as if it was trying to take his life directly. Lu Chen endured the pain, holding his stomach and biting his lip to avoid making any noise, afraid of disturbing Xiaoya resting in the room. After about half an hour, the pain in Lu Chen's body subsided. Phew! Lu Chen took a deep breath and stood up, his body making cracking sounds as he moved. Comfortable. Lu Chen sighed and looked at the remaining 20 crystals on the sofa. It seemed that he hadn't reached the limit yet. Lu Chen speculated. The next moment, Lu Chen picked up the crystals on the sofa and continued to absorb them. This time, with each crystal absorbed, his bones made cracking sounds. With each crystal absorbed, Lu Chen felt as if he was being cut by a knife. As long as there was no limit, Lu Chen was determined to absorb all the remaining 20 crystals. 5. 19-inch Lu Chen absorbed the crystals one by one, and his whole body was covered in sweat, as if he had been through a trial by fire and water. His face was red, and his arms had turned red as well. His legs were unable to move, and he couldn't even shift slightly. Lu Chen endured the painful sensation until he absorbed all 20 crystals. After absorbing the last crystal, Lu Chen suddenly felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Ding! Detected that your spatial ability has been upgraded to level 4, now activating System Discovery Function 3. Function 3, understand yourself, also understand the other party. Can detect one's own status, as well as the physical fitness, ability type, and level of the other party, etc. Number of uses per day, 3, this function 3. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly shifted his focus to himself. His hands were actually trembling slightly, and the muscles on his arms looked very prominent. In terms of physical fitness, he had improved a lot. Lu Chen's mouth curled slightly. The feeling of level 4 is indeed different. What about skills? Lu Chen's consciousness stirred, and he held a spatial blade in his hand. He walked to the window, leaned against it, and carefully lifted a corner of the curtain. There were already many zombies on the street, and soon Lu Chen's gaze fell on a large-sized zombie. System, scan. Lu Chen summoned the system. With a beep, a panel-like object appeared in front of Lu Chen. Level 4 zombie, attribute, thunder and lightning, skill, unknown. It was indeed a mutated zombie. Lu Chen's heart stirred, and the spatial blade in his hand moved lightly, aiming at the level 4 zombie and shot out. In less than 3 seconds, the spatial blade pierced the level 4 zombie's forehead. A glowing crystal dropped from its forehead. A spatial blade instantly deprived the level 4 zombie of life. Strong. Lu Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to pick up the thunder and lightning crystal, a confused zombie walked towards the crystal on the ground. It picked up the crystal and held it in its hand. Lu Chen's gaze followed the zombie closely. The zombie kept walking forward, then disappeared into an alley. Inside the room, Xiaoya exuded a chill. She suddenly sat up from the bed, panting heavily as she looked around. She had only slept for less than an hour, but the dream she had left her breathless. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, she only felt at ease when sleeping with Lu Chen. She lay back down, but all she could see with her eyes closed were zombie faces. Unable to sleep, Xiaoya reluctantly sat up. Looking at the dark surroundings, she felt a sense of emptiness. There was a pair of slippers by the bed, but she didn't put them on. Instead, she stepped directly on the floor. She touched the wall and walked out slowly. Lu Chen had pulled back a corner of the curtain, letting in a beam of light. Lu Chen? Xiaoya spoke softly. Lu Chen heard her voice and turned around. He closed the curtain and walked towards Xiaoya. Why are you awake? Lu Chen said as he hugged Xiaoya. Xiaoya gently held Lu Chen's back, rested her chin on his shoulder, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Xiaoya felt something and exclaimed, "You leveled up?" Lu Chen smiled faintly and let go of Xiaoya. He nodded, just now, reached level 4. Xiaoya's face showed a hint of regret. In the short time she slept, Lu Chen had already surpassed her by 1 level. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaoya reached out her hand to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I think I can do it. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He took out 10 crystals from the space and placed them in her hand. Take it step by step, Lu Chen advised. Xiaoya tightly held the 10 crystals and walked into the room. She had to become strong enough not to burden Lu Chen. At this moment, in a rental house in Changjiang City. Phew! A woman in high heels, with heavy makeup on her face, wearing professional attire on her upper body, with the top buttons of her shirt undone, revealing a hint of lingerie, stood in front of the window, holding a cigarette between two fingers, exhaling smoke rings slowly. "These zombies are getting faster and faster," she said lightly, her eyes fixed on the zombies outside the window. Behind her, a man was sitting on the sofa, holding the TV remote control in his hand, impatiently pressing it against the TV, making a crackling sound. The woman turned around, looked at the man coldly, and said, "This damn TV is broken like this, can't you be quiet?" With that, the woman disdainfully glanced at him, crushed the cigarette butt in her hand on the nearby table. She crossed her legs and sat on the bed beside her. In the room, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, reached out, took the remote control from the man's hand, and placed it aside. "Xiaolian, stop messing around, your sister is already looking down on you." The man called Xiaolian was stunned, looked at his empty hand, sighed, and casually said, "It's been a week, not watching TV, not knowing what's going on outside, what else can we do? All day long, besides killing these zombies, it's killing these zombies, our supplies are running out." Snap! The woman, with her legs crossed, lightly kicked the pile of crystals beside her. Although the crystals in the room were piled up into a small mountain, all of them were basic crystals. Xiaolian looked over at the sound, met the woman's eyes, helplessly pulled the corners of his mouth, shrugged, leaned back on the sofa, and muttered, "It's a fact." The man standing next to Xiaolian patted his shoulder, seeing the awkward atmosphere, hurriedly spoke up, "Don't argue, at this time, we should go out and collect supplies." With that, the man stretched lazily, yawned, picked up a small knife nearby, and led the way out of the room. The woman picked up the dagger on the bed, lifted the skirt covering her shoes, and inserted the dagger into the slot next to her shoes. Xiaolian looked at the two of them, sighed helplessly, picked up a few crystals from the ground, and stuffed them into the backpack behind him. Muttering something, he walked out of the room. After they left the room, an old man sitting on a rocking chair slowly opened his eyes. Xiaoya returned to the room with the 10 crystals and began to absorb them. The door was not closed, and Lucan sat on the sofa in the living room, observing Xiaoya's situation. Meow. Coke walked over and rubbed Luchan's ankle with its head. "Come here, Coke," Lucan said, picking up Coke. Seeing Coke looking pitiful, Lucan smiled helplessly, guessing that this guy was probably hungry. With a thought, he took out 10 shadow crystals from the space and placed them in front of Coke. When Coke saw the crystals, its eyes lit up. Lucan smiled faintly and put Coke down. Just as he settled Coke, Xiaohei hurried over. Xiaohei had been watching eagerly on the side while Lucan gave crystals to Coke. If Coke had something, how could it not have it? Xiaohei made a dissatisfied low growl, imitating Coke, constantly rubbing against Lucan with its head and body. "These two guys," Lucan complained, taking out 20 basic crystals. So far, he had not encountered any zombies with the same attribute as Xiaohei. If he could encounter one, collecting the crystals on the zombie's forehead would probably speed up Xiaohei's upgrade. Seeing the crystals, Xiaohei quickly ran over and brought its own dog bowl. It carefully placed it on the ground and watched as Lucan put the crystals into the bowl. After happily turning a few circles, Xiaohei began to absorb the crystals. About an hour later, the cat and dog in the living room fell asleep after absorbing the crystals. When Lucan looked towards the room, Xiaoya had also finished absorbing all 10 crystals in front of her. At this moment, she was exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. Luchan stood up and walked into the room. He carefully picked up Xiaoya again and placed her back on the bed, making sure she was lying properly. After covering Xiaoya with a blanket, he walked out. Just as he stepped out of the room, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by Li Bin's voice. "Lu Gu, it's me." Lu Chen walked over. What Lu Chen didn't know was that just a second before the knocking sound, Kola, who was sleeping on the sofa, slightly opened her eyes. When Lu Chen opened the door for Li Bin, Kola closed her eyes. "Lu Gu." Li Bin's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, brought Li Bin inside, and listened to what Li Bin had to say. That girl, Xing Shu, still couldn't heal the injuries of that young man after coming out. Listening to Li Bin's words, Lu Chen nodded. It was expected that the injuries couldn't be healed. Perhaps a few crystals didn't upgrade. If they had upgraded, Xing Shu could have easily healed Fong Ling's minor injury with just a flick of her finger. But for now, Xing Shu couldn't upgrade yet. Lu Chen's eyes dimmed slightly, then he looked at Li Bin. The second batch of awakenings was also approaching, and Li Bin's werewolf attribute should be coming. If you feel anything unusual recently, come to me promptly. Li Bin was puzzled. What could be wrong with him? Although he didn't understand what Lu Gu was talking about, he still nodded in agreement. 10 days passed quickly, during which Lu Chen had been hunting zombies outside. However, during this time, he only encountered low-level zombies. He had only seen 3 second-level zombies, and some of them had low-level crystals. Lu Gu, come and see Li Bin's condition. The knocking on the door outside continued. Lu Chen suddenly woke up from his sleep and quickly opened the door, putting his index finger to his lips to silence Sun Lan. Although the nearby zombies had been mostly cleared by Lu Chen recently, he couldn't guarantee that zombies wouldn't come from elsewhere. It was better to be cautious. Sun Lan noticed the redness in Lu Chen's eyes and lowered her voice. Lu Gu, my husband's condition is not right. Li Bin's mutation had started early in the morning? Was the second awakening time different for each person? Lu Chen nodded, carefully closed the door, and followed Sun Lan back home. As soon as he pushed the door open, Lu Chen was shocked by the mess in the room. Then he saw Li Bin kneeling on the ground. He looked extremely painful, and even his hands had started to transform into claws. Lu Gu. Li Bin's voice had a hint of a wolf's tone. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt that something was wrong. In the previous life, he hadn't witnessed Li Bin's awakening. It was just that on the day Li Bin awakened, he had gone out for a while, and when he came back, Li Bin told him he had awakened. Sun Lan stood aside, frowning, and asked Lu Chen for help. Lu Gu, please help Li Bin, look at his condition. Seeing Li Bin in pain, Sun Lan was very worried. She had tried to approach him, but Li Bin had growled at her. After struggling, he asked her to call Lu Chen, so she did. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He couldn't help with this. He could only guard the door. If anything happened, he could help block it. Li Bin's awakening this time was completely normal. Becoming an awakened was his inevitable path. Sister Sun Lan, don't worry, Li Bin will be fine. I'll stay here and watch over him. Lu Chen sat down nearby, just a few steps away from Li Bin. Whoa! Li Bin completely transformed into a werewolf, raised his head, and let out a howl. As Li Bin fully transformed into a werewolf, losing control and starting to attack things around him. After half an hour, Li Bin gradually became sober. He looked around at the messy environment and was stunned. Then he turned his head and looked at Lu Chen, who was sitting calmly beside him, and said, Lu Gu, I. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen stood up with a comforting smile and said to him, Congratulations, you have awakened successfully. I have awakened successfully. Li Bin exclaimed excitedly. He had finally awakened. Seeing everyone around him with supernatural abilities, he often couldn't help Lu Gu much. It made him itch to help. Now, he had finally awakened. This was great. Li Bin lowered his gaze and looked at his werewolf state, then hurried to take a look in the mirror. After a while, he walked out with a frown on his face. But, Lu Gu, how do I undo this? Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, Use your consciousness to see, think about turning back to your original form. Li Bin nodded, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow. After a while, his werewolf form slowly receded. When Li Bin's werewolf form completely disappeared, he looked at Lu Chen with joy. Lu Gu, I did it! Lu Chen looked at him and coughed lightly. Sun Lan beside them blushed faintly as she looked at Li Bin. Li Bin touched his head, looked down, and his face turned red instantly. When he had just transformed into a werewolf, all the clothes he was wearing had already been torn to shreds. At this moment, he was standing naked in front of Lu Chen and Sun Lan. I'll go put on some clothes, Li Bin said, then hurriedly ran off. This Li Bin in this life was not like the one in the previous life. In the previous life, Li Bin had just awakened his werewolf ability and was destroyed by the zombie tide. The current Li Bin had enough physical strength and crystal supply. After Li Bin changed into clean clothes and came out, Lu Chen planned to take him out for some training and test his werewolf ability. He immediately told Li Bin about this plan, and Li Bin agreed right away. After arranging Sun Lan and Xiaoya in a room, Lu Chen prepared to take Li Bin out. Lu Gu. Just as he closed the door, Qing Shu's voice came from behind. Lu Chen and Li Bin turned around to see Qing Shu supporting Fong Ling as they walked over slowly. Fong Ling's injuries had almost healed during this time, and he could walk normally without any problems. After spending time with Lu Chen and his group during this period, they understood that Lu Chen did not intend to treat them as slaves. Their impression of Lu Chen had improved. After all, they were living off of others without contributing much, so they felt a bit guilty. Qing Shu gently pinched Fong Ling's arm, and Fong Ling took a step forward, saying to Lu Chen, "Lu Gu, are you going out? Take us with you." Fong Ling still had injuries, but it was time to use Qing Shu's healing technique in real combat. The healing technique was like having a mage in the team. "Let's go." Lu Chen left a word and turned to leave. The two of them brightened up and quickly followed. Li Bin walked beside Lu Chen and whispered, "Lu Gu, that young man still has injuries. Are you sure you want to take him with us?" As he spoke, Li Bin flexed his muscles and said, "Lu Gu, with these muscles of mine, I can easily take on 10 zombies at once." Watching Li Bin's actions, Lu Chen smiled faintly. They will eventually have to cooperate with us. Taking them out is helping them. While the zombies were still at a basic level, it was a good idea to take them out for training. It was likely that when the zombie outbreak arrived, they would be able to hold their own. Li Bin nodded as he listened to Lu Chen, thinking that Lu Chen made a lot of sense. In this post-apocalyptic world, only by becoming stronger could they have a chance to survive. Lu Gu was helping them. With a few people in tow, Lu Chen didn't need to drive and headed straight from the apartment to the central square. Li Bin had already transformed into the form of a werewolf, looking at the bodies of zombies around him with an excited expression in his eyes. This is so cool. Normally, he would have to chop down the zombies one by one, but now that he had transformed into a werewolf, he only needed to pat them, and the zombies' heads would explode. Li Bin shouted and rushed towards the new zombies that were emerging. Lu Chen stood in place, holding a dozen spatial blades in his hand, shooting them into the crowd of zombies. In no time, dozens of zombies were strung together by Lu Chen's spatial blades. Like a string of barbecue skewers, they were pinned to the wall. He threw out another spatial blade, heading straight for the zombie's forehead. Snap! When the spatial blade hit the crystal fell from the zombie's forehead. Fong Ling was injured, and Lu Chen lent him the alloy war knife. As long as he didn't make big movements to touch the wound on his joints, his injury would not relapse. The reason he could recover so quickly was also thanks to Qing Shu's healing technique. Swish swish swish. Fong Ling held the alloy war knife and quickly dealt with a dozen zombies. Ah! Qing Shu stood in place, and a zombie suddenly rushed up behind her. She shouted in fear. The next second, Fong Ling flashed to her side and decisively stabbed the alloy war knife out. Taking advantage of the few seconds when the zombie lost its mobility, he quickly took out the crystal from the zombie's forehead. "It's okay," Fong Ling said gently to Qing Shu. Not far away, Li Bin finished off the zombies in front of him. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but mutter. He walked to Lu Chen's side and complained, "This couple is really enviable." Lu Chen picked up the crystals on the ground and replied, "If you say so, I will tell Sister Sun Lan." Hearing this, Li Bin quickly shut his mouth and hummed a tune on the side. Just as the group was about to finish up, Li Bin suddenly shouted, "Hey!" The old man who was running over from the side heard Li Bin's voice and without hesitation, picked up the crystals on the ground and ate them. "Not enough, one is not enough." The old man muttered in his mouth, picked up 2 more crystals from the side, ate them, and then showed a satisfied expression. In no time, the old man began to transform into a young man. Li Bin looked dumbfounded at this scene, while Lu Chen, on the other hand, was not concerned about this. He was more concerned about the fact that this person had eaten the crystals they had worked hard to obtain. 3 of them. Just as the man transformed into a young man, a zombie rushed out from a nearby alley at a very fast speed. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you now." The man looked excitedly at the zombie rushing towards him. He then picked up 2 crystals from the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. The next second, his figure grew as tall as the zombie. Boom! The man and the zombie collided directly. He fiercely elbowed the zombie's abdomen, smashing the rotten flesh of the zombie's abdomen into a large hole. Roar! The zombie roared and opened its blood-stained mouth, ready to bite the man. Just as the zombie was about to bite the man moved, not only avoiding the zombie's mouth but also dislocating the zombie's jaw. "This won't do," the man said with a smile. He then swung his fist, punching a hole through the zombie's body. Just as the man's hand was about to grab the zombie's forehead, the zombie suddenly disappeared from its original position. When it reappeared, it was already behind the man. "Oh no!" the man shouted, and when he turned around, the zombie's fist had already hit him. Ah! With a scream, the man was sent flying. Boom! The man's huge body crashed into the nearby building. The impact caused the building to collapse. "Damn, this guy is so strong?" The man's face showed an expression of disbelief. He coughed up blood, propped himself up with his hands, and barely managed to stand up. Before he could steady himself, the zombie quickly rushed towards him. "So fast!" the man exclaimed in shock. He quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the zombie's attack. Before he could react, the zombie's next attack came swiftly. The man tensed up, clenched his fist, and blocked the zombie's punch head-on. The rotten flesh on the zombie's fist exploded instantly. Seizing the moment when the zombie's fist broke, the man kicked the zombie heavily. The next moment, the zombie flew backward. Just as the man stood up, his body suddenly shook. Not good. Time was running out. Oh no, he couldn't defeat this thing on his own. As he was thinking, the zombie was slowly getting up and charging towards him. It was over. Damn, why haven't those guys arrived yet? The man complained. Boom! He raised his hand and took a punch from the zombie. In his panic, he saw Lu Chen calmly picking up crystals on the ground. This guy. Amidst the intense battle here, he was casually picking up crystals over there? The man's face darkened as he pushed away the zombie in front of him. He shouted towards Lu Chen, "Hey! Young man, lend a hand." His voice was loud, and Lu Chen naturally heard it, but he chose to ignore it. Lu Chen continued to pick up the crystals on the ground, one by one, without a care in the world. Hey! The man scolded. He could clearly feel his body gradually returning to its original state. In less than a minute, he would be back to his normal human size. By then, he would be the zombie's first target for sure. Hey, it's just crystals. Help me, and I'll give you as many crystals as you want. The man shouted loudly. If Lu Chen didn't help him soon, he was afraid he would really die there. Hearing the man's words, Li Bin glanced at him disdainfully. His eyes were full of contempt. Brother Yuan, how did such a cowardly person survive in the apocalypse? He said to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly after hearing this, then stood up straight, turned around, and walked towards the man. After taking a few steps forward, the man saw Lu Chen's actions and his eyes lit up. Wasn't he moved by the crystals? Just as the man thought Lu Chen was going to help him, Lu Chen took a few steps, picked up the crystals on the ground, and stored them in his space. You obtained a primary crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 100 primary crystals. Attributes, None. Lu Chen looked around and confirmed that all the crystals were picked up before answering Li Bin. No, he just picked up my crystals. Not only did he pick up his crystals, but he also absorbed them right in front of him. He ate his stuff and still wanted his help? It was simply wishful thinking. Li Bin sighed helplessly. But, Brother Lu, he seems to be in trouble. Following Li Bin's words, Lu Chen looked at the man. Indeed, the man's body had begun to shrink. The zombie in front of him even smirked triumphantly. The man looked despairingly at the zombie in front of him and cursed. Damn it! At that moment, he completely returned to his human size. At the same time, a figure quickly approached, and 3 gunshots rang out through the entire square. Hearing the sound, the man was first stunned, then a smile slowly appeared on his lips. So slow. With that, the man saw a woman walking out from the side with a gun in her hand, followed by a man. A man shouted at him, "Xiaoliang, you're walking too fast." Xiaoliang smiled helplessly at him. I'm already walking slowly. He touched his sore arm and complained, if you guys had come a little later, I might have really died here. The man smiled and threw a primary crystal in front of Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang caught it and immediately ate it without hesitation. The woman standing at the front held a gun and fired several shots at the zombies' heads. Bang! The zombie dodged the bullets. Shadow element? Interesting, the woman said with a smirk, putting away the gun and taking out a dagger hidden next to her shoe. She turned to the man and said, "Stop chatting, let's get to work." The man nodded, took off his glasses, and placed them on the ground. When he looked up again, he seemed like a different person, his eyes revealing fierceness and ruthlessness. The two quickly engaged in combat with the zombies. Xiaoliang, feeling relieved, sat down next to the glasses. He took out a chocolate from his pocket, eating it while turning to look at Lu Ken. Lu Ken stood in place, hands in his pockets, quietly watching the fighting scene in front of him. Li Bin stood aside, watching the two fighting with the zombies, constantly exclaiming, "Wow! This girl is too fierce, isn't she? Not only strong in combat, but also so fierce in momentum, seems like she comes from a martial arts background." Listening to Li Bin's words, Lu Ken nodded silently. After about 5 minutes, seeing that the two were about to defeat the zombies, Lu Ken walked over to the side and squatted in front of Cola. He whispered a few words to Cola, and Cola let out a meow. Cola lightly leaped away from everyone's sight. When Lu Ken returned to Li Bin's side, Li Bin curiously asked, "Lu Ken, what did you say to Cola?" For some reason, he looked so excited looking at Cola. Could it be something thrilling? Li Bin scratched his head in confusion. Lu Ken mysteriously smiled at Li Bin, "You'll know in a moment." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise came from the front. The huge zombie fell to the ground. So fast! Li Bin exclaimed. Meanwhile, the woman approached and had already lightly cut open the skin on the zombie's forehead with the dagger in her hand. Just as she was about to take out the crystal inside, suddenly, a black shadow flashed like lightning. When the woman looked again, the zombie's crystal was also gone. Who? The woman angrily shouted. On May 19th, the woman angrily looked back and locked eyes with Lu Ken, who was patting Cola's head. And on Cola's mouth, he was holding the zombie's crystal. Ding! Detected shadow element crystal. Cola obediently placed the crystal in Lu Chen's palm. Lu Chen's heart moved, and the crystal in his palm was stored in the space. You obtained 1 intermediate crystal, critical hit effect times 100. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Attribute, shadow element. What is lost must be reclaimed. Lu Ken was satisfied as he stroked Cola's fur. Li Bin, who was watching on the side, was dumbfounded. It turned out that what Lu Ken had Cola do was this. But it seems that the other party is very angry. Li Bin slowly turned his head to look at the woman. The woman was not just angry, her eyes were almost killing Lu Ken. Give the crystal back, the woman demanded. But Lu Ken, as if he hadn't heard, turned around to leave. Swish! Just as Lu Ken turned around, a dagger swiftly attacked him from behind. Lu Ken glanced faintly, slightly tilted his head, and dodged the dagger. Clang! After the dagger flew out, it hit a metal door, plunging several centimeters deep. Looking at the dagger, Lu Ken said calmly, "Your people took my things, I took a little of your things, isn't that fair?" With these words, Lu Chen turned his head and gave a cold glance at Xiao Liang sitting on the ground. The woman angrily turned to Xiao Liang. "What's going on here?" They had been out for a whole day, encountering only low-level zombies along the way. Finally, they encountered a mutated zombie, and even though they defeated it, they had the crystal taken away by someone else. How could she swallow this anger? Xiao Liang awkwardly smiled, "I just took a few of their low-level crystals." The man walked to Xiao Liang's side, picked up the glasses on the ground, and put them back on. He said indifferently, "How many?" Xiao Liang shivered, "4, I think, I'm not sure." Seeing the woman about to explode, Xiao Liang hurriedly added, "It was an emergency. If I hadn't eaten those crystals, I would have died." "It's your fault for taking so long to get here," Xiao Liang muttered under his breath, not daring to speak loudly. "You useless fool!" The woman scolded. She turned to Lu Chen and said, "It's just a few low-level crystals. You give us back that crystal, and we'll give you the low-level crystals." With that, the woman threw 6 low-level crystals out of her pocket onto the ground. Lu Chen stood with his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, "I want this one." As soon as he said that, the woman exploded, "Brat, do you think I'm easy to deal with?" The woman moved swiftly and charged at him. Lu Chen watched as the woman approached, and just as she was about to reach him, he calmly tore open a spatial rift beside him and stepped inside. The next moment, he appeared next to Xiao Liang. And on his shoulder, Cola was licking its paws. The woman's fist swung empty, and when she looked back at Lu Chen, her eyes became more alert. "Are you an Esper?" Lu Chen stood behind Xiao Liang and coughed lightly. Cough. "Oh my!" Xiao Liang heard the voice and jumped in fright. He turned around abruptly to find Lu Chen standing behind him. The man with glasses subconsciously took a step back, observing Lu Chen and said, "You're an Esper of the spatial type, right?" Lu Chen didn't want to waste time with them. They had collected enough today and it was time to go back. With his hands in his pockets, he turned to leave. "Stop right there!" The woman had already retrieved her dagger at some point. She shouted and was about to charge forward with the dagger. The man with glasses pushed up his glasses on his nose, shook his head helplessly, and said softly, "Hong, you're no match for him, come back." Hong, who had already reached halfway, froze at the words. "Damn it!" Hong stood still, holding the dagger tightly as she watched Lu Chen and his group walk away in the distance. After their figures had completely disappeared, she took a deep breath, turned around with a stern face, and walked back to the man's side. "How strong is he?" Hong asked coldly. The man pushed his glasses and said, "He's a 4th level spatial Esper." 4th level. Hong murmured. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Liang exclaimed, "4th level. Such a powerful Esper, why didn't he help me when I asked for it just now?" The man turned his head and looked at him as if he were an idiot. After eating someone else's crystal, he still wanted help. Wasn't that wishful thinking? "It's not just him, even the people around him are not ordinary," the man said with a lowered head. Just now, when Lu Chen and his group were present, he saw a healing Esper on the scene. There was also a shadow Esper and even a werewolf. Even the cat licking its paws was not someone they could mess with. "The situation in Changjiang City needs to be reported," the man shrugged and walked away. "When are we going back?" Hong lowered her head, touching the dagger in her hand, and asked. The man glanced at her and comforted her, "Don't be in a hurry. He's not someone you can defeat in a moment." Hearing this, Hong's hand paused, and she put the dagger back beside her shoe. She grunted and quickened her pace ahead. "If we don't hurry, the zombies will come again." The man's mouth slowly curled up, quickening his pace. Seeing the two of them in a hurry, Xiaoyang fell silent for a moment, then ran to the man's side and asked softly, "Brother, when can I borrow your glasses to wear?" "Get lost." "Okay." On the way back, Lucan was very silent. In his mind, he kept speculating on the identities of the three people just now. Obviously, they were members of an organization. During the fight just now, Lucan noticed their skilled cooperation. So Lucan couldn't help but remember the faces of these three people. Perhaps there would be a chance to contact them in the future. Before going upstairs, Fongling looked at Lucan's back, hesitated for a moment, then quickened his pace and went upstairs. "Lucan," he cautiously spoke. Lucan didn't look back but responded as he walked, "We'll talk later." Fongling grunted and continued walking with his head down. After going upstairs, Lucan didn't return to his room but followed Fongling and Qingshu back to their room. The door closed, and Fongling and Qingshu skillfully placed chairs behind the door to prevent any unexpected situations. Lucan sat on the chair, one hand on the table, quietly watching the two of them take care of things. After they finished, they looked at each other and sat down. 5. 19-inch Fongling looked up and met Lucan's eyes, hesitated for a moment. Seeing Fongling's hesitation, Qingshu nudged him with her elbow. "I understand," Fongling said to Qingshu in a low voice. Then he said to Lucan, "Brother, I want to ask you for some crystals. Not just mine, but also my little sister's." Hearing this, Lucan's fingers rhythmically moved on the table. He raised an eyebrow and looked at the two of them. Oh. This period could be considered as a trial period for the two of them. If they made any moves during this period, Lucan probably wouldn't keep them until now. Fongling pursed his lips and continued, "Brother, we want to become stronger, to continue following you without holding you back. The idea is good, but it's unknown if it's true." Lucan nodded, then looked at Qingshu. "What about you, do you think the same?" Qingshu, being asked, quickly nodded. "I also think so. Brother Lucan, you are all getting stronger. If we don't get stronger, we won't be able to stay by your side, and you also saved us." Next, Fongling said a few more words, which Lucan didn't take to heart. Those words were all clichés he had heard too many times. Lucan stared quietly at the two of them. Their hands clasped together, they bit their teeth, somewhat afraid to meet Lucan's gaze. After about a few minutes, there were two crystal stones, one shadow and one healing, on the table. "Take them," Lucan said, standing up. The two of them looked very surprised. They quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Brother Lucan." Lucan raised his index finger to his lips. The two nodded and quickly closed their mouths. Lucan looked at them for a moment, then sighed. "I hope you don't disappoint me." With that, Lucan turned and left. Although Lucan tried to help Fongling and Qingshu as much as possible, he still retained a sense of caution towards them. In this apocalyptic world, there were too many untrustworthy things. Moreover, what the two of them had experienced before made them more cunning than ordinary people. Even so, Lucan did not reveal any of his inner thoughts. His top priority was to improve his own strength. Only by increasing his strength could he treat all those with ulterior motives as mere clowns in front of him. After Lucan left, the fear on Qingshu's face disappeared in an instant. She held a crystal in her hand and sighed. "Only two, can it help me level up?" Qingshu said, then slumped on the sofa. Seeing this, Fongling hurried over and massaged Qingshu's shoulders. "Be content, Lucan is thoughtful. Giving us two crystals is already good enough." Hearing Fongling's words, Qingshu could only sigh helplessly. She thought that their performance by Lucan's side in the past few days would be enough to deceive him and get more resources for their team. Unexpectedly, they were shut down as soon as they asked today. Although the crystal in her hand was a precious healing crystal, it was far from satisfying her appetite. As awakened individuals in the apocalypse, the two of them had been moving between various team organizations, aiming to infiltrate these teams and take all their resources for themselves. With their superb acting skills, they had gained a lot in the past. This was also why they were able to awaken their abilities. Seeing so many good things on Lu Chen, they decided that they must deceive these resources no matter what. After obtaining them, she and Fongling would leave and continue their scams, which they thought was a chic thing to do. As long as we deceive all of Lu Chen's resources this time, our strength will definitely greatly improve. After all, in the apocalypse, strength is everything. By then, the two of us will be the most powerful awakened individuals in the apocalypse. Fongling said as he massaged Qing Shu's shoulders, his eyes filled with greed. This was also why he had initially resisted the mental control of the tall zombie for Lu Chen. As long as he gained 100% of Lu Chen's trust, he would have an opportunity. Fantasizing about dominating the apocalypse and being proud, the two of them unconsciously smiled. Let's make good use of these 2 days, so as not to have too many dreams at night. If necessary, we can start with Xiaoya. As long as we control her, Lu Chen will have to submit to us. Qing Shu, unlike her usual weak and petite self in front of Lu Chen, a hint of strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. In terms of strength, everyone in Lu Chen's team was just tools to her. As long as they could achieve their goals, she would not hesitate to use any means necessary. Hee, I didn't expect my little Shu to be such a ruthless girl. I like it. Fongling thought of Lu Chen in his mind, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. Outside the door, Lu Chen exuded a cold aura, listening to the conversation between the two inside the room. And at his feet lay the body of a zombie. Coincidentally, not long ago when he was about to leave, a zombie had come over upon hearing the commotion. After dealing with the zombie, he was about to leave when he heard the conversation in the room. The more he listened, the darker Lu Chen's expression became. These two had deceived him quite a bit. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, collected the crystals on the ground, and left the room. Xiaoya was chatting with Sun Lan when the door suddenly opened, making her instantly alert. I'll go check it out. She stood up and walked towards the living room. When she saw Lu Chen, her guard instantly dropped. Lu Chen! Xiaoya called out and rushed over. Sun Lan in the room also came out upon hearing the voice. Lu Chen, you're back, is that? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Chen nodded. Li Bin is already at home, I'll take you back. Sun Lan was just an ordinary person, and there might be zombies in the building. It was too dangerous for her to go back alone. Last time when Sun Lan came to find Lu Chen alone and didn't encounter any zombies, it was probably a stroke of luck. After sending Sun Lan back, Lu Chen and Xiaoya sat together on the sofa. What did you gain from this trip? Xiaoya leaned against Lu Chen's chest and asked softly. Lu Chen lowered his eyes, caressing her face gently. I harvested quite a few crystals. But compared to the previous 10,000 times critical hit, it was still far from enough. Lu Chen's consciousness moved, and a transparent panel appeared in front of him. Task: store crystals. There is 1 month left until the first zombie outbreak. Please collect mutant crystals as much as possible in the remaining time, form your own team. During this period, all resources you store will receive 100 times critical hit, remaining task time, 18 days 6 hours 5 minutes. Mutant crystals? Looking at the information on the panel, Lu Chen was stunned. There were many primary crystals in his warehouse. But the mutated crystals of attribute types were few and far between. Finding new blood for the team in this chaotic world was even more difficult. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slowly. The person in his arms moved and sat up. Lu Chen raised his eyes and met Xiaoya's gaze. Xiaoya didn't speak, just quietly raised her hand and smoothed out Lu Chen's furrowed brows. A frown adds a few years to your age. Xiaoya lowered her voice and said. 5. 19-inch Xiaoya's fingers gently brushed Lu Chen's brows, meeting his gaze. She swallowed nervously. Just as she hesitated, Lu Chen suddenly kissed her. Xiaoya widened her eyes in shock, then slowly closed them, holding Lu Chen tightly and gradually immersing herself. The next day. As the sun rose, Lu Chen opened his eyes. He got up, leaned down, and planted a kiss on Xiaoya's tired face. After putting on his coat, he left Xiao Hei at home and walked out with a cola. There was still some time before the zombie outbreak. Even with 100 times critical hit, he still wanted to collect as many crystals as possible during this time. As for Qin Shu and Fong Ling, at least they hadn't done anything harmful to the team's interests yet, so he would keep them for now. When there were more suitable people, if these two hadn't confessed by then, he could get rid of them. Lu Chen went out today without bringing anyone, just with a cola. He planned to try his luck on his own. Before he even reached the bottom of the stairs, a glamorous figure caught his eye. Lu Chen furrowed his brows and discreetly hid a spatial blade up his sleeve. At the stairwell, a woman in red wearing a black long dress stood impatiently, frowning. She had been waiting at the door since an hour ago when it was still dark. Many zombies attracted by her had been dealt with one by one. Hearing footsteps approaching, she turned her head and finally saw the person she was waiting for. "Long time no see, kid." Red suppressed her displeasure, with a faint smile on her face, waving at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen just glanced at her and walked past her. This kid. He actually ignored her? Red's mouth twitched, feeling annoyed as she watched Lu Chen's back. "Hey!" Red called out. Roar! Several zombies slowly approached from the side. Before Red could act, Lu Chen quickly shot out several spatial blades from his hand, killing them with one strike. He took out an alloy war knife and skillfully removed the crystals from the zombies' foreheads. Red watched his actions from behind Lu Chen, feeling disdainful. "Do you really need these crystals so badly?" Lu Chen ignored her and collected the crystals, putting them into the space. "You obtained 4 primary crystals, the 100 times critical hit is in effect. Congratulations, you obtained 400 primary crystals. Attributes, none." As he took a step forward, Red reminded him. "Even if you collect so many, do you know that there is a limit to how much one person can absorb in a day?" Lu Chen replied indifferently, "I know." And then he continued walking forward. Watching Lu Chen's back, Red didn't know what to say. This kid gave her a mysterious feeling. Throughout the day, Red quietly followed behind Lu Chen, occasionally saying a few words to him, but Lu Chen did not respond to any of them. Lu Chen was like a crystal slave, constantly collecting crystals. Even if a third-level zombie suddenly appeared halfway, Lu Chen's fourth-level ability could easily deal with the zombie. Throughout the process, Hong never made a move, maintaining the identity of a bystander. Until nightfall, Lu Chen's consciousness stirred, and a pair of glasses appeared on his eyes. In an instant, the scene he saw was as bright as during the day. Hong looked at the glasses that Lu Chen suddenly put on and curiously asked, "Where did you get these glasses?" Lu Chen helplessly replied, "You are really noisy." Being criticized like this, Hong's face darkened, and she closed her mouth. Lu Chen had no intention of leaving yet. Remembering something, he walked towards the location of Warehouse No. 1. Entering Warehouse No. 1, there was no horror as when he first arrived, instead, it was peaceful inside, accompanied by waves of a putrid smell. The ground was full of mutated rat corpses. Hong, looking at this scene, covered her nose in disgust. She was about to say something but remembered what Lu Chen had said recently, so she closed her mouth. Once inside Warehouse No. 1, Lu Chen's goal was very clear, heading straight towards the cold storage area. The cold storage area was still as cold as before. Walking all the way to the end of the room, he pushed open the door and walked in directly. The room was arranged the same as last time, with a zombie defeated by that corpse still lying on the wall. Lu Chen walked forward and saw a fallen vial on the ground, which he picked up. The reagent in the test tube had been injected halfway, with half of the blue liquid still inside. Last time, this injection was inserted into the arm of that corpse. Lu Chen always felt that this vial of reagent might be the key to why that corpse woke up. But why did the corpse not take the reagent with it but instead left it behind? Did it not want it, or was it intentional, or was it forgotten? Lu Chen looked at the vial for a long time before storing it in his space. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This time, Lu Chen surprisingly did not wait for any prompts from the system. Is this thing really different? Seemingly receiving some incredible news, Lu Chen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Standing aside, Hong watched as Lu Chen's expression changed repeatedly since he picked up the reagent. She was puzzled. Before she could speak, Lu Chen turned around, bypassed her, and walked out. Helplessly, she had no choice but to follow him. 1 hour later. The corpse stood in front of the operating table, staring at it for a long time without moving its gaze. Suddenly, it kicked over the operating table, searching for something in the entire room. In the end, it did not find what it was looking for. Just before leaving, its gaze fell on the door lock. It reached out, closed the door, and picked up the lock from the ground. With force, it pressed the lock back onto the door handle, as if it were welded in place. At night, Lu Chen's actions became more cautious. Zombies are more powerful at night than during the day. So when Lu Chen wanted to bring people out, he would not choose the evening. I'm going back, are you coming with me? Lu Chen asked softly as he moved along the obstacles. Hong replied, have you considered what I told you today? Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. It seemed that he hadn't taken what the person said today to heart. Seeing Lu Chen's bewildered expression, Hong's mouth twitched again. Fine. This guy treated everything she said today as nonsense. Helplessly, Hong spoke up, the three of us are from the same organization. We have reported your situation to the organization, and they invite you to join us. Did you hear me clearly? Hong impatiently asked. Oh, Lu Chen responded indifferently, then turned and continued walking forward. Hong was stunned. Just to know in response to the invitation? Hey kid, don't you want to ask about our organization? Hearing Red's words, Lu Chen whispered. What is your organization called? If I join your organization, what benefits will I get? Red nodded in satisfaction. This was the normal reaction. You don't need to know the name. As for the benefits, as mentioned earlier, people like you are rare. As long as you join us, we will do our best to provide you with what you need. What do you think? Lu Chen sighed and replied, thank you, but I'm not interested. Huh? Red was shocked and stood frozen in place. Lu Chen turned around and suddenly saw a zombie standing behind Red. He quickly threw out a spatial blade. Seeing Lu Chen's action, Red quickly rolled to the side. This kid, is he trying to kill her? When she looked back again, she realized that Lu Chen's spatial blade was not aimed at her, but at the zombie behind her. Gulp! Red watched as Lu Chen took the zombie crystal and swallowed nervously. That was close. If it weren't for this kid, she might have lost her life due to a moment of distraction. Distraction is a big taboo. Regretting her lapse in concentration, Red adjusted her mindset and stood up again. Thank you. She walked to Lu Chen's side and handed him a primary crystal. Lu Chen glanced at the primary crystal in Red's hand, raised an eyebrow, and accepted it. You're welcome, consider it even. Lu Chen waved the primary crystal in his hand and said. Back already? The man sat in a chair, holding a cup of tea, looking at Red who had just returned. Red responded with a faint yes and sat down next to him. So, did he agree? The man asked. On the sofa, Xiao Lian quietly lowered the book in his hand and looked at the two people at the table. Red shook her head. The man smiled calmly, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liang chuckled. Wow, in this world, there are actually people who reject our Red sister. As the words fell, Red glared at him. Even if any of you go, it's probably useless. Red snorted coldly. Creak. Creak. The rocking chair in the corner suddenly moved, and the expressions of the three became tense. The old man on the rocking chair picked up the cane beside him, slowly stood up from the chair. Master Dan, why are you getting up? The man respectfully asked. The man known as Master Dan smiled and said, I'm not that old. If it weren't for that experiment, I would still look the same as you guys. With that, he patted his body, which made cracking sounds, and stretched comfortably. I'm going out for a bit. With that, Master Dan walked out step by step with his cane. After he left the room, Xiao Liang spoke up. I heard that during that experiment, Master Dan captured many people with abilities. Before he could finish, Xiao Liang met the man's gaze and quickly shut his mouth. Don't mention it again next time, the man said. Okay, Xiao Liang replied and closed his mouth. On the other hand, Lu Chen returned so late that Li Bin, feeling worried, had put on armor and taken a long knife to go out. Just as he stepped out, he met Lu Chen who had just returned. Lu, you're finally back, Li Bin's eyes lit up. Where were you going? Lu Chen asked, seeing his posture. Li Bin smiled and led Lu Chen back inside. You don't know, Xiaoya was getting anxious. As soon as Lu Chen entered the room, Xiaoya rushed over. She looked up at Lu Chen, a hint of annoyance on her face, and her eyes still showing the urgency from earlier. Why were you out for so long? Xiaoya patted Lu Chen's chest. Seeing Xiaoya's appearance, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel sorry. He patted Xiaoya's head and said, I'm back now, aren't I? After saying a few words, Lu Chen took Xiaoya back to the room. In the room, it took him a while to calm Xiaoya down before they both finally fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Lu Chen couldn't sleep soundly. Since the doomsday arrived, his sleep had become very fragile. After several attempts, he couldn't fall asleep and had to get up. He took out a cigarette from the space and lit it up. Who? Lu Chen gently opened a curtain and looked outside. In the previous life, he never had the chance to smoke at night and enjoy the scenery like now. He and Li Bin were either collecting resources or being chased by zombies. Unfortunately, they were eventually overwhelmed by the zombies. Who? Lu Chen exhaled a smoke ring. As he looked downstairs, he suddenly saw the figure of an old man. The old man had white hair and was walking slowly with a cane, surrounded by zombies trying to get closer but hesitating to approach him. Lu Chen barely had time to think before the old man turned around and looked at him. Feeling something amiss, Lu Chen quickly closed the curtain. Downstairs, the old man, with a faint smile, walked away after seeing the closed curtain. He snapped his fingers, causing the surrounding zombies to explode one after another. Lu Chen, wearing night vision goggles, frowned at the sight of the zombie bodies blown apart by a powerful force. Obviously, the old man was formidable. Lu Chen felt a bit disappointed as he couldn't witness the old man in action. If he had seen it, he could have checked the old man's level using the system. However, when Lu Chen lifted the curtain again, the old man was already gone. He closed the curtain with a sense of loss, wishing he had seen the old man's actions earlier. Brother, Dan Lao is back, Xiao Liang gently nudged the sleeping man. The man woke up abruptly and went outside to see Dan Lao sitting on a rocking chair. Although Dan Lao's eyes were closed, he was still conscious. The man was about to speak when Dan Lao said, "Go back to sleep. This kid is good, better to have him as a friend than an enemy." The man was shocked by Dan Lao's evaluation. Being praised by Dan Lao was a first. Dan Lao then advised the man to improve his strength before the day they might become enemies with the kid. The man nodded and left to his room. Sitting in his room, he looked out the window with a cold gleam in his eyes. Dan Lao sighed softly as he watched the man leave, then turned his gaze back to the night outside. His murky eyes focused on a distant building faintly visible in the night. He then looked at a wandering zombie on the street. That kid is a good seedling. I hope I can extract that power in time. Otherwise, when the time comes. Dan Lao shook his head lightly, recalling Lu Chen's aura. Without hesitation, he stood up and found the others in their rooms, then walked towards the building in the distance. The next day. Early in the morning, Lu Chen just opened his eyes and smelled the aroma of food. Gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach started growling. Getting out of bed and putting on a piece of clothing, Lu Chen walked towards the kitchen. At this moment, the sunlight outside was shining on Lu Chen through the French windows. Feeling the long-lost warmth, Lu Chen's mood inexplicably relaxed. After all, due to the apocalypse, this world was basically shrouded in dark clouds every day. The warm sunlight had obviously become a scarce commodity in this world. In the kitchen, Xiaoya was busy in her pajamas. Her petite figure, set off by the soft pajamas, was charming. Watching Xiaoya skillfully stirring the eggs in the pan, Lu Chen smiled slightly. He hugged Xiaoya from behind, and her faint body fragrance immediately entered his nostrils. Xiaoya turned her head to look at Lu Chen's handsome profile and smiled. "Why are you up so early? Go back to sleep for a while, I'll call you when it's ready," Xiaoya said, running her fingers through her hair and lightly kissing Lu Chen on the lips. The 3 meals and 4 seasons together were Xiaoya's only pursuit in the apocalypse. "What you make is so delicious, I can't wait," Lu Chen said with a smile as he looked at the golden eggs in the pan. Hearing this, Xiaoya smiled happily. With one hand tightly held by Lu Chen, she skillfully stirred the food in the pan with the other hand. Even the most ordinary home-cooked dishes could be made delicious by Xiaoya. So, Xiaoya basically took charge of the meals for the few people. Actually, Xiaoya's cooking skills were not always very good before, but because of the apocalypse, various ingredients became very precious and scarce. Every time she cooked for the small team, she cherished these hard-to-come-by ingredients. Over time, various home-cooked dishes made by Xiaoya were not only easy to come by but also delicious in taste, color, and aroma, making everyone excited and giving a thumbs up. "It's ready," Xiaoya said, turning off the heat. Lu Chen let go of his grip around her waist. Watching Xiaoya plate the food and walk towards the dining room, Lu Chen quickly took the plates from her hands and placed them on the table. Xiaoya smiled gently, feeling surrounded by a sense of happiness. Sitting at the table, Lu Chen served a bowl of white rice in front of Xiaoya. "You've worked hard, go ahead and eat," Lu Chen said with a smile. Xiaoya nodded and started eating. Seeing the delicious dishes on the table, Lu Chen couldn't wait any longer. Holding the chopsticks, he picked up a piece of meat first. As the meat entered his mouth, his eyes lit up. Before he could even exclaim, a sudden and tragic scream came from the door. "Ah!" Lu Chen frowned slightly. Xiaoya also turned to look at Lu Chen and whispered, "That voice sounds like Chung Shu." Lu Chen nodded in agreement. It wasn't just like Qing Shu's voice, it was Qing Shu's voice. Just as Lu Chen was about to put down his utensils, a series of knocks came from their door. "Help! Help! Lugu, please save me!" Qing Shu's voice sounded increasingly desperate, as if she was in danger. Xiaoya became nervous and prepared to get up and check. "Don't worry, sit down and eat well. Such delicious food shouldn't be wasted." Lu Chen looked at Xiaoya and then casually picked up a piece of ribs and put it in his mouth. "But..." Xiaoya looked at Lu Chen, who seemed carefree and not in a hurry at all, wanting to say something. However, before she could speak, Lu Chen reached out and pulled her back to her seat. Lu Chen smiled, shook his head, gestured for Xiaoya to continue eating, and didn't say anything else. Helpless, Xiaoya could only pick up the glass of milk in front of her with a puzzled expression. Lu Chen had long known about the conspiracy between Fong Ling and Qing Shu, so he naturally understood what they were up to this time. He didn't rush and instead sat quietly, listening to Qing Shu's cries. After calling out for a while and seeing that Lu Chen still hadn't made a move to open the door, a hint of malice suddenly appeared on Qing Shu's face. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so heartless as to not even open the door for her. Last night, she and Fong Ling had planned all night to give Lu Chen a heavy blow this time, in order to create an opportunity for themselves to plunder all the supplies. So early in the morning, Fong Ling quietly led hundreds of zombies here from outside. The goal was to use the zombie horde siege to render Lu Chen and the others powerless. At that time, she and Fong Ling could directly take action and then flee. But now, the rampaging zombies outside were slowly approaching her. However, Lu Chen remained silent, which made her somewhat anxious. At this moment, Fong Ling also arrived by Qing Shu's side. Looking at the tightly closed door, his brows immediately furrowed. Damn guy. I even saved his life, and he treats us like this. Fong Ling muttered angrily, clenching his fists tightly. He also glanced back at the densely packed zombies behind him, feeling tense. With their current strength, they couldn't possibly deal with so many zombies. This made both of them nervous, while Ching Shu continued to pound on the door and shout loudly. Lu Cheng remained seated at the dining table, calmly eating the meal Xiaoya had prepared. When he sensed the zombie aura coming from outside, he immediately understood Fong Ling and Ching Shu's conspiracy. This made him smile and say softly, "You attracted the zombies here? What a clumsy tactic." Lu Cheng didn't even pay attention to these low-level zombies. Instead, he found the two people's performance amusing. Xiaoya still looked at Lu Cheng in confusion, but seeing him smile, she felt somewhat relieved. Although she didn't know what Lu Cheng was up to, she was sure he had his own reasons. She was still puzzled about what danger Fong Ling and Ching Shu had encountered, causing them to desperately pound on the door. She felt that there might be some hidden secrets between the two. Hearing Ching Shu's cries, Li Bin and Sun Lan in the other room were also momentarily stunned. But soon, they relaxed. These young people, making such a ruckus in broad daylight, Sun Lan said disapprovingly while sitting on a chair. Li Bin nodded as he sat in front of Sun Lan, saying, "The terrifying thing about doomsday is human nature." Their arrival was suspicious from the beginning. Recalling the scene when Lu Cheng brought them here, they felt something was off. Combined with the behavior of the two people on regular days, they didn't feel the need to open the door and inquire. Because in their view, Lu Cheng must have had a reason for not showing up. Therefore, they didn't need to lend a hand to them. After all, Lu Cheng's position in their hearts was much higher than that of Fong Ling and Cheng Shu. However, after waiting for a while, Cheng Shu continued to scream non-stop. The banging on the door grew louder, and even Fong Ling joined in. This made Li Bin furrow his brows. Not only would it affect Lu Cheng and Xiaoya, but it probably also attracted many zombies in the vicinity. So he said to Sun Lan, "I'll go out and see what they are up to." With that, Li Bin stood up and opened the door. Fong Ling and Cheng Shu were still full of anger. It had been so long, and Lu Cheng hadn't opened the door, clearly not caring about them at all. Just as Fong Ling was about to burst into anger, he turned his head and saw Li Bin standing at the door. This made him quickly hide his angry expression and instead show panic and fear. Running up to Li Bin, Fong Ling spat out and said to him, "Quick, save me." There were suddenly many zombies outside, and Ching Shu and I fought desperately to get here. Ching Shu also stopped banging on Lu Chen's door and came to Li Bin's side. "Bin Gu, we don't know how we angered Brother Yuan. He still won't open the door for us. If you hadn't shown up in time, the two of us would probably have died in the hands of the zombies," Ching Shu said, tears starting to flow from her eyes. Seeing the two of them in a panic, Li Bin did not show any sympathy, but instead had a gloomy face. Because in Ching Shu's words just now, he heard the implied blame on Lu Chen, and not only him, Sun Lan who was slowly walking over also understood. "You're making such a loud noise early in the morning, is it really necessary to disturb everyone's rest? Even if there are zombies, there's no need for all this noise." Sun Lan didn't give them any face with each word she said. In her view, Lu Chen was the backbone of their group, and every decision he made had its own reasons. She would not allow anyone to insult him. Seeing Li Bin and Sun Lan's unfriendly expressions, Ching Shu was stunned for a moment, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes, but she quickly covered it up with tears. Fong Ling also lowered his head in the same way. How many times had they been humiliated while organizing in various teams? But the thought of Lu Chen not appearing yet, if they revealed any flaws now, all their hard work in the early morning would be in vain. So no matter what, they had to wait for Lu Chen to appear. "I'm really sorry, the situation was too urgent, so we had to disturb everyone," Fong Ling said apologetically. Then he looked towards Lu Chen's room, puzzled, and asked, "Is Brother Yuan not in the room?" "No, I just smelled the scent of food coming from the room." He knew Lu Chen must be in the room, so he asked knowingly, wanting to use Li Bin and Sun Lan to lure him out. Just as he finished speaking, the door of Lu Chen's room slowly opened. Then Lu Chen walked out with Xiaoya. "Are you two looking for me?" Xiaoya asked calmly as she looked at Fong Ling. Seeing Lu Chen come out, the two of them were delighted, and quickly went over to say, "Brother Yuan, you finally came out. There were suddenly many zombies outside, and we must quickly find a way to deal with them." As Fong Ling spoke, he secretly observed Lu Chen's expression. When he saw Lu Chen look outside, a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. He knew Lu Chen had fallen for it. So he quickly gave Qing Shu a secret glance, signaling her to act according to the original plan. Looking at the zombies getting closer to the door, Lu Chen nodded slowly and said, "You're right. However, I'll leave these zombies to you two to deal with." With that, Lu Chen threw a crystal on the ground, indicating for them to pick it up and absorb it. Looking at the scattered crystals on the ground, Fong Ling and Cheng Shu were stunned in place. What did this mean? They had to deal with these zombies? They couldn't believe Lu Chen would say that. Shouldn't he lead Li Bin and the others to hunt and kill the zombies, while they took advantage of the situation? Li Bin and Sun Lan were also puzzled, but they still quietly watched Fong Ling and Qing Shu. Brother Yuan, the two of us can't handle so many zombies, it's better for you to take action. It's a good opportunity for us to learn from you. Fong Ling realized what they were up to and quickly waved his hand. Lu Chen smiled faintly, already guessing what these two were planning. However, he was not in a hurry because he wanted to see how the two of them could continue to perform. It was like watching a good show for free. So you absorbed these crystals, so your strength can be improved by 1 level. What, isn't this what you want? Lu Chen said meaningfully. Fong Ling hesitated for a moment, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. Qing Shu gritted her teeth, quickly bent down to pick up these crystals from the ground. Thank you, Brother Yuan, for the crystals, but these crystals are not enough for the two of us to absorb. Anyway, beggars can't be choosers, Qing Shu tried to ask Lu Chen for more. Seeing this, Xiaoya furrowed her brows immediately. In that case, you should improve your strength in actual combat, Lu Chen said with a smile. At the same time, zombies outside began to rush in one after another. Hiss! Hiss! The zombie at the front turned its crimson eyes, making a harsh friction sound as it looked at everyone. Lu Chen gave Li Bin a look, and the latter understood, pulling Fong Ling and rushing towards the zombie. Come on, true strength is honed in battle. Before Fong Ling could react, he was pulled by Li Bin towards the zombie. Roar! The zombie growled lowly, opening its mouth to bite Fong Ling's neck. Oh no! Fong Ling reacted instantly, quickly lowering his body and leaping to the other side, narrowly avoiding the zombie's attack. Brother Yuan, Fong Ling was injured not long ago and has not fully recovered. I'm afraid he... Qing Shu looked at Fong Ling, who was struggling to resist, with a worried expression as she spoke to Lu Yuan. Lu Chen nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, then turned to her and said, "Makes sense, then go help him." As he spoke, a zombie rushed towards Lu Chen, who dodged to the side. This made the zombie's target instantly switch to Qing Shu. Qing Shu screamed and immediately ran towards Sun Lan. Sister Sun Lan, please save me. Sun Lan glanced at her, then walked slowly to Lu Chen and Xiaoya, completely ignoring her plea. 5. 19-inch. This immediately left Qing Shu dumbfounded, staring blankly at the zombie pouncing towards her. At this moment, anger was already burning in her heart. She hated Lu Chen. And she hated everyone here. She vowed to find an opportunity to kill them all. But now her top priority was to deal with the zombie in front of her. Just as she was at a loss, Fong Ling, after dodging an attack from the zombie, quickly rushed towards him. Quick, get out of the way! He shouted at Qing Shu, and the dagger in his hand instantly pierced the zombie's back, releasing a black, putrid smell into the air. Watching Fong Ling kill the zombie in front of him, Lu Chen nodded with a smile. More and more zombies poured in from outside, to the point where even Li Bin joined the fight. Fongling protected Qingshu while dealing with one fierce zombie after another. Soon, he had almost exhausted his strength. He secretly glared at Lu Chen, his eyes full of killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that they hadn't obtained the resources yet, he would have rushed up and killed this guy long ago. Watching the two of them in a sorry state, Lu Chen shook his head. He knew. People in this world are strange and unpredictable. Everyone has their own calculations, making this eerie and dangerous world even more treacherous. For those who want to harm him, he will slowly torture them. Because he knew that if he wanted someone to die, he had to drive them crazy first. When they were on the brink of madness, that would be the starting point of their death. As for Fongling and Qingshu, in Lu Chen's eyes, they were already approaching this starting point. He even started to have some interest in them. More and more zombies appeared, and Li Bin gradually couldn't hold on. Lu Chen signaled to Xiaoya, who nodded and rushed into the midst of the zombies. While Lu Chen continued to watch Fongling and Qingshu's poor acting skills. With Xiaoya joining in, the entire battlefield saw a significant change in an instant. Xiaoya was seen manipulating lightning bolts resembling swimming dragons, continuously striking at the zombies. The explosions of lightning, coupled with the zombies' painful wails, echoed in everyone's ears. Under Xiaoya's control, the lightning struck the zombies simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies fell to the ground. Lu Chen looked at Xiaoya and nodded in satisfaction. Fongling and Qingshu finally had a chance to catch their breath, sitting in place and breathing heavily. When they saw Xiaoya standing there, continuously unleashing lightning, they were shocked. They had not expected Xiaoya to be so powerful, swiftly dealing with the zombies they had lured. Fongling then looked at Lu Chen. When he noticed Lu Chen smiling back at him, he awkwardly smiled and stood up from the ground. Walking over to Lu Chen, he asked with a furrowed brow, pretending to be concerned, "Brother Yuan, will Xiaoya get hurt?" His implication was to get Lu Chen to join the fight so that he and Qingshu could have the opportunity to loot the house. Lu Chen shook his head. To her, these zombies are like ants. I'm not worried at all. He had Xiaoya join the battle because he knew the immense power of her lightning attacks under her level 3 ability. These low-level zombies were no match for her. Even if something went wrong, he could intervene at any time. He also wanted her to gain some practical experience through this opportunity to enhance her strength. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Fongling was at a loss. As long as Lu Chen was there, he and Qingshu couldn't do anything. So he could only helplessly frown and glance at Qingshu behind him. She also wore a grim expression but had no solution. Lu Chen saw their expressions clearly, just smiled faintly, and didn't look at them again. Soon, Xiaoya and Lu Chen had killed all the zombies. The air became foul with the stench. Lu Chen slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, and the system's voice kept ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a primary crystal. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 100-fold critical strike, gaining 100 primary crystals. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 primary crystals of the first rank. Congratulations, host, for triggering a 100-fold critical strike, gaining 1,000 primary crystals. After this battle, Lu Chen stood there and obtained tens of thousands of crystals. This made him smile as he looked at Fongling and Qingshu. If they hadn't attracted so many zombies, they probably wouldn't have gained so much. The two could only smile awkwardly, trying to conceal their inner anger and disappointment. After clearing the battlefield, everyone returned to the bedroom. Brother Yuan, we were a bit impulsive today, we're really sorry, Qingshu spoke first. Lu Chen just smiled faintly and said to her, you stay at home and rest, I'll take Fongling out for a walk. He then glanced at Li Bin and Xiaoya again, signaling them to keep an eye on Qingshu. The two nodded discreetly. Fongling didn't know what Lu Chen was up to, but to conceal their true identities and schemes, he had to follow Lu Chen outside. The two walked down the street in silence, with the cold wind howling around them. When they reached a row of houses, Lu Chen stopped and looked at a corner. He then said, come out. Hiding is not a good habit. Hearing Lu Chen's words, a figure in the darkness hesitated. He had hidden in the farthest corner, relying on the concealed wall. But he didn't expect Lu Chen to have night vision goggles, seeing him clearly. Xiao Liang listened to Lu Chen's words, his face darkened, and helplessly he walked out, holding the back of his head with both hands. "Can you see me?" Xiao Liang said, glancing at the glasses Lu Chen was wearing. He clearly remembered that the last time he saw Lu Chen, he didn't have this pair of glasses. Could it be that his glasses, like his brother's, can? Thinking about it, Xiao Liang took a few steps forward, and his whole figure appeared in the sight of the two. Fang Ling saw the person and immediately became alert. Xiao Liang, on the other hand, glanced at him indifferently and said with a smile, "You brought someone with you this time?" Asking this, Lu Chen did not answer him, but instead looked at the convenience store. The windows and doors of the store were intact, even the entrance was locked, looking undamaged. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to see such a well-preserved store. "Hey, can you let me try on your glasses?" Xiao Liang approached Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen was stunned. Why did this person fixate on his glasses at first sight? No, Lu Chen directly refused. Xiao Liang showed a hint of disappointment, then asked again, "It's okay if you don't give them to me, just tell me what your glasses are for." With that, Xiao Liang looked at Lu Chen with expectant eyes. 5. 19-inch the function of the glasses? Lu Chen raised his eyelids to look at Xiao Liang and did not directly answer his question. Instead, he glanced at the window of the convenience store, pushed up his glasses on his nose, and calmly said, "You're overthinking it, these are just ordinary glasses." With that, Lu Chen shifted his gaze to the convenience store. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liang clearly did not want to believe Lu Chen's words. If what Lu Chen said was true, that these were just ordinary glasses, then Lu Chen should be nearsighted. Thinking about it, Xiao Liang became even more curious about Lu Chen's glasses. He approached again and whispered to Lu Chen, "If you tell me the function of these glasses, I'll give you 10 crystals, how about that?" With that, Xiao Liang touched the crystals in his pocket. Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently, then turned away again. Crystals? He lacked crystals, but what he lacked were crystals with supernatural attributes. He had as many of these basic crystals as he needed. He didn't know how many he had gained during the 10-fold critical hits before. Lu Chen looked at the convenience store, intending to go inside and take a look. He moved towards the entrance of the convenience store, reaching out to touch the lock on the door. The lock was locked from the outside. There might be no one inside. Lu Chen held the lock in his hand, looking at it for a second or two, while Xiao Liang couldn't wait. He stepped forward, took the lock from Lu Chen, and then took out a thin iron wire. "It's just unlocking a lock, such a simple thing." As Xiao Liang spoke, with the movement of the iron wire, there was a click. The lock opened. Clatter. The lock fell to the ground. Looking at his handiwork, Xiao Liang turned back proudly to Lu Chen and said, "How about that? I helped you once, shouldn't you tell me about your glasses now?" Hearing this, Lu Chen gave him a cold look. "I didn't ask for your help." Then, Lu Chen carefully pushed open the door of the convenience store. Creak. Perhaps because it had been closed for too long, when the door was pushed open, it made a creepy sound. Immediately, a cold wind blew out. Lu Chen shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. Fang Ling hissed, rubbing his arms. Following behind was Xiao Liang, who had already followed behind Fang Ling, cautiously looking inside. The environment inside the convenience store was intact, with no signs of zombie invasion. The shelves were still full of food, but there was a person crawling on the counter inside the store. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He turned around and closed the door first. Such a good place couldn't be let zombies in. "Look for things and block the door," Lu Chen said lightly to Fang Ling. Fang Ling nodded, feeling around in the dark, and placed some heavy objects behind the door. Lu Chen then walked towards the counter. He tiptoed to the front of the counter. Looking at the person lying on the counter, he gritted his teeth and was about to reach out when Xiao Liang walked over. Noticing Xiao Liang's arrival, Lu Chen turned his head and withdrew his hand. He pointed to the person in front of the counter. Xiao Liang stared blankly for a moment, took some time to see the figure on the counter. Someone? He covered his mouth in surprise. Before Lu Chen could answer, his hand had already reached out towards the figure. He poked the person's arm. No response the first time, nor the second time. Xiao Liang and Lu Chen speculated whether the person was dead. After poking the person again, Xiao Liang gave up and was about to leave when the person made a hesitant sound. The person rubbed his eyes, half opened them, and sat up straight. Who? Perhaps due to not speaking for a long time, his voice had become hoarse, making it difficult to speak. When he saw the two people in front of him, he was first confused, then his eyes lit up, and he excitedly walked out from behind the counter. He reached out his hands to grab Lu Chen's hand, but Lu Chen dodged it. Instead, the man reached out and held Xiao Liang's hand. Xiao Liang looked at the man in confusion. I've been trapped here for a while. It's too dangerous outside, and I can't get out alone. Please take me out of here. I'm on the verge of collapse in this cramped space. The man looked at Xiao Liang with increasingly desperate eyes, as if he had caught a lifeline. Xiao Liang looked at the scattered trash on the ground and the man's messy hair, and suddenly understood. At the same time, he also sensed the aura of an ability user from the man and asked, "Are you an awakened ability user?" As he spoke, he somewhat disdainfully pulled his hand away from the man's. Hearing Xiao Liang's question, Lu Chen also looked at the man in confusion. As an ability user, he could easily kill zombies, so why was he hiding alone here? But soon Lu Chen understood the reason. The man's aura was very weak, indicating that he had just awakened his ability and had not yet mastered its intricacies. Indeed, the man scratched his head and said, "I accidentally awakened my ability 3 days ago, but with no one to guide me, I don't know how to use it. I can only use some simple self-defense abilities for now." Xiao Liang nodded. Looking around, he asked again, "Do you know what's been happening outside these past 2 days?" "Yes, I heard terrifying sounds outside the door last night, as well as cries for help." Lu Chen glanced at the man. He knew it was probably the scene of zombies attacking humans. "Name," Lu Chen said lightly. The man hurriedly replied, "Su Moya." "Su Moya?" Xiao Liang murmured, admiring, "What a nice name." Hearing Xiao Liang's praise, Su Moya awkwardly touched his head. Not really." While the two chatted, Lu Chen turned around and began to observe the environment inside the store. It was a family-style convenience store with not many supplies on the shelves. Some food had already been opened, and the packaging bags were discarded on the floor. Several bottles of drinking water had already run out, estimating that it wouldn't be long before this man ran out of supplies. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel that this guy was somewhat lucky. Stuck here with food and drink, it was relatively comfortable compared to other survivors. At the same time, Lu Chen also noticed obvious signs of the skylight on the roof being opened. Presumably, the man couldn't bear the oppression and wanted to escape through the skylight. However, the level of danger outside ultimately made him hesitate. Lu Chen glanced again at the man's slightly excited face. 19-inch. He didn't know what the man was talking about. Can it be trusted? Perhaps he had been deceived too many times by Fong Ling and Qing Shu. Lu Chen now doubted the truthfulness of anyone he encountered. Su Moyao felt uncomfortable under Lu Chen's gaze. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up. "Brother. You. Looking at me like this makes me uncomfortable." Lu Chen just made a faint sound of acknowledgement and then shifted his gaze to the door behind the counter. He walked towards the door and stood in front of it after a few steps. Before he could open the door and enter, Su Moya walked over, smiling, and said, "This is where I've been sleeping for over 2 months, it's a bit messy." With that, Su Moya personally opened the door for Lu Chen. As the door opened, it revealed a room full of clutter. In the middle of the clutter, a small space had been cleared out, enough for one person to sleep. In that space, there was only a pillow and a thick blanket. Damn doomsday, damn zombies. Once I fully master my abilities, I will definitely kill all these beasts. Otherwise, I wouldn't be suffering here. Sumoya looked at the environment inside and was reminded of the difficulties he had faced during this period. He complained indignantly. Lu Chen, on the other hand, ignored his words, treating them as if they were just passing through his ears. The so-called heartless boss he mentioned should have died a long time ago. Where was the opportunity for revenge now? Lu Chen walked in and checked the boxes placed in the room. When he opened them one by one, he found that they were all stocked with goods from a convenience store. On the floor, a box of trash was placed in the corner. The packaging of the trash in the box was identical to the food on the convenience store shelves. Sumoya walked inside. If it weren't for some food and water here, I probably wouldn't have survived. Even so, I only eat once a day, barely making it to now. Lu Chen still paid no attention to his words. Instead, Xiaoliang walked in and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you are the lucky god in this chaotic world. Lucky god? Chaotic world? Sumoya was a little confused. Then, Xiaoliang reached out and placed his hand on Sumoya's shoulder. He led Sumoya to the side and carefully explained the outbreak of zombies to him. Lu Chen wandered around the room, reached out, and collected all the remaining supplies in the room into his space. Although the supplies were not many, they were still precious in the apocalypse. In no time, all the remaining supplies in the room had been collected by Lu Chen into his space. He glanced at Sumoya, who was shocked after hearing Xiaoliang's words, before walking out. After collecting the stockpile in the room, the next step was the shelves. The items on the shelves were also not many, just some basic living supplies. Lu Chen looked at these items and his mind stirred. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10 rolls of toilet paper, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 rolls of toilet paper. You have obtained 20 candles, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 2000 candles. You have obtained 30 bars of soap, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 3000 bars of soap. Just as Sumoya was still immersed in panic and fear after hearing Xiaoliang's words, he turned around to see the room and the items on the shelves suddenly disappear. A look of confusion appeared on his face. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, these things disappeared without a trace. He looked at Lu Chen in confusion and asked, "What about these supplies?" Lu Chen looked at him and smiled faintly. "Sorry, I've taken all these things." The reason for doing this was that Lu Chen wanted to test what kind of person this guy named Sumoya was. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Sumoya's face immediately darkened. He originally thought that Lu Chen and Xiaoliang could take him away from this ghostly place. In this case, these supplies would be of no use to him. But so far, the two of them had not mentioned taking him away. If he continued to stay here alone, how could he survive without supplies? Then you need to give me an explanation, Sumoya said to Lu Chen. The implication was clear. Lu Chen naturally understood his meaning, but instead of answering directly, he just smiled slightly and said, "This is the rule of survival in the apocalypse, you have to learn to adapt." Xiaoliang also walked to Lu Chen's side at this time, smiled bitterly, and whispered, "This guy has his eyes on you now." "I tested him just now, there shouldn't be any big problem," Lu Chen said. During their conversation just now, Xiaoliang had been observing Sumoya's micro-expressions. When he found that Sumoya had been showing a hint of surprise and confusion all along, Xiaoliang nodded secretly. This was the true behavior of a normal person who had been trapped here for many days. Just as Xiaoliang was speaking, Sumoya gritted his teeth and pulled out a long sword from the shelf. Holding the sword, he looked at Lu Chen and said, "Either you take me away, or you return all my supplies. Otherwise, today I will fight you like a man even if it means death." Hearing Sumoya's words, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be quite spirited. At this moment, a messy sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Lu Chen frowned slightly, knowing that the nearby zombies had been attracted over by them. He coldly said to Su Moya, "You overestimate your own strength. In my eyes, you are not my opponent at all." Before he could finish his words, Su Moya, without saying a word, swung the sword towards him. "Let's give it a try." Xiaoliang shook his head helplessly. Just as the sword was about to strike, Lu Chen raised his foot and kicked Su Moya hard in the abdomen. This made him instantly clutch his stomach in pain and squat on the ground. "I told you, you're not worthy," Lu Chen said, also having basically figured out this guy's background. When he kicked Su Moya just now, he could clearly feel that he was relying solely on his brute force to charge forward. He didn't even activate any abilities within his body. Obviously, as he had said, he had not yet grasped the mysteries of his abilities. This made him nod in approval silently. "You guys are bullying me too much." Su Moya sat on the ground with a mournful face, and the long sword was thrown aside by him. He looked like a wronged little girl. "Hee, brother, this is the current situation in the outside world. You're lucky to meet us today. If you meet others, forget about these supplies, I'm afraid you'll lose your life," Xiaoliang said to Su Moya at the right moment. Hearing Xiaoliang's words, Su Moya's mood calmed down a lot. At this time, the footsteps of the zombies outside became clearer and clearer, and the few of them became cautious, afraid to make a sound. Lu Chen, however, opened the door and immediately saw a group of zombies preparing to surround them. Each zombie grinned, and the smell of decay spread in the air. Lu Chen turned around and stared meaningfully at Su Moya. 5. 19-inch Lu Chen looked at Su Moya's angry but helpless appearance and found it very amusing. Looking at the approaching zombies, he raised an eyebrow and said to Su Moya, "The zombies are here, aren't you going up?" With that, Lu Chen's eyes looked towards the oncoming zombies. Nearly 15 zombies saw Su Moya and rushed towards him quickly. "Damn it!" Su Moya cursed. He disdainfully raised his middle finger at Lu Chen, then took a long sword in his hand and chopped off the heads of each zombie one by one. Lu Chen stood calmly by the door with his hands crossed. Many zombies looked over in this direction, and when they rushed over, Fongling stood in front of Lu Chen with a long knife in hand. As soon as the zombies approached, Fongling swiftly chopped off their heads. Su Moya faced so many zombies for the first time, and his stamina quickly declined. In just a few minutes, he began to gasp heavily. "Why are there so many zombies?" Su Moya's stamina finally gave out, and he could only barely support himself with the long sword pointing straight at the ground. He turned his head and met Lu Chen's smile. His mouth twitched. Was this person mocking him? Su Moya's anger surged, and he quickly straightened up again. Lu Chen, looking at Su Moya's appearance, sighed helplessly. He lightly manipulated several spatial blades and swiftly stabbed out towards the zombies surrounding Su Moya. Swish! The zombies behind Su Moya that had not been dealt with were all taken care of by Lu Chen's spatial blades. When Su Moya turned around to check, several bodies were already lying at his feet. The surrounding zombies were quickly dealt with, and when Su Moya took care of the last zombie, he was covered in zombie blood. There were even pieces of rotten flesh hanging on Su Moya's body. He looked down at his dirty clothes and frowned. Su Moya raised his hand and shook off the rotten flesh on his clothes with disgust. He never expected that he would end up dealing with zombies and even getting covered in the stench of decay. He looked towards Lu Chen, about to speak, but Lu Chen took a step forward and walked past him towards the way back. Hey! Su Moya caught up, shouted, and followed Lu Chen. My supplies. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen said indifferently, if you haven't killed enough, you might as well speak louder. With that, Su Moya was stunned. Could it be that the zombies just now were caused by his? After a few seconds of daze, Lu Chen had already walked far away. Su Moya looked over and was about to shout instinctively. Remembering what Lu Chen said, he quickly covered his mouth. Then, he ran up quickly, caught up with Lu Chen, and asked in a low voice, my supplies. Can you give me back some? Can't you see that I might starve to death here alone? Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at him and replied, your supplies? Is this shop yours? Sumoya was taken aback. How could this shop be his? He was just a worker. Just a humble worker who happened to take shelter here when the doomsday broke out. He would probably have become a corpse in the apocalypse long ago. But on the other hand, he hadn't seen anyone in this shop. Even if he claimed it was his, no one would doubt it. It's mine, Sumoyo lied. Lu Chen smiled faintly. If you are the owner of the shop, how could you not know that the skylight on the ceiling is welded shut and can't be opened? Even when lying, you should come up with a better excuse. After hearing this, Sumoyao's face darkened. The next moment, he pointed his sword straight at Lu Chen. Give it back now, or I'll take action. He was really anxious at this moment. If he were left alone here, he wouldn't know how to survive. He knew the value of life at this moment, and being alive was something everyone dreamed of. Lu Chen stopped and turned around slowly. Sumoyao's sword was pressed against his throat. There was no trace of fear on his face, even with the sword at his throat. As long as he dies, everything he just took away cannot return to its original place. Therefore, Sumoyao dared not touch him. Lu Chen stared into his eyes. You want to try? With that, Lu Chen was about to take a step forward. Sumoyao watched his movements, feeling flustered, and instinctively took a step back. He was just a good citizen. How could he have killed someone with a knife before? Don't you want to live? Sumoyao scolded. Just as his scolding voice came out, there was a loud noise from the building next to them. Boom! Immediately after, the French window upstairs suddenly burst open, and a figure fell straight down from above. And her position happened to be where Lu Chen was standing. Lu Chen looked up, his mouth twitching. He didn't want to get involved. Just as Lu Chen raised his hand, Sumoya thought he was going to catch the falling person. But the next second, Lu Chen tore open a gap beside him and walked straight in. Ha! Sumoya watched Lu Chen's actions, suddenly shocked. Seeing the falling person getting closer and closer to him, he gritted his teeth and reached out his hand. Not far away, Lu Chen walked out from the spatial door. He silently watched Sumoya reach out his hand, feeling a headache as he pinched his brow. Just like Li Bin. And the next moment, Sumoya's hand firmly caught the falling person. The person seemed weightless, landing securely in Sumoya's hand. Just as Sumoya was confused, the person in his hand suddenly turned his head and looked at him. He. The person in his hand revealed a mouthful of large white teeth, with the corners of his mouth stretching to his eyes. Occasionally, unclear liquid flowed from its mouth, emitting a disgusting smell. Oh my God! Sumoya's face darkened, shouting loudly, quickly letting go of the thing in his hand. After letting go, he quickly took several steps back. So disgusting. There was still some of the liquid vomited by that thing on his sleeve. The liquid was green in color, looking like snot, very disgusting. Sumoya disgustingly took off his coat, revealing a white vest underneath. He had a good figure, and the vest outlined his body very nicely. This figure is really good. Xiao Liang stood beside Lu Chen, admiring Sumoya's figure. Lu Chen had his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the zombie. Although the zombie looked like a young girl on the outside, with long hair covering her face, the wind occasionally blew her hair, revealing the terrifying look behind the hair. The zombie's body was arched like a spider, with all four limbs supporting it on the ground. It stared fiercely at Sumoya's movements. At the same time, from the smell of decay emanating from it, Lu Chen faintly smelled a hint of disinfectant. This made him pause. Could it be that this guy had escaped from the previous laboratory? 5. 19-inch the combination of zombies and animals. How is that possible? Just as Lu Chen was distracted, the zombie rushed towards Sumoya. At this moment, Sumoya already had the long sword from before in his hand, glaring fiercely at the approaching zombie. I thought it was a person, turns out it's a zombie. Sumoya said angrily. My coat is very expensive. Scolding, Sumoya waved the long sword and actively stabbed at the zombie. Just as the long sword was about to hit the zombie's body, the zombie suddenly jumped. The zombie's entire body leaped onto Su Moyao's head. And that's not all. The next second, the zombie's mouth actually spewed out spider silk. The spider silk spread towards the surrounding buildings, quickly forming a large web above Su Moyao's head. Su Moya looked up and his pupils dilated in shock. How is this zombie different from the one just now? How could this zombie also spit silk? Just as Su Moya sensed that something was wrong, Lu Chen gave a signal to Fong Ling. Fong Ling nodded, holding a long knife, and disappeared in the next second. When he reappeared, Fong Ling had already cut off the silk above Su Moyao's head. His long knife was covered with dense white silk. As the net was destroyed, the zombie's entire body became unstable and fell directly from the silk net. Roar! It roared angrily at Fong Ling, as if reproaching him for destroying the web it had just woven. A spider web is a spider's home. By doing this, Fong Ling had destroyed its home. With a roar, the zombie's eyes turned red. It slowly stood up, covered in silver fur all over its body, looking even more like a spider. The zombie moved and quickly charged towards Fong Ling. Seeing this, Su Moya shouted, "Brother, I'll help you." With these words, he wielded a long sword and charged towards the zombie. Lu Chen stood not far away, frowning as he watched the zombie, Fong Ling, and Su Moya fighting. This was a combination of a spider and a zombie. If little Hay were here, all it would take is a little spray to instantly burn the zombie to death. Why go through all this trouble now? Aren't you going to help? Xiao Liang asked, holding a lollipop in his mouth. He held his head in his hands, watching the fight in front of him. Lu Chen glanced at him and asked, "Is it fun for you to take turns watching and following me every day?" Xiao Liang hurriedly explained, "We are just concerned about you. If you are in danger, we can help you immediately, right?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth slightly curved up. Xiao Liang, seeing his smile, felt a chill down his spine. What? What are you laughing at? He asked. Lu Chen replied, "I'm in trouble now, are you going to help me?" Oh no. Xiao Liang's face darkened. If only words could be retracted, he would definitely take back what he just said. Wasn't he just digging his own grave? "You are not in danger right now," he said, looking around and slowly moving his feet. Lu Chen smiled, "Isn't it right in front?" With that, Lu Chen pushed Xiao Liang into the open space gate. Immediately, another space gate appeared in front of the zombie. Dirty trick! Xiao Liang cursed as the silk spit at his face. He quickly dodged it. Soon, the three of them were fighting the zombie. Meanwhile, Lu Chen took out a pack of sunflower seeds from the space and stood aside, eating sunflower seeds while watching the battle. Munching on sunflower seeds was so enjoyable. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, Li Bin and Sun Lan were lying on the bed, halfway undressed, when a knock interrupted them. "I'll go check." Li Bin looked at Sun Lan's blushing cheeks, put on his clothes again, and went out. Sun Lan sat up, annoyed, and put on her clothes. Behind the door, Li Bin cautiously opened it. He never expected it to be Qing Shu who had come. Qing Shu stood outside the door, peeking inside. She didn't see Fong Ling's figure. "What's the matter?" Li Bin asked. Just as he was about to let Qing Shu in, Li Bin remembered Lu Chen's warning from last time. This made him immediately dismiss the idea and his expression turned colder. "Brother Li Bin, have you seen Fong Ling?" "I can't find him." Qing Shu frowned and asked. "Fong Ling?" Li Bin pondered for a moment, then shook his head coldly. "I haven't seen him. It's dangerous outside, you better go back quickly." With that, Li Bin was about to close the door. But Qing Shu took a step forward. As the door was about to hit Qing Shu, Li Bin quickly opened the door again. "Brother Li Bin, I'm alone in the room and I don't have any self-defense ability. Can I come in?" Qing Shu said this, and Sun Lan happened to walk out of the room. Sun Lan paused, raised her eyes to meet Qing Shu's gaze. At the sight of Sun Lan, Qing Shu walked in, smiling and holding Sun Lan's arm. Sister Sun Lan, I want to eat what you made. Sun Lan remembered the last time and said expressionlessly, didn't you say you were looking for your boyfriend? Why do you want to eat now? Hearing this, Qing Shu hesitated for a moment, then replied with a smile. Yes, but he should be fine. She touched her stomach, looked at Sun Lan with a pitiful expression, and said, but, Sister Sun Lan, I'm really hungry. Seeing Qing Shu's pitiful look, Li Bin glared at her, then looked at Sun Lan. Sun Lan also frowned slightly, deliberately keeping her distance from her. Since the last zombie incident, they had become more vigilant towards each other and Qing Shu. Unexpectedly, this time she took the initiative to find them, and even seemed particularly enthusiastic. After some thought, Sun Lan agreed. Okay, I'll make it for you. Sun Lan looked at her with a meaningful smile, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Qing Shu smiled at her, then turned to look at Li Bin. Qing Shu bit her lip, looking hesitant with her hands behind her back, and walked up to Li Bin. Brother Li Bin, thank you for letting me in. Looking at Qing Shu, Li Bin felt like she was different from the Qing Shu he had just met, as if she was the same again. Seeing Qing Shu take another step forward, Li Bin walked around her and said, no need to thank me, please keep your distance from me. Before Qing Shu could speak, Li Bin continued, I'm going to help my wife. Don't wander around, just sit on the sofa and wait. After saying that, Li Bin glanced at her and walked towards the kitchen. Watching Li Bin walk in, Qing Shu's slightly open mouth slowly closed, and even her eyes changed. 5. 19-inch Qing Shu sat on the sofa, staring at the kitchen door. In the kitchen, Sun Lan was making noodles, and Li Bin's voice came from behind her. Let me do it. Li Bin walked to Sun Lan's side, reached out and took the kitchen utensils from Sun Lan's hand. Looking at Li Bin's figure, Sun Lan asked in confusion, how did you get in? Li Bin put the chopped green onions into the pot and replied to Sun Lan, it's not safe outside. Since Brother Lu said that, Qing Shu's eyes had changed. Even just now, her eyes seemed to be seducing him. If he stayed outside for a few more minutes, who knows what she might do? Thinking about it, Li Bin sighed. Sun Lan looked at Li Bin's appearance, leaned closer to him, whispered in his ear, husband, that girl Qing Shu really seems to have some problems. She then moved closer to Li Bin's position. She was very affectionate with her boyfriend before, and now she spent a second looking for her boyfriend, then turned around and said she wanted to eat the noodles I made. Li Bin was about to say something when he glanced at the figure standing outside the door. His heart shook, and he calmly tugged at Sun Lan's sleeve, gesturing for her to look outside. Sun Lan looked over in confusion and almost got scared when she saw the figure outside the door. Wife, you come and cook. Qing Shu wants to eat what you make. Li Bin said, giving Sun Lan the chef's position. Sun Lan nodded and took over the cooking. Qing Shu outside the door had only been listening for a few seconds. She obviously didn't know that her shadow could be seen from inside. After listening for a while and not hearing any useful information, she turned and left the kitchen door. Boom! Lu Chen ate the melon seeds in his hand, watching as the zombie caught the trajectory of Fong Ling's flash and punched Fong Ling, sending him flying into the wall. TSK. Watching Fong Ling hit the wall hard, leaving a deep dent in it. This kid, why is he so inflexible? Lu Chen sighed as he threw the melon seed shells into the trash can he took out. Little Liang, who was fighting the zombies, saw Lu Chen's leisurely appearance in a glance, and most importantly, he had a chair to sit on. Why is Lu Chen so relaxed? Just by looking at Lu Chen, the zombie in front quickly rushed over. Little Liang's heart trembled and he quickly dodged the zombie's attack. Damn! Looking at his torn clothes by the zombie, Little Liang impatiently frowned. He looked at the zombie, silently took out a crystal from his pocket, and swallowed it directly. The next moment, when he moved again, his speed was several times faster than ordinary people. Lu Chen watched Little Liang's movements, raising his eyebrows slightly. Not bad. This speed is really fast. Then, he saw little Liang already behind the zombie's neck. Little Liang took out a knife and placed it behind the zombie's neck, his lips moving slightly. The next second, the zombie's head rolled to the ground. Lu Chen stood up from the chair, watching as little Liang was about to take the crystal from the zombie's head. He tore open a spatial gate and walked in. Immediately, he appeared next to little Liang. Lu Chen reached out his hand, cut open the zombie's forehead where the crystal was exposed, and took the crystal first. Little Liang's attention was entirely on the zombie's head, and he had no idea when Lu Chen arrived. Hey! Seeing the crystal being suddenly taken away, little Liang's smile froze. He turned to look at where Lu Chen was originally, then turned to Lu Chen beside him. I dealt with this zombie, give me back the crystal. With that, little Liang reached out his hand to Lu Chen. Lu Chen silently put the crystal into the space. You obtained an intermediate crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 100 intermediate crystals. Attribute, Spider Mutation. Spider Mutation. Lu Chen smiled satisfactorily. But this smile, seen by little Liang, made him very unhappy. You. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen preempted, weren't you protecting me just now? Protecting you? Little Liang was stunned. He did say that before the fight. But what does that have to do with the crystal? Then, Lu Chen continued, since you were protecting me, this crystal should be handed over to me. Hearing this, little Liang was taken aback. Damn, he fell for it. Lu Chen looked at little Liang's darkening face, smiled, and then took out a primary crystal and handed it to little Liang. Consider this as protection fee. Exchanging one intermediate crystal for one primary crystal? Little Liang's mouth twitched. Seeing little Liang's disdainful look, Lu Chen frowned. Fine, I'll take it back then. As he said that, he was about to take back the primary crystal. Little Liang quickly reached out his hand and took the crystal from Lu Chen. I didn't say I didn't want it. This primary crystal is better than nothing. Little Liang sighed helplessly as he held the primary crystal in his hand. Hey, food. Sumoya looked at the two, his face dark as he walked over. He had just lost a jacket, and if he couldn't get his food back now, how would he survive in this post-apocalyptic world? However, Lu Chen just glanced at him indifferently and said, food, how much do you want? Sumoya frowned and said, give me everything from the store just now. Hearing this, Lu Chen rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Well, the price might be very high. Price? Sumoya was shocked, this wasn't yours to begin with, how dare you talk to me about the price? Lu Chen smiled faintly. If it wasn't yours to begin with, and now it's with me, isn't it natural that it's mine? With that said, Lu Chen looked at Sumoya hesitantly. He continued with his hands in his pockets. But since you don't have money now, I can offer you a place to stay and food to eat, how about that? A place to stay. Food to eat. Would this cunning person in front of him really offer him such good conditions? Sumoya looked at Lu Chen with half belief and half doubt, and asked, what are the conditions? Lu Chen looked at Sumoya and smiled. This was the time when he needed manpower. Qing Shu and Fong Ling were already in an untrustworthy stage, and Fong Ling came out today just to make him believe in Fong Ling. As for what Fong Ling and Qing Shu were thinking, Lu Chen didn't know. But as long as what the two of them did was harmful to his team, he would definitely eliminate them first. Thinking this, Lu Chen looked at Sumoya. In his eyes, Sumoya was like a newborn baby in a swaddle, just beginning to understand the world and take his first steps. Wasn't it easy to bring such a person under his command? His lips curled slightly as he said, work for me. Sumoya was stunned. What was this supposed to mean? He was about to say something when Lu Chen spoke first, adding, of course, if you're not willing, I suggest you go feed the zombies now. These words made Sumoya's face darken. Without this food, I can still. He was about to say. I can still survive. But as he looked closely at the surrounding buildings, he shuddered. After the recent battle, he had somewhat understood the strength of the zombies. Just as he looked into the buildings, he swallowed hard. The smoke was thick around him, with only a street lamp flickering, and inside the buildings, many eyes were staring at the four of them. It was as if they were watching prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. These eyes were at different levels. Su Moya turned around and found them all around. He had weapons to fight the zombies. But even if they were low-level zombies, if there were enough of them, he would be worn out by them. Sooner or later, he would die here. Have you made up your mind? Lu Chen said, and with a thought, a car was summoned from the space and appeared in front of them out of thin air. A car? Su Moyao exclaimed. Xiao Liang and Fong Ling had already gotten into the car. With the experience from last time, Xiao Liang knew that when Lu Chen brought out a car, it was to make a getaway. Lu Chen looked at Su Moya without responding. He just glanced at the time and waited for Su Moya's answer. As soon as the car was summoned, the surrounding zombies began to stir, as if they were about to rush out. If Su Moya didn't give an answer in 3 seconds, Lu Chen would get in the car and leave directly. By then, countless zombies would emerge. Su Moya would soon become one of them. Watching the seconds on his watch, Lu Chen silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. When the 1 sounded in his mind, Su Moyao hesitated. Fine. Su Moyao gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and finally compromised. Lu Chen nodded, turned around, and quickly got into the car. Roar! Just as Lu Chen jumped into the car, the surrounding zombies surged out. Countless zombies, young and old, even as young as those in kindergarten, all rushed out. Lu Chen shouted at Su Moyao, "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." With that, Lu Chen quickly started the car. The car made a buzzing roar. At the moment the car started moving, Su Moyao grabbed the car and jumped directly on it. He clung to the outside of the car, and a zombie's hand had already firmly grabbed his clothes. "Oh no, my clothes were just ruined, this one can't be ruined again, right?" If it was ruined, he really wouldn't have any clothes to wear. He picked up the long sword in his hand and decisively chopped off the zombie's hand, grabbing his clothes. Just for a second, he hadn't had time to get into the car. One zombie after another suddenly rushed over, grabbing his clothes again. Enough is enough. Gritting his teeth, Su Moyao directly took off his shirt. "Here, take it, I'll give it to you all." The zombie pulled the clothes, lost balance, and staggered backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Su Moyao quickly entered the car. Bang! He quickly closed the door. Thud! A zombie's arm fell into the car. So tenacious. Su Moyao shivered, holding his arm and disdainfully looking at the arm on the ground. Lu Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at him through the rearview mirror and focused on driving. Lu Chen quickly stepped on the gas, and within an hour, they returned downstairs. After getting off the car, Lu Chen had the car stored in his space with a thought. Hiss! Su Moyao touched his arm, looked up at the building in front of him. This is... Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen and the others had already gone upstairs. He moved quickly and hurried to catch up. When Lu Chen arrived at Li Bin's door, he remembered something and turned to look at Xiaoliang. "Why are you following me?" Xiaoliang smiled, hands in his pockets. "Isn't it to protect you?" Lu Chen muttered suspiciously. "You can't come in, so scram." With that, he knocked on the door. "It's me." Footsteps were quickly heard from inside, and soon Li Bin opened the door. "Lu Ge." Li Bin's eyes lit up, and when he turned, he saw Xiaoliang following Lu Chen, and Su Moya with his bare arms. "Come in," Lu Chen said indifferently. Su Moya quickly moved, entering first. Following him was Fong Ling. Just as Xiaoliang wanted to enter, Lu Chen stepped in ahead of him. Then, without hesitation, he closed the door. Click! Xiaoliang looked at the closed door in front of him, smiled helplessly. "You're really vigilant." He sighed and had to turn around and leave. Just as he turned around, his pocket started buzzing. He took out his phone, impatiently answered the call with Red written on it. "Red sister, what's up? Is it done?" Red sister said coldly. A zombie's roar came from the phone, but it abruptly stopped after just 2 seconds. Xiaoliang walked forward as he spoke. "It's done, but it failed." Inside the room, Qingshu heard a commotion, put down her chopsticks, and looked up. Her first glance was not at Fong Ling, but was drawn to Su Moyao's bare upper body. Su Moyao was obviously someone who exercised regularly. Whether it was his chest muscles or the abdominal muscles on his upper body, there was no slack in his body. Such a physique would make many girls marvel at its perfection. Gurgle. Qingshu swallowed. She was so engrossed that even Lu Chen didn't notice her gaze. After 2 seconds, she came to her senses. She stood up and walked towards Fong Ling. She took Fong Ling's arm and reproached him. "You, where did you go today? I woke up and couldn't find you." Qingshu seemed to be holding Fong Ling's arm, but in fact, her eyes were secretly glancing at Su Moyao beside them. On the other hand, Su Moyao, when he inadvertently met Qingshu's eyes, he felt goosebumps all over his body. The feeling of being stared at without clothes is still not good. Instead, he looked towards Lu Chen. "That." Before the words were finished, Lu Chen asked while sitting on a chair beside him, asking Fong Lingdao, "When you came out, didn't you tell your girlfriend?" Lu Chen deliberately emphasized the words girlfriend to remind Qingshu. "She is Fong Ling's girlfriend." Sure enough, when Qingshu heard this, her face immediately darkened. She subconsciously lowered her head and hurriedly explained, "Oh. I remembered, Fong Ling told me before, I forgot." With these words, Fong Ling swallowed the words on his lips. "Is that so?" Lu Chen looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling's face changed slightly and nodded. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. Lu Chen spoke first, "Since Fong Ling is back, take your girlfriend back to rest first." Qingshu looked up at Lu Chen and hurriedly said, "Lu Gu, I have something to ask you." As she spoke, she was about to walk forward. As she walked, she deliberately leaned towards Su Moyao's position. Her thoughts were impure. Lu Chen stood up, and just as Qingshu pretended to twist her ankle, he stood directly in front of Su Moyao. Qingshu glanced over and quickly straightened up. She twisted her foot in panic, feeling a sharp pain in her ankle, and fell to the ground. "It hurts." Qingshu lay on the ground, frowning and touching her ankle. "Are you okay, little sister?" Fong Ling quickly went forward to help her. Lu Chen and Li Bin glanced at each other. Li Bin walked to the door and cautiously looked outside through the crack in the door. "Shoo!" Li Bin raised his index finger to his lips. Seeing Li Bin's gesture, the people in the room closed their mouths and quieted down. Through the peephole, he saw zombies gathering outside. Although most of the zombies had poor eyesight, their hearing was extremely sensitive. Roar! The zombie walked past in a daze, occasionally twisting its head. When it looked over here, Li Bin quickly squatted down to prevent the zombie from seeing his eyes through the peephole. Qingshu covered her ankle, cold sweat slowly dripping from her forehead. She looked up at Lu Chen and couldn't help but snort. Just because of this snort, the room, which had been quiet, suddenly made a sound. Bang! Li Bin leaned against the door, and with the sound, he felt a push from behind. Something was hitting the door outside. Bang! 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 3 consecutive knocks on the door made everyone in the room nervous. Lu Chen sat calmly on the chair, observing Qingshu's expression. When Qingshu looked at him, he found her face turning red and black alternately, which was quite funny. The room outside quieted down, and Li Bin, still leaning against the door, did not leave but stayed there. He was afraid that the zombies might turn back, and if the zombies invaded the room, it would be doomed. Qingshu looked at Li Bin leaning against the door, hesitated for a moment, and her eyes moved. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chen's hand moved slightly, and a spatial blade swiftly pressed against her throat. Gulp! Qingshu looked at the object at her throat, nervously swallowed her saliva. She turned her head slightly and met Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen supported his chin with one hand and held the spatial blade with the other. If Qingshu dared to make a sound now, Lu Chen would not hesitate to eliminate her. Qingshu lay in Fong Ling's arms, and he saw Lu Chen's spatial blade with a lowered gaze. Qingshu's hand was tightly pulling Fong Ling's clothes. Fong Ling looked indifferent, but made no move. Damn it! Qingshu bit her teeth tightly, and without hiding her anger, she showed it in front of Lu Chen in an instant. Outside the door, a zombie slumped against the door, its head just avoiding the peephole on the door. It sniffed in confusion, then raised its hand and patted the door in front of it. After no response, it got up and left. At night, Fong Ling and Chang Shu had just returned to their room when Qingshu raised her eyes full of resentment and stared at Fong Ling. "What's wrong?" Fong Ling asked. "Why did you just stand there and not help me?" Qingshu's words were already filled with some anger. She did not expect Lu Chen to aim the spatial blade at her in front of Fong Ling. Even at that moment, she felt death approaching. What made her even angrier was that Fong Ling didn't say a word from start to finish. He just stood there blankly, letting Lu Chen manipulate her. If this got out, how could she, Qingshu, face anyone? Seeing the anger on Qingshu's face, Fong Ling smiled faintly, reached out and gently rubbed her head, explaining softly, "If both of us are exposed, we won't gain any advantage in front of Lu Chen no matter what. By then, forget about resources, I'm afraid both of us will lose our lives here. I'm trying to create an illusion for Lu Chen to make him relax his guard against me. This way, I can always find an opportunity." Listening to Fong Ling's explanation, Qingshu fell silent for a moment, then nodded. She admitted that Fong Ling's words made sense. If they both showed their true selves in front of Lu Chen, it was very likely that they would be completely destroyed. They had been lurking until today, and they had to ensure that at least one of them could continue with the plan. "This Lu Chen is despicable," Qingshu said fiercely, rubbing her arms. Fong Ling smiled faintly again. "Lu Chen is arrogant, but soon these advantages will be ours." Now he knew that Lu Chen was suspicious of both of them. However, Fong Ling was not worried because he knew he still had an ace up his sleeve. That was Xiaoya. She was well aware of the relationship between Lu Chen and Xiaoya. Although Xiaoya was a third-level lightning elemental ability user, as long as she used some strategy, she could definitely control her. As the saying goes, all is fair in war, and Fong Ling's mind was full of various tactics. Unfortunately, he had not used them in the right place. But before using this strategy again, Fong Ling planned to introduce a new game to Lu Chen. 5. 20-inch. This game was simple, domestic violence. He planned to gain Lu Chen's trust again through Qingshu, even though he knew Lu Chen was already suspicious of them. But what if the two of them joined forces to stage a tragic drama? Fong Ling shared his thoughts with Qingshu and promised not to be too harsh when he acted. Qingshu was initially unwilling, but at the thought of Lu Chen's piles of resources, she nodded. As long as she could get her hands on these resources, she was willing to do anything. Glancing at the time, Fong Ling decided not to delay. This time, he set his sights on the newcomer, Su Maya. To make the act more convincing, she deliberately made some noise in the room, even making Qingshu cry a few times. After all this was done, it was late at night. Opening the door, walking into the corridor, Fong Ling quietly approached Su Maya's room. When he heard only a slight snoring inside, a smile appeared on his lips. He then took out a piece of wire, skillfully inserted it into the lock, and placed a towel on the door handle to prevent any noise when opening the door and waking up Su Maya. After the door opened, Fong Ling gestured to Qingshu behind him. Qingshu sighed and quietly entered Su Maya's room. The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Fong Ling woke up from bed. Seeing the empty space beside him, he knew that a good show was about to begin. He walked into the bedroom, picked up a glass of water and drank it all. At the same time, there were a few knocks on the door from outside. He smiled, put down the glass of water, and walked over. Without thinking, he opened the door directly because he knew it was Qing Shu knocking. Sure enough, after opening the door, Fong Ling saw Qing Shu in disarray. Her eyes were red from crying, and it looked very distressing. All of this was arranged by Fong Ling in advance. Fong Ling nodded in satisfaction and then led Qing Shu to Li Bin's room. What's going on? Inside Li Bin's room, Lu Chen was also called over by Fong Ling and was sitting on a chair at the moment. He looked at Qing Shu crying lightly on the sofa and asked. In the room, Su Moya watched this scene, feeling confused. Qing Shu sobbed and turned to look at Su Moya, tremblingly saying, I just entered the wrong room. He just. Before she could finish her sentence, everyone's eyes turned to Su Moya. Su Moya hurriedly explained, no, when I woke up, she was already in my bed, and... He didn't finish the rest of his sentence. Last night, Su Moya saw a bottle of cocktail in the food Lu Chen gave him. For him, this thing was like a drink, and he wouldn't get drunk from it. After drinking 2 bottles, he fell asleep. But when he woke up the next day, he found that there was an extra person in his bed. That person was Qing Shu. And Qing Shu didn't have any clothes on. What surprised him was that when Qing Shu came in last night, he didn't feel anything. Just as Qing Shu was about to move, he quickly covered her body with the blanket and jumped out of bed. Even more shocking was that he was only wearing underwear. He didn't take off his clothes last night. Just as he felt something twisted his thoughts, Qing Shu woke up. After Qing Shu woke up, she cried and said something to him, but before he could ask further, she had already run out. Instead, he was called out by Lu Chen and arrived at the current scene. Su Moya pinched his brow, looked up at Lu Chen's eyes, and said, Brother, I really didn't do it. The underwear was still there, and if something like that happened, he would have to take it off first. He wasn't that kind of person. Lu Chen stared at Su Moya's expression. At this moment, he believed Su Moya even more. As for Qing Shu, his mind suddenly flashed back to Qing Shu's thoughts from yesterday. Then, Lu Chen stood up, walked to Su Moya's side, put his arm around his shoulder, and led him to the side. You really didn't last night. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Moya explained, I really didn't do it. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, I'm asking if you really didn't hear her come in? Su Moya was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Lu Chen lowered his gaze, pondered for a moment, patted his shoulder, and said, I see. Turning around, Lu Chen glanced at Qing Shu and said lightly, you can go back. Qing Shu tightly held onto her clothes, gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Chen. Meeting Qing Shu's eyes, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Then, with his hands in his pockets, Lu Chen walked over, bent down, and looked at Qing Shu. Qing Shu said that Su Moya had touched her. But there were no scratch marks on her body. No matter what, wouldn't Qing Shu resist? He stared at Qing Shu's collarbone for a few seconds, and Qing Shu hurriedly pulled her clothes up to cover her collarbone. Brother Yuan. What are you looking at? Qing Shu said nervously. Lu Chen stood up straight and said, these little tricks may work on them, but you should give up on me. With that, he looked at Fong Ling behind Qing Shu. Take the person back. If it weren't for Qing Shu being a healer, he wouldn't have kept the person until now. Qing Shu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling was the same. He didn't expect his seamless and unknown plan to be discovered by Lu Chen so quickly. Helpless. He could only pretend to glare angrily at Su Moya, then took Qing Shu away from there. Lu Gu, is this really okay? Su Moya walked over and asked. Lu Chen sat down, rubbing his fingers. She deserves it. Hey. Su Moya sighed and casually sat next to Lu Chen. Am I too young? The thoughts of a young girl are deeper than mine. With that, he turned and looked at the others staring at him. I'm telling the truth. Lu Chen smiled, stood up, and without saying a word, walked back to his room. Su Moya stayed at Li Bin's house and chatted with Li Bin. At night, Knock knock. Lu Chen heard the sound and suddenly opened his eyes. The sound was coming from upstairs. There was no one upstairs. Lu Chen. What was that sound just now? Xiaoya opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes, and sat up straight. Seeing Lu Chen just sitting there without answering her, just as she was about to speak again, Lu Chen grabbed her hand. At the same time, there was the sound of knocking coming from upstairs again, followed by the sound of things falling upstairs. No. There was clearly someone upstairs. Lu Chen tensed up. He let go of Xiaoya's hand, summoned his armor by lifting the blanket, and prepared to go upstairs to see what was going on. Lu Chen. Xiaoya grabbed his hand, frowning. Lu Chen turned, patted Xiaoya's head, pulled her hand away, and held it in his own hand. Wait for me here, I'll be right back, okay? Without waiting for Xiaoya to reply, Lu Chen walked out of the room, grabbed the sleeping little black, and walked out the door. Once Lu Chen went out, the commotion upstairs became more frequent. Xiaoya felt a chill, pulled the blanket tightly around herself. Meow. Cola jumped onto the bed, stepping on the blanket step by step to Xiaoya's side. It looked at Xiaoya, then turned and lay down next to her. Looking at Cola, Xiaoya reached out and gently stroked it, as if telling Cola not to be afraid with her presence. Don't worry, I will protect you no matter what happens. Saying that, Xiaoya hugged Cola in her arms. After Lu Chen went out, Little Black groggily opened its eyes, realizing it was being held by Lu Chen, and made a sound, a mix of complaint and happiness. Seeing Little Black wake up, Lu Chen let it down. With an alloy war knife in hand, Lu Chen made his way to the room upstairs. As soon as he arrived at the room, a scream came from inside. Ah! This sound. Lu Chen frowned as he listened. 5. 20-inch ah! Get out! Just as Lu Chen was contemplating, screams came from the room again. Then, low growls came from the staircase. Zombies. They were here. Little Black. Lu Chen squatted next to Little Black, patted its back, and pointed to the staircase. I'll leave these things to you. With that, Little Black barked and walked step by step towards the staircase. When it reached the staircase, Little Black looked at the approaching zombies and unhesitatingly breathed out a mouthful of flames. Meanwhile, Lu Chen leaned against the door with his alloy war knife in hand, listening to the noises inside the room. Soon, Xing Shu's voice seemed to be muffled, followed by the sound of something being dropped. After a while, cries could be heard from the room. Occasionally, a few low-level zombies would climb in from the balcony. These were just low-level zombies, and Lu Chen's spatial blade quickly took care of them. Half an hour later. Click. Lu Chen had just dealt with a zombie when the door behind him suddenly opened. Fan Ling walked out from inside, and at the same time, he caught sight of Lu Chen's figure from the corner of his eye, couldn't help but smile lightly. However, he quickly concealed the smile and replaced it with a cold sense of anger. He turned to look at Lu Chen, preparing to say something. Lu. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen's gaze passed him and looked into the room. The room was in a mess, with everything that was originally placed neatly now all thrown on the ground. There were all sorts of miscellaneous items scattered on the floor. The only figure in the room was tied up tightly with ropes, sitting on the ground. A piece of cloth was stuffed into her mouth. Xing Shu's hair was a mess, and there were bruises on her body, looking very miserable. She turned her head and saw Lu Chen's figure. Woo! Her eyes lit up, and with a thud, she crawled on the ground, struggling to crawl towards the door. Lu Chen shifted his gaze to Fan Ling. He said lightly, "Take care of it." With that, Lu Chen turned and left. Xing Shu saw Lu Chen leaving and struggled to stand up. Just as she took a step, her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground again. Watching Lu Chen walk away, Fan Ling hurried over to help Xing Shu up. Why didn't this trick work? Xing Shu said coldly. In order to make Lu Chen believe her, she even drew out a few scars on her own body. She thought this would make Lu Chen completely believe her. But she didn't expect him to be so heartless, even letting Fong Ling take care of her. He is truly a despicable person. Fong Ling also looked helpless. This time, the two of them had suffered for nothing. Click. Lu Chen returned and locked the door. Lu Chen, what happened upstairs? Xiaoya looked at Lu Chen and asked cautiously. Lu Chen lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down, still seeing the cola lying on the bed before lying down. He reached out and hugged Xiaoya. With one hand gently patting Xiaoya's back and the other stroking her head, he whispered, "It's nothing, just two cats playing upstairs, attracting the zombies." Listening to Lu Chen's words, Xiaoya was half believing. She murmured and, in Lu Chen's soothing words, closed her eyes. At the same time, in her mind, she recalled the scene between the two of them just now. She couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Planning one conspiracy after another beside her, but in the end, it was all in vain. They brought it upon themselves. Lu Chen never took such people seriously. In his eyes, Fong Ling and Xing Shu were just two clowns. The reason he kept them was to see what tricks they still had up their sleeves. Perhaps they would continue to fabricate melodramatic schemes and tricks. For Lu Chen, it was also a good entertainment. A faint smile appeared on his face, and Lu Chen began to fall asleep. The next day, when Lu Chen was about to go out with Su Moya, they passed by Li Bin's room and heard voices coming from inside. Although it was quiet, Lu Chen's hearing was beyond ordinary. Just one today? Li Bin was shocked, but still handed Fong Ling a portion of food. Although he was retired, he could still smell a faint bloody scent from Fong Ling. "Thank you." Fong Ling thanked him and left the room with the food in hand. When he walked out of the door, Lu Chen and the others had already left. If he looked down the corridor now, he could still see Lu Chen and the others. And behind them, there was also Xiaohei following. "Brother, is this the dog you raised? Why is it so big?" Su Moya looked at Xiaohei and asked in surprise. The large dogs he had seen in his life were already big enough. How come Lu Chen's dog seemed to be mutated? Before Lu Chen could answer, a zombie had already pounced towards Su Moya. Roar! The zombie opened its blood-filled mouth and was about to bite Su Moya. "You!" Su Moya was about to stab the long sword in his hand when a flame shot out ahead of him, turning the zombie in front of him into ashes. "Wow!" Su Moya looked at Xiaohei in shock. "No way, this dog is so powerful?" This flame could directly burn the zombie into crystals. Su Moya was excited, his eyes shining as he observed Xiaohei. Xiaohei, being observed by him, showed a proud look on his dog face. Watching the man and the dog, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He picked up the crystals and stored them in his space. "You obtained a primary crystal, critical hit effect X100. Congratulations on obtaining 100 primary crystals. Attributes, none." Lu Chen had a faint smile on his face, but the next moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Mission, store the crystals. 1 month left until the first zombie outbreak. Please collect mutant crystals and form your own team within the remaining time. During this period, all resources you store will receive a X100 critical hit bonus. Remaining mission time, 10 days, 10 hours, 5 minutes. 10 days. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Time passed quickly, the original 29 days had become 10 days. And his team only had a combat power of 7. Among the 7, 2 were not human. One of them had just been introduced to this world. Headache. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead and looked at Su Moya, who was examining Xiaohei. "Hey!" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of high heels approaching from behind. Swish! Lu Chen gripped the alloy war knife tightly and quickly turned around. The alloy war knife stopped precisely 1 centimeter away from the person's neck. Red looked at the alloy war knife, smiling satisfactorily. Then, she noticed Su Moya not far away. Not bad, a new partner in just a few days. She seized the opportunity and asked, "I wonder if you..." Before she could finish, Lu Chen retracted his war knife and said coldly, "Not interested." Watching Lu Chen's back, Red wiped off a trace of red on her neck in silence. "There is something you will be interested in," Red said, stepping on her high heels and catching up with Lu Chen. Su Moyo heard the voice and looked over. He raised an eyebrow and stood up straight. What a beauty! Red had a figure to die for, exuding a mature sisterly charm. Gulp! Su Moyo swallowed nervously. Lu Chen glanced at him and said, "Don't look, she can knock out 3 of you with 1 punch." What? Su Moyo looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. A beauty like her could knock out 3 of him with 1 punch? Even if he had to go through fire and water for her, he would be willing. Lu Chen looked at Su Moyo's infatuated expression and disdainfully rolled his eyes. Hopeless. He walked forward, patted Xiao Hei's head, and left with Xiao Hei. Red followed, and Su Moyo awkwardly approached Red and asked, "Beauty, can we exchange contact information?" Upon hearing Su Moyo's words, Red turned her head and gave him a cold look. Su Moyo stood still, staring blankly as Red walked away. She actually ignored me? His face darkened, but then he looked up with a pleasantly surprised expression. The beauty actually acknowledged me. Su Moyo was so excited that he almost jumped up and cheered. He quickly caught up, shamelessly walking beside Red without saying a word, silently observing her. Lu Chen, who was walking at the front, turned around and was speechless at the sight. Was this guy not afraid of death? Although the beauty was indeed beautiful, her face had turned so dark. Not only that, even the 2 hands hanging by Red's side were tightly clenched. She was very restrained towards Su Moyo's behavior. Lu Chen looked on, afraid that Hong would not be able to resist feeding Su Moyo to the zombies. The group walked forward, and based on his memory, Lu Chen arrived at a large wholesale market. In front of the market's entrance, even the name on the door was smashed on the ground, the sign broken in half. But you could still vaguely see the word wholesale on top. The wholesale market was the largest in the city, offering a wide range of food, drinks, clothing, and daily necessities. It was just unknown how much remained inside after the zombie outbreak. As they entered, a foul stench hit them. What's that smell? Su Moyo pinched his nose in disgust. He then looked at Hong beside him. Seeing no reaction from her, he asked with concern, "Beauty, do you want to get lost?" Before she could finish, Hong coldly rebuked him. Meanwhile, Lu Chen held his nose and continued walking forward. The entire market floor was littered with human bones and sticky fluids, indicating a horrifying scene had taken place. Wholesale markets were gathering places for people, and when the zombies broke out without warning, the people inside were like food in a pot, waiting to be eaten one by one. Strangely, as Lu Chen walked through almost half of the wholesale market, he didn't see a single zombie. Were they hiding, or was there another conspiracy at play? Just as he pondered, Su Moyo's voice sounded beside him, "It's strange, why is it so quiet here?" Lu Chen nodded, realizing that Su Moyo had also noticed the abnormality. The two continued to wander around the market and stopped in front of a clothing store. The store's windows were broken, and the sign had fallen from the door, covered in dust. Su Moyo entered first and soon came out holding a brand new camouflage suit. Wow, this camouflage suit is great, it's even a military modified version. Wearing this suit, your combat power is maxed out. Su Moyo showed off the suit to Lu Chen excitedly. Lu Chen, however, was not focused on the clothes but remained vigilant of their surroundings. He felt that where there was abnormality, there must be something sinister. Seeing this, Su Moyo quickly put away the camouflage suit into his backpack. The two continued to survey the area. Suddenly, Lu Chen looked towards an alley not far away. In the corner of the alley, an elderly person with white hair was crouching on the ground, trembling. Slowly, the old person sensed movement around them and turned to face Lu Chen. When she saw Lu Chen, her eyes lit up as if she had seen a glimmer of hope. "Young man, please save me," the old person said, struggling to stand up. As the old person lunged towards Lu Chen, he cautiously took a step back. With the zombie outbreak having lasted so long, how could an elderly person with white hair have survived? Was it luck, or had she been hiding in this corner? Lu Chen didn't believe that the old person in front of him was human. Even if she was, her intentions were definitely not pure. As he stepped back, Lu Chen took out his alloy combat knife from his space. The old person's eyes dimmed as she noticed the knife in Lu Chen's hand. She stood in front of Lu Chen and pleaded, "Young man, please help Grandma. Grandma hasn't eaten in a long time." Her voice was old and hoarse, evoking a sense of pity. Lu Chen scrutinized the old person and suddenly noticed a trace of blood on her. It was on the edge of her clothes, almost imperceptible unless one looked closely. "Old man, you." Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, Su Moyo exclaimed and walked over. He patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and whispered, "He's just an old man, what are you afraid of?" Lu Chen wanted to say something, but Su Moyo had already walked towards the old man. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He was not afraid. However, since Su Moyo wanted to take the lead, he didn't mind letting him. It was a good opportunity to test things out. With his hands in his pockets, Lu Chen stood aside and watched Su Moyo's actions. Su Moyo slowly walked up to the old man. He first looked him up and down, then propped his chin and furrowed his brows as he looked at him. Pausing for a moment, he shook his head in confusion and asked, "How have you been surviving on your own for so long?" Listening to Su Moyo's question, Lu Chen nodded silently. He didn't expect this guy to be so alert, to notice something unusual about the old man. "I've been picking up trash here, otherwise, these old bones of mine would have been gone a long time ago." Ahem. Ahem. The old man started coughing violently, sneaking a glance at Su Moyo. Didn't expect the old man to still have some tricks up his sleeve. "In that case, you can continue picking up trash here." Su Moyo left these words behind and walked away. At the same time, his gaze towards Lu Chen became serious, implying that the old man was not normal. Lu Chen could naturally see the old man's peculiarity, but he just nodded slightly without saying anything. He wanted to see how Su Moyo would handle the situation. "Young man, you must be a kind-hearted lad, please save me." Seeing Su Moyo leave, the old man spoke again. There was a hint of anger on his face. But Su Moyo seemed to ignore his words and continued walking away. Su Moyo wouldn't easily offer help to this mysterious old man. This was also one of the survival rules for the apocalypse that Lu Chen had told him at the beginning. "Young man?" The old man muttered, turning his head slowly towards Su Moyo. "I just praised you for being kind-hearted, why did you leave?" The old man stood up straight as she looked at the indifferent faces in front of her, realizing she couldn't keep up the act. Slowly, the hunched posture disappeared, replaced by a tall figure. She then reached out and touched her face. Rip! The old face was torn off, revealing a beautiful female face. The woman disdainfully threw the old man's skin aside and turned to Su Moyo. "I was so close, how did you figure it out?" Su Moyo looked at her with a serious expression. He calmly said, "An old man's hands are not as delicate as yours." He had helped too many old people and seen too many of their conditions. He could be sure that the old man's hands were definitely not as soft and white as a woman's. The woman paused, raised her hand to look at it, and then touched it satisfactorily. "Even so, it doesn't matter. Because, you all are going to die here next." With these words, the woman scanned Lu Chen and the others sharply. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A moment later, the sound of zombie roars echoed. Not good. Lu Chen quickly turned around, and the exit behind him slammed shut. Meanwhile, the woman had disappeared, leaving the old man's skin on the ground. "I'll come back later to collect your corpses and make masks out of your faces." The woman's voice echoed from above. Lu Chen looked up and his eyes widened. Behind the woman, there was a zombie. And that zombie had its arms around her waist. Obviously, the zombie had carried her up there. Why would a zombie Hey! Thinking, the sound of Su Maoyao's reprimand suddenly came to his ears. When Lu Chen turned his head, a zombie was standing less than a meter in front of him. Slowly. The zombie's head slowly slid off. With a thud, the zombie's head heavily fell to the ground, making a dull sound. A beginner zombie. Lu Chen took out his alloy war knife, calmly took out a crystal from the zombie's forehead. You obtained a beginner crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 100 beginner crystals. Attributes, none. Hey! Su Maoyao walked over, and Lu Chen happened to stand up. He flicked his hair, looked at Lu Chen who was slightly pouting at him, and proudly said, I know, no need to thank me, I'm just repaying you for saving my life last time. Lu Chen wanted to say something, but looking at Su Maoyao's appearance, he suddenly couldn't say it. After a few seconds of restraint, he finally spat out 3 words. Crazy. With that, Lu Chen ignored Su Maoyao's darkened face and looked around. At a glance, there were nearly 40 to 50 beginner zombies. But Hong, at this moment, was nowhere to be seen. Beginner zombies? A smile slowly appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He still had to thank the woman who had just called out the zombies, wasn't she giving him gifts? Xiao Hei! Lu Chen shouted. 40 to 50 beginner zombies all looked towards Lu Chen. Roar! For a moment, all the zombies' attention was focused on Lu Chen. Before the zombies could reach Lu Chen, Xiao Hei barked and jumped in front of Lu Chen, opening its mouth. Whoosh! A large flame burst out instantly. Dozens of zombies in the front were burned to ashes. Click-clack. After the zombies were burned clean, only crystals were left. Listening to the wonderful sounds, Lu Chen looked at the remaining zombies, his eyes gradually becoming greedy. Hey, take one more step forward, and you won't need your pretty face anymore. The woman sat on a chair, crossing her legs. She had changed into a new outfit. At this moment, she was wearing a light blue long dress, with a gap at the hem, revealing her long white legs. Behind the woman, a beginner zombie was massaging her shoulders. Beside her, another zombie was making tea for her. Hong stood not far from her, turned to look at her. By Xinshin, the second awakened with special abilities, the awakened ability is control, the controlled object is unlimited. The limit of the control ability depends on the size of the ability of the awakened person. With that, Bai Xinshin's expression gradually turned cold. She gripped the teacup tightly, the veins on her hand bulging. What is your purpose? She looked at Hong warily and asked. Hong replied indifferently, You are not valuable, I have no interest in you. With a crash. Bai Xinshin was angry at Hong's words. She forcefully threw the teacup at Hong, who just slightly dodged it, easily avoiding the teacup. Seeing Bai Xinshin's angry face, Hong said, Showing off in front of me? Do you have no idea of your own strength? After speaking, Hong sneered, turned and left. With a swish, Bai Xinshin stood up from the chair. Attack! Tear her apart! The surrounding zombies obeyed Bai Xinshin's command, swiftly rushing towards Hong. Hong calmly walked forward, just as the zombies were less than a meter away from her. With a swish, Hong took out her weapon. Bang bang bang! All the zombies behind her fell down. Hong lightly leaped, even though she was wearing high heels, when she landed behind Bai Xinshin, not a sound was made. Click-clack. A gun was pointed at Bai Xinshin's temple. Bai Xinshin felt the cold hardness of the gun, and alarm bells rang in her mind. Before she could speak, Hong spoke first. Withdraw your little tricks, or the consequences won't be as simple as a threat. Gulp. Bai Xinshin nervously swallowed her saliva. She glanced lightly at the zombies. The next moment, the zombies lowered their heads and walked towards the darkness. Are you satisfied? Bai Xinshin asked fearfully. Hong retracted the gun and said coldly, Your arrogant personality will soon teach you a lesson. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a chance to live. Don't forget to thank me when the time comes. With that, Hong smiled and walked away. Bai Xinshan watched Hong's back and gritted her teeth. Bastard! She clenched her fists tightly, the veins on her hands bulging. Just wait, I'm not someone to mess with. I will make you know how powerful I am. With that in mind, Bai Xinshan turned and walked into the darkness. Meanwhile, on Lu Chen's side, he hadn't killed enough yet. The remaining zombies suddenly turned and fled. All picked up, Su Moyao said, holding dozens of crystals in his clothes and handing them to Lu Chen. 5. 20. Lu Chen looked back and suddenly saw Hong standing behind them. Where did this woman go just now? Why did she appear right after the zombies left? As he thought, Lu Chen's hand touched the crystals in Su Moyao's arms. You have obtained 50 primary crystals, critical hit effect multiplied by 100. Congratulations, you have obtained 5,000 primary crystals. Attribute, none. Listening to the system's prompts, Lu Chen nodded silently. Over the past few days, he had harvested many crystals. The crystals in the system's warehouse were already piled up like small mountains. According to the system's prompts, the time until the first zombie outbreak was getting closer. He had to use these crystals to build his own team to face the zombie outbreak without fail. Thinking about this, Lu Chen quietly called out to the system, "System, how much time is left until the task is completed?" Ding! Task, store crystals. There is 1 month left until the first zombie outbreak. Please collect as many mutant crystals as possible and form your own team within the remaining time. During this period, all resources you store will receive a 100 times critical hit bonus. Remaining task time, 7 days, 10 hours, 5 minutes. 7 days. The final 7 days. His team was still weak. Would they all be able to survive on the day of the zombie outbreak? Not only did he need to level up, but everyone in his team needed to level up as well. Only when everyone was strong could they have a chance to survive the zombie outbreak. Lu Chen patted Shohei's butt. "Shohei, let's go." Shohei whimpered, seemingly unhappy with Lu Chen patting its butt, but still followed Lu Chen forward. As they passed by Hong, Lu Chen paused, glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally, and continued walking forward. Su Moyao ran over and said to Hong, "Beauty, do you want to come with us?" Hong glanced at him and walked behind Lu Chen. Seeing Hong's actions, Su Moyao thought she was impressed by his charm and quickly smiled. "Beauty, wait for me." Su Moyao wanted to shout out but was afraid of attracting zombies, so he suppressed his voice and ran forward. As soon as he left, he saw Lu Chen, Hong, and Shohei standing still, looking up at the sky. Looking at. Su Moyao scratched his head and looked up at the sky. He was shocked to see that before entering, the sky was normal. But now, the sky was filled with boundless blood-red color, casting a crimson hue on the ground. The most terrifying thing was the sun hanging in the sky. It was slowly being covered by the crimson color until it was completely engulfed. "This is bad," Lu Chen muttered as he looked at the scene, recalling the last time he saw this when the zombies first mutated. Before this, he had already encountered many mutated zombies. Roar! Before he could think much, a zombie suddenly leaped out from behind. The zombie's overall appearance was no different from a basic zombie. But when its body was exposed to the blood-red light in the sky, it began to change. Click, click, click. The zombie's body made a series of cracking sounds. Damn, this is... Su Moyao hadn't finished his sentence. Lu Chen had already summoned the car, not looking at the zombie but getting into the driver's seat. "Get in the car!" he shouted. Hong, watching the changes on the zombie, felt something was wrong, quickly turned around, and got into the car. Su Moyao was stunned watching the zombie. It wasn't until Xiao Hei kicked him hard, causing him to fall to the ground, that he reacted. Damn! As Su Moyao stepped into the car, the zombie had completely transformed. The zombie roared and stared at Su Moyao with dead eyes, rushing towards the car. Bang! Sumoya got into the car and closed the door just as the zombie collided with it. So fast. This zombie, after being illuminated, was now moving at more than 3 times the speed of a basic zombie. Lu Chen, through the rearview mirror, watched as the zombie relentlessly chased them. Seeing the zombie about to jump onto the car, he released one hand, quickly tore open a hole in front of the car, and drove in with determination. The car entered the portal, and the zombie missed its target. The next moment, the car appeared not far away, already far from the zombie. "What's going on?" Sumoya muttered. Hong kept staring out the window. On the streets, in the square, many zombies were being illuminated by the red light, gradually undergoing changes. Some zombies, despite being illuminated, remained basic zombies without any changes. Watching this scene, Hong murmured softly, "Red light. So soon?" He remembered the speculation of the old man, saying that before the first zombie outbreak, red light would appear on the horizon. However, he didn't expect to see the red light so soon. Lu Chen also gazed at the awe-inspiring red light, his brows furrowed. In his past life, he had seen the red light and knew its power. It could not only cause some zombies to evolve loudly but could also burn humans into fireballs directly. Its terrifying power was the nightmare of all supernatural beings. However, Sumoya curiously observed the red light and said, "I wonder what humans will become after being illuminated by the red light." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "It will make you taste the fear of death in an instant. Then you will become one of the zombies in this world." As Lu Chen spoke, the 2 people in the car turned to look at him. At that moment, a man ran out of the car window. His face showed excitement as he ran towards the red light, with an extremely excited expression. They thought it was a step further, but it turned out to be the first step towards becoming a zombie. Lu Chen gestured for the 2 to look out the window. When Sumoyo and Hon looked outside, the man had already started burning. After burning out, the man also turned into a zombie. In the end, the man could only remain a basic zombie, unable to upgrade to a mutated zombie under the illumination of the red light. This time, the red light was like a human awakening. Zombies standing under the red light were equivalent to choosing a trial, and the red light would select suitable zombies for upgrading. Upgraded zombies would have special abilities, while those not chosen would remain basic zombies. Lu Chen drove back downstairs quickly. He drove the car in and only opened the door after ensuring it was safe without being illuminated by the red light. Standing in the stairwell, looking up at the red light in the sky, he frowned. He didn't know how long this red light would last or if it would be the same as in his past life. But no matter what, Lu Chen knew that the most important thing for him now was to improve his strength. Only when his strength improved could he not fear anything in the apocalypse. With a thought, Lu Chen retracted the car. "Beauty, we can't go out now. You should stay here for a while," Sumoyo said to Hong. However, Hong's eyes were fixed on the red light in the sky. This matter needed to be reported to the organization. And just now, the words heard in the car. Slowly, Hong's gaze shifted to Lu Chen beside him. This person seemed to know a lot. The next second, Lu Chen turned his head and coincidentally met Hong's gaze. Just for a second, Lu Chen voluntarily averted his eyes and went upstairs first. "Beauty?" Sumoyo reached out his hand and waved it in front of Hong. Hong looked at him faintly and nodded. Just as Lu Chen said, if they went out now, they would turn into zombies. So she can only stay here for now. As Lu Chen went upstairs, before reaching the top, a man slowly walked down the stairs. The man had dark circles around his eyes, bloodshot eyes, unshaven beard, and looked very haggard. This person lived on the same floor as Lu Chen, yet he had no impression of him. The 2 glanced at each other and then looked away. The man passed by with a few others. Sumoya glanced at the man and asked Lu Chen, "How come I didn't know that besides us, there are others in this building?" Lu Chen grunted and ignored Sumoya's words. Then, a sentence from Sumoya reminded him again. "But didn't you say that after being exposed to the red light, we would all turn into zombies?" It seems that guy didn't. He didn't? Lu Chen turned around in surprise. Su Moyao grunted and pointed in the direction the man had just left. I saw him go in. Lu Chen quickly ran to the corridor and looked outside. Indeed, as Su Moyao said, the man just walked under the red light and nothing happened. It seemed like the red light had no effect on him at all. How could that be? He had never seen such a situation before. Who was that man? Lu Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Due to Su Moyao's proactive attitude, wanting to take Hong back to his room to protect her, in the end, Lu Chen entrusted Hong to Sun Lan, asking Li Bin and Sun Lan to take good care of this distinguished guest. Before Su Moyao left, he couldn't help but glare disapprovingly at Lu Chen. It seemed like Lu Chen had interrupted his romantic pursuit. Lu Chen smiled helplessly, instructed everyone not to go out recently, and returned home after the red light ended. Just as he stepped inside, Lu Chen didn't see Xiaoya's figure. It wasn't until he entered the room that he saw her. Seeing Xiaoya lying on the bed, Lu Chen thought she had just fallen asleep. Just as he was about to leave, he realized something. His heart tightened suddenly, and he quickly turned around and rushed over. Xiaoya? Lu Chen turned Xiaoya over. Xiaoya's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and even her clothes were soaked. Beside Xiaoya, a few crystals lay quietly on the bed. Combining the crystals with Xiaoya's condition, Lu Chen guessed most of it. Everyone had an absorption limit, and Xiaoya was breaking through the limit. Lu Chen took a tissue and carefully wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. He gently laid Xiaoya down, held her hand, and stayed by the bed. After an unknown amount of time, despite the strange sky outside and the dark scenery blocked by the curtains, Xiaoya slowly opened her eyes. When she woke up and looked at the ceiling, she couldn't tell if it was day or night. She was about to move when she noticed the person beside the bed. Lu Chen was holding her hand tightly, and sensing movement, he opened his eyes. Awake? Xiaoya looked at him, feeling confused. You're back? Lu Chen nodded and stepped forward to tightly embrace her. Breaking the limit is a very dangerous thing, you are being too reckless, he said. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoya smiled and hugged his back. I think it's fine, I just wanted to give it a try, she replied. As the words fell, Lu Chen let go of her, looking displeased. It's too dangerous, let's not do this again next time. If the breakthrough failed, the one Lu Chen was holding might end up being a corpse. Seeing the look in Lu Chen's eyes, Xiaoya felt warm in her heart. You're worried about me, Xiaoya leaned in and teasingly asked. Lu Chen then booped her nose and said, I'm scolding you. With a smile, Xiaoya quickly planted a kiss on Lu Chen's lips. Rewarding you for your concern, she said as Lu Chen stared at her in a daze. After 3 hours of intimate moments, Lu Chen, with his bare arms, looked at the sleeping Xiaoya and gently kissed her forehead. He tucked her in and left the room. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Chen summoned 40 primary crystals from the space. Watching the crystals shimmering in front of him, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and consumed all of them in one go. Ugh! He clutched his chest and fell to the ground in pain. About half an hour later, Lu Chen slowly got up from the ground. After absorbing the 40 crystals, he felt refreshed and energized, without any sense of fatigue. Could it be? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he took out 10 more crystals. Swallowing his saliva, he knew there was a risk with each crystal he consumed. If he made a mistake, Xiaoya might wake up to find a corpse. With determination, Lu Chen picked up the first crystal and began to absorb it. Feeling no discomfort after consuming one crystal, Lu Chen continued to absorb the rest. The 10th one. Looking at the last crystal in his hand, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and absorbed it. Crack! Lu Chen's eyes widened as his body made a loud cracking sound. Thump! His heart suddenly shook in his chest. Clutching his chest, Lu Chen knelt down in pain. Huff, huff. He gasped heavily. Drip! Sweat dripped from his forehead to the ground. Inside the room, Lu Chen's heavy breathing was audible. At that moment, his heart rate began to accelerate. Thump, thump, the sound of his heartbeat was particularly clear in Lu Chen's ears. Suddenly, Lu Chen's heart tightened as if a needle had pierced it. He bit his lip to stifle any sound and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Detected that the host's body is undergoing a qualitative change, which can greatly enhance the host's strength. Time, 10 minutes. After the system prompt, a progress bar appeared in front of Lu Ken, showing 50% completion. Damn it, Lu Ken gritted his teeth, feeling the pain, but the system gave him a progress bar, making him more aware of how much longer he had to endure the pain. Lu Ken clenched his fists and endured the excruciating pain. Ding! The final tempering of the host's physical strength and power will take 3 minutes. Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen's face darkened. Just when he thought the pain was unbearable, the system was there to annoy him with a countdown. 2 minutes later, as the progress bar reached 99%, it suddenly stopped moving. The next second, Lu Chen's body made a loud cracking sound. Simultaneously, the progress bar finally reached 100%. Ding! Congratulations, you have upgraded your spatial ability to level 4 and unlocked a new skill. Level 4 spatial skill, Telekinesis. Telekinesis, spatial ability users can use their minds to grab an object they have seen before through spatial crevices, but remember, you can only use it 3 times a day. Level 4 spatial ability? Telekinesis? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Soon he realized that at this moment, his spatial ability had reached the same level as the system. In other words, his spatial ability had become much stronger. After understanding this, Lu Chen looked at the words telekinesis on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. Literally, this skill was very convenient for him, especially when he saw rare crystals. Thud thud. A voice suddenly came from upstairs. Lu Chen frowned but ignored it. He walked to the window, pulled up a chair, carefully opened a corner, and looked outside. The red light outside was still bright, showing no signs of fading. Dan Lao, what is? The man looked outside, asking in confusion. Dan Lao tightly gripped his cane, nervously watching the red outside. Close the curtains. Without my permission today, no one is allowed to go out. With these words, Xiao Liang, eating a lollipop, spoke up. But, Red's sister went out this morning. Where did Red go? Dan Lao furrowed his brow and asked. Xiao Liang casually replied, she followed Lu Chen. Hearing the name Lu Chen, Dan Lao's tension eased, saying, if she's following Lu Chen, it's fine. You all stay put and don't go out. With that, Dan Lao leaned back in his chair. The man approached and said, Dan Lao, I don't understand. Why is it safe for Red to follow Lu Chen? Before he could finish, Dan Lao glanced at him and replied calmly, because he has the strength for it. The man fell silent, nodded after a few seconds, and walked back to his room. Xiao Liang sat on the sofa, watching the man's back and chuckled. Brother is angry again. Every time Lu Chen is mentioned, brother gets angry. Looking up, Xiao Liang gazed at Dan Lao with closed eyes. Dan Lao, is Lu Chen really more powerful than brother? I think he's just full of tricks and cunning. Dan Lao remained silent, eyes closed, whether asleep or not. Xiao Liang watched Dan Lao, fell silent for a few seconds, then sat up straight, eating his lollipop. Back in his room, Lu Chen remembered that Fong Ling and Qin Shu seemed to be up to something these days, so he went to Li Bin's room to inquire. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question about the two, Li Bin pondered and said, these two have been in the room these days, even sharing a meal. I don't know what they're up to. Li Bin was also curious at first but gave up the idea, remembering Lu Chen's warning. He knew that if trouble arose, Lu Chen would be the one to clean up the mess. The world was already chaotic enough, and he didn't want to add any more trouble for Lu Chen. Listening to Li Bin, Lu Chen knew these two were still trying to play a sympathy card to manipulate him. So he thought for a moment, then smiled and walked to their room. He reached out, knocked on the door. Knock knock. Upon hearing the knock, Fong Ling immediately jumped off the sofa and tied Qin Shu in the corner with a rope. Act pitiful later, this time we must trick Lu Chen no matter what. Fong Ling tied Qing Shu's hands and feet while instructing her. Qing Shu nodded, her face showing a miserable expression. Listening to the faint voices in the room, Lu Chen raised his foot without hesitation and kicked the door. Bang! The door was kicked to the ground by Lu Chen, and then he walked in. Meanwhile, Fong Ling was standing in front of Qing Shu, staring at her, with his right hand raised high. He wasn't actually planning to hit Qing Shu, it was all a show for Lu Chen. Upon hearing the sound, Fong Ling quickly turned around to face Lu Chen. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lu Chen smiled meaningfully. He didn't expect the two of them to be so dedicated, always ready with props to perform for him. When Qing Shu saw Lu Chen coming in, she quickly tried to shout for help. But her mouth was gagged by Fong Ling with a cloth, making it impossible for her to speak clearly. At this moment, Fong Ling looked at Lu Chen coldly and said, "Our business doesn't concern you." This was a strategy he had long planned. Oh? Lu Chen nodded silently at Fong Ling's words. Concern? If I wanted to interfere, you wouldn't be alive in this world long ago. Don't forget, you are not even worthy of being my opponent in my eyes, Lu Chen said disdainfully. At the same time, he looked out the window. The noise from earlier had already attracted many zombies. Fong Ling was clearly angered by Lu Chen's words. After so long of not succeeding in front of Lu Chen, the accumulated anger in his heart had made him hate Lu Chen immensely. Now, hearing Lu Chen's words, he couldn't hold back anymore. I said, our business doesn't concern you. After shouting at Lu Chen, Fong Ling pointed at him. This action completely enraged Lu Chen. He never liked being pointed at by others. So he shook his head helplessly, quickly drew out his alloy short knife, and rushed towards Fong Ling like a gust of wind. Puff! Fong Ling only saw a blur in front of him. When he realized it, there should have been a deep cut on his neck made by Lu Chen with the short knife. The cut was deep enough to see the bone, and a large amount of blood began to gush out like a fountain. You! Fong Ling looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, and the next moment, he fell heavily to the ground like a pile of mud. Obviously, Lu Chen had ended his life with just one stroke. Watching Fong Ling die in front of her, Qing Shu trembled all over. This outcome was completely unexpected by both of them. At this moment, with the sounds of the fight and the smell of Fong Ling's blood, a large number of zombies began to gather towards them. With their mouths wide open, revealing terrifying fangs, the zombies made Qing Shu retreat continuously. She didn't understand why, at this moment, Lu Chen still didn't turn around to look at her. But in fact, Lu Chen was standing behind a nearby wall. The zombies were slowly coming up from the stairs, and he couldn't retreat completely. Fortunately, these zombies were not targeting him, so he quietly leaned against the wall. As Qing Shu's scream came from beside him, the zombies rushed into the room where they were. The scream didn't last long, but in just a few seconds, Qing Shu almost exhausted all her strength to shout. After about half an hour, the sound of the zombies slowly faded away. Lu Chen cautiously peeked out and breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies had all left. Only Fong Ling and Qing Shu's door was half open, swaying. Lu Chen took a deep breath and walked forward. The door was full of fresh bloodstains. He took out his alloy war knife in one hand, just in case, and placed the other hand on a spot in the room that wasn't splattered with blood. With a gentle push, the door made a creaking sound and slowly opened. The scene inside was nauseating. Fong Ling and Qing Shu's bodies were nowhere to be seen, they must have left with the majority of the zombie horde. If he is lucky, he can still see the different appearances of the two in the future zombie hunting. On the ground in the room, blood splattered everywhere as if it were free, and there was no clean place. Among these bloodstains, many strands of hair were mixed in. Even Lu Chen could see a lot of minced meat residue and blood mixed together, which was disgusting. Even Lu Chen felt a little uncomfortable watching this scene. Just as Lu Chen turned around, he met Red's gaze. Red was wearing high heels, with her hands crossed over her chest, looking calmly at him. Ah! Looking at Red, Lu Chen rubbed his forehead and asked, "How did you get up here?" Red looked at Lu Chen and flicked her hair by her ear. What? Any objections? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Naturally, Lu Chen knew Red's strength. However, he didn't regard her highly. The reason he asked was to prevent her from causing unnecessary trouble here. In the battle of the apocalypse, women sometimes only serve to distract people's attention. Who knew that Red was so arrogant, seemingly full of confidence in her own strength? Lu Chen glanced at her, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth, then lightly clicked his tongue at her and walked away with his hands in his pockets. The red light in the sky outside had dimmed a lot, and the sun in the sky was slowly emerging. Judging from this situation, the red light should completely disappear in less than an hour. Red stood in the corridor, looking up at the changes in the sky. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. "This red light, Tan said it won't go away." Not long ago, she had just reported this matter, and the other side had given her such a conclusion. She was not worried about having to stay here all the time, but she found the sudden appearance of the red light very strange. Won't go away? Lu Chen looked at Red in confusion. From Red's words, Lu Chen caught a keyword. Tan. He had never heard of this person before. Tan, is your leader? Lu Chen asked, questioning. Red turned her head, glanced at him, said nothing, and then walked downstairs. Not saying anything and still asking me to join the organization. How stingy. Lu Chen muttered and walked downstairs. Just as he was walking down the stairs, Lu Chen suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. It was the man who had walked straight out when the red light was at its peak that day. This time, the difference was that the man was wearing a hat on his head. The hat was pressed down very low, only revealing a bit of his chin, as if it were intentional. The man's hands hung by his sides as he slowly walked forward step by step, bending his waist. Li Bin's room was on this floor, and Red had already left the stairwell. For some reason, when Lu Chen saw the man appear, he felt a sense of alertness and couldn't let him walk out of the stairwell directly. He continued to walk down a few more steps. As the man passed by Lu Chen, a low voice entered his ears. The red light will never go out. Thump! Lu Chen's heart shook, and he quickly turned around to look at the man. The man was staring back at him. The next second, the man slowly raised his hand. His hand was not like a normal person's, it was like a withered tree, thin to the point of only skin and bones. He lifted his hat slightly, revealing his face with dark circles under his eyes. Then, the man looked at Lu Chen, his lips slightly parted. Before he could speak, both of them heard footsteps at the same time. The man's face changed, he tightly closed his mouth, gave Lu Chen a strange smile, lowered his hat again, and turned to leave. Hey, wait! Lu Chen stepped forward, but before he could grab the person, Su Moyao's voice came over. You're here? Su Moyao looked at Lu Chen, sounding skeptical. At the same time, the man happened to pass by Su Moyao and walked away. Watching the man's back, Lu Chen frowned. His speed had increased. In Lu Chen's mind, a thought suddenly flashed. Could the red light have an enhancing effect on that man? Just as he was lost in thought, Su Moyao walked over and patted his shoulder. What are you thinking? Go back quickly, the zombies are coming. Su Moyao reminded in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the approaching zombies. Lu Chen didn't finish speaking, just glanced at him lightly, then walked up. The two returned to the room. Besides Coke and Xiaohei, almost everyone was in the room. Why are you all gathering together? Lu Chen entered, puzzled. Li Bin glanced at everyone and asked, what should we do with Fong Ling and Chang Shu? Li Bin naturally knew that the two were abnormal. The situation around them was becoming more and more dangerous, and for the safety of everyone, he felt that he must reveal everything about the two. Lu Chen understood Li Bin's words, nodded, and casually said, Fong Ling is already dead. As for Qing Shu, I believe she will continue to have schemes. Listening to Lu Chen's words, the people present were momentarily stunned, then their expressions returned to normal. In their view, Fong Ling deserved to die, and Qing Shu was someone who brought trouble upon herself. Watching the expressions of the crowd, Lu Chen recounted what they had done in the past 2 days and their intentions. Damn, I didn't expect them to bite the hand that feeds them. Yes. It was Brother Yuan who saved them in the first place. Human hearts are too complicated. Thanks to Brother Yuan's timely discovery, otherwise we would have been in big trouble because of them. Several people immediately discussed indignantly. Xiaoya sat beside Lu Chen, holding his hand tightly, her face filled with anger. If it weren't for Lu Chen, they would probably have become wanderers in the apocalypse, or even dead. Outside the window at the door, Hong walked here, looked up at the room with the curtains not completely covered. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was instantly stunned. Without saying a word, she shouted loudly at the people in the room. Run! Quickly, run! With Hong's shout, she flashed and agilely opened the door, rushing out first. Lu Chen was startled, feeling a strong aura at this moment, so without hesitation, he took care of everyone and urged them to run. The people in the room finally realized something was wrong and rushed out towards the door. Just as the last person, Li Bin, rushed out, there was a loud noise in the room. It seemed like something had broken the window and rushed in. Who? Lu Chen picked up the alloy short knife and walked over. The closer he got to the door, the heavier and clearer the breathing sounds in his ears became. Something had come in. He turned his head and looked at Hong. Hong frowned tightly, and at some point, she had already gripped a dagger tightly in her hand, in a state of alertness. Although he had only faced this woman 3 times, the current situation was no joke. She definitely wasn't playing around. Xiaoya also walked to Lu Chen's side. Glancing at Hong beside him, she raised her hand, and several purple lightning bolts instantly leaped from her fingertips. The lightning flickered, looking very powerful. Hong was slightly surprised, then continued to cautiously watch ahead. Lu Chen also tightly held the alloy short knife and stood guard beside Xiaoya. Just as the atmosphere became tense, there was a crackling sound in the room. Things started to move. Lu Chen turned to Li Bin and waved his hand. Li Bin nodded, walked up, patted Su Mao's shoulder, then led Sun Lan and walked back. In this life, Li Bin understood Lu Chen's unspoken meaning very well. Then, Lu Chen lowered his eyes, patted Xiaoya's shoulder, and pointed to the room. Lu Chen's implication was for Xiaoya to leave first. After all, they didn't know what the monster in front of them was, and he had to ensure Xiaoya's safety. Xiaoya glanced at Lu Chen, then looked at Hong beside her. Then she resolutely shook her head. Lu Chen smiled helplessly, knowing that Xiaoya was competing with Hong. So he stopped talking and just whispered a few words to her, reminding her to be safe. Xiaoya nodded, and the purple lightning on her fingertips began to twist like a snake. Lu Chen still had great confidence in Xiaoya's strength. As a third-level lightning ability user, she was capable of fighting against most zombies. Hong watched the scene on the side, raising an eyebrow. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the room in front and grabbed the doorframe. Hong was shocked and didn't react at all. Just as the hand was about to reach her, Lu Chen raised his alloy short knife and fiercely chopped it off. Instantly, the extremely decayed hand was cut off by him. Then Xiaoya summoned a lightning bolt in the air and directly turned it into ashes. Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Xiaoya became more serious. She didn't expect Xiaoya's reaction speed to keep up with Lu Chen's pace, and even her strength seemed to be similar. At this moment, Li Bin had already closed the room with everyone inside, leaving only Lu Chen, Xiaoya, and Hong in the corridor. Roar! The low growls of zombies occasionally echoed. Lu Chen had already noticed that the zombie was near the door. Follow my attack later and unleash your lightning freely. Lu Chen whispered to Xiaoya. Xiaoya smiled and nodded. At the same time, Lu Chen said to Hong, let's fight side by side this time, let me see your strength. Hong rolled her arm and raised an eyebrow at Lu Chen, implying that he should just watch. So the 3 of them continued to wait at the door for the zombie to appear. But the zombie seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with them. After more than 10 minutes, there was still no movement. This made Lu Chen frown instantly. If they didn't know the zombie's location, they couldn't launch an effective attack. Hong made a bold decision. She quickly reached into the room, trying to attract the attention of the zombie hiding inside. Lu Chen watched her actions and tightly gripped the alloy short knife in his hand. Before Hong could fully retract her hand, a zombie suddenly stuck its head out of the room and, seeing Xiaoya and Lu Chen, opened its mouth. "Found you." Thump! Lu Chen stiffened. At the moment the zombie raised its hand, he grabbed Xiaoya's waist and quickly pushed her away. Boom! When Lu Chen stood steadily at the edge of the corridor holding Xiaoya, the zombie had already stepped out, and its hand had created a large pit where the two had just been. Did that zombie just speak? Xiaoya stared at it incredulously. She didn't expect the zombie to speak in so fluently, almost like a normal human. Lu Chen observed the zombie carefully. It seemed no different from an ordinary zombie, but perhaps due to the recent red light, its size had increased several times. Even the door was not tall enough for the zombie. "This zombie is not low level, be careful," Lu Chen whispered. Not just low level, this zombie's stage might have mutated twice on the basis of being a mutant zombie. Otherwise, how could it speak? How could it suddenly attack? Intelligent zombies are very tricky to deal with. The zombie looked at the two chattering people in front of it, imitating human behavior, licking its lips. "Food, food," it muttered, then rushed towards Lu Chen and Xiaoya's position. "Attack!" Lu Chen shouted at Hong and Xiaoya. Then he quickly summoned his armor and wielded his alloy sword to block the zombie's attack. Crack! Xiaoya looked at the approaching zombie, raised her hand, and a dazzling lightning appeared above its head. Her eyes were firm, and with a thought, she quickly pinched several lightning bolts that struck the zombie. Crack! Ah! The lightning struck the zombie, causing it to scream in pain and take a few steps back. At the spot where the lightning hit the zombie's body, wisps of burnt black smoke slowly rose. Lightning! The zombie touched its sore spot and its eyes were filled with anger. It roared and turned towards Xiaoya. In the next moment, the zombie rushed forward. Not good. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly opened a spaceblade next to Xiaoya and used telekinesis to push her inside. Xiaoya only felt a force pushing her in. And when she appeared again, she found herself in a room. Xiaoya? Li Bin looked at Xiaoya, who suddenly appeared in front of him, shocked. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly asked, "What's happening outside?" Xiaoya, looking around the room she appeared in, was stunned. How did she end up here directly? Did Lu Chen's ability upgrade again? Outside the door, Lu Chen watched Xiaoya disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. He was just testing his luck, but with the arrival of the 4th level, his abilities had also upgraded. Where are the people? The zombie, seeing the person disappear, became even angrier. In the next moment, its figure disappeared and reappeared behind Lu Chen at a very fast speed. Hey! Hong, who had been looking for an opportunity, raised his gun, quickly aimed at the zombie behind Lu Chen, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot accurately hit the zombie's eye. Ah! Behind Lu Chen came the painful cry of the zombie. He quickly turned around and stared fiercely at the zombie in pain. He could feel that the aura on this zombie was different from the usual ones, even its reactions were faster. Is this a second awakening zombie? Taking advantage of the zombie's pain, Lu Chen quickly moved away to the side. The corridor was not suitable for a fierce battle. If the fight intensified, the whole building might collapse. But outside, Lu Chen looked up at the sky. When did the red light recede? As the zombie recovered, when it disappeared again, Lu Chen rushed out while shouting, "Go down and fight." With that, he saw Lu Chen jump directly from the corridor. Fortunately, the floor here was not high. Plus, with Lu Chen's current physical fitness, jumping down from the corridor was nothing to him. Lu Chen jumped down, rolled over, and quickly stood up. Turning his head, he saw Hong also jumping down from the balcony. 5. 20-inch Lucan looked at Hong's relaxed appearance and couldn't help but feel doubtful. What did this person do before the zombie outbreak? Ordinary people couldn't have such skills. Hong noticed Lucan observing her, furrowed her brows, then her gaze fell on the zombie behind Lucan. She raised her hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A series of actions were smooth and fluid. Lucan turned around and saw that the left eye of the zombie that had been hit upstairs was now intact, furrowing his brows. What kind of zombie with special abilities was this? Just as he was thinking, the system immediately provided him with an answer. Ding! Detected 1 crystal of metal and 1 crystal of defense. Metal and defense types? Luchen's eyes lit up. The metal attribute was already valuable. Now, there was an additional defense type. Wasn't this adding riches to the rich? Lucan licked his dry lips, touched the alloy war knife in his hand, and saw the gleam in the zombie's eyes. As the zombie was about to launch an attack, Lucan smirked, lightly pinched a few space blades in his hand. Immediately, he raised his other hand and tore open a spatial gate on the side. He shot all the spatial blades on his hand into the spatial gate. Swish! When the spatial blades reappeared in sight, they had already shot out from behind the zombie. Feeling a chill behind him, the zombie quickly turned around. Seeing several spatial blades shooting towards it, its eyes widened. As it tried to dodge quickly, it barely avoided 1 or 2 spatial blades, while the rest of the spatial blades pierced straight into its body. Ah! The zombie's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, sharp claws suddenly appeared on its hands, and the next second it disappeared on the spot. Feeling a chill behind him, almost instinctively, Luchen pulled open a spatial gate to the side and rushed in. At the moment he rushed in, the zombie's sharp claws brushed past him. When Luchen appeared in the next position, the zombie's figure moved again, flashing and reappearing behind Luchen. It's not over yet. He barely dodged the zombie's claws and jumped away to a safe distance. The zombie roared and quickly charged towards him again. Hey! Red shouted nervously, continuously pulling the trigger and shooting towards the zombie's head. Bang! 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 If something happened to the organization's person in her hands, it would be troublesome. Several bullets hit the zombie's head, but surprisingly, they didn't cause any harm to the zombie. At this moment, the zombie's head seemed as hard as iron, blocking the bullets. Ding ding ding! The sound of bullets falling on the ground came, Luchen's eyes moved, and he shifted his gaze to Red's hands. A gun! The zombie had already charged over, Luchen scolded, and entered the spatial gate again. When he came out, a box of weapons had appeared next to him. He turned to Red and said, "The stuff is here, it's up to you." With that, Luchen tore open a spatial gate at the moment the zombie was about to charge over and walked in. The zombie's attention was entirely on Luchen, not noticing what he had brought out. Luchen deliberately led the zombie to a distance. While Red watched the zombie being led away, she cautiously walked to the box of weapons that Luchen had taken out. Is this a whole box of weapons? Red hesitated for a moment as she looked at the outside of the box. When she opened the weapons box in front of her, she was speechless. Inside, there were actually firearms. And even grenades. Gurgle. Red looked at them and swallowed. She couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a mobile arms depot? She turned and looked at Luchen, who was manipulating the zombies, and was speechless. Red silently picked up a rifle and aimed at the zombie's back. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out. The sound of the rifle was much louder than that of the pistol. And the power of the rifle was much greater than that of the pistol. Several shots hit the zombie, causing damage. The bullets from the rifle entered the zombie's body. Then, just as the zombie was about to howl in pain, Red quickly picked up a grenade, pulled out the safety pin with her teeth, and rolled it towards the zombie's feet. Damn it! Is this woman disregarding my life? Lu Chen watched as the grenade rolled towards him, his heart shook. Subconsciously, Lu Chen turned around, skillfully tore open a spatial gate, and rushed in to escape. At the moment when Lu Chen's spatial gate disappeared, the zombie reacted and was about to leave when the grenade at its feet happened to explode. Boom! The grenade exploded. The zombie didn't even have time to scream, its whole body was blown to pieces. On the ground, there were still dark marks left after the grenade exploded. When Lu Chen came out of the spatial gate, he happened to see this scene. He breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the 2 crystals on the ground, walked over, and picked them up. You obtained a medium crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations on obtaining 100 medium crystals. Attribute, metal type. You have obtained a medium crystal, with a 100-fold critical hit in effect. Congratulations on obtaining 100 medium crystals. Attribute, defense type. Listening to the system's prompt, Lu Chen smiled satisfactorily. He lowered his head, looked at the dark ground, and sighed. There are actually hand grenades. Those people are really rich. Holding a rifle in her red hand, she walked over. She glanced lightly at Lu Chen. She had never seen such a strong zombie before. But unexpectedly, she was blown up by Lu Chen's grenade in the end. Red pinched her eyebrows and after a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Are you selling these?" Lu Chen turned to her. Selling? His eyes lit up, thinking of another good way to obtain crystals. Organizations like the one Red belonged to probably have no shortage of ability crystals, right? Thinking about it, Lu Chen coughed lightly and said, "Selling is an option, but as for the price, it depends on whether you can afford it." Red nodded calmly and replied, "There should be no problem with the price." After saying this, Lu Chen smiled imperceptibly. After a few words, Red's face darkened. After hesitating for a moment, Red said, "I need to discuss this matter when I go back." Lu Chen smiled. "Go ahead, while there's no red light now." With that, Red looked up at the sky. The sky was calm, with the sun hanging high. Red nodded, handed the rifle to Lu Chen, and left. Watching Red's departing figure, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lu Chen's lips. She was his big client. If he maintained a long-term cooperative relationship with her, his resources in the apocalypse might become more abundant. 5. 20-inch. There were still many weapons in the space, but Lu Chen's team was small and didn't need so many weapons. It was more comfortable to sell them rather than let them gather dust in Lu Chen's space. After Red had left for a while, there were probably many awakened and upgraded zombies now. If he stayed downstairs, more mutated zombies would come looking for him as a tasty meal. Thud, thud. Lu Chen returned to the door and knocked. "It's me," came the faint reply. Lu Chen turned and glanced at the ruined room behind him. The door had been smashed by the zombie, and the threshold was unrecognizable. Before anyone came to open the door, Lu Chen walked into the room. Inside was also a mess, with furniture and the ceiling in shambles. In the room, there was food that Lu Chen had left for Li Bin's family. When he entered, Xiaoya happened to open the door. "Lu Chen?" Xiaoya looked at Lu Chen's back, hesitated for a moment, and then walked out. Following Lu Chen's back, she also entered the house. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the scene before her. After Lu Chen walked into the house, he went straight to the room with a clear goal. Seeing the intact food, he used his mind to collect all the food into his space. The room was no longer usable, so he had to find another place. Fortunately, the items were still there. That was not a loss. The real loss was the damage to his home. Lu Chen sighed and turned around, meeting Xiaoya's gaze. Thump! Lu Chen shuddered, clutching his chest. "When did you come over?" Xiaoya watched Lu Chen's reaction, covering her mouth as she smiled faintly. "Just now." Unexpectedly, Xiaoya managed to startle Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction, Xiaoya felt happy and even found it amusing. Lu Chen, looking at her, helplessly said, "Stop laughing, we can't stay here." Let's go back first. With that, he walked up to her, took Xiaoya's hand, and walked outside. The two walked out and saw that the door was not closed. Lu Chen turned his head and glanced at Xiaoya. Xiaoya's eyes looked a little flustered, and she quickly lowered her head. After entering the house, Lu Chen casually closed the door. Lu Gu, are you okay? Li Bin saw Lu Chen and hurried over, asking with a worried expression. Lu Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Bin looked Lu Chen up and down and found that, as Lu Chen said, there were no injuries on him, which relieved him. I told you, Lu Gu would be fine. Li Bin smiled at Sun Lan. Before Sun Lan could speak, Su Maoyao, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, spoke first. Bin Gu, you were not like this just now. You were very worried about Lu Chen's situation and even said you wanted to go out and help. Li Bin blushed, a rare sight. He reproached, you, how could you bring up my business? Su Maoyao smirked, shrugged, and glanced at Lu Chen before turning away. Lu Chen looked at the two and said, stop messing around. We might need to find a new base soon. With so much happening recently and the building starting to become unstable, even the strongest building might not withstand the repeated attacks by zombies. A new base? Li Bin sounded puzzled. Lu Chen nodded at him. Then Su Maoyao, holding the back of his head with both hands, said, in this situation, how can you find an intact house? Currently, both skyscrapers and houses have been destroyed by zombies. It won't be easy for Lu Chen to lead everyone to find a new base. Moreover, the zombie outbreak is imminent. If a new base is not found before then, they might not be able to withstand the upcoming outbreak. Lu Chen thought, his eyes darkening. I will figure this out, you guys just relax. Su Maoyao glanced at Lu Chen, said nothing, and silently looked out the window. You're back. The man turned his head and saw Hong, who had just entered, and said softly. Hong responded with a sound and asked, where is Dan Lao? I need to talk to him. She looked at the empty rocking chair, feeling puzzled. Dan Lao never left the room usually, so why couldn't she see him today? Before the man could answer, Xiao Liang spoke first. Dan Lao, as soon as the red light outside disappeared today, he went out, probably to go back. Went back? Hong was slightly shocked. Dan Lao had been with them for a long time and had never left them. Now that Dan Lao had left, it indicated that this matter was not simple. But with Dan Lao gone, they probably couldn't discuss the matter concerning Lu Chen. Hong furrowed her brows. The man glanced at her and asked, what happened? Hong met the man's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she told him what had happened. That kid earlier, he has weapons. Weapons? Xiao Liang stood up in disbelief when he heard this. He looked at Hong with disbelief. He really has weapons? Hong rolled her eyes at him and continued to tell the man, he offered to sell them to us, but the price. She hesitated for a moment because the price Lu Chen quoted was outrageous. The man said, but go on. Hong nodded and replied, he said he would give us a box of weapons for 10,000 primary crystals. Xiao Liang, who was drinking water, sprayed it out in shock. 10,000? The man turned his head and stared sharply. Gulp. Xiao Liang swallowed hard and closed his mouth. The man calmly asked, is there room for negotiation? 10,000 is not a small number. How about that? They took out 10,000 primary crystals, all feeling a bit far-fetched. Although the time until doomsday is not short, it is not long either. How could they possibly collect these 10,000 so quickly? This young man is asking for a lot. The man's eyes flickered, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose. I haven't asked yet, Hong interjected. The man nodded and said, I know, De Lao may not know about this yet, but I think it's possible. I'll find an opportunity to talk to him first, see if we can reduce the amount. Why is this red light appearing again? Xiao Liang stood in front of the window and suddenly spoke up. Xiao Liang's eyes looked at the scene outside the window, sounding puzzled. The red light just disappeared, and now it's back. The man and Hong heard him and exchanged a glance, then got up and walked to the window together. Lifting a corner of the curtain, they indeed saw what Xiao Liang had described. Outside the window, the sun that had been shining brightly in the sky, illuminating the ground, was now covered by a red light, casting a red glow on the ground. The eerie red light made them more vigilant. Xiao Liang looked outside, his eyes lighting up. Downstairs, a person seemed unafraid of the red light and walked out directly. As soon as the red light touched his body burst into flames. It started with his shoulders, then spread to his entire upper body, lower body, until the fiery flames engulfed his whole being. Ah! The man shouted before he died, eventually turning into a zombie. Humans under the red light seemed to be under some kind of evil curse. Even death was a luxury, eventually turning into a decaying zombie. Xiao Liang let the curtain fall, glanced at the two people looking out the window, crossed his arms, walked to the sofa, and opened a bag of potato chips. Rip! Hearing the sound, Hong turned to look. What's going on? Only you can eat. Xiao Liang put a chip in his mouth and chuckled, the body is the capital of survival. You! Hong didn't finish her sentence before the man patted her shoulder and shook his head. Then he whispered, the arms deal may have to be delayed, with the red light lingering, we can't go out. With a nod from Xiao Liang, Hong turned and sat down. She sat on the bed, crossed her legs, her eyes unfocused, lost in thought. Meanwhile, outside a building, before the red light shone, De Lao had already stepped into the building. De Lao turned around, looking at the red sky, furrowing his brow. Then he leaned on his cane, took out a small card, and placed it on the card reader by the door. Drip! The card reader made a faint sound. With a click, the revolving door of the building started to move. De Lao followed the revolving door and walked in. Lu Gu, this red light. Li Bin also noticed the red light outside the window. Red light? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment and quickly walked over. He lifted the curtain and looked outside in shock. Indeed, it was a red light. Why was this red light appearing again? In the previous life, the red light only appeared once. And that time, it lasted for less than a day. But now, the red light came and went, and it was uncertain when it would return. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen said to everyone in the room, let's just stay here for now. Everyone listened without complaint. Lu Chen nodded and distributed several primary crystals to everyone for absorption. As soon as they received the crystals, their eyes lit up, and they immediately began to absorb them. Except for Sun Lan, everyone in the room had abilities. When Sun Lan didn't know what to do, Lu Chen said, Sun Jia, why don't you go check on Li Bin's situation? Li Bin was absorbing primary crystals for the first time, and it was better to have someone watching. Sun Lan nodded, her face showing excitement as she followed behind Li Bin. Watching everyone start absorbing, Lu Chen placed 10 primary crystals on the table. After doing all this, Lu Chen sat on the sofa with 20 primary crystals in front of him. Looking at the 20 primary crystals, he felt a bit troubled. So far, the spatial crystals had not appeared. If obtained, it would have a multiplier effect. When Lu Chen picked up the first crystal, a red light from outside the window shone through the curtains, casting a faint red light inside. Seeing the faint red light on the ground, Lu Chen suddenly remembered the man's words, the red light never fades. He carefully pondered over the sentence, wanting to understand its meaning. Thinking about it, Lu Chen felt fortunate that the faint red light did not affect the people inside the house. He then absorbed the crystals one by one. Lu Chen quickly absorbed all 20 crystals. Just as he finished, he sighed in relief, stood up, stretched, and heard a muffled groan from Su Moya. Lu Chen paused, turned to look at Su Moya, who was clutching his stomach, curled up on the floor. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips pale. Lu Chen glanced at him but didn't approach. He walked over to Xiao He, patted the dog circling around him, and asked, "Are you hungry?" Xiao He seemed to understand Lu Chen's words and jumped towards him, saliva almost dripping to the ground. Lu Chen smiled and put a dozen crystals into the dog's bowl. Xiao He, satisfied with the food, buried its head and started eating. Lu Chen shifted his gaze to Kulu, who was sleeping quietly, feeling that there were many secrets about Kulu. He placed some crystals in front of Kulu and then sat on the sofa. After a while, when everyone had almost finished, Xiaoyu walked over first. "I'm done," she said, her face slightly flushed as she sat next to Lu Chen. "How do you feel? Any changes?" Lu Chen asked. Xiaoyu shook her head. "No upgrade, but I feel much stronger in terms of physical qualities." "That's good enough. Physical fitness is still very important." Before Lu Chen could speak again, Li Bin excitedly approached him. Standing in front of Lu Chen, he said eagerly, "I feel a surge of energy in my body. Does this feeling mean I've upgraded?" With that, Li Bin couldn't wait to show Lu Chen. Rip! As Li Bin transformed, his clothes burst open. Seeing the werewolf like Li Bin, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The werewolf's figure had grown taller. "Brother Lu, now I can jump several stories high without any problem, and look at my muscles." Li Bin exerted all his strength, revealing one muscle after another. Watching this scene, Sun Lan couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." Lu Chen also echoed, "Impressive." When everything was almost done, Lu Chen stood up, wanting to pat Li Bin's shoulder but couldn't reach. Li Bin noticed and silently squatted down. 5:20, Lu Chen coughed awkwardly and said, "I need to go out for a while, leaving this to you." With that, he glanced at Su Moyao, who was still struggling. Li Bin patted his chest and replied, "Leave it to me." Lu Chen nodded, opened the door, and walked out. He planned to go upstairs to find that man and clarify how much the man knew about the red light. Although Lu Chen didn't know where the men's room was, the only thing he could be sure of was that it wasn't on the same floor as them. "I can only search slowly," Lu Chen muttered, summoning his armor and holding an alloy war knife in his hand. It was the most tense moment now. If any unexpected situation occurred, without a certain level of vigilance, he might not be able to handle it in time. Equipped with gear, Lu Chen walked up the stairs. He searched room by room for signs of someone living inside, passing by Fong Ling and Qing Shu's room. The bloodstains in the room had long dried up, and the pieces of flesh on the floor were even more obvious. Lu Chen quickly averted his gaze, turned around, and continued to the next room to search for the man's figure. Meanwhile, in the stairwell, a man wearing a duckbill cap walked heavily upstairs with the cap pulled down low. When he walked out of the stairwell, he didn't notice Lu Chen's figure, who happened to be leaving from another stairwell. The man slowly took out a key, opened the door of the third room from the left. Click! He walked in, carefully closed the door. On Lu Chen's side, he searched floor by floor for the man's figure but didn't find him. He walked up to the rooftop, looking at the empty platform, furrowing his brows. How could it be empty? Lu Chen stood at the doorway, looking at the red light on the ground, not taking a step out. With a long sigh, he turned and left the rooftop. Back in the room, Su Moyao had already finished absorbing, his eyes bright, excitedly talking to Li Bin. Li Bin saw Lu Chen return and quickly greeted him. "Lu Ge, you're back." Then he nudged Su Moyao. "Xiao Mo seems to have leveled up too." Lu Chen's eyes, filled with disappointment, only lifted when he heard this. He curiously looked at Su Moyao and asked, "Do you know what your skill is now?" Su Moyao's lips curled slightly when he heard this. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand, aimed at the faint shadow under Lu Chen's feet, and with a thought, lightly pinched it. Ugh! Lu Chen clutched his heart, showing a pained expression. It hurt a bit, but not much. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, quite satisfied. Using shadows to afflict people, not bad. Su Moyao, seeing Lu Chen looking unharmed, furrowed his brows. Why is it so ineffective on you? Li Bin chimed in, yeah, when Xiao Mo did it to me just now, I felt like I was about to die. Listening to them, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, you guys are too weak. Su Moyao's face darkened and retorted, you're the weak one. Li Bin just smiled. We need more training. The group discussed abilities in the room, while Lu Chen walked to the window and sat down on a chair. He occasionally glanced at the scene outside the window, afraid of missing the time when the red light disappeared. Ding! Mission: store crystals. There is 1 month left until the first zombie outbreak. Please collect mutant crystals and form your own team during this time. All resources you store during this period will receive a 100-fold critical strike bonus. Remaining mission time: 5 days, 15 hours, 5 minutes. Hearing the prompt, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. The last 5 days. Within 5 days, he needed to find a new base, collect a lot of crystals, and upgrade his team. The 5-day mission was extremely heavy. But Lu Chen knew. The reason why the time was so tight and the mission so heavy was because of the appearance of the red light, making this world even more unpredictable. He had to improve his strength to the peak before more and stronger zombies appeared, and then establish his own team. Only in this way could he have the capital to confront the doomsday and ensure his permanent survival in the apocalypse. So Lu Chen knew that the upcoming tasks were very important. But he had to hurry up and complete them. Heaven bestows great responsibilities on individuals. There is still much he needs to do. But for now, the most urgent thing is to find a new stronghold. After all, this is the shelter they use to protect themselves. It is also the most important facility for survival in the apocalypse. Hey! Just as Lu Chen was contemplating, Su Moyao's voice came over. Lu Chen turned to see Su Moyao reaching out a hand towards him. What's the matter? Su Moyao shook his hand and said, "Give me a little more of that thing, I still need it." Need more? This kid must be getting greedy. Lu Chen immediately refused his request. Su Moyao said with a dissatisfied expression, "Why not?" Listening to his question, Lu Chen said lightly, "If you don't want to die so soon, you can keep asking me. If you still want to live, absorbing the amount I give you every day is enough." With that, Lu Chen turned his head and looked out the window. Thump! His heart shook. The red light receded. Lu Chen stood up, put on the coat next to him, and prepared to go out. Su Moyao walked over and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Chen glanced at him and said, "Literally." Then, Lu Chen gave a few instructions to Li Bin. As he was about to leave, his hand was already on the door handle. At the moment he opened the door, Su Moyao spoke up, "I'll go with you." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, did not refuse, and just nodded. After the two of them went out, the cola inside the room slowly opened its eyes. Meow. Cola meowed, stood up, took a glance at the crystal in front of it, and absorbed the crystal in a few moments. Before Xiaoya could come over, it disappeared on the spot. Cola? Xiaoya looked at the disappearing cola in a daze. Lately, why does cola keep appearing and disappearing mysteriously? But in the end, cola will definitely come back home. And it always happens after Lu Chen returns. Could it be following Lu Chen? Xiaoya thought for a moment, feeling that something was not right. If Lu Chen wanted to take cola with him, he wouldn't just walk away like that. She walked to the window and watched the two people who had already walked downstairs. Sure enough, there was no cola following behind them. Where did cola go? Downstairs. Just as the two of them had walked a few steps down the stairs, they heard the roar of zombies. Lu Chen swiftly dealt with several junior zombies. Thump. Their heads fell one after another. 5:20 Modifications completed. Watching Lu Chen swiftly kill several zombies, Su Moyao naturally did not want to fall behind. As the red light dissipated at this moment, the sun in the sky gradually emerged, and the shadows of various things on the ground appeared in the first place, including the shadows of zombies. At this moment, a zombie roared and charged towards the two of them. Lu Chen was about to raise his alloy short knife to deal with it. However, before his knife could fall, he heard Su Moyao's angry roar. Die! Then, he turned his head to see Su Moyao clenching his fist fiercely at the shattered shadow of the zombie. Bang! At the moment when Su Moyao clenched his fist, the zombie, which had been waving its severed arm, suddenly made a deafening explosion. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly dodged behind an abandoned billboard, avoiding being splattered with blood and flesh. Looking at the zombie that Su Moyo had turned into a pile of flesh and blood in an instant, Lu Chen frowned slightly and glanced at Su Moyo. At this moment, Su Moyo seemed to be immersed in the pleasure of killing zombies, with a hint of excitement on his face. But in Lu Chen's eyes, this was a sign of Su Moyo's excessive killing intent. It was a sign of bloodthirstiness. And this was his first time activating his ability, and the first time he gained a superpower, all just for a low-level zombie, consuming his energy so extravagantly. In Lu Chen's view, this was not a wise move. It should be noted that those who activate superpowers have a fatal weakness. That is, with the consumption of abilities, physical strength will be greatly weakened, which directly leads to the decline in the combat effectiveness of ability users. It may even indirectly lead to the death of ability users on the battlefield. Therefore, every ability user will cherish the opportunity to use their abilities, and they will not use their abilities unless they encounter particularly difficult zombies. Just like him, although his level is about to reach level 6 soon, he still carries an alloy short knife with him when he goes out. This way, he can kill zombies without consuming the energy of his abilities. After all, crises are everywhere in this world. For survival, every survivor must leave themselves a way out. But obviously, Su Moyo ignored this point. You better not consume your energy like this next time. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you will become one of the zombies. Lu Chen looked at him and reminded him. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Su Moyo glanced at him, and his pride did not dissipate. In his opinion, he has activated the power to crush everything, so why not kill with gusto? And he believes that as long as Lu Chen continues to give him crystals, his strength will definitely surpass anyone else in the room. But now, because only Lu Chen has crystals, Su Moyo did not reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he disguised his thoughts and nodded. I got it, I'll remember next time. Then he glanced at the zombie that had turned into a pulp, a hint of contempt in his smile. The two continued on their way, encountering scattered zombies along the way, all of which were chopped down by Lu Chen with the alloy short knife as easily as cutting vegetables. Although Su Moyo wanted to continue using his abilities, he could only think of the crystals on Lu Chen and followed silently behind him, swallowing his saliva. Before long, Lu Chen led Su Moyo to the entrance of a building. Looking up, the building had about 50 floors, but under the endless attacks of the zombies, it looked very dilapidated, with many of the windows inexplicably shattered. Looking at the building, Su Moyo asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" Lu Chen remained calm and did not answer Su Moyo's question. Instead, he held the alloy short knife and walked straight into the building. Seeing this, although Su Moyo was puzzled, he followed inside. Pushing open the glass door that was already mottled and even had black blood stains solidified on it, the two walked in one after the other. The entire building, due to the lack of human presence for a long time, presented a gloomy picture. In some corridors, there were already some rotten and smelly corpses. Looking at the missing parts and torn wounds on these bodies, Lu Chen immediately understood that this was the work of the zombies. To be on the safe side, Lu Chen tightly held the alloy steel knife in his hand, afraid that a zombie might suddenly rush out from a room or corner. Although he was more than capable of dealing with a few zombies with his current strength, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, being careless on the scene meant joking with his own life. Lu Chen, who had already died once, did not want to taste the flavor of death again. Ignoring the ground floor lobby, Lu Chen went straight to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was similar to the lobby, with several bodies of women who had been bitten to death by zombies lying horizontally. Seeing that they all fell in the direction of the door, Lu Chen speculated that at the moment the zombies appeared, they tried to struggle and escape. But the result was naturally known. They failed. Su Moyo also frowned at these bodies, wishing he could rush out now and teach those zombies a lesson. Passing by these bodies, Lu Chen pondered for a while in the rooms on the second floor and found that they were all companies, not suitable as a hiding place for their team. Taking advantage of the red light to exit, Lu Chen's main purpose was to find a new base for his team. The original base had been exposed, which he considered very dangerous. In order to ensure the permanent survival of his team in the upcoming battles, he must quickly find a new base. Looking at the spacious offices, Lu Chen shook his head and continued to the third floor. Unfortunately, it seemed that the structure of each floor of this building was the same, and even after reaching the 10th floor, Lu Chen did not find a suitable base. At this time, Su Moyao also understood Lu Chen's purpose. Buildings like this are semi-public, there are no hidden places at all. Instead of looking for a base here, it's better to check the alleys outside, maybe there will be unexpected gains. Su Moyao's judgment was correct. Compared to here, the residential houses in the alleys outside seemed more suitable as bases and were discreet enough. Lu Chen had naturally thought of this, but after much thought, he felt that other survivor teams might also think the same. In that case, there would be multiple teams living under the same roof, which would inevitably lead to various conflicts. In this world, treacherous people were everywhere, and Lu Chen had to avoid all risks to ensure the safety of their team. That's why he came to this building that everyone else looked down upon. After circling the 10th floor, Lu Chen suddenly saw a car key on a table. A sudden inspiration struck him. The parking lot. Seeing this bunch of car keys, the words parking lot immediately came to Lu Chen's mind. The parking lot belonged to the underground structure, which was much more secure than the buildings above ground. And more importantly, based on his memories from his past life, a large building's parking lot should have at least 4 entrances and exits. This meant that if their team encountered danger, they would have 4 escape routes. This greatly increased their chances of survival. Thinking of this, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and quickly said to Su Moyao, "Let's go, we'll go to the underground parking lot, maybe we'll find the base we're looking for there." The underground parking lot? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Moyao was first stunned, then immediately realized. He understood Lu Chen's idea and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. To maintain a clear mind in such a chaotic and oppressive environment was not an ability that ordinary people possessed. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking lot. The lights inside flickered on and off, and various cars on both sides were already covered in dust. Lu Chen carefully observed the surroundings with an alloy short knife in hand, while Su Moyao assumed a posture ready to attack at any moment. Before long, the two reached the innermost part of the parking lot, where the lights were unaffected and still functioning normally, allowing Lu Chen to see the surroundings clearly. Here, there were still many cars parked on both sides, but compared to the cars they had seen when they entered, the cars here were noticeably more high-end and luxurious. Ferraris, Porsches, Bugatti Veyrons, and even 2 modified off-road vehicles. Seeing these luxury cars that would normally cost a fortune lying around like trash, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. In his past life, he couldn't afford even one of these cars, but in this world, as long as he wanted, he could own any car. It wasn't about becoming rich, but rather the fact that there were fewer and fewer survivors in this world. To be alive already meant having access to immense wealth. After observing for a while, Lu Chen nodded to himself. He believed he could use the terrain here to build a base, ensuring that team members had a safe hiding place. More importantly, he didn't see any bodies here, indicating that no zombies had been here. It was clearly a safe zone. Huh? Why is there another door here? Lu Chen suddenly noticed an inconspicuous corner where there was a steel door the same color as the wall. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't even notice this door. Lu Chen walked towards the door, found it unlocked, gently pulled it open, and stepped inside to find a surprising 3-bedroom apartment. This discovery left him somewhat astonished. A 3-bedroom apartment in the underground parking lot? What kind of operation was this? However, when Lu Chen entered the bedroom, he understood why someone would build a 3-bedroom apartment in the underground parking lot. On the bed in the bedroom, there was a messy-made uniform and an expensive-looking suit thrown around. Wow! So this was a hideaway room specially built by some big shot for himself. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire the cleverness of this big shot. Being able to choose this location was quite a feat. His original wife probably never imagined that her husband would be enjoying himself in the underground parking lot instead of going to a hotel or office. But now, this place belonged entirely to Lu Chen. Looking at the dust on the table in the room, Lu Chen guessed that the big shot hadn't been here for a while. It was even possible that he had become food in a zombie's belly. Picking up such a prime location with high security, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. As he would say, some people plant trees, and some people enjoy the shade. This will do. After surveying the room, Lu Chen expressed his satisfaction. Sumoya also inspected the room and was equally pleased. Next, we just need to bring Li Bin and the others here. This way, our team will have a stable base. Lu Chen spoke up. There were 5 days left until he found the team's base, and Lu Chen initially thought that 5 days wouldn't be enough. However, he managed to complete the task in just half a day, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. If he hadn't found the base within these 5 days, according to the system's prompt, he would likely be completely exposed to the zombie horde and wouldn't have another chance at resurrection after death. So he had to seize this rare opportunity for rebirth and fulfill his past wishes. After some thought, Lu Chen instructed Sumoya, "You stay here and wait for them to move in. Time is running out, and we need to move today." Hearing Lu Chen's decision to have him stay alone here until they arrived, Sumoya hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly retraced his steps to inform Li Bin and the others. On the other side, as the red light disappeared from the skyline, Xiaoliang finally set down the remaining potato chips in his hand. He stood up, walked slowly to the window, and glanced at the window across the way, noticing that the 2 people who had been observing the red light were no longer there. "I still don't like the color red in this world." Pausing for a moment, Xiaoliang shook his head and sighed softly. Hearing Xiaoliang's words, Red couldn't help but roll his eyes. In this world, the color red only appeared in 2 situations, bloodshed and red light. But whenever these 2 situations arose, they were both symbols of destruction. Not just Xiaoliang, all survivors hoped to never see this color again in their lifetime. It's easy to say, but can you avoid it? In this world full of slaughter, we can only passively accept it. If one day we can accept it willingly, I hope it's for victory, not death. Listening to Red's words, the man sitting in the corner remained expressionless, while Xiaoliang nodded meaningfully. "By the way, did you say Lu Chen's box of weapons was priced at 10,000 primary crystals?" "Yes," Red nodded in response. "Although I am curious about where that kid got the weapons, I even want to buy it now. But there is no way, we have to wait for Tan Lao to come back before making a decision. After all, this is 10,000 primary crystals, although we are not short of them, we cannot be so wasteful." Hong naturally understood Xiao Liang's meaning. She also knew that only Tan Lao could handle this matter. So she could only silently wait for Tan Lao to return. On the other side of the city, inside a similarly dilapidated building, an old man stood with a cane in front of a double-layer security door. With a beep sound, the identity verification was successful, and the double-layer security door slowly opened. The scene inside the security door was a stark contrast to the dilapidation of the building. Inside was a huge laboratory, various experimental equipment neatly placed on the table, different colored liquids bubbling in containers of varying lengths. And in these liquids, without exception, were black objects. Approaching a container, the old man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, frowned, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. "It's too late, I must hurry to extract more energy." The old man shook his head and said softly. This old man was Tan Lao, and the bodies soaking in the liquid in front of him were actually zombie corpses. Not only in the liquid, but also in some cryogenic chambers and on the operating table, there were neatly arranged zombie bodies. From the appearance, these zombie bodies were particularly large, seemingly different from ordinary zombies, and most of them were high-level zombies. Tan Lao collected these bodies from various places. The reason he collected their bodies was that he discovered a secret unknown to others from the zombies. That is, there seemed to be a huge amount of energy hidden in these high-level zombies. This energy was so vast that it could directly promote human mutation, giving people incredible abilities. Just like Tan Lao, after extracting energy from a high-level zombie body, he successfully gained the ability to teleport. This was why he could leave the base and come here when the red light appeared. His teleportation ability could move him 20 meters away in the blink of an eye. And during the movement, the target could not be locked on, not even the terrifying red light could burn a single hair on him. However, Tan Lao had never told Xiao Liang and Hong about this secret. After several experiments and studies, he found that the energy extracted from the zombie bodies seemed difficult to control. And the abilities obtained were not very stable. This would bring potential risks to those who absorbed this energy. He knew that if he revealed this secret to Xiao Liang and the others, they would definitely experiment themselves to gain abilities. But as the only elder among them, Tan Lao did not want them to be guinea pigs. He had planned to wait for some time to come back to the laboratory for further research, but the sudden reappearance of the red light made Tan Lao immediately understand the urgency of the situation. He even vaguely felt that a wave of higher-level zombies would arrive. By then, for survivors like them, it would be a devastating slaughter. So he had to thoroughly understand this energy before that, stabilize it, and make it fully absorbable by those with abilities. Only then would they have a chance to survive. Heaven bestows great responsibilities on this person. Putting on his lab coat, Tan Lao suddenly sighed. I hope I have enough time. With that, he picked up the scalpel on the operating table and began to study the zombie bodies. Back at the original base, Lu Chen quickly informed everyone of the news of finding a new base. Great! This way we don't have to worry about finding a place to stay anymore. Yes. Only in this way can we practice with peace of mind and improve our strength, Li Bin and Xiaoya said happily. Although they were both at the 3rd level, they still couldn't control their abilities well. At this time, their abilities were not very stable, so a safe base was extremely important for the two of them. Sun Lan nodded frequently while starting to pack her luggage. Everyone else also became busy. Since Lu Chen didn't have many belongings, and most of the important things were supported by the system, he didn't have much to pack. Seizing this opportunity, he squatted down to stroke Xiao Hei's fur. Xiao Hei, we're moving soon, are you happy? Xiao Hei, who had eaten the crystal, seemed to be more understanding of human nature. He immediately understood Lu Chen's words and wagged his tail excitedly. This made Lu Chen smile with relief. In the dull life, he was grateful not only for Xiaoya's company, but also for Xiao Hei and Kulu accompanying him. Otherwise, he might really have developed depression in this kind of anxious life. Ha! Kulu? Lu Chen was thinking when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Kulu when he entered. So he quickly turned his head to look for him. Just then, Kali's voice came from the windowsill. Meow! Meow! Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over and picked up Kulu. Little guy, where did you go? You scared me. Listening to Lu Chen, Kulu just looked at him, twitched his whiskers twice, and then meowed again. Lu Chen had always had a big question mark in his mind about Kulu. He felt that there must be some secret about Kulu that he didn't know. However, after spending so much time together, he still hadn't discovered what this secret was. At this moment, Xiaoya walked out of the bedroom carrying a box. Seeing Lu Chen holding Kulu, she was slightly surprised, then asked, "When did Kulu come back?" This question left Lu Chen somewhat puzzled. When did Kulu come back? Could it be he went out after I left? So he quickly asked, "Did Kulu go out after I left?" Xiaoya nodded, but then immediately shook her head. Because after Lu Chen left, Kulu did disappear, but she didn't see Kulu follow Lu Chen out. Seeing this, Lu Chen was also puzzled, and his doubts about Kulu grew deeper. Kulu, however, remained curled up in Lu Chen's arms, looking content. Soon, everyone finished packing their luggage. Because Lu Chen had instructed them beforehand to only take important things to quickly reach the new base, each person basically carried a bag. After checking again, Lu Chen nodded, handed Kulu to Xiaoya, and let Xiao Hei follow Li Bin before leaving the room. As they were leaving, Lu Chen deliberately circled a few floors, trying to find the man. The secret of the red light was still unresolved, and it remained a knot in his heart. He had to find a way to get the answer from that man. However, after circling several floors, Lu Chen still didn't find any trace of the man's residence. Helplessly, he decided to leave first and come back when he had time. After all, it was most important to settle the others now. And so, the 4 people, a dog, and a cat set off towards their new base. As they walked on the road, they encountered some fierce zombies, but at this point, Li Bin, who had gained abilities, stood up without hesitation. He instantly transformed into a werewolf, his muscles bulging like small mountains, and the ferocity emanating from him was even stronger than that of the zombies. Die! Li Bin roared in anger and rushed towards the zombies. With a few heavy blows, he turned all the zombies into minced meat. Watching Li Bin's terrifying power, not only Sun Lan and Xiaoya, but even Lu Chen was secretly amazed. Wow! Li Bin's werewolf form is too powerful. He actually killed the zombies in seconds? Xiaoya said admiringly. Before Li Bin awakened his abilities, he was just an ordinary person in battles, with attack power no different from an average person. Even when facing zombies, he had to struggle to kill them. So now, the power he displayed was a stark contrast to before, impressing everyone. Although Lu Chen was also shocked by Li Bin's abilities, he knew that if they encountered higher-ranked zombies, Li Bin might face some difficulties. Because based on Li Bin's abilities, it seemed to be a power-based ability, relying on brute force in battles. However, higher-ranked zombies were different from ordinary ones as they had some human intelligence, allowing them to use combat skills and tactics. In this case, Li Bin's power-based ability would not have the advantage. But Lu Chen also knew that the advantage of power-based abilities was that the strength was constantly generated in the cells. It was like having a continuous source of power. This was different from Su Moyao's activated ability. So when Lu Chen saw Li Bin using his abilities to kill zombies, he did not stop him. Soon, after killing dozens of wandering zombies, Lu Chen led them to the underground parking lot of a building. Walking into the parking lot, looking around, Xiaoya was the first to ask in confusion, "Is this underground parking lot our new base?" Lu Chen nodded and continued walking forward. After confirming, Xiaoya became even more puzzled. She knew that choosing a base required not only concealment but also an adequate number of escape routes, even backup routes. Only when these conditions were met could they avoid being trapped when danger struck. However, no matter how she looked at the underground parking lot, she felt it did not meet these 2 conditions. So she spoke up again, "Lu Chen, I think we should look for another place. Although this is underground, based on my experience, this is not the safest place." Xiaoya said seriously. In this world full of crises, she did not want to joke with her life. Sun Lan and Li Bin, on the side, also looked around with doubt, waiting for Lin Ye's response. It was not easy for them to survive until now, so every step they took and every decision they made had to be flawless. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Lu Chen shook his head under the flickering lights. Experience? If it was about experience, he had more than anyone else. After all, he had the experience of 2 lifetimes, so he was very familiar with these situations. He knew Xiaoya was right, but she overlooked the most important issue, which was defense. When facing danger, they naturally had to attack, but if there was an indestructible defense, could they reduce the need for attack? After all, launching an attack would lead to bloodshed. The underground parking lot was under a 50-story building, with the entire crust below, providing absolute natural defense. Even if the defense was breached, the 4 exits of the parking lot were enough to provide backup escape routes. Moreover, there were hundreds of cars filled with gas that could be started at any time. Attack, defense, mobility. These were the 3 indispensable factors in the world of zombies. And this underground parking lot had all 3 factors. So Lu Chen explained his thoughts to everyone. Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, the 3 immediately understood. Xiaoya was so surprised that she couldn't even speak, she could only admire Lu Chen and silently give him a thumbs up, saying, "I have to say, you are the most capable person in our team." Lu Chen smiled faintly and continued to lead them forward. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the underground parking lot. Walking up to the concealed security door, Lu Chen looked around to make sure there was no one around before knocking on the door. Password, came Su Moyo's voice from inside. This was the agreement Lu Chen and Su Moyo had made before Lu Chen left. Only by saying the password could the door be opened. Freshman, Lu Chen said softly. Then, with a click, Su Moyo inside opened the security door, and everyone quickly walked in. Seeing this concealed 3-bedroom apartment, everyone was once again surprised. They didn't expect Lu Chen to be able to dig out such a hidden place. After Little Black entered the room, it immediately began its exploration of the new home. It sniffed around here, scratched there, looking curious. Meanwhile, Cola jumped down from Xiaoya's arms and leaped onto the sofa. After settling into a comfortable position, Cola meowed at everyone, as if declaring that this was now its territory. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled gently and began to arrange for everyone to tidy up the house. It seemed that the big boss treated this leisure room as his own home, so everything inside was neatly arranged, with very few miscellaneous items. Some household appliances, kitchenware, and daily necessities were new, so the few of them didn't need to tidy up. So after throwing away some torn stockings, high heels, and a banana-scented air freshener that had solidified, they began to divide the rooms. Because there were only 3 bedrooms and 5 of them, Xiaoya and Sun Lan shared one room, Su Moyo and Li Bin shared another room, and the remaining room was for Lu Chen himself. Everyone had no objections to this arrangement. After all, Lu Chen now had the most say in their small team. Without him, they might have died outside long ago. Then everyone went back to their rooms to pack up, and Lu Chen returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Lu Chen stretched lazily. After a day of fighting and searching for strongholds, he was feeling a bit tired. But fortunately, the issue of the stronghold had finally been resolved. Just as he was about to take a nap in bed, the mechanical voice of the system rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 primary crystals. Ding! Critical hit multiplier in effect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 primary crystals. These primary crystals were all secretly picked up by Lu Chen while killing zombies just now. Watching his increasing number of primary crystals, Lu Chen felt a sense of security. In this world, crystals were a form of currency. As long as he had crystals, he could ensure all his needs were met. Of course, Lu Chen didn't plan to use the crystals to exchange for food and drinks, as they were too precious. In other words, according to the current exchange rate, 1 primary crystal could be exchanged for a lot of food. Lu Chen believed that besides himself, no one else in this world was as wealthy as he was. Just as Lu Chen was contemplating, the mechanical system prompt sounded again. Ding! Host has found a new stronghold for the team, mission completed. New mission, strengthen the spatial function of the new stronghold and create the ultimate defense system. Mission completion countdown, 7 days, 18 hours, 53 minutes, 42 seconds. Listening to the system's voice, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Strengthen the spatial function of the stronghold, create the ultimate defense system? He paused for a moment, then immediately realized. If he wasn't mistaken, this mission should be based on his spatial abilities. In other words, using his abilities to transform the stronghold into a fortress in the apocalypse. In fact, Lu Chen had considered this before, but in the past few days, he had been busy finding a new stronghold, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that the new stronghold had been found, he naturally had to start strengthening it. However, 7 days was more than enough time for him, and even Lu Chen felt that as long as he was willing, he could complete the task before this time. With this in mind, Lu Chen was not in a hurry and lay down on the bed to rest. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution, especially in a world full of killings everywhere. On the other side, watching the disappearing red light on the skyline, Hong became a little restless. He had been waiting for Tan Lao for almost a whole day, but he still hadn't seen his return. As a result, the plan to purchase weapons from Lu Chen had to be put on hold. However, Hong had a second thought. What if someone intercepted the weapons in Lu Chen's hands before them? If that were the case, then their wait would have been in vain. It is worth noting that in this world, if you have a box of weapons, then you are like a god. With weapons comes the symbol of power. Although Hong felt that the strength of their group should not be underestimated, having weapons would make them feel more secure. Why hasn't Tan Lao come back yet? It's almost dark. Hong stood up and paced back and forth, feeling anxious. At the same time, she was also very puzzled. Although Tan Lao would occasionally go out alone, it was usually for a short time and he would always come back within a few hours. But today, he had been out for so long without returning. Had he encountered some danger? The thought made Hong panic. Now that the red light had just dispersed, there were wandering zombies everywhere outside. If Tan Lao was really targeted by the zombies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Hong's serious, intense expression, Xiao Liang, on the contrary, calmly returned to the sofa and continued to open the remaining bag of potato chips to eat. Seeing this, Hong was not pleased. Tan Lao still hasn't come back, and you're still eating potato chips? Aren't you worried about Tan Lao's safety? Xiao Liang picked up a piece of chip, put it in his mouth, and made a crisp sound. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Tan Lao is mysterious and powerful. You don't need to worry about him, he won't be in danger. Instead of anxiously waiting here, why not enjoy the rare beauty in life?" Xiao Liang raised the potato chips in his hand, indicating that Hong should have one too. Hong was immediately furious. She knew that Tan Lao was also a hidden expert, but the situation outside was too complicated now. The red light appeared for the second time. Even in the recent battle, they encountered high-level zombies. All this indicated that the danger level of this world had increased by another level. What if even higher-level zombies appeared? She didn't have Xiao Liang's leisurely attitude. After a pause, she said again, "Forget it, enjoy the beauty of life yourself. I'll go out and see, maybe I can find something." With that said, she didn't hesitate anymore and disappeared into the room. Seeing Hong leave, Xiao Liang was not worried. He knew Hong's character, and once she made up her mind, nothing he did could change it. At the same time, in the third room on the left on the third floor, a man wearing a duckbill cap and a black cloak slowly walked out. Standing at the door, the man looked around and, seeing no one, headed towards the staircase. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Chen slowly woke up. At this time, the bedroom door also rang. "Lu Chen, come out for dinner." Xiaoya's voice came from outside the door. Lu Chen answered and got up to leave the room. In the dining room, Xiaoya had already prepared dinner at some point, and several people were sitting at the table waiting for Lu Chen. Looking at the dishes on the table, Lu Chen touched his stomach, feeling a sudden hunger. "Brother Yuan, hurry up and eat. Xiaoya has been busy all afternoon making this. Just the smell of it makes people drool." Li Bin looked at the braised ribs on the table and said eagerly. Lu Chen nodded and picked up a piece of rib with his chopsticks. Others also picked up their chopsticks when they saw the food. Wow! Xiaoya's cooking skills are really amazing. This steamed base is so delicious. And this old hen soup is so nourishing. Li Bin praised Xiaoya's cooking while eating. Lu Chen also generously gave a thumbs up to Xiaoya. Hearing these exaggerated compliments, Xiaoya smiled happily. At the same time, she felt a long-lost warmth in her heart. Since the world was engulfed in red light and the outbreak of zombies, she had never experienced the feeling of eating together. So she looked contentedly at everyone devouring the food, as if she saw the scene of her and her family eating together before. In a short while, the table full of food was quickly finished by a few people. Lu Chen patted his belly contentedly, then took out dozens of crystals and placed them on the table. "Let's absorb these crystals later and see if we can make a breakthrough." Everyone nodded happily and took a few crystals in their hands. Su Moya was even more excited. After receiving the crystals, he quickly went back to the room to start absorbing them. Watching his impatient behavior, Lu Chen silently shook his head. In this world full of crises, gaining strength quickly is naturally what every survivor desires. However, if one is too eager, they often end up making mistakes at a critical moment. In his previous life, Lu Chen had seen too many people who destroyed themselves because they pursued strength too eagerly. So after being reborn, Lu Chen constantly reminded himself that everything must have a process and not to be impatient. Therefore, he was now particularly worried about Su Moyao's behavior. But he knew that Su Moyao, who was currently obsessed with increasing his strength, would not listen to him, so he could only helplessly shake his head. After everyone returned to their rooms, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Xiaohei and Kulu. Xiaohei was still gnawing on a big bone on the side, looking very happy. However, compared to before absorbing the crystals, both Xiaohei's body size and aura had become much stronger. There was even a trend of transformation. This was something that surprised Lu Chen greatly. If Xiaohei could become his spirit beast in the future, it would be a great boost for Lu Chen. In the previous life, there were cases of ability users obtaining spirit beasts, and with the help of the spirit beast, their strength directly reached the top level, even being able to confront the highest-ranking zombies head-on. So Lu Chen squatted down, smiled, and patted Xiaohei's head, saying, "Xiaohei, eat more and grow stronger quickly. Then the two of us can dominate the world." As if understanding Lu Chen's words, Xiaohei excitedly gnawed on the big bone and wagged his tail towards Lu Chen. Meow. 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 Suddenly, at this moment, Kulu, who had been curled up on the sofa, suddenly meowed at Lu Chen. And listening to this sound, there seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction. This made Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly and quickly sat on the sofa. Rubbing Kulu's chin, Lu Chen gently said, "Is Kulu feeling jealous?" Kulu just glanced at Lu Chen, then arrogantly stretched out its paw to lick it, completely ignoring Lu Chen. This instantly made Lu Chen feel embarrassed. Wow! Is Kulu acting like this now? But thinking back to the last time he seemed to see the shadow of a demon cat on Kulu, Lu Chen nodded meaningfully. If Kulu could really activate the demon cat's abilities, it would be an incredible existence for him. With the change in the rules of this world, spirit beasts were also classified into different levels, ranging from awakening, commanding, extraordinary, totem, king, demon king, to void. Initially, spirit beasts that gained abilities were at the awakening level, and after long-term absorption of crystals or changes in themselves, they could gradually upgrade, and their strength would slowly increase. However, some exceptionally talented spirit beasts could reach the commanding or extraordinary level when they gained abilities. However, this kind of beast taming was extremely rare, almost impossible to find. So Lu Chen's expectations for Kulu were still very high. Taking out 20 crystals from his pocket, he placed them in front and behind Little Black and Kulu respectively, then returned to the room. Watching the crystals, Little Black wagged its tail happily and devoured them all. Kulu, on the other hand, waited until Lu Chen entered the room before standing up to start consuming the crystals. This scene was clearly observed by Lu Chen, who was peeking through the door crack. "Stinky cat, I thought you didn't eat crystals? How come you're enjoying them more than Little Black?" Lu Chen said with a smile as he watched Kulu, who was clearly in ecstasy. Before moving, he had noticed that the 10 crystals previously placed on the table had suddenly disappeared. He initially thought someone else had consumed them, but knowing them well, Lu Chen quickly ruled them out. Instead, he suspected Kulu. So he staged a little act to see what Kulu would do in his absence. Unexpectedly, he caught Kulu in the act. Observing Kolu's every move, Lu Chen noticed that after consuming the crystals, its whole body swelled with energy, even emitting a surprising aura of oppression. After a few minutes, Kolu returned to its lazy state and lay back on the sofa to sleep. Suddenly, Kolu seemed to sense something and looked towards Little Black. This moment alerted Lu Chen, who quickly turned to look at Little Black. After consuming 10 crystals, Little Black's body suddenly grew larger, and even its eyes faintly emitted a green light. Opening its mouth, a more intense green light, glowing with fluorescence, continuously emanated, clearly indicating an upgrade with the help of the crystals. This left Lu Chen momentarily stunned, and he quickly left the room. He squatted down in front of Little Black, carefully feeling its changes. Indeed. Just as Lu Chen had guessed, Little Black had evolved from an awakened hellhound to a commanding level hellhound. Its strength had once again reached a new level. "Well done, Little Black!" Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly as he rubbed its head. At this point, Others had also finished consuming the crystals and walked out of the room. Lu Chen quickly shared the good news of Little Black's promotion to a commanding level hellhound with everyone. They were all amazed and gathered around Little Black, eager to take it out for a battle. Little Black wagged its tail excitedly, circling around them. Amazing! Little Black has exceeded our expectations. This is a commanding level beast taming. Joy exclaimed as she hugged Little Black. Li Bin and Sun Lan also looked excitedly at Little Black, full of excitement. Meanwhile, Cola, lying on the sofa, let out a soft meow as it watched everyone, then closed its eyes and fell asleep with a hint of disdain on its face. At this point, Lu Chen inquired about everyone's situation after consuming the crystals. Li Bin and Joy said they had not upgraded, which did not surprise Lu Chen. They had just upgraded, and it would take time to build up strength for the next upgrade. However, what surprised Lu Chen was that Sun Lan unexpectedly gained an ability. Sun Lan, what ability did you gain? Lu Chen asked eagerly. Sun Lan nodded, then closed her eyes slightly and raised her hands. In an instant, Sun Lan's toes left the ground, and at that moment, a twinkling starlight suddenly fell from the sky. The starlight landed on everyone, and they felt an inexplicable surge of power spreading through them. Li Bin's wounds from battle were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Healing ability? Feeling this surge of power, Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone present looked at Sun Lan in astonishment. For the treatment type abilities, everyone knows what it means. In a battle, the abilities of attack, defense, and healing are the three indispensable abilities. As long as these three abilities are present, the battle is likely to be won. In the 5-person team led by Lu Chen, he and Su Moyo have attack-type abilities. Li Bin's werewolf ability can not only attack but also provide decent defense. The only thing missing is a healing ability. After all, injuries are inevitable in battles, and having a healer with the ability to awaken healing techniques can turn the tide and even determine the outcome of the battle. Now, Sun Lan has filled the gap in their team, making them a well-rounded team. Great! Now our team's attack system is completely improved. Lu Chen exclaimed, looking at Sun Lan. Sun Lan also looked excited as she glanced at everyone. While everyone else awakened their abilities, she had always remained an ordinary person. Just when she thought she would remain that way for the rest of her life, she suddenly awakened her ability. From Lu Chen's words, she could see the importance of her ability. Sun Lan, give your healing technique a name. I think. How about calling it Starlight Infusion? Lu Chen recalled the moment when Sun Lan used her ability, the light descending from the sky resembling stars, which is why he suggested that name. Starlight Infusion. Great! I like this name. Li Bin clapped his thigh in agreement. Xiaoya also nodded thoughtfully at the name. Sun Lan naturally had no objections, so she nodded to confirm the name of her healing technique. Where is Su Moyo? Why is he still in the room and hasn't come out? Sun Lan, such a big event, he must know about it. At that moment, Xiaoya suddenly noticed that Su Moyo was still in the room, so she walked towards his room and knocked on the door. After knocking a few times, there was no response from the room, which puzzled Xiaoya. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, seeming to anticipate something, and quickly walked over to kick the door open. The scene inside the bedroom appeared before everyone. Su Moyo had collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Moya! Li Bin immediately ran over, lifted Su Moyo, checked his pulse, and nervously said to Lu Chen, his pulse is very weak, and it seems the energy inside his body is chaotic. This immediately made everyone nervous. Lu Chen quickly went over to carefully observe Su Moyo's condition. He saw that Su Moyo's face was pale, and the energy inside his body was turbulent, as if it was about to burst out of his skin. At a glance, Lu Chen knew the reason. Su Moyo had consumed all 10 crystals at once, causing his body to be unable to withstand the power of the crystals, resulting in an attack on his heart by the energy. As energy-storing crystals, they contain a vast amount of energy beyond the human body's capacity. The consumer must finish consuming one crystal before moving on to the next, or else the energy could easily surpass the body's tolerance. Obviously, Sumoyo had consumed all 10 crystals at once, causing his body to be overwhelmed. Lu Chen immediately frowned. Although he knew accidents were bound to happen sooner or later with Sumoyo's temperament, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The most important thing now was to release the energy inside him to prevent damage to all his organs. Without hesitation, Lu Chen directly activated the space blade, making a shallow cut on his skin. Instantly, a large amount of vigorous energy rushed out from the wound, even faster than the rate of blood loss. Everyone watched nervously, fearing that Sumoyo might face an accident. After a full 10 minutes, the excess energy in Sumoyo's body finally dissipated, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Sister Sun Lan, please use the starlight infusion once to heal his wound, Lu Chen instructed Sun Lan again. Sun Lan nodded, raised her hands quickly, performed a praying ritual, and activated her own ability. Suddenly, star-like light spots descended on Sumoyo's body, and in the blink of an eye, the wound that Lu Chen had cut open with the spatial blade was completely healed. At this moment, Sumoyo slowly woke up, and everyone felt relieved. What? What happened to me? Sumoyo looked at everyone surrounding him, somewhat puzzled. He remembered that after inhaling the crystal, he was about to leave, but suddenly felt like a whirlwind was stirring inside his body, causing unbearable pain, and then he blacked out and lay on the ground. Li Bin looked at him and recounted what had just happened. If it weren't for Lu Chen's timely action, you might not have made it. Finally, Li Bin sighed. Hearing Li Bin's words, Sumoyo's face turned red. Looking at Lu Chen with embarrassment, he said, Thank you. Lu Chen also sighed and said, strength cannot be improved in one go. Don't do such foolish things in the future. I don't want to lose a brother. Then he patted him on the shoulder, turned and walked out of the room. Watching Lu Chen leave, Sumoyo suddenly felt guilty. According to Lu Chen's arrangement, Sumoyo continued to lie in the room to recover from his weakness. The others gathered in the living room to contemplate their own abilities. Seeing this, Lu Chen glanced at Xiaohei and had a sudden idea. Now Xiaohei's strength had reached the level of a commanding hellhound, but how about its combat power? With this in mind, he came up with a plan to take Xiaohei out to test its abilities, not only to accumulate some combat experience but also to obtain some crystals. With this in mind, Lu Chen casually made up an excuse and left the room with Xiaohei. Seeing Lu Chen leaving with Xiaohei, Kola, who had been lying on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the backs of the man and the dog, then hummed softly, and when no one was paying attention, he jumped out through the door crack. In the underground parking lot, Lu Chen looked at rows of luxury cars and finally chose a modified off-road vehicle. With a 16-cylinder engine, top-notch off-road suspension, and huge wheels, just looking at it gave a sense of power. Since the underground parking lot was valet parking, the keys to the cars parked there were kept in a special key storage room. Lu Chen quickly found the key to this modified off-road vehicle. He inserted the key, started the vehicle, and revved the engine. V-room. 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 The sound of the huge engine roared instantly. Wow! Luxury cars are so cool! Touching the carbon fiber steering wheel, Lu Chen exclaimed, then stepped on the gas pedal again and drove out of the underground parking lot. Driving the modified off-road vehicle with Xiaohei, Lu Chen raced through the city streets. Listening to the exhilarating engine roar and the wind outside the car window, Lu Chen felt excited. In his previous life, he was just a laborer who commuted by bus every day, and sometimes even had to walk home to save money. So whenever he saw people driving luxury cars with beautiful women rushing past on the road, he couldn't help but feel envious, thinking that when he became rich, he would definitely buy a luxury car to experience the feeling of showing off. Unexpectedly, in this life, he fulfilled his wish to drive a luxury car. The only difference was that there was no beautiful woman sitting in the passenger seat, but Xiaohei. Xiaohei also seemed very excited, wagging its broom-like tail back and forth. Walking through the streets, Lu Chen carefully surveyed the situation outside, trying to find some single wandering zombies. Just as he slowed down and turned a corner, a faint stench of blood suddenly permeated the air. With his experience in battling zombies, Lucien immediately recognized that the smell was coming from a zombie, and Little Black seemed to have caught the scent too, becoming restless and starting to bark frantically out the car window. Woof! 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 To avoid alerting others, Lucien quickly signaled Little Black to be quiet, then pulled out his ally short knife, opened the car door, and got out. Little Black also leaped out of the car window. Following the scent of decay and blood, Lucien arrived at the entrance of a roadside shop. It was a 24-hour convenience store, with its sign flashing and the inside already in disarray. Pushing the door gently, Lucien walked in. Rows of fallen shelves and scattered damaged food on the floor indicated that no one had been here for a long time. Lucien continued to follow the scent inside. Just then, Little Black suddenly let out a low growl in a direction, prompting Lucien to look over. He saw a low-level zombie feasting on a companion's body, the putrid smell in the air becoming stronger. The zombie noticed Lucien and instantly made a chilling sound, then slowly stood up, dropped a piece of arm, and began to rush towards Lucien. Seeing this, Lucien remained calm and said to Little Black, "Attack. Take him down." As soon as he spoke, Little Black roared and dashed towards the zombie like an arrow released from a bow. When just 2 or 3 steps away from the zombie, Little Black pushed off with its hind legs, flew into the air, and at the same time, opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, Little Black pounced on the zombie, sending it flying 5 or 6 meters away due to its immense strength. The low-level zombie, with its decaying mouth open, tried to bite Little Black, but Little Black didn't give it a chance. It spewed a green flame directly at the zombie, causing it to scream in pain before eventually turning into a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a primary crystal, critical hit effect activated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100 primary crystals. As the zombie turned into a pool of blood, the system's voice followed. Lucien nodded in approval and walked towards Little Black. Well done, Little Black. Truly worthy of being a commanding level hellhound. He patted Little Black's head excitedly, impressed by its swift victory over the zombie in less than a minute. This made him truly appreciate Little Black's strength. If this was just a commanding level Little Black, what about a God King or Demon King level? Lucien began to look forward to Little Black's final transformation. Little Black wagged its tail, excitedly rubbing against Lucien's leg, as if to say it could handle a bunch of these things at once. Next, Lucien continued to search with Little Black nearby, and within half an hour, they encountered a dozen low-level zombies. However, without exception, all of them were incinerated by Little Black's hellfire. Lucien also obtained several hundred primary crystals. This made Lucien realize the joy of having a beast companion. He didn't have to fight himself, just follow behind and collect crystals for free. The feeling of taking advantage of this was truly satisfying. Continuing their search, Lucien also gained a rough understanding of Little Black's combat power. As long as it was a low-level zombie, it couldn't withstand its onslaught. I just wonder what will happen when we encounter high-level zombies, Lucien thought to himself. However, as the sky darkened, in order to avoid any accidents, Lucien decided to stop here for today and return home. Just as he had just sat in the off-road vehicle and was about to start it, the sound of a fight suddenly reached his ears. Moreover, in this sound of fighting, there seemed to be a woman's voice mixed in. This immediately made Lucien alert, thinking that other survivors might be in danger. He quickly got out of the car with Xiao Hei and rushed into an alley. At this moment, in a small alley, a woman with a frown on her forehead was staring at a tall high-level zombie in front of her. She had originally come out to look for Dan Lau and see if there were any changes in the world after the second red light. She had not walked far when she encountered this zombie. She had initially thought it was just a low-level zombie, but after a few rounds, she suddenly realized that Yao Shan's strength was beyond her imagination. Not only could it attack and defend, but it could also adjust tactics according to her fighting style. This made her realize that she had encountered a tough opponent today. Judging from the situation, this zombie's strength seemed to surpass hers. The alley was narrow, with no escape route, and the zombie kept pressing closer, sticking to her like a plaster. Red could only continue to fight with it. Gradually, her strength was being depleted, and she was on the verge of defeat. A sense of despair arose in her heart as she could not imagine that after the second red light, such a powerful high-level zombie would appear in the world, with strength comparable to a level 3 Esper. As her last bit of strength was drained, she leaned against the wall and smiled bitterly. As the zombie approached her step by step, she seemed to see the end of her life. This world. Farewell. Red said softly, then closed her eyes, waiting for the final death. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Xiao He, attack! Lu Chen, who had arrived in time, ordered Xiao He to charge at the zombie. The speed was so fast that it left behind afterimages. Lu Chen, holding an ally short knife, followed closely behind Xiao He with a serious expression. Lu Chen? Seeing that it was Lu Chen who had come, Red was initially puzzled, but then she felt a sense of security. Ever since Lu Chen had saved her last time, just seeing him now gave her a sense of security. It seemed that as long as Lu Chen was there, she didn't have to worry about anything. At this moment, Lu Chen quickly arrived by Red's side and asked, "Are you okay?" Red shook her head bitterly. She could not believe that in just 2 days, Lu Chen had saved her twice in a row. And each time, she saw Lu Chen's figure at her most dangerous moment. This made her feel touched. "It's good that you're okay. Stay here and don't move." Seeing that Red was fine, Lu Chen nodded and then picked up the ally short knife to help Xiao He subdue the zombie. "Wait, Lu Chen." Seeing this, Red quickly stopped him. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen stopped and asked in confusion. "This zombie is different from the usual ones, it's even stronger than a high-level zombie. I suspect it might be an intelligent zombie," Red said, frowning. In the battle just now, she had vaguely felt the difference in this zombie. Not only did it have intelligence, but it also understood tactics and could adapt on the fly. This immediately reminded her of the description she had read about intelligent zombies in the past. Otherwise, with her current strength, although she couldn't kill a high-level zombie, she wouldn't have fallen into such a plight. An intelligent zombie? Hearing Red's words, Lu Chen immediately frowned. He naturally knew about the existence of intelligent zombies and understood their terrifying nature. The world was destroyed in the previous life. It can be said that it was because a large number of intelligent zombies suddenly appeared, making countless survivors powerless to resist, and eventually leading to destruction. In fact, just now, Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. Because he knew that Hong's strength was not to be underestimated, how did she lose to this zombie? And looking at her complexion, it seemed that the strength in her body was already exhausted. However, Lu Chen didn't have time to think too much at that moment. He just wanted to quickly deal with this zombie, so he neglected to observe him carefully. So he stopped, stood aside, and observed the battle between Xiao He and the zombie. Xiao He, who had grown into a commanding level, naturally had strong strength. It kicked off the ground with its hind legs, leaped towards the zombie, and at the same time opened its mouth. A green flame shot out at high speed. The zombie, seeing this, directly rolled on the spot, skillfully avoiding Xiao He's hellfire attack. Even while rolling, it didn't forget to assess Xiao He's landing position. Just as Xiao He was about to land, it suddenly rushed over at high speed, moving so fast that it was about to surpass Xiao He. Before Xiao He landed, it decisively threw a punch. This punch directly hit Xiao He's abdomen, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. Xiao He, hit by the punch, groaned and slammed heavily against the wall, causing some bricks and stones to shatter. Xiao He! Lu Chen's heart tightened, and he hurried towards Xiao He. Xiao He was lying on the ground, curled up, with a pained expression on its face. Obviously the punch had caused it significant harm. Seeing Xiao He, who had just grown into a commanding level, being rendered combat ineffective by the zombie's punch, Lu Chen was furious. In this world, there were not many people or things that could accompany him. Li Bin, Xiaoya, and even Su Maya were, but only Xiao He and Ke Lu were his best comfort. So now that Xiao He was seriously injured, how could he sit idly by? Bastard! I'll kill you! A strong killing intent instantly emanated from Lu Chen, making him look like a bloodthirsty demon emerging from hell, gripping an alloy short knife and charging towards the zombie. The zombie stood still, watching Lu Chen with a sneer, the laughter filled with disdain and contempt. It seemed to be mocking the mere humans who dared to fight against him, a smart zombie. Wasn't this seeking death? But Lu Chen didn't care what he was thinking, as long as he touched Xiao He, then he would die. The alloy short knife in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and at the same time, Lu Chen decisively activated the space blade, preparing to give him a fatal blow with all his strength. Just as he was about to approach the zombie, he unexpectedly extended his arm and forcibly blocked the attacks of the alloy short knife and the space blade. This surprised Lu Chen greatly. He couldn't believe that this guy could block his attacks with his arm. His alloy short knife and space blade had killed countless zombies, even some high-level zombies had died under his blade. How could it be that when encountering intelligent zombies, it seemed like he lost his power? This block also startled Hong, who was watching from the side. The zombie stared at Lu Chen with eyeless eyeballs, its facial expression becoming more and more vivid, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a clown. Then, he quickly raised his right hand and reached for Lu Chen's heart like a blade. Seeing the sharp nails on the zombie's hand, Lu Chen knew that if he was struck in the heart, his life would probably be over. So without thinking too much, he directly opened the portal of space and teleported himself behind the zombie. This narrowly avoided the zombie's fatal attack. Holding the knife, Lu Chen took 2 steps back cautiously, keeping a close eye on him. The zombie also turned around to look at him, shaking its head continuously. Lu Chen's brain was spinning rapidly as he kept recalling how those supernaturals from his past life had killed these intelligent zombies. As far as he knew, the skin of the intelligent zombies was extremely tough, especially on the arms, chest, thighs, and face. These 4 parts were like impenetrable fortresses, rendering ordinary weapons useless upon contact. That was why in the past life, when the intelligent zombies appeared, the supernaturals couldn't resist them no matter what, eventually leading the whole world to destruction. No! Lu Chen suddenly murmured as he recalled his past life. As long as it's a zombie, there must be a weak point. I just need to find its weak point to attack. He remembered that in his past life, some surviving scientists discovered through dissecting the intelligent zombies that although their skin was tough, they had vulnerabilities. Once the weak spot was found, they could be killed. So Lu Chen scrutinized the intelligent zombie in front of him and began to contemplate. The stalemate occurred as Lu Chen scrutinized the intelligent zombie, who was slowly approaching him. Compared to ordinary zombies, the intelligent zombie's steps were steady, exuding a sense of strength in its gait, even the muscle lines on its body were visible. Hiss, hiss, the intelligent zombie made a piercing sound as it walked, gradually opening its mouth. Lu Chen forced himself to calm down, continuously examining every part of its body. Arms, chest, ribs, waist, ankles. No matter where Lu Chen looked, he could see a layer of skin as hard as steel covering the surface. Obviously, it was not its weak spot. This made Lu Chen somewhat impatient instantly. Hiss, hiss, seemingly sensing Lu Chen's helplessness, the intelligent zombie continued to open its mouth, emitting sounds, and even showing signs of excitement. In its view, the human in front of it was undoubtedly doomed today. Hong, on the other hand, was also watching nervously. Originally, she wanted to attract the attention of the intelligent zombie to buy some time for Lu Chen to adjust. However, her strength had not fully recovered yet. Not to mention moving, even leaning against the wall made her stagger. Helplessly, she could only anxiously watch Lu Chen, hoping he would act quickly. Hiss, hiss, the piercing sound drew closer to Lu Chen, and he felt like he could almost smell the rotten stench emanating from the zombie's body if he opened his eyes. With his eyes slightly closed, Lu Chen continued to contemplate every part of the intelligent zombie. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss. Listening to the increasingly closer piercing sounds, Lu Chen seemed to have figured something out. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the intelligent zombie's mouth. At that moment when it opened its mouth to make a sound, he saw the red flesh inside its mouth, completely different from the skin outside. There was clearly no skin defense there. And this position was connected to the intelligent zombie's brain. By attacking this spot, its brain could be destroyed, causing it to lose its intelligence, ultimately achieving a one-hit kill effect. I found it. Its weak spot is in its mouth. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly. At the same time, the intelligent zombie had also arrived in front of Lu Chen, thrusting its palm straight towards his heart. Seeing this, Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and quickly opened the door to space. The void was suddenly torn open, and a shadow passed by. Lu Chen appeared next to Hong. The intelligent zombie's fatal strike missed. I found it. Its weak spot is in its mouth, where there is no skin defense. Only by attacking there can we hit its brain and kill it. Lu Chen excitedly told Hong. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Hong also understood. She had been scrutinizing the intelligent zombie all along, constantly searching for its weak spot. After Lu Chen's revelation, Hong focused on the zombie's mouth. Indeed. There was a crimson redness, as if one could still see the tremor of the brain behind it. For a moment, Hong felt some admiration for Lu Chen. To be able to calm down and analyze the zombie's weaknesses at such a critical moment was probably not something an ordinary person could do. But then a new problem arose. The intelligence of the zombie was too powerful. If they wanted to attack its weak spot, they had to engage in close combat, even needing someone to distract its attention. But now, besides Hong, Lu Chen only had Xiaohei left by his side. However, Xiaohei was still curled up on the ground at the moment. Obviously the blow just now had caused it significant damage, and it would not recover in a short time. Hong also had no strength left, sitting on the ground when Lu Chen approached. In other words, now only Lu Chen was left. Should we retreat and call for backup? Analyzing the situation in front of them, Hong suggested. But Lu Chen frowned and shook his head. He knew that if they didn't deal with the intelligent zombie in front of them now, it might pose a greater threat to the survivors later on. After all, zombies were constantly evolving, and if given time to strengthen itself again, even more superhumans would be helpless against it. So, they had to kill it today. Without hesitation, Lu Chen gripped the alloy short knife and took a step forward, analyzing the environment in the alley. Because the space was too narrow, when he used the spatial gate to shuttle, he could only move in 3 directions, front, back, and up, unable to move left and right. This made it easy for the intelligent zombie to see through his attack route and predict his position. But at this moment, Lu Chen couldn't care less and had to give it a try. So Lu Chen directly opened the spatial gate, a bright light flashed, and when he looked again, he had appeared above the intelligent zombie's head. Lu Chen's sudden appearance instantly attracted the attention of the intelligent zombie, so it slowly raised its head to look at Lu Chen above, still making a piercing sound. Hiss hiss, this is the chance. Seeing this, Lu Chen tightly gripped the alloy short knife and exerted all his strength to stab at the zombie's open mouth. Unexpectedly, the intelligent zombie's reaction speed was faster. In the instant the short knife was about to touch its mouth, it quickly turned its body aside. Clang! The alloy short knife collided with its skin, sparking a series of sparks and making a metallic clashing sound. This made Lu Chen quickly retract the knife and once again use the spatial gate to move to its front. Feeling the pain in his hand, Lu Chen was also surprised. He didn't expect this guy's defense to be so formidable that even the alloy short knife couldn't do anything to him. And his reaction speed was far superior to lower-level zombies, even surpassing some awakened superhumans. Damn it! Lu Chen said in a deep voice. Now it seemed that someone had to distract the intelligent zombie's attention, allowing him to attack. But now, he was the only one with combat power, and Lu Chen was suddenly in a dilemma. Hong frowned slightly, nervously watching Lu Chen. And just then, a furry figure suddenly flashed over the wall, accompanied by a voice that Lu Chen was extremely familiar with. Meow! Lu Chen was stunned. Cola? So he quickly looked towards the wall following the sound. Sure enough, he saw Cola squatting on the wall, yawning and looking at Lu Chen. Cola, how did you get here? It's too dangerous here, you should leave quickly. Lu Chen quickly said to Cola, afraid that the intelligent zombie would notice it and attack. It would only make his situation worse. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lu Chen's words, Cola glanced at him, seeming very impatient with him. This instantly left Lu Chen a bit confused. It was just a little cat. Meow. Cola meowed at Lu Chen, then looked at the intelligent zombie. Suddenly, a pair of blue eyes suddenly emitted a chilling beam. This made Lu Chen even more puzzled. Looking at the strong killing intent emanating from Coke's body, Lu Chen felt this aura was particularly familiar. It seemed like in a past life, he had seen something similar. Before Lu Chen could think further, Coke let out a low growl and pounced towards the intelligent zombie. The speed was so fast, almost twice as fast as Xiao Hei, even leaving a residual image in midair. The intelligent zombie also noticed Coke and turned its rotten face to stare at it fiercely, as if encountering a strong opponent. Meow. Coke extended its claws directly in the office, and several steel-like claws instantly protruded from its palm. At the same time, a cold light appeared, carrying a strong killing intent on its claws. What's going on? Coke is actually this strong? Watching Coke's changes, Lu Chen stood in place, stunned. He had known that Coke was hiding secrets from him, but he hadn't expected it to be so fierce. The whole momentum was even more overwhelming than Xiao Hei. So he nervously continued to watch Coke's movements. Coke pounced on the intelligent zombie in the blink of an eye, and the steel-like claws pierced into its body at the first moment. Scratch! A harsh friction sound rang out, and Lu Chen quickly looked over. He saw that the brown, steel-like skin of the intelligent zombie was torn open by Coke, with some black blood oozing out. Hiss! Hiss! The intelligent zombie seemed to feel pain, constantly making angry sounds. Then it reached out its palm and slashed towards Coke's body. However, after succeeding, Coke did not follow up with an attack but instead leaped lightly into the air, rendering the intelligent zombie's attack ineffective. Hiss! Hiss! The intelligent zombie seemed to have never suffered such a big loss before, and now being bullied by a little cat, it naturally couldn't bear this humiliation. So it reached out its palm to grab at Coke floating in midair, trying to crush it in its hand. But how could Coke put up with that? Meow! Seeing this, Coke let out another low growl, and its fur exploded as if suddenly, its whole body expanding at a visible speed. The muscles on its limbs also swelled like coiling dragons, and in just a few seconds, the originally small Coke became even larger than Xiao Hei. Coupled with the terrifying muscles on its limbs, it looked like a mutated tiger, emitting an even stronger killing intent. Roar! 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 Coke stared at the intelligent zombie reaching out its hand, continuously growling lowly. Just as the intelligent zombie's hand was about to grab Coke, Coke unhesitatingly extended its claws and fiercely swiped at it. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as Coke actually broke the intelligent zombie's arm with a single swipe, and due to the force, the intelligent zombie's whole body was slammed into the wall by Coke. The red brick wall instantly had a large hole smashed into it, and bricks and stones continuously fell on the intelligent zombie. Hiss! Watching Coke strike, Lu Chen couldn't help but make a horrified sound. This force! Even a mutated water buffalo wouldn't be able to withstand it. Han, who was already shocked, sat on the ground with her mouth wide open. She couldn't believe that a small cat could be so terrifying, appearing like a demon king incarnate. The force of Coke's strike was so great that it took a while before the intelligent zombie slowly stood up from the rubble. By now, it had lost an arm, and its defensive skin had many cracks. The intelligent zombie stared at Coke fiercely, let out a roar, and then swiftly rushed towards Coke. At the same time, the nails on its palm were exposed one by one, heading straight for Coke's heart. Just as he was about to rush towards Coke, Coke suddenly appeared behind him with a flash, and then swung his fist towards his back again. Bang! This punch didn't give the intelligent zombie any chance to react, directly hitting his back. Immediately, the intelligent zombie opened his mouth in pain, his body falling from the air like a kite off its string. Seeing this, Lu Chen knew the opportunity had come. He opened a spatial gate and teleported next to the intelligent zombie, then raised the alloy short knife and stabbed it fiercely into his mouth. Woo! 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 Waves of painful cries instantly rang out. The intelligent zombie tried to struggle, but Lu Chen directly gripped the alloy short knife in his mouth and made a 360-degree rotation, instantly blending his head into a puddle of blood. Now, the intelligent zombie couldn't make any sound from his mouth, and his struggling body suddenly quieted down. After confirming his complete death, Lu Chen pulled out the alloy short knife. He shook off the black blood stains on the knife and took a long breath. Finally, with the combined effort of him and Coke, they killed this intelligent zombie. To be precise, it was Coke who killed it. Because with Coke's current combat ability, dealing with him was a piece of cake. Lu Chen just didn't want to prolong the battle, so he seized the opportunity to end it with one strike. At this moment, Coke also returned to his previous petite appearance. Meow after calling out to Lu Chen, as if nothing had happened, completely different from the fierce look just now. This made Hong couldn't help but stare at Coke in confusion. You say it's cute, but just now it could slap a smart zombie to death with one paw. You say it's not cute, but it's just a little kitty. So watching Coke walk gracefully, Hong instantly fell in love. With such a little guy by your side, not only can you pet it daily, but it can also take on 10 enemies in battle. Who wouldn't love that? So she looked at Lu Chen enviously, hoping Lu Chen would give her Coke to pet for a couple of days. At this moment, Coke slowly walked to Lu Chen's side, called out to him, then went straight to Xiao Hei's side. Xiao Hei, who was faintly waking up from a coma, hadn't opened his eyes probably due to his injuries. Walking to Xiao Hei's side, Coke looked at him with disdain. Meow. Then it raised its paw and smacked Xiao Hei on the head. Xiao Hei slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Coke's disdainful look, Xiao Hei seemed to understand something, lowered his head in grievance, not daring to look at Coke. But Coke kept staring at him, as if saying, "Is this all you've got to embarrass yourself? A cold and aloof lady selling cuteness for a cat?" Watching Xiao Hei's pitiful look in front of Coke, Lu Chen smiled. At the same time, he finally remembered why he felt so familiar with Coke's aura just now. In his previous life, he had seen some powerful spirit beasts with his own eyes, and the aura they emitted was exactly the same as Coke's just now. And initially, when he sensed Coke, he felt that it would evolve into a Demon King level existence in the future. Although its current strength had not reached the Demon King level, it was already far above Xiao Hei. Thinking of this, Lu Chen carefully sensed Coke's level. As soon as he focused his mental power on Coke, the aura it emitted surged like a lake, vaguely possessing some kind of extraordinary power. Extraordinary level? Finally, in this aura, Lu Chen confirmed Coke's level, and couldn't help but be greatly surprised. You see, even Xiao Hei had just entered the commanding level, but Coke had already surpassed it by leaps and bounds into the extraordinary level. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly at the pitiful Xiao Hei. With such strength displayed here, Xiao Hei wouldn't even dare to fart? Suddenly, Lu Chen felt some sympathy for Xiao Hei. At this moment, Hong also regained her strength and slowly stood up from the ground. The first thing she did after standing up was to run to Lu Chen and ask, "Can you keep the little kitten for me for 2 days?" Then she raised her head, looking expectantly at Lu Chen for his answer. Seeing Hong's eager eyes, Lu Chen smiled helplessly once again. He knew that Hong had been blinded by the cuteness of Cola. On the other hand, as Cola was his spirit beast, Lu Chen deeply understood the principle that a beast should not leave its master. Otherwise, the invisible trust established between them would be broken, and there might even be a situation where the beast would not recognize the master. So Lu Chen shook his head and firmly refused Hong's request. Seeing Lu Chen's refusal, Hong immediately pouted, and the next second, she reached out and grabbed Lu Chen's arm, shaking it while acting coquettishly. She shook and acted cute, saying, "Lu Chen, you are so handsome and kind, just let me play with the little kitten for 2 days. Please." Hong blushed and stomped her feet twice. As a woman who had always portrayed a cold and aloof image, Hong had never acted coquettishly in front of anyone. The reason she was willing to act cute and coquettish in front of Lu Chen this time was that she really liked Cola. After all, no girl seemed to resist the temptation of such a furry animal. But Lu Chen had strong willpower and still shook his head. This made Hong blush instantly. Wow! She had put aside her aloof and cool image to act cute and coquettish, and he still didn't agree? Did he really not care about her face? But it was helpless. If Lu Chen hadn't appeared in time to save her this time, she would probably have gone to the King of Hell to act cute. So she could only sigh softly and then look at Cola again with reluctance. The red light has just dissipated, why did you come out? This is the most dangerous time. Lu Chen asked, looking at Hong. She had been a little confused just now, not knowing why she had come out at this time. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Hong sighed again. I came out to find Dan Lao. Dan Lao? Lu Chen asked, and then the figure of that old man appeared in his mind. Hong nodded and continued, since the last time you said that 10,000 primary crystals could be exchanged for a box of ammunition, our team has noted this matter. But the final decision lies with Dan Lao. In order to quickly replenish our attack, I came out to find Dan Lao. But I didn't expect to encounter this guy shortly after coming out. Hong turned her head to look at the spiritual zombie that had already been killed. After listening, Lu Chen nodded and said, I will keep the ammunition for you. When you have gathered 10,000 primary crystals, you can come to me. Anyway, he had countless ammunition in his hands now, so he could provide it whenever Hong wanted. But the premise was that there must be 10,000 primary crystals. This was not because Lu Chen was too much of a businessman, but because resources had become the most precious thing in this world. Although he could obtain a lot through the system, he still didn't want to give them away for free. He understood the principle of human nature. If someone coveted his resources and used means against him later, he would be in trouble. Hong naturally understood Lu Chen's implied meaning, so she didn't say much, just nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen said to Hong, if you have made up your mind by then, you can come to the parking lot of the Purple Wisteria building to find me. Originally, Lu Chen didn't plan to tell her the location of his team's small base, but considering that they might have a lot of transactions later, and coupled with Hong's character, he decided to tell her. After all, he was going to upgrade the defense system of the new base later, so even if someone had ulterior motives, they would have to suffer. Purple Wisteria building. I got it. Hong also regained her previous aloof demeanor, nodded, and bid farewell to Lu Chen. At this moment, the most important thing for her is to find Dan Lao, and the sky is getting darker and darker. She doesn't want to encounter another perverted guy like Lingji Zombie again. As she left, Hong took another look at Coke, her eyes full of indulgence. Watching Hong walk away, Lu Chen walked to Coke and Xiaohei. Xiaohei had almost recovered and could move normally, but still looked pitiful in front of Coke. Coke was still meowing at Xiaohei, like a little leader scolding someone. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly said, Coke, Xiaohei has just entered the commanding level, don't demand too much from it. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Coke reluctantly closed its mouth and rubbed against Lu Chen's leg. Watching Lu Chen fiercely slap away a Lingji zombie, he was extremely excited. He collected the crystal casually. With Coke by his side, he felt he had a way out no matter how dangerous the situation. He believed that as time passed, Coke's level would continue to rise, eventually reaching the level of a demon king. At that time, Coke would become a dominant existence. Thinking of this, Lu Chen picked up the two spirit beasts and walked towards the off-road vehicle. You two have worked hard today, I'll make delicious food for you at home. After saying that, he placed Xiaohei and Coke on the co-pilot seat, stepped on the gas, and the off-road vehicle roared towards the Zijing building. This Cat 114 is a bully. With Coke's extraordinary form revealed, Lu Chen had more confidence in surviving in this world. Plus, Xiaohei had awakened to the commanding level, he believed that soon it would grow into a super spirit beast comparable to Coke. Back at the new base, it was already completely dark. After parking the off-road vehicle, Lu Chen carried Xiaohei and Coke to the door. Knock knock. Slogan. New life. The security door opened instantly, and Li Bin stuck his head out, looking at Lu Chen with some concern. Brother Yuan, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Everyone was getting anxious. As the core of the team, Lu Chen was naturally the backbone of everyone. So when it was getting dark and Lu Chen hadn't returned, everyone was a bit anxious, afraid that he might have encountered some danger outside. Even after Li Bin said she would go out to find Lu Chen, Xiaoya stopped her, saying she should trust Lu Chen's strength. Li Bin had no choice but to wait anxiously inside the house. So when Lu Chen returned safely, everyone in the living room breathed a sigh of relief. Encountered danger? Seeing Lu Chen's slightly disordered breath, Xiaoya asked with concern, constantly looking at him with worry in her eyes. Lu Chen smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, I just took Xiuhei and Coke out for a walk. And tested the strength of Xiuhei, the commanding level hellhound." Lu Chen didn't mention encountering the Lingji zombie today. The reason for not saying it was because he was afraid that everyone would worry too much, affecting his level advancement. After all, this was a critical moment for them to level up, especially for Sun Lan and Li Bin. One had just become an esper, and the other had just been able to transform into a werewolf mode. If they were distracted, they might fail. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiaoya nodded. "By the way, how is Su Moyao?" Lu Chen suddenly remembered Su Moyao, who had fainted due to excessive consumption of crystals. "He's much better now, with Sister Sunlan's starry body infusion, he's fine, he's probably asleep now." Lu Chen nodded. Although Su Moyao was a bit impatient and too eager for power, his team was currently short of manpower, and he didn't want to go out and look for new members at this time. After discussing some other matters with everyone, Lu Chen returned to his bedroom. Originally, he wanted to start reinforcing the defense system of the new base tonight. But then he thought that with the appearance of the second red light, it is estimated that more ruthless characters like the intelligent zombies will increase, and they may also become busier. At this time, his own rest became the most important. If he doesn't rest well, his combat effectiveness will naturally decrease significantly. He didn't want to die miserably at the hands of zombies due to physical exhaustion. So he stopped thinking too much, simply washed up, and then fell heavily asleep on the bed. At this moment, Cola squatted at his bedside, slowly opened its eyes. As soon as it opened its eyes, it stretched out its claws and scratched fiercely on Little Black's head. Little Black, who had just fallen asleep, woke up instantly with a start, quickly looking around cautiously, even assuming a fighting posture. But when it saw the disdainful look on Cola's face, its ears drooped instantly. Its eyes were full of grievances, the air of dominance it had just shown disappeared suddenly. Cola licked the fur on its paws, lightly called out to Little Black, then got up and walked to its side. It lay down on Little Black's belly. Nestling against Little Black's soft belly, Cola yawned contentedly, then closed its eyes. This scared Little Black. It had been beaten in front of so many people in the afternoon, and now it was being used as a pillow? This is simply a bully. Helpless, Little Black could only lie still, even breathing much quieter, afraid of waking Cola up, fearing that it would retaliate with a series of evil cat moves when it woke up. On the other side, in a dilapidated building. Why? Why is this happening? I have studied every part of the zombie's body, why can't I unlock the mystery of energy? An old and somewhat resentful voice came from a laboratory. The old man held a scalpel, standing in front of the operating table, looking somewhat helpless at the zombie body that had been dissected countless times by himself. But even so, he had not uncovered the mystery of energy. This made him instantly feel disheartened, and he became despondent. Alas! Maybe I'm getting old, maybe my abilities are not enough. Perhaps only someone destined can unlock this mystery. With a sigh, the old man put down the scalpel in his hand and shook his head. Due to the nature of the zombie's body, this required his utmost attention and mental strength during research. Not only that, he also needed to have a powerful crystalline energy within himself to resonate with the hidden energy inside the zombie's body, in order to unearth the secret. But now he was over 80 years old, and the crystalline energy within him had weakened with age. Even standing in front of the zombie now, he could not feel any resonance of energy. Shaking his head again, the old man took off his lab coat. Looking at the sky, which was already filled with stars, he realized that he had spent the whole day in the laboratory. Thinking that Red and Xiao Liang were still at the base, and that they might worry if he didn't return soon, the old man turned and left the laboratory. Before leaving, he looked at the zombie bodies in the laboratory once more. Then he gently closed the door. Under the moonlight, the old man returned to the base. By this time, Red, Xiao Liang, and others had been anxiously searching for him. When they saw the old man walking towards them, they hurried over. "Old man, where did you go? Are you okay?" Red supported him and asked. The old man smiled lightly and said, "I'm fine, I just wanted to get some fresh air, but I got lost. I finally managed to find my way back based on the terrain." Hearing this, Xiao Liang also spoke up, "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. In the future, let us know before you go out, otherwise, if you encounter any danger, we won't know." Old Tan naturally knew that the two of them had good intentions, so he smiled and nodded. "By the way, Old Tan, we need to discuss something with you." Hong paused and spoke up. "What is it?" Sitting on the sofa, Old Tan rubbed his legs, which were a bit sore from standing for too long. "Hong and Xiaoliang discussed it and we think we need to buy some weapons." "Weapons?" Hearing Hong say this, Old Tan asked with some confusion. Hong nodded and said, "The sudden reappearance of the red light indicates that there are more advanced zombies in this world. If we don't strengthen our defense, it will be difficult to protect ourselves." Hong then recounted the encounter with the intelligent zombie today. "Intelligent zombies?" Hearing this, Xiaoliang furrowed his brows and asked. "Yes, the intelligence of the intelligent zombie has surpassed that of ordinary high-level zombies, and is even more terrifying than some special-grade zombies. Not only is its skin as hard as iron, reaching a terrifying level of defense, but it can also adjust its tactics based on the attacker's habits. If it wasn't for Liu Ken today, I might not have made it back." Recalling the life and death moment today, Hong still shuddered. If Liu Ken hadn't suddenly appeared, she might not have made it out alive. After listening to Hong, Old Tan also furrowed his brows and pondered. He naturally knew what the reappearance of the red light meant, just didn't expect it to come so soon. Thinking about it, he felt that the matter of purchasing weapons as mentioned by Hong indeed needed to be considered. And their current supplies were running low, if not replenished in time, they probably wouldn't last long. If a wave of intelligent zombies were to come, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long relying solely on their own abilities. You're right, we do need to replenish our weapons. But in this chaotic world, who would be willing to sell us weapons that are as valuable as life? Besides their awakened abilities, the survivors now only relied on weapons and supplies like weapons. Moreover, awakened ability users were in the minority, with more survivors still unawakened. This meant that in order to survive, they had to rely on weapons. So he didn't understand who would be willing to sell these precious items to them. Liu Ken can sell us the weapons he has," Hong said without hesitation. "Liu Ken?" Old Tan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "I've already talked to him. As for the price, 10,000 primary crystals." When Hong said the last sentence, she kept an eye on Old Tan's expression, afraid of scaring him. And when Xiaoliang heard the price again, he could only smile helplessly. "You're not negotiating the price with him, it's probably just Liu Chen's fixed price." Hong glared at him angrily and said, "What, you don't agree with this price? Or do you want to go to Liu Ken and negotiate? I want to see how much you can bargain down." Hong naturally knew that buying a box of weapons with 10,000 primary crystals was somewhat unimaginable. But there was no other way. If she had the chance to negotiate with Liu Ken, she would have to cut down at least 200 crystals. After being retorted by Hong, Xiaoliang could only close his mouth awkwardly. The two looked at Old Tan, waiting for his answer. After thinking for a while, Old Tan finally nodded. In this world, primary crystals are not important, life is the most important. If we lose our lives, what's the use of these material possessions? Old Tan, who had lived for most of his life, naturally understood the balance between crystals and life. Hurry up tomorrow, take 10,000 primary crystals and go buy that box of weapons from Liu Ken. Otherwise, we might really be too late. Seemingly thinking of something, Old Tan turned to look at the dark night outside and muttered softly. After getting the approval of the old man, Hong nodded and decided to bring 10,000 primary crystals to find Lu Chen tomorrow morning. In this way, he could also take a look at the little kittens. Just thinking about Cola made Hong's girlish heart melt. Early the next morning, Lu Chen woke up early. Seeing Little Black and Cola still curled up sleeping at his feet, he smiled. In order not to disturb the sweet dreams of these two little guys, Lu Chen got up quietly after washing up. After a simple wash, seeing that no one else had woken up yet, he went alone to the underground parking lot outside the base. Today, he needed to prepare the defense system for the new base. After circling around the base, Lu Chen found that not only were all three sides surrounded by thick load-bearing walls, but even a layer of heavy steel plates was laid on the roof. It should have been deliberately done to enhance support when the underground parking lot was built. This saved Lu Chen a lot of effort. According to the current situation, he only needed to set up defense in front of the base, at the entrance. Without further ado, Lu Chen took out 10 thick special steel plates from the warehouse and, using his ability, expanded the plates around the entrance. And at a distance of 10 meters from the base, he reinforced the defense with 20 more steel plates. This way, the steel plates acted as load-bearing walls, completely enclosing the base. Not even zombies, let alone powerful weapons, could easily destroy the steel plate defense system. After all, these steel plates were made from special materials fusion. In the previous life, they were used as decks for spacecraft, not only strong but also able to withstand high temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. After an hour of hard work, Lu Chen finally arranged everything. From a distance, these steel plates surrounded the base like a tent. And to enhance the base's concealment, Lu Chen painted the steel plates the same color as the walls. In the dim light of the underground parking lot, these steel plates were almost indistinguishable if not looked at carefully. They had seamlessly blended with the surroundings. Looking at his masterpiece, Lu Chen finally relaxed. The experience with the intelligent zombie yesterday made him cautious. If their base were to be attacked by those creatures, he and his group would probably not be able to resist. Although all of them had activated their abilities, except for him, the other three were at most second level. The strength of an intelligent zombie far exceeded that of a second-level ability user. That's why Lu Chen hoped Little Black would evolve into a superhuman hellhound quickly. With Cola, their team would have enough combat power. By then, even facing more powerful zombies, he was confident in fighting them. So diligent early in the morning? With military freedom, you've built the base so solidly, you really are prepared for the worst. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in the parking lot. Lu Chen quickly turned his head and saw a charming figure walking towards him from the darkness. Have you ever seen a rampaging loli? This stunning figure slowly emerged from the darkness and approached Lu Chen. Seeing that it was Hong, Lu Chen was not surprised at all. He knew she would come to find him sooner or later, so he had given her the location of his new base yesterday. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "In this world, I don't want to be a frog in warm water. My life is precious." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Hong nodded. She walked up to the steel plate defense that Lu Chen had personally built and tapped it with her slender fingers. The steel plate made a crisp sound and was extremely elastic. Just by listening to it, one could tell it had good defense. This surprised Hong. In this world where resources are extremely scarce, it is unimaginable for ordinary people to find so many well-defended steel plates. Yet Lu Chen actually used 30 of them. This made her marvel at Lu Chen's abundant financial resources. No wonder he is willing to sell precious weapons. It seems he still has many good things in his possession. Red muttered to herself. Turning to face Lu Chen, Red placed the box in her hand on the ground and then entered the password to open it. Instantly, 10,000 neatly arranged primary crystals shimmered before Lu Chen's eyes. These are 10,000 primary crystals. What about the weapons? Red pointed to the primary crystals on the ground. Before leaving, Tan Lao specifically instructed her to bring back the weapons quickly, so when she saw Lu Chen, she didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Looking at the 10,000 primary crystals, Lu Chen nodded with a smile. At the same time, he thought that only Red's team could afford to bring out 10,000 primary crystals so extravagantly. Although these were primary crystals, they were still highly sought-after items. While ordinary people cannot become ability users by inhaling them, they can significantly enhance their physical qualities. Ability users can also increase their level and evolve their abilities by inhaling them multiple times. Although compared to the intermediate crystals or even spatial crystals in his warehouse, the primary crystals were not worth mentioning, they were still treasures that every survivor coveted. After all, no one else could casually bring out tens of thousands of primary crystals like Lu Chen. And without even blinking an eye. Indeed, he is wealthy. To bring out 10,000 primary crystals like this, it's truly enviable. Tisk tsk tsk. Lu Chen instinctively praised Red's team. But upon hearing these words, Red stared at Lu Chen helplessly. Wealthy? Envious? Shouldn't she be the one saying that to Lu Chen? A person who can sell weapons, does he lack such things? Although Red didn't know how wealthy Lu Chen was, she at least knew he was definitely a wealthy individual. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually use 30 highly defensive steel plates. Suddenly, Red had the idea of recruiting Lu Chen into her team. However, this idea was quickly dismissed. A tycoon like him was already living a comfortable life, why would he want to join them? After putting away the 10,000 primary crystals, Lu Chen said, "Wait here for me, I'll get the weapons for you." With that, he walked into the house. After setting down the 10,000 primary crystals, Lu Chen directly took out a box of weapons from the warehouse. Then, after some thought, he also picked up a heavy machine gun. Since Red was now his major customer, giving them a little sweetener wouldn't hurt. Looking at the pile of supplies in his warehouse that was as high as a mountain peak, Lu Chen felt it would be a waste not to leave them here. Carrying a box of weapons and a heavy machine gun, Lu Chen walked out of the room. Seeing Lu Chen in this manner, Red was stunned on the spot. Wow! Even a heavy machine gun? This is too extravagant. Putting the supplies on the ground, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Here is the box of weapons you wanted, and I'll also give you a heavy machine gun. How about that, am I a good friend?" It was only at this moment that Red realized the heavy machine gun was a gift from Lu Chen. Opening the weapons box, all the items inside were displayed. High explosive grenades X10, anti-tank mines X10, Desert Eagles X6. Looking at these weapons, Red was dumbfounded. She didn't expect this box of weapons to be so rich, it could easily arm a squad. I told you I wouldn't let you down. These items are now treasures that money can't buy. Getting them is a real bargain for you. Looking at the surprised expression on Hong's face, Lu Chen stood aside and said with a smile. It has to be said that Hong fully agreed with Lu Chen's words. Don't say so much. I'm afraid that without these 10 high-explosive landmines, we wouldn't be able to settle down without some capital. Plus the extra gift of the heavy machine gun, Hong feels that this deal is worth it. So he instantly became happy. With these items, the combat effectiveness of their team has been directly upgraded. After closing the arms box, excitement was revealed on Hong's face that couldn't be concealed. By the way, where is the little kitten? Why haven't we seen it? Pausing, Hong looked around trying to find the figure of Cola. This time, he came to buy the arms box, and also to pet the little kitten that she had been thinking about. Seeing Hong's persistence towards Cola, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. He guessed that the little guy was probably still snoring. So he said, "Next time I have the chance, I'll bring it to you." It's probably sleeping now. Is the little kitten so lazy? It's still sleeping at this hour. It's not easy for someone to come over, and they didn't even get a glance. Hearing Hong say that Cola was sleeping, Hong instantly felt a bit disappointed. The two chatted about some other things, and Hong glanced at the time and prepared to leave. If he went back late, he was afraid that his father would worry. So after bidding farewell to Lu Chen, he prepared to leave. But looking at the box of arms and the heavy machine gun on the ground, her mouth couldn't help but twitch. These two things together weigh at least 200 caddies, just the heavy machine gun alone weighs 100 caddies. But she was just a little girl. Although she could carry it, but she still had to take care of her image. Seeing Hong's hesitant eyes, Lu Chen suddenly understood. What's wrong? Can't you carry these things? Otherwise, shall I send them back for you? But let's make it clear, the shipping cost is 100 primary crystals. Lu Chen revealed a hint of cunning as a businessman. Hong also looked at him disdainfully, then said, I can't carry it? Are you kidding me? After all, I am also a supernatural being, can this weight be difficult for me? Besides, do you know what a rampaging loli is? Saying that, Hong bent down and directly lifted the arms box with one hand, and carried the heavy machine gun on her shoulder with the other hand. Then she left Lu Chen with a chic back view. This made Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really fierce. After Hong left, the people in the stronghold, such as 117 Black Iron Fortress, came out. As soon as they stepped out, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Wow! 30 pieces of alloy steel plates appeared in front of them instantly. Unaware of the situation, they thought they had entered an underground air raid shelter. Yuan Gu, is this all done by you? Li Bin knocked on the steel plate in disbelief. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. This made Li Bin even more surprised. Wow! With this defense in the stronghold, even if the zombie king comes, he will have to leave crying. Yuan Gu, you're really awesome. Saying that, Li Bin gave a thumbs up to Lu Chen. Xiao Yet and Su Moyao also looked at him in shock. They couldn't believe it. In just one morning, Lu Chen had reinforced the defense of the stronghold so powerfully. You know, each of these alloy steel plates weighs at least 1,000 caddies. Yet Lu Chen effortlessly arranged them properly. The people couldn't help but look at Lu Chen's strength with new eyes. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lu Chen smiled faintly. What he was doing now was just physical defense for the stronghold, although it could withstand some low-level or even high-level zombies. But when encountering intelligent zombies like the spiritual wisdom zombie, its effectiveness might not be significant. At the same time, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for initially completing the stronghold's physical defense system. Trigger new mission, upgrade the stronghold to an apocalypse fortress. Time, 8 days 15 hours 53 minutes. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Upgrade the base to an Armageddon fortress? What does that mean? The system also detected Lu Chen's confusion at the first time and sounded in his ear again. The Armageddon fortress is the most powerful base in the apocalypse, capable of withstanding all apocalyptic disasters, including zombie attacks. Survivors in the Armageddon fortress can enhance their own abilities according to the fortress level. From low to high, fortress levels can be divided into 6 ranks: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, and King. Listening to the system's explanation, Lu Chen gradually understood. So he asked softly in his heart again, how to upgrade the fortress. He knew that upgrading the fortress would definitely require some resources. If it's just crystals, then he doesn't need to worry. Because the amount of crystals piled up in his warehouse is astonishing. But he vaguely felt that upgrading the fortress would not be as simple as just needing crystals. After all, this is where the survivors' lives are at stake. To upgrade the fortress to the Black Iron level, 10,000 primary crystals are needed. To upgrade the fortress to the Bronze level, 10,000 intermediate crystals are needed. To upgrade the fortress to the Silver level, 10,000 advanced crystals are needed. Hearing the system's prices, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Spending 10,000 primary crystals to upgrade the fortress to the Black Iron level is acceptable to him. But the Bronze level requires intermediate crystals? The Silver level even requires advanced crystals. Lu Chen couldn't help but think to himself, is this an upgrade or a robbery? These are advanced crystals. Even as a resource tycoon like him, the number of advanced crystals in his warehouse is limited. Lu Qin even knew that the higher the fortress level, the higher the quality of crystals needed. Maybe by the time of the king-level fortress, various special crystals would be required. Originally, Lu Qin thought he could live carefree in this world with crystals all around him. But after hearing the system's prices, he fell silent. Because in an instant, he realized that even if he gave it his all, he could only upgrade the base to the black iron level. But considering the importance of the Armageddon fortress, Lu Qin still nodded silently. The higher the fortress level, the stronger the blessing for their team members. By then, they might even be able to upgrade their abilities without having to absorb crystals. Doing the math, Lu Qin felt it was still worth it. So he decided to spend the next few days hunting zombies to obtain crystals. There's no other way, the road ahead is long and arduous, and heaven will bestow great responsibilities on people. In order to ensure the strength of his team, he must be fully prepared. But at this moment, Lu Qin was ready to spend 10,000 primary crystals to upgrade the base to the black iron level. So he looked at his base and silently called out to the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host wants to spend 10,000 primary crystals to upgrade the base to the black iron level fortress. Please confirm, host. Confirmed. Lu Qin said decisively in his mind. Ding! The base is upgrading. Lu Qin stood aside observing the changes in the base. Suddenly, a breath emerged from all around. This breath quickly enveloped the entire base. A few minutes later, the breath slowly dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, host, the base has been upgraded to a black iron fortress. The system's prompt sound of the base upgrading to a fortress rang in Lu Qin's ears. He quickly looked over and saw that the originally ordinary base suddenly had a faint metallic feel in an instant. Not only the walls, even the load-bearing walls nearby emitted a faint metallic light. However, the exterior of the fortress was still covered in cement, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice any changes. In this way, Lu Qin successfully upgraded the base to a black iron fortress. The defense was further improved. Seeing the upgrade completed, Lu Qin smiled slightly. It has to be said. He values the 10,000 primary crystal flowers. Just these metal load-bearing walls can help their team withstand many attacks. Walking into the fortress, Lu Qin found that the situation inside had not changed much. Just as he stepped in, an invisible breath instantly rushed into his body. This breath was like the flow of spring water, making him especially comfortable. Suddenly, under the influence of this breath, Lu Qin felt as if his heartstrings had been suddenly plucked. I've reached level 6. Feeling the ripple in his heart, Lu Qin said somewhat surprised. He didn't expect a fortress of black iron level to bring him such a great blessing. It actually made him reach level 6 in an instant. This instantly excited him. At this rate, won't their team level up just like playing a game? When others heard Lu Qin's words, they quickly came over, looking surprised, and said, "You've become a level 6 esper?" Lu Qin nodded. Xiaoya kept staring at Lu Qin's body, as if wanting to dissect him. Li Bin, Sun Lan, and Su Moyao also looked at Lu Qin as if he were a monster. Lu Qin smiled faintly and said, "Don't look at me with such strange eyes, I just leveled up by 1. But his words instantly angered everyone. You, a level 6 esper, call this just leveling up by 1? Are you kidding? Invisibly, Lu Qin had stirred up a wave. Pausing for a moment, he thought that in the future, upgrading the fortress would require more crystals of different levels, so he decided to take his team out hunting today. It was a good opportunity to assess the strength and coordination of the team members. All the members of the team have awakened their esper abilities, so Lu Qin felt it was time to hone their skills through real combat. After sharing his thoughts with everyone, the others nodded in agreement. Especially Li Bin, after becoming a level 2 esper, had not fully demonstrated his werewolf abilities, so upon hearing Lu Qin's words, he was eager to try. Sun Lan and Xiaoya also looked expectant. Only Su Moyao seemed somewhat preoccupied, with a hint of anxiety on his face. Lu Chen immediately understood his anxiety, walked up, patted his shoulder, and said, "When the battle starts, you control the enemy's shadows from a distance. Stand behind us, we'll protect you. We are a team, we won't let anything happen to you." Lu Chen knew that after Su Moya overdosed on primary crystals last time, his body had not fully recovered, so he must be worried that this real battle would hold back everyone. That's why he comforted him with these words. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Su Moya excitedly raised his head, looked at him gratefully, and nodded heavily. After awakening his Esper abilities, Su Moya's heart began to swell, thinking that he could defeat any zombie with his abilities. But after seeing Lu Chen save him yesterday, he gave up that idea. Because he knew that in front of Lu Chen, his strength was always insignificant. Seeing everyone looking expectant, Lu Yuan prepared to arrange for everyone to set out to find zombies. Just as everyone was about to walk out of the underground parking lot, Lu Yuan looked at the cars and suddenly had an idea. If they walked to find the zombies, it would definitely take a lot of time and lack mobility. This would greatly reduce their efficiency and they might not be able to escape in time in case of danger. So he decided that everyone would drive to find the zombies. This way, not only could they increase their operational efficiency, but they could also avoid high-level zombies in time. However, before that, Lu Chen decided to give these cars a major overhaul. In his previous life, he had seen some ordinary people who had not awakened any special abilities, fearlessly driving their modified cars straight into the zombie horde, even more badass than some ability users. So Lu Chen stopped everyone and focused on the modified off-road vehicle. Then, he secretly took out some steel plates, bayonets, long spears, and some other weapon devices from the warehouse. Then, in front of everyone, he carried out a series of modifications on the modified off-road vehicle. Watching Lu Chen's busy figure, everyone was a bit puzzled. They didn't know what Lu Chen was up to. Half an hour later, Lu Chen wiped the sweat off his face and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Only then did everyone understand what Lu Chen had been busy with just now, so they looked at the modified and reinforced off-road vehicle by Lu Chen, showing shocked expressions. At the front of this off-road vehicle, Lu Chen had installed several steel spears over a meter long. It looked extremely lethal. And on the vehicle's wheel hubs and sides, there were also a dozen short knives installed, and even an alloy steel plate was added to the roof. Overall, this off-road vehicle looked extremely domineering, even vaguely exuding a taste of a doomsday war chariot. Wow! This is not an off-road vehicle, it's a zombie killer. Li Bin looked at this war chariot, lovingly stroking it. The other three also looked at this menacing behemoth with shocked expressions. They believed that if this thing charged into the zombie horde, it would wreak havoc. Soon, the four of them got on this doomsday war chariot. Just as they were about to set off, Xiao He wagged his tail and ran out from the fortress. Seeing Xiao He, Lu Chen immediately picked him up and put him in the car. He felt that this real battle would also greatly improve Xiao He's strength. Maybe he could level up again and become a more powerful hellhound. Lu Chen thought that Cola would follow as well, but after waiting for a while and not seeing its figure, he couldn't help but shake his head. This guy probably sneaked off somewhere again. Without waiting for Cola, Lu Chen started the war chariot and rushed out of the underground parking lot. The weather today was nice. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze brushed by. Looking at the lush forests in the distance, one could also see the verdant trees. Feeling the comfortable breeze, everyone felt relaxed and at ease, as if they were in a different world. Since the zombies descended on this world over 100 years ago, they had never enjoyed the warmth of the sun like they used to. So, when they suddenly felt the warm sunlight, they were filled with nostalgia. I really wish this world could go back to how it used to be, that would be so nice. Leaning against the car window, Xiaoya said somewhat absent-mindedly. Until the zombies are dealt with, we may never be able to return to the happy life we had before. Li Bin bluntly revealed the cruel reality to Xiaoya, which made her feel a bit disheartened. Damn zombies! They destroyed our homeland, killed our families. We must kill a few more no matter what. Pausing for a moment, Xiaoya clenched her fists and said fiercely. The others were also full of anger, wishing they could encounter those damn zombies right now and vent their frustrations. The war chariot, driven by Lu Chen, swiftly traversed every street in this city. The broken buildings lining the streets made this world even more desolate. Everyone knew that this place had once been prosperous, with tall buildings, beautiful scenery, and bustling crowds. People lived in a bustling and luxurious environment, happiness radiating from every face. But now, they had long left this world. During the drive, some scattered zombies kept appearing on the road. Seeing them, Lu Chen unhesitatingly turned the steering wheel and charged towards them. In just a moment, these zombies were mercilessly slaughtered on the spot by the long spears and short knives on the war chariot. This excited everyone. And dozens of primary crystals instantly entered Lu Chen's pocket. That's it. Lu Chen continued to move forward with the team. Suddenly, a piercing roar suddenly erupted in a building. When the 119 Titan zombies heard this sound, everyone's hearts trembled. Lu Chen also immediately stopped the car and carefully listened to the sound. Roar! 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 The sound grew louder and louder, with a hint of anger. And this sound was particularly different from the usual zombie sounds. It seemed to be a zombie they had never seen before. Everyone's brows furrowed instantly, then they all looked at Lu Chen. The implication was to ask Lu Chen what to do. At this moment, Lu Chen also listened attentively to the sound with doubts in his heart. Because whether in the past or now, he had never heard this kind of zombie sound. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen said to everyone, "Since we've encountered it, let's test its strength." Then he decisively drew out his ally short knife, opened the car door, and walked down. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the others also became spirited. Although they felt that this zombie was extraordinary and definitely stronger than some low-level zombies, it was often the powerful prey that could bring out their strength even more. So they all got out of the car and cautiously followed behind Lu Chen. According to Lu Chen's arrangement in the car just now, the 5 of them advanced in an arrow formation. Lu Chen was at the front with a knife, with Sun Lan and Xiaoyao on his left and right sides respectively. Li Bin and Su Ma Yao were at the rear. The reason for this arrangement was that Sun Lan was a healing ability user, and Xiaoyao's combat power was obviously weaker. Walking beside them, the 3 of them could protect them well. Xiao He was leading the way at the front with his breath. That's it. The 5 of them maintained their formation and slowly walked towards the building. Pushing open the dilapidated glass door, the bodies of low-level zombies appeared before their eyes. And the scene of death was extremely cruel, as if torn apart by something, with the bodies broken into pieces. This made Lu Chen suddenly puzzled. Could it be other ability users? He speculated in his mind. But when he thought of the terrifying sound just now, he shook his head. And looking at the miserable state of these zombie bodies, he felt that it was not the work of ability users. Ability users hunting zombies would emphasize speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. They would never spend so much effort to seriously injure a zombie. Not only would it waste time, but it could also lead to a decrease in physical strength and a decline in abilities. So Lu Chen was firm. The mastermind should be deep in the building. And it was definitely not an ordinary character. Thinking of this, Lu Chen secretly became more cautious, constantly surveying his surroundings. Along the stairs, they slowly walked towards the second floor. Suddenly, when passing through a hall, the same roar-like sound came from inside again. Roar! 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 Xiao He, who was at the front, had his fur stand on end in an instant, and the aura of the hellhound burst out immediately. Since they had already pinpointed the enemy's location, Lu Chen did not hesitate. Xiao He, attack! Upon hearing Lu Chen's command, Xiao He dashed towards a huge and incomparable black shadow in the hall. Woof! 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 Xiao He let out a series of roars, and in a flash, he rushed to the figure. Lu Chen quickly followed. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were instantly shocked in place. They saw a huge zombie nearly 2 meters tall standing in the hall, looking at them with a strange gaze. And in his hand, he was holding a zombie's arm, and at his feet, the bodies of 5 or 6 low-level zombies had long turned into a pile of minced meat. Hiss. Seeing this terrifying scene, several people were stunned for a moment, then a sense of fear spread in their hearts. Zombies eating zombies? This was something they had never seen before. So they all raised their heads to size up this brutal giant. They saw that this zombie was particularly strong, even though the flesh on its body had rotted, a muscle was still visibly exposed. At this moment, it was looking at them with excitement. Hiss. 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 The zombie dropped the decaying arm in its hand and made a grating teeth-grinding sound towards them. It seemed to consider them fresh food, about to start feasting in the next second. Looking at this zombie, Lu Chen furrowed his brows, and then a name appeared in his mind. Titan Zombie. In an instant, Lu Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. In his past life, he had heard of Titan zombies. They were called Titans because of their extremely strong defense, seemingly without any weak points. More importantly, they could improve their rank by devouring lower-level zombies. Lu Chen had only heard about them in his past life, but had never seen a Titan zombie. According to some espers, anyone who had seen a Titan zombie had not come back alive. Even some powerful espers had met the same fate. This led to very little understanding of Titan zombies by everyone. Looking at the giant in front of him, Lu Chen decisively activated the space blade. He seemed to have anticipated that a fierce battle was about to begin. So he had to give it his all. At this moment, Li Bin instantly activated his werewolf mode. Su Moyao took a step back, keeping enough distance to ensure the use of his shadow control technique. After all, his Esper identity belonged to the mage class specializing in self-control. Engaging in close combat in battle would undoubtedly be suicidal. Xiaoya guarded Sun Lan, doing her best to protect the only healing Esper in their team. The great battle was about to begin, and the Titan zombie continued to make grating sounds towards them. Hiss. 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 Then, without giving them time to react, it directly took big steps towards them. It seemed eager to enjoy fresh food. Xiaohei, go! At the same time, Lu Chen quickly gave orders to Xiaohei. Upon receiving Lu Chen's command, Xiaohei roared and leaped towards the Titan zombie. At the same time, a green hellfire erupted from its mouth. Seeing Xiaohei suddenly launching an attack, the Titan zombie seemed unconcerned, directly extending a large hand and fiercely slapping towards Xiaohei. The speed was so fast that no one had any time to react. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard as Xiaohei was instantly struck by the Titan zombie in midair. The force was so great that even the surrounding air trembled. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly opened a spatial gate and moved Xiaohei to the ground. But even so, Xiaohei lay on the ground howling in pain, looking extremely agonized. A top-tier defense zombie, Xiaohei! Xiaohei! Seeing Xiaohei injured, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of worry and quickly ran over. Arriving in front of Xiaohei, Lu Chen carefully held it in his arms to check its injuries. At this moment, Xiaohei's mouth was oozing traces of blood after being hit by the Titan zombie's palm just now. Its breath was also extremely weak, as if its internal energy was completely disrupted. This made Lu Chen's heart race. You see, Xiaohei had only recently become a commanding-level hellhound, and if it suffered serious injuries at this time, it would seriously hinder its future upgrades. It might even. Lu Chen dared not think further. Seeing Xiaohei, who had been with him day and night, now lying on the brink of death, Lu Chen felt as if his heart was bleeding. Meow! At this moment, the sound of Kula suddenly came. Lu Chen turned his head and saw that Coke had already arrived at the entrance of the hall at some point, and was now walking towards him. After coming to Lu Chen and Xiaohei, Coke looked at Xiaohei lying in Lu Chen's arms and softly meowed, then reached out and pushed Xiaohei. Seeing that Xiaohei didn't respond, Coke seemed to panic, constantly circling around Xiaohei. Meow! Meow! Coke called out to Xiaohei, but Xiaohei still didn't respond. Now, Coke seemed to realize something, and his aura instantly expanded. A strong sense of oppression filled the entire hall. Meow. 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 Coke, with bloodshot eyes, looked at the Titan zombie and roared angrily. It seemed to think that the guy in front of him had killed its best friend. Although Coke usually bullied Xiaohei, as spirit beasts, their bond was very deep. So when Coke saw no response from Xiaohei, the first thought that came to its mind was that Xiaohei had been killed by the Titan zombie. Without hesitation, Coke, full of anger, leaped towards the Titan zombie. In midair, it transformed into a transcendent state, and its claws appeared with a whoosh. Seeing a little cat suddenly appear, the Titan zombie first stared at it curiously, then seemed to smile. Hiss. 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 Then it raised its fist and smashed it towards Coke in the air. Since it had transformed into a transcendent state, Coke's size was now more than twice as big as before. Being in the air, it easily became the target of the Titan zombie. Moreover, this punch was more fierce than the previous one, so soon the Titan zombie's fist struck Coke. However, unlike Xiaohei, Coke was not knocked away by the punch, but instead grabbed the Titan zombie's fist with its claws and revealed its sharp fangs. Meow. Coke's anger had reached its peak, and its voice seemed to be filled with raging fury. Although this punch didn't send it flying, it still caused Coke considerable damage. Enduring the pain, Coke extended its sharp claws and fiercely swiped at the Titan zombie's arm. Clang! A metallic collision sound instantly rang out. Coke's attack left several scratches on the Titan zombie's body, but did not cause substantial damage. Its defense is terrifying. This made Lu Chen's heart tremble. The intelligence zombie had strong defense, but was still pierced by Coke's heavy claws. In comparison, the Titan zombie's defense was far superior. Lu Chen's speculation was not wrong. The intelligence zombie's main attack method relied on its intelligence to predict the opponent's moves and change its tactics accordingly. Its strength lay in its brain. The Titan zombie, on the other hand, fought through brute force and internal power bursts, requiring close combat. To better kill the opponent, its defense had been honed to the highest level. Hiss. Looking at the scratches on its arm, the Titan zombie suddenly twisted its wrist and tightly grabbed Coke. Meow. Coke immediately let out a cry and struggled in its palm. As it struggled, the Titan zombie clenched its other fist, raised it high above its head, as if ready to strike Coke. Hiss. Hiss. Perhaps due to excitement, the Titan zombie kept making sounds, and a hint of murderous excitement appeared in its abrupt eyes. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen became tense. As his two spirit beasts, he naturally couldn't bear to see them harmed. And Xiaohei is still in a coma at the moment. If anything unexpected happens to Kalu again, he would probably be heartbroken. Just then, he noticed the sun shining through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the hall, shining directly on the Titan zombie. And his shadow slowly emerged on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately shouted loudly to Su Moyao, "Moyao, take action!" At this moment, Su Moyao's heart was already full of anger. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, he opened his ability without hesitation. Suddenly, he clenched his hands fiercely towards the shadow of the Titan zombie on the ground. In an instant, the arm of the Titan zombie that was raised was frozen in midair. Seeing Su Moyao's success, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could be happy, Xiaoya suddenly exclaimed, "No! Shadow damage magic can't hurt him." This made Lu Chen quickly turn his head to look. After being affected by Su Moyao's shadow damage magic, the body of the Titan zombie just paused for a moment, then raised its fist towards Kalu again as before. Su Moyao also suffered from the backlash of this force and was instantly bounced back against the wall. Puff! Su Moyao, whose body had not fully recovered, spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen did not have time to react and directly opened a portal and rushed towards Kalu. Li Bin also activated the werewolf mode at this time and followed Lu Chen to charge forward. Xiaoya also protected Sun Lan, allowing her to activate the star infusion and quickly heal Su Moya and Xiao He. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen rushed to the side of the Titan zombie, then raised the spatial blade and directly slashed it on his arm. This was a move that Lu Chen had prepared with all his strength, and the force was so great that even the invincible defense of the Titan zombie felt a slight pain, causing the right fist holding Kolu to slowly loosen. Seizing this opportunity, Kolu also managed to break free, leaped back, and pulled away from the Titan zombie by 5 or 6 meters. Lu Chen quickly opened another portal and appeared next to Kolu. He turned his head to look at the pale-faced Su Moyao, feeling a bit nervous. But fortunately, at this moment, both he and Xiao He were bathed in Sun Lan's star infusion healing magic, so they could still recover some strength in a short time. Turning his head to look at the Titan zombie, Lu Chen frowned. Although the blow just now caused him some pain, the Titan zombie's defense was too strong. Lu Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At the same time, seemingly enraged, the Titan zombie suddenly roared and then ran towards Lu Chen. With hundreds of pounds of weight stepping on the floor, the force was so great that the entire hall trembled. "Kolu, get out of the way!" Lu Chen quickly said to Kolu, then rolled to the other side. But in doing so, he completely exposed Xiaoya, Sun Lan, and Su Moya behind him to the Titan zombie's attack. The three of them were not strong in combat, especially Sun Lan, who was the only healer in their team. If something happened to her, it would completely disrupt Lu Chen's team-building plan. Without thinking too much, Lu Chen clenched the alloy short knife and rushed towards the charging Titan zombie. In any case, he had to protect the safety of the three of them. At this moment, Kolu was also furious, and sharp claws popped out on his paws like knives. Meow! Together with Lu Chen, they pounced on the back of the Titan zombie. Bang! Clang! Bang! The sound of metal friction rang out on the Titan zombie. Lu Chen mercilessly hacked the alloy short knife on the Titan zombie's arm, while Kolu climbed onto his back and wildly waved his claws. This move seemed to be somewhat effective, as the speed of the Titan zombie noticeably slowed down, but the anger emanating from its body became increasingly intense. Without giving Lu Chen time to react, he directly raised his fist and fiercely smashed it towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly twisted his steps, and the fist hit heavily on the ground near his nose. The marble floor was instantly smashed into a large pit by his punch. However, the Titan zombie was obviously not satisfied yet, reaching out his left hand to try to pull the cola off his back. At this moment, Li Bin activated the werewolf mode and rushed towards him with a howl. Boom! With one powerful blow, Li Bin directly knocked the Titan zombie more than 5 meters away, and the tables and chairs in the hall were shattered by his huge body. The cola also leaped high in an instant and landed on Lu Chen's shoulder. Seeing that the cola was fine, Lu Chen finally relaxed, then looked solemnly at the Titan zombie knocked down by Li Bin. He slowly climbed out of the ground, moved his shoulders a few times, and made a piercing sound again. Hiss! 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 However, this time the sound seemed to be tinged with some anger, and the anger in his eyes was extremely deep. Lu Chen knew that they had completely angered this guy. Through the previous battle, Lu Chen knew that it was impossible to confront the Titan zombie head-on, only by outsmarting could they find a breakthrough. So he quickly assessed the surrounding environment. Except for some desks and chairs in the hall, there was nothing else. Most of the surroundings were empty, with nothing placed around. Lu Chen had a sudden inspiration and came up with a good idea. The Titan zombie was tall and weighed over 100 kilograms, which provided him with enhanced defense but also brought some disadvantages, such as speed. It was obviously relatively difficult for him to move with such a large body. From the Titan zombie's movements just now, he had discovered this weakness. In comparison, each member of their team was smaller in size, lighter in weight, and faster than the Titan zombie. So why not use their own advantages to engage with him? Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly said to Li Bin and the cola, Li Bin, attack the right side, and cola, attack the left side. After attacking, switch positions to avoid close combat with him. Use our speed and agility to restrain him. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Bin nodded quickly, and the cola also meowed. Watching the slowly rising Titan zombie, Lu Chen gripped the alloy short knife in his hand, and Li Bin also took a ready-to-charge posture. Just as the Titan zombie lifted his foot to move, Lu Chen's mind moved. Now is the time, attack. With that, he rushed towards the Titan zombie like a gust of wind. Li Bin and the Cola also leaped towards the two sides of the Titan zombie. Arriving in front of the Titan zombie, Lu Chen directly swung a knife towards his chest. Slash! The alloy short knife left a sparking scratch on his body. The Titan zombie probably didn't expect humans to suddenly attack him, so he angrily raised his fist to strike Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly opened a spatial gate behind him and struck fiercely again. Li Bin and the Cola also quickly changed positions after the attack. This made it impossible for the Titan zombie to accurately hit the target, only being able to strike the floor with his fists. Before long, the floor under his feet was shattered, revealing the steel bars underneath. Roar! 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 The Titan zombie was completely enraged by Lu Chen, and after 3 roars, he became increasingly frenzied. His skin began to emit a red blood light, which became more and more dazzling, instantly covering the Titan zombie's entire body. Lu Chen immediately stopped Li Bin and the Cola, observing the changes in the Titan zombie. Under the spread of this blood light, the Titan zombie's skin seemed to be covered in swampy mud. Not only did blood continue to flow in some places, but a layer of red skin began to grow on the arms? Second evolution? Seeing this scene, Lu Chen exclaimed. He did not expect that the Titan zombies had already reached the stage of second evolution. In this way, his defense would be qualitatively improved, and their attacks would become more difficult. Lu Chen frowned instantly, constantly thinking about countermeasures. At this time, under the treatment of sun-launching star infusion, Su Moya and Xiao Hei's injuries slowly recovered, and they stood up again to prepare to join the battle. Do you understand the damage of 122 pineapples? Seeing Su Moya and Xiao Hei also joining the battle, Lu Chen's confidence increased. In this way, they could quickly launch multifaceted and multi-angle attacks on the Titan zombies. So he took advantage of the Titan zombies' evolution gap and began to make arrangements. Li Bin, you continue to attack his right side, Coke and Xiao Hei attack his left side. Xiaoya, you step back and protect Sister Sun Lan. If any of us are injured, Sister Sun Lan will immediately start the star infusion. Su Moya, listen to my slogan and act accordingly. Hearing Lu Chen's arrangement, everyone nodded, and Coke and Xiao Hei whispered. Seeing Xiao Hei back by his side, Coke reached out with a cat's paw and patted his dog's head, as if warning Xiao Hei to be careful. At this moment, Xiao Hei had fully activated the Hellhound mode, staring at the Titan zombie with a terrifying green light in his eyes. Initially, because Xiao Hei had not figured out the strength of the Titan zombie, he rashly attacked and was injured. Now Xiao Hei had become cautious. Hiss! 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 The Titan zombie made a piercing sound again, looking at the people in front of him with a hint of disdain and contempt on their faces. At this moment, he had undergone a second evolution, and the hardness of his skin had been greatly increased compared to before, so his defense was several times stronger than before. This was the only terrifying aspect of the Titan zombie. It could convert the energy stored in the body into the defense of the skin. In this way, his defense could be raised to a terrifying level. The blood that had just surged out of him was the energy stored from devouring lower-level zombies before. So at this moment, the strength of the Titan zombie was even more terrifying than that of a level 4 Esper. Feeling the heavy and majestic aura brought by the Titan zombie, Lu Chen tightly gripped the alloy short knife in his hand. Through this momentum, he also knew that the Titan zombie was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, and their only solution was to surround and attack. Even if they couldn't cause substantial damage to his body, at least they could create an opportunity. This opportunity was Lu Chen's goal. Seeing the Titan zombie slowly moving towards them, Lu Chen gave the order, and the two, along with the cat and the dog, rushed towards him. They had to take the initiative to attack before the Titan zombie launched its impact, in order to seize the initiative. Lu Chen once again wielded the alloy short knife and fiercely slashed at his chest. However, this time the slashing not only made no sound, but the alloy short knife, upon touching his skin, seemed to be magnetically attracted and could not be pulled away no matter how hard Lu Chen tried. Not only him, Li Bin's werewolf attack, Coke, and Xiao Hei's attacks also had no effect on him. Terrifying. This defense is too terrifying. Lu Chen's heart shook, and in the corner of his eye, he saw a fist the size of a sandbag appearing above his head. Hiss. The Titan zombie playfully stared at Lu Chen with his eyes rolling, then fiercely smashed his fist towards Lu Chen's head. This startled everyone, and they hurried to help Lu Chen, but the Titan zombie's movements were too fast, giving them no time to react. Lu Chen! Be careful! Anxious Qiaoya shouted at him in panic. At this moment, Lu Chen also cursed inwardly, then decisively activated the space blade, swinging it with all his might towards the falling fist. Bang! A dull sound like that of a big bell instantly exploded in Lu Chen's ears. Immediately after, the space near him suddenly twisted to an extreme degree, forming an air vortex. Due to the strong impact, Lu Chen was directly bounced off to the wall, his ears ringing instantly. After being stunned for a while, Lu Chen finally reacted, then looked at the Titan zombie. Although his blow just now bought him time to escape, it did not cause any harm to the Titan zombie. Instead, the recoil was too strong, leaving his internal organs in chaos. However, this also made him realize that the space blade, when touching the Titan zombie's skin, was not being absorbed. Lu Chen felt it might be due to the nature of space. With this realization, he now had a handy weapon to deal with the Titan zombie. So he quickly stood up, glaring fiercely at the Titan zombie and shouted, "Beast! Today, I will not spare you." Lu Chen admitted that since his rebirth, he had not experienced such humiliation, so he was instantly filled with anger and unleashed all his firepower. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie seemed to realize the power of the space blade and kept waving its hands to defend, which also gave Li Bin and the others a chance. So they quickly used their speed advantage to engage in guerrilla warfare with the Titan zombie. Suddenly, Xiao Hei bit fiercely at the Titan zombie's ankle, catching it off guard and causing it to stumble. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately shouted loudly to Su Moyao, "Su Moyao, take action!" Su Moyao, who was already prepared, immediately launched the shadow control technique against the Titan zombie. Although he would face backlash, Su Moyao believed there was a reason why Lu Chen asked him to do so. Instantly, the Titan zombie's body stiffened, tilting in mid-air, exposing its neck. Seeing this, Lu Chen without hesitation took out a large pineapple from the space. "Beast! Today, I will make you pay. Do you understand the damage of a big pineapple? Duh-did-day. Duh-did-day. Duh-did-day." Lu Chen crazily pulled the trigger, spraying the Titan zombie's neck with bullets. Although he knew the neck was not the Titan zombie's weak spot, compared to other areas, it should be the only breakthrough point. The blue-lighted pineapple, like a bloodthirsty war god, fiercely showered bullets on the Titan zombie's neck. This left it with no chance to move, continuously hit by bullets, its skin emitting wisps of white smoke. Seeing the pineapple's effect, Lu Chen quickly signaled Su Moyao to stop, then pulled out 10 high-explosive grenades from the warehouse. At this moment, due to the impact of the bullets, the Titan zombie's body was forced to the window, with no room to retreat. As Lu Chen pulled the pins of the grenades while walking towards the Titan zombie, when he reached in front of it, all 10 grenades tied together had their pins pulled. Die! Lu Chen hung the high-explosive grenades on the Titan zombie's body, speaking in a cold tone. Then he lifted his foot, exerted all his strength, and ruthlessly kicked the Titan zombie. 123 defense crystal, crash. The sound of breaking glass instantly echoed. This kick condensed all the strength of a level 6 Esper. It forcefully kicked the Titan zombie out of the hall. Then, the Titan zombie sneered, and its body began to plummet. Just then, it suddenly reached out a large hand and grabbed Lu Chen's arm. Damn it! Caught by the Titan zombie, Lu Chen, due to the previous exertion, had no strength to struggle. Li Bin, Xiaoya, and the others were also shocked to see this. Immediately wanted to rush over to grab Lu Chen. But unfortunately, the speed at which the Titan zombie fell was too fast, and they hadn't even reached Lu Chen yet. He followed the Titan zombie as they plummeted to the ground together. Hiss! 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 The Titan zombie tightly grabbed Lu Chen, staring at him with a strange look in his eyes. It seemed that he had made up his mind, determined to drag him down even if it meant death. At the same time, the high-explosive grenade on his body began to emit strands of white smoke, and it would explode completely in a few seconds. You damn beast still want to drag me down? There's no way. Lu Chen stared at the Titan zombie fiercely, then the spatial blade immediately appeared in his hand, and at the same time, he opened the spatial gate. As the spatial blade slashed towards the Titan zombie's arm, half of Lu Chen's body had already entered the spatial gate. Clang! The spatial blade struck the Titan zombie, sparking a series of sparks. And his grip on Lu Chen's hand also slightly loosened. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly squeezed out the last bit of strength to break free from his restraint, then he flashed away and entered the spatial gate. At the moment the spatial gate closed, the high-explosive grenade suddenly began to explode. Boom! The sound of the explosion of 10 high-explosive grenades made the entire building tremble slightly. The people still in the hall quickly stabilized their steps and ran to the balcony to look downstairs. They saw a white and red mist spreading downstairs. The white was the smoke from the high-explosive grenade explosion. The red was the blood mist from the Titan zombie's body being blown apart. But the people's faces were filled with sorrow because as they looked at this blood mist, they seemed to think of something they found hard to accept. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Xiaoya knelt on the ground and began to scream frantically. After calling out several times without a response, tears slowly flowed down her delicate face. Lu Chen, don't scare me, okay? Please answer me quickly. Lu Chen! Xiaoya seemed to anticipate something, crying and calling Lu Chen's name. Li Bin and Su Moyao's faces also showed deep sorrow. They didn't want to accept this reality either. But falling from such a height, plus 10 high-explosive grenades exploding nearby. Even an Iron Man would have no chance of survival. In an instant, they began to blame themselves, regretting not running faster just now. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have turned out like this. Watching the blood mist still lingering downstairs, everyone's mood reached the extreme of sadness. And just then, a faint cough came from below. Cough cough, the few people were shocked. Stop mourning, I'm not dead. What? This bastard is really cunning. Cough cough. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the few people were stunned for a moment, then their faces immediately lit up with excitement. Because they could tell that this voice belonged to Lu Chen. Being able to speak, and even curse, how could this be the voice of a dead person? So Xiaoya quickly stood up from the ground and ran towards Lu Chen downstairs, with the others following closely behind. It turned out that at the moment of the high-explosive grenade explosion, Lu Chen had completely entered the spatial gate. Originally, he was supposed to teleport behind the others. But who knew the power of the high-explosive grenade was too great, directly shaking the space, causing his teleportation location to change, and he was transported to the ground. Fortunately, he completely avoided the damage from the high-explosive grenade explosion. Soon, Xiaoya was the first to follow the sound and rushed to Lu Chen's side. At this moment, he was leaning against a scrapped car, coughing continuously. Lu Chen, are you okay? Xiaoya asked anxiously as she crouched down. After a pause, Lu Chen waved his hand and slowly stood up, saying, I'm fine, just choked by the smoke from the high-explosive grenade explosion. After confirming that Lu Chen had no life-threatening injuries, Xiaoya finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now, don't do that again in the future. As soon as Lu Chen finished coughing, Xiaoya said to him somewhat angrily, I won't allow you to joke about your life. Our team can do without anyone, but not without you. And, there are still many things that I haven't told you. As she spoke, Xiaoya suddenly changed her tone. From being angry just now, she slowly blushed and became shy. This made Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, and helplessly said, I remember, next time I will definitely call you, and we can have a good chat. Lu Chen pointed to the sky above and said, "Pft. Don't say such things." Xiaoya quickly covered her mouth and said. At this time, Li Bin and the other two also arrived. "Brother Yuan, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" After confirming that Lu Chen was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen was too important to them, even though they had become superhumans capable of fighting zombies on their own. But in their hearts, Lu Chen was the strongest and wisest person. Moreover, the reason they were able to awaken their abilities and become superhumans was also because of Lu Chen. Walking to the location where the Titan zombie exploded just now, Lu Chen saw pieces of black and red flesh and limbs. The once towering Titan zombie had been blown to pieces by high-explosive grenades, leaving only a pile of flesh. Looking at the blood-red ground, the voice of the system rang in Lu Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a defense crystal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a 100-fold critical strike and obtaining 100 defense crystals. Ha! Defense crystals? Listening to the system, Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of such crystals. So he silently asked the system about the function of defense crystals. After learning that they could strengthen the defense of any object or person, Lu Chen nodded silently. Without further ado, he found his ally short knife and held it in his hand. At this moment, Xiaohei and Kulu also came down and, seeing Lu Chen, they all gathered around him. It seemed that they had thought Lu Chen was dead just now, and now they were visibly excited to see him. Even Kulu, who was usually aloof, kept circling around Lu Chen's legs, as if unwilling to leave. Lu Chen, who was careful, noticed that Xiaohei seemed to have been looking at the middle floor of the building all along. And he kept sniffing with his nose. It seemed that there was a special smell on that floor. This made Lu Chen curious. As a hellhound, Xiaohei's sense of smell was hundreds of times stronger than that of ordinary dogs. So he could smell even the faintest special scent in the air. Even if it was several blocks away, it was nothing to Xiaohei. So Lu Chen also curiously looked at the floor of the building, feeling a bit interested. Something that could catch Xiaohei's attention should not be ordinary. Maybe it was some crystals of exceptional quality. So Lu Chen decided to go and check it out. You guys wait in the car, I'll go back and get something. After casually giving a reason, Lu Chen took Xiaohei back into the building. The reason he didn't tell Li Bin and the others the truth was because Lu Chen was afraid that there might be other high-level zombies upstairs. If that was the case, they wouldn't have the energy to fight again after just battling a wave of zombies. He did this to protect the lives of his team members. After all, some difficulties, in his opinion, could be borne by him alone. If his team really perished, it would be something he would regret in this life. Hearing Lu Chen's words, although Xiaoya was very suspicious, she still nodded and returned to the car. Kulu also showed a puzzled expression, stared at Lu Chen's back for a while, then gently called out and jumped into Xiaoya's arms. Once again entering the building, Xiaohei kept sniffing ahead, trying hard to find that special smell. Lu Chen followed behind, holding a short knife with a cautious look on his face, afraid of encountering another Titan zombie. In that case, his best option would be to quickly run with Xiaohei. Although he still had many high-explosive grenades in his warehouse, he didn't want to experience the choking feeling again. After following Xiaohei through several floors, Xiaohei stopped at the staircase on the 38th floor of the building. Wagging his tail towards Lin Yi, Xiaohei indicated that the special smell was coming from here. At this point, Lu Chen could also smell the faint scent in the air. However, he felt that the smell seemed somewhat strange. It was like the smell of a certain corpse. At the same time, it was also like the smell of some chemical substances. This made him even more puzzled. After making sure there was no danger around, Lu Chen, with Xiaohei, slowly walked to the door of this floor. Seeing that the door was a high-security door that required a keycard to enter, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Because he knew. Such doors that required keycards to enter were not usually installed in ordinary places. Only some secret laboratories and important bases would install such security doors that required identity cards to enter. In other words, this place might be a laboratory or an important secret base. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to go in and take a look. Xiao Hei, stay here obediently. If there is any danger, run away quickly. Do you hear me? Lu Chen was not planning to take Xiao Hei inside. If there was really any danger inside, he didn't think it was a wise choice. Moreover, if there was danger outside, Xiao Hei staying outside could timely inform him. This would be enough to ensure his safety. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Xiao Hei squatted on the ground obediently, nodded cleverly, then raised his ears high and cautiously watched the surroundings. At this moment, Lu Chen also opened the door of space. The powerful door of space could surpass any obstacle and enter any space that Lu Chen wanted to enter. Therefore, a security door could not stop Lu Chen from entering. With a dazzling light ring appearing, the door of space slowly emerged in front of Lu Chen. Leaping into the space door, Lu Chen disappeared into the void, and the space door slowly closed. Outside the door, only Xiao Hei was left. Another dazzling light ring appeared, and Lu Chen walked out of the light ring behind the security door. Behind the security door were two huge glass doors, with black and yellow biohazard symbols on them. This made Lu Chen instantly understand that this should be a secret laboratory, but he didn't know exactly what experiments were being conducted here. So he slowly pushed open the glass door and walked inside. Just as he pushed open the glass door, the faint smell of decay and chemical substances in the air suddenly rushed into his nostrils. This made Lu Chen involuntarily frown tightly, quickly covering his nose with his hand to avoid the harmful effects of this pungent smell on his body. After entering the glass door, Lu Chen continued to walk forward, and ahead was a spacious corridor with various shelves embedded on the walls on both sides of the corridor, displaying a wide variety of chemical substances. Lu Chen continued to walk forward, and ahead was still a huge glass door with the same black and yellow biohazard symbol on it. This made Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. The area of this laboratory was so large that it took him more than 10 minutes just to walk from the security door to here. Suppressing his inner doubts, Lu Chen continued to walk forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lu Chen finally arrived at the center of this laboratory. However, as soon as he stepped in, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him was a spacious hall, filled with various experimental instruments, as well as various experimental drugs and equipment. And in the middle of the hall, there are a dozen or so glass jars of various sizes filled with yellow liquid. Looking at the slightly blackened liquid inside, Lu Chen speculated that the rotten smell in the air just now should have come from here. At the same time, he noticed that some things seemed to be soaking in these liquids. So he quickly approached to take a look, only to find that the bodies soaking in these liquids were actually corpses of zombies. This once again surprised him. How come there are so many zombie bodies here? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he carefully observed these zombies and found that they varied in rank. There were low-ranking and high-ranking ones, as well as some in-between ranks. Could there be people in this world who have a hobby of raising zombie bodies? Lu Chen was increasingly puzzled. He had no idea what this laboratory was used for, or even what the zombie bodies in these yellow liquids were used for. So, he began to move around the lab, trying to see if he could find some clues. 125 New ability, Decay. Suddenly, as he walked towards a corner of the laboratory, a large operating table in front of him instantly caught his attention. There's even an operating table? Strange. At the same time, as he approached the table, he saw something lying on it. It was only when Lu Chen got closer that he realized it was not a person lying on the operating table, but a zombie corpse. Moreover, this zombie corpse seemed to have undergone human dissection, with cuts all over the body, and some parts had even been cut off and neatly placed aside. As he examined these neatly arranged pieces of flesh and missing organs, Lu Chen once again fell into confusion. He never expected that there were people dissecting zombies in this world. In the previous life, he had heard from some survivors that there was a type of scientist who specifically hired ability users to capture and dissect zombies in search of energy, in order to obtain some kind of powerful energy from the zombies. However, this claim had always been treated as a rumor, and no scientist had ever successfully extracted energy from a zombie. So, Lu Chen looked at the dissected zombie with a faint shake of his head, and then prepared to turn and leave. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt a faint energy fluctuation in the void. Although this energy was very faint, it was still perceived by Lu Chen, a spatial ability user. This immediately made Lu Chen stop in his tracks, and he turned to look at the zombie corpse on the operating table again. What's going on? How can there be an energy fluctuation? Where is it coming from? Lu Chen approached, carefully examining the zombie's body and the surrounding area with a puzzled expression. At the moment he approached the zombie's body, he instantly sensed a stronger energy fluctuation. Oh no! Is it coming from the zombie's body? Could there really be some mysterious energy contained within the zombie's body? This time, Lu Chen was completely intrigued, and he began to closely examine the zombie's body. Based on the appearance of this zombie, Lu Chen could determine that it was a low-ranking zombie. At this moment, its limbs had all been cut off, and some of its rotten organs had been removed. Only the position of the heart remained intact on the body. Slowly approaching its heart, he focused on sensing it. Because he was a spatial ability user, as long as there was any energy fluctuation in the space, he could clearly perceive it. At the moment he approached the zombie's heart, he could distinctly feel the strong energy emanating from it. It's here! Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly. Although he still doesn't know how to use this mysterious energy, a strange excitement rises in his heart. After some thought, Lu Chen directly activates the space blade. Since the body is already broken into pieces, it doesn't matter if he cuts it again. The space blade, shining with a faint light, under Lu Chen's control, slowly slides across the heart of the body. A few minutes later, Lu Chen successfully removes the heart from the body. Frowning at the strange heart, Lu Chen notices that it shows no signs of decay, and even the blood vessels on it are clearly visible. Touching the heart with his fingertips, Lu Chen feels a warm sensation spreading through his body. Realizing it is energy, Lu Chen excitedly opens his eyes. As a level 6 Esper, he immediately recognizes the energy. Suddenly, the system's voice rings in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to become a level 7 Esper. Surprised by the sudden upgrade, Lu Chen exclaims in excitement. The system continues to announce more rewards, including a primary crystal and a new attack ability called Decay. Confused by the new ability, Lu Chen learns that he can awaken different abilities based on the source of energy he obtains. Understanding this, he questions the system about the new ability Decay, which allows him to decay any object he touches within 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, this ability excites Lu Chen as it complements his Spacegate ability for powerful attacks. And judging from the name of the skill Angry Zombie, Lu Chen felt that this skill was quite powerful. Thinking about it, Lu Chen decided to experiment with its power. The 126th fortress is upgraded again. Seeing a metal shelf nearby, Lu Chen reached out his hand and touched it, silently chanting the word decay in his mind. Suddenly, Lu Chen felt a movement in his mind. A mysterious force suddenly passed from his body to his fingertips. This force was surging, seemingly carrying a hint of hostility straight towards the metal shelf. Hiss! A harsh sound instantly came. Lu Chen's hand, upon touching the metal shelf, emitted bursts of white gas. Then, the metal shelf began to decay extremely as if it had been splashed with some kind of chemical. In less than a minute, the originally thick steel pipe turned into a puddle of black iron water. Oh my! Isn't this ability too terrifying? Looking at the iron water on the ground, Lu Chen said in amazement. He didn't expect this skill to be so brutal, able to instantly decay and corrode metal products. If he encountered some low-level zombies, they would probably have turned into a puddle of blood long ago. Lu Chen suddenly felt delighted. With this skill, he could save a lot of energy when dealing with low-level zombies in the future. Because when he just released this ability, he could clearly feel that very little physical energy was wasted. But the power was extremely strong. For an ability user, this was the most efficient ability. After all, in battle, besides abilities, an ability user's physical strength is the most important. It can determine the duration and efficiency of the ability user's battle, allowing them to hunt down more zombies and protect themselves. After searching the laboratory and finding no other energy sources, Luchan opened the door of space and walked out. Woof woof! Woof woof! Little Black, who had been squatting at the door, wagged his tail and barked excitedly as Luchan walked out. Little Black, I've had a great harvest today. Luchan said excitedly as he reached out to pat Little Black's head. Little Black seemed to understand Luchan's words again and jumped up excitedly. Leaving the building and getting into the off-road vehicle, Luchan sat down. Did you find anything inside? Xiaoya, sitting in the passenger seat, asked while stroking the cola lying in her arms. I didn't find anything, just an empty building. Luchan didn't mention the laboratory, nor did he mention that he had already upgraded to a level 5 ability user and acquired an attack type ability. Seeing Luchan's indifferent expression, no one suspected anything. So, Luchan started the car and headed towards the base with a press of the accelerator. Arriving at the base, Luchan parked the car and then went to the entrance of the base. Because everyone was exhausted from the battle, they all went inside to rest and replenish their strength. Little Black also followed Cola slowly inside. Seeing that there was no one around, Luchan began to assess his base. Although the base had been upgraded to a black iron fortress, both its defensive capabilities and concealment had been greatly enhanced. Luchan felt dissatisfied. Living in such a world full of crises, he had to make his hiding place even stronger. So, he summoned the defensive crystal. Looking at the shiny triangular crystal in his hand, Luchan had a sudden inspiration and decided to try using it to upgrade his fortress. So, he directly summoned the system in his mind. System, how many defensive crystals are needed to upgrade the black iron fortress to a bronze fortress? Luchan asked. Ding! Host's query answered. To upgrade the black iron fortress to a bronze fortress, it requires 20 defensive crystals. To upgrade the bronze fortress to a silver fortress, it requires 30 defensive crystals. The host only needs to extrapolate from this. Listening to the system's voice, Luchan nodded silently. After a 100-fold critical hit, he now had 100 defense system crystals in his warehouse. This means that at most, he can only upgrade the fortress to the gold level by 3 grades. However, Luchan did not intend to spend all the defense system crystals. Strictly speaking, this kind of crystal belongs to the medium-grade crystals. This means that it can not only enhance the defense of buildings but can also support the effects on cars and even the human body. Without hesitation, Luchan directly spent 20 defense system crystals to upgrade the black iron fortress to the silver level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the black iron fortress to the silver fortress. Defense system crystals are rare, so here dozens can be used for an upgrade. The system's voice quickly rang in Luchan's ears. At the same time, Luchan raised his head and looked at the base in front of him. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in the void, and this light quickly enveloped the base, surrounding the entire base inside. Under the envelopment of this silver light, the base actually emitted faint ripples of energy waves in the void. And its overall color was constantly changing. It changed from the initial light black color to a more concealed dark black color. It seemed like the night. Even if Luchan stood in front of it, he could hardly feel the presence of the base. At the same time, Luchan felt the seemingly indestructible power emanating from the base. Is this the silver level fortress? It's so awesome. Feeling the penetrating power of this force, Luchan couldn't help but sigh. With the presence of the silver fortress, he believed that the defensive capabilities of their team's shelter would be greatly enhanced. It could also protect the safety of the team members. It is worth noting that among them, both he and Li Bin have awakened abilities with some defensive capabilities. While Sumoya, Xiaoya, and Sun Lan are purely mage-type characters with fragile defenses. So their own defensive capabilities are naturally weaker. Now, with the protection of the Silver Fortress, it indirectly enhances their defensive capabilities. Watching the base successfully upgraded to a Silver Fortress, Luchan decided to try its effects on the human body. So he took out another crystal from the warehouse and started to absorb it. A white breath slowly emerged from the crystal, then quickly penetrated into Lu Chen's body through the skin. Immediately, Lu Chen felt as if an extremely brutal force was constantly moving within his body. Slowly, this force began to penetrate from the body to the skin, forming a thin energy shield on the skin. Although this energy shield was thin, Lu Chen felt as if he was wearing a thick armor. Even if he was hit by a bullet, it probably wouldn't break through. Moving his body, Lu Chen also found that this energy shield was as soft as silk, completely not affecting his movements. Now, Lu Chen was completely delighted. Now he was not only a spatial skill user but also an attacker with supernatural abilities. At the same time, he also possessed strong defensive capabilities. This greatly increased his combat strength. Feeling the comfortable and warm sensation of the energy shield on his body, Lu Chen slowly returned to the base. At this moment, the team members in the base had already returned to their rooms to rest. So Lu Chen also returned to his room, lying on the bed to recover his energy. After all, in this world, energy can determine all the actions of a supernatural being. When Hong returned to the base carrying a large pineapple and a box of weapons, Dan Lao and Xiao Liang couldn't help but be stunned. Wow! Those who knew thought it was Hong, and those who didn't know might have thought it was a weapons dealer coming to rob. Did you bring back the weapons? Dan Lao asked while sitting on a chair. Hong threw the box on the ground and then placed a large pineapple on the table. This box is the military supplies we bought. It's really heavy. It's almost killing me. Hong rubbed her shoulders and sighed. How come you brought back such a big pineapple? Was this also bought with crystals? This must have cost a lot of crystals, right? Our squad is not rich in crystals now, so we have to save wherever we can. Although this thing is very powerful, using crystals is also heartbreaking. How many crystals do you think this big pineapple cost? After walking around the big pineapple, Xiao Yang said with some regret. A box of military supplies requires 1,000 primary crystals, so how many more crystals would the more powerful big pineapple need? He guessed it would need at least 10,000 crystals. This made him feel a sharp pain. Look at you being stingy. This big pineapple was given to us for free by Lu Ken, no crystals required. After glaring at Xiao Yang, Hong explained slowly. What? This big pineapple was given to us for free by Lu Ken? Xiao Yang exclaimed in surprise. Beside him, Dan Lao also showed a hint of astonishment. A powerful big pineapple given for free? Isn't that too arrogant? Upon hearing that the big pineapple was obtained for free, Xiao Yang's previous feeling of regret gradually disappeared. He then reached out to lift the box of military supplies. Ha! Just as he reached out his right hand to lift the handle of the box of military supplies, he paused. Because when he tried a little harder earlier, he couldn't lift the box. This made him instantly confused. So he had to exert more force to slowly lift it up. This made Xiao Yang even more incredulous. It's just a box of military supplies, why is it so heavy? So he curiously opened the box of military supplies. Instantly, he was stunned by the military supplies inside the box. High explosive grenades, Desert Eagle. Various types of weapons appeared before his eyes. This made him turn to Hong with a puzzled look and asked, "Is this the military supplies you bought for 1,000 crystals?" Hong nodded. Xiao Yang couldn't sit still anymore. He slapped his thigh, and his whole person became excited. Originally, he thought it was a bit of a waste to buy a box of military supplies from Lu Ken for 1,000 crystals. But he didn't expect that there were so many good things inside the box. Not to mention those high explosive grenades, just a Desert Eagle alone could be worth 500 primary crystals. Calculating this way, they not only did not lose, but also made a lot of profit. Dan Lao was also shocked by Lu Chen's unique business acumen. However, he also felt a sense of security. With these military supplies, the defensive and offensive capabilities of their squad had greatly improved. However, he still had a heavy look on his face at the moment. Since the failure of extracting zombie energy from the laboratory yesterday, he had been feeling a bit lost. Because he had been thinking, what kind of person could absorb the powerful energy inside the zombies? Obviously, it wasn't him. Neither was it Hong nor Xiaoliang. After thinking for a while without any clue, he shook his head and looked out the window. After resting in bed for a few hours, the people in the fortress walked out of the house one after another. Sun Lan and Xiaoya also entered the kitchen to start preparing dinner. The three men sat together playing cards. This was also their only form of entertainment in their daily lives. Otherwise, being stuck in this world, they would eventually be bored to death. In no time, Sun Lan and Xiaoya came out with several dishes. The three men quickly went over to take the plates and placed the food on the dining table. Kailei and Xiahe also slowly walked over. They picked some ribs and chicken wings, placed them in Kailei and Xiahe's plates, and then they all began to eat heartily. It must be said that Sun Lan and Xiaoya's cooking skills were really good. A plate of sweet and sour spare ribs. Unexpectedly, the three of them gnawed the bones until they were almost clean. They wished they could devour the entire bone like Shohei. Watching the three of them wolf down their food, Shoya couldn't help but feel a long-lost warmth. After dinner, the group continued to recuperate in the room, while Lucan walked out of the fortress alone and arrived at the underground parking lot. Just as he approached the off-road vehicle, he saw a black figure flash by in the corner of his eye. Who goes there? Lucan decisively drew his alloy short knife and coldly asked into the darkness. Upon hearing Luchan's voice, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. As he approached, Lucan realized that the person was actually the man he had been looking for on the second floor. It's you? Lucan asked in confusion. However, at the same time, he remained vigilant, holding onto the alloy short knife without relaxing in the slightest. The man nodded and smiled at Lucan, saying, "What do you want from me last time you looked for me?" It was obvious that the man knew why Lucan was looking for him. Just some minor matters. How did you know about this place? What are you here for? Lucan said coldly. Before determining the man's intentions, he had to remain vigilant at all times. There were too many untrustworthy people in this world. They could strike a fatal blow at any moment. Therefore, Lucan had to be cautious. Even though he knew some background information about this man, he did not let his guard down in the slightest. Seeing Lu Yuan holding the short knife with caution, the man smiled helplessly. He then pointed to a nearby pickup truck and said, "I just wanted to steal a car, didn't expect to be discovered by you." Steal a car? Following the man's finger, Lucan saw a small pickup truck. After scrutinizing the man for a while, he realized that there was no killing intent in his eyes, which put him at ease. Seeing Lucan relax his guard, the man, named Bai Kuei, smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I'm Bai Kuei, and you must be Lucan, right?" Hearing Bai Kuei suddenly mention his name, Lucan was puzzled. Because in his memory, he had never mentioned his name to this man. They had only met once. So how did he know his name? Lucan looked at him in confusion and asked, "How do you know my name?" Bai Kuei smiled again and said, "There are some things in this world that cannot escape the eyes of us stargazers." With that, Bai Kuei looked up at the sky outside the parking lot exit. His eyes suddenly deepened, as if the stars in the sky were reflected in his eyes. Stargazers? Hearing this name, Lucan was taken aback. In his past life, he had heard of this name and knew that Bai Kuei was also a supernatural being. The so-called stargazer was someone who could deduce things based on the changes of the stars, essentially using the stars for divination, belonging to the mage category of supernatural beings. With this explanation, Lucan understood why Bai Kuei knew his name. Glancing at the pickup truck in the distance, Lu Yuan slowly said, "Don't you have a team? Are you the only one living in this world?" He knew that most people who survived in this world tended to stick together, and individuals acting alone were rare. Because doing so inadvertently added too many risks. Listening to Luchan's words, Bai Kuei nodded silently. "We stargazers have always been solitary travelers. If we were to talk about comrades and friends, then only the stars in the sky count. Lucan thought it made sense. After all, stargazers had to constantly divine the unknown based on the changes of the stars in the sky. Saying that they were each other's only friends was not an exaggeration. Just then, Lucan suddenly remembered the appearance of the red light that had appeared twice a few days ago. Last time he went downstairs to look for Bai Kuei, he wanted to ask about this matter. So he looked at Bai Kuei again and said, "Pika, you can drive away, but you have to answer me a question." With that, Lu Chen took the keys of the pickup truck out of the warehouse and held them in his hand, shaking them at Bai Kuei. When they set off this morning, Lu Chen had put all the keys in the garage into his own warehouse. This was done to prevent some survivors from coming here to steal cars. Seeing the keys in Lu Chen's hand, Bai Kuei thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Go ahead, I can answer any question as long as I know the answer," Bai Kuei said. Lu Chen no longer hesitated and asked directly, "Do you know why there was a sudden appearance of a second red light?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Bai Kuei was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked into his eyes, feeling as if he recalled something unpleasant. After a pause, Bai Kuei sighed helplessly and said, "I was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the second red light. So I did a divination based on the changes in the positions of the stars. Based on the changes in the positions of the stars, I seem to have gotten some answers." Lu Chen focused his attention and listened carefully. According to the previous pattern, after the first red light appears, there will be some low-level zombies. At the same time, there will also be some mid-level zombies appearing, but only a few. But after the second red light appears, the number of low-level zombies in this world has decreased significantly, replaced by a large number of high-level zombies and some zombies with special abilities. These high-level zombies feed on the low-level zombies, devouring their energy, making themselves stronger. So I believe that the appearance of the second red light heralds the arrival of more terrifying zombies. It is even possible that the legendary zombie king will appear. As Bai Kuei said these words, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he anticipated some cruel scenes. High-level zombies? Indeed. Hearing Bai Kuei's words, Lu Chen nodded inwardly, understanding why he encountered a titan zombie suddenly during the day. It was all because of the appearance of the second red light. Could the zombie king really appear? Lu Chen thought of this question again. Yes, he will definitely appear, it's just a matter of time, Bai Kuei replied firmly. At the same time, he looked at Lu Chen, scrutinizing him constantly. After a moment, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. "You are actually a level 7 Esper?" Lu Chen also nodded openly. This surprised Bai Kuei even more. He had been answering Lu Chen's questions just now, so he hadn't focused on Lu Chen. Therefore, he had always thought that Lu Chen was just an ordinary Esper. After the divination just now, he found that Lu Chen's strength and inspiration were far above most people. "Yes, your strength is very powerful," Bai Kuei nodded. Lu Chen was not in the mood to listen to Bai Kuei's praise now. He was most worried about the high-level zombies that appeared after the second red light. Because these zombies would pose a great threat to them survivors. Thinking back to today, he almost lost his life trying to kill the Titan zombie, which made him shudder. What about us survivors? Will there be any changes, such as becoming stronger? Lu Chen asked thoughtfully. In his view, there was a subtle balance between the level of loss in this world and the strength of Espers. An increase in one side would cause an increase in the other. This was also a secret he had learned from other Espers in the previous life. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Bai Kuei shook his head helplessly. No. If we want to become stronger, we can only rely on our own efforts. It is impossible to rely on the rules of this world. And this second red light is coming too mysteriously, so much so that I haven't fully divined its mystery, Bai Kuei sighed helplessly, feeling very puzzled at the same time. He was already a level 4 astrologer, with strong abilities that could allow him to divine anything he wanted to know. But precisely when he was divining the second red light, it was as if he had encountered a thick wall. No matter how he observed the changes in the stars, he couldn't get to the mystery behind this wall. Seeing Bai Kuei looking worried, Lu Chen didn't ask further, but a thought arose in his mind. The system had given him the task of forming a team, and currently their team only had 5 members, one short of a regular team. So he immediately decided to bring Bai Kuei on board. Looking at Bai Kuei, Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps with the help of others, you can better utilize your astrologer's abilities. After all, this is a world where many hands make light work. Only through unity can greater energy be unleashed." After speaking, Lu Chen looked quietly at Bai Kuei, trying to see a change in his expression. Indeed, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Kuei was stunned for a moment, then a complex expression appeared on his face. He naturally understood Lu Chen's implied meaning. But he was just an astrologer. Although he could predict some dark events through divination, there were also some extremely fatal drawbacks. That is, he had no combat power at all. After all, astrologers were considered as auxiliary beings with supernatural abilities. In other words, they were fragile. They couldn't charge into battle like a tank. Even if they were at the back of the team, they could only be protected by others. Bai Kuei was well aware of this weakness. This was also the reason why he had always been alone. He had considered joining some teams before, but as soon as the other party heard that he was an astrologer, a hint of disdain and contempt immediately appeared on their faces. Obviously, no one wanted a burden in their team. It would greatly reduce their combat effectiveness and even lead to the total annihilation of their team. No one dared to risk their lives. So for a long time, Bai Kuei had been wandering alone. Now, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, he shook his head self-deprecatingly and sighed, "I am just an astrologer with no attack power, no one needs me. And I am used to being alone and not needing help from others." Listening to Bai Kuei's words, Lu Chen said again, "In my opinion, your abilities can surpass all other supernatural beings. This is an unknown world, none of us know what kind of zombies will appear tomorrow, nor will anyone know what this world will become tomorrow. But you can do these things. You can use your abilities to foresee what will happen tomorrow. Isn't that your combat power? It's not necessarily about wielding a knife to have combat power. Sometimes, mastering the unknown is the most terrifying power." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Bai Kuei suddenly looked up, somewhat surprised, and looked at him. "Mastering the unknown is the most terrifying power," Bai Kuei murmured softly. No one had ever said such words to him before, nor had anyone been willing to acknowledge his abilities. In the eyes of others, he was just a burden, just a weakling with no combat power. His existence would only be a laughingstock. But he felt that everything had changed in Lu Chen's eyes. For the first time, he was being recognized by someone else, and Bai Kuei looked at Lu Chen with excitement. His eyes, which had always been dull and lifeless, suddenly became bright. Lu Chen saw all of this and continued, "Striking while the iron was hot, if you are willing, I hope you can join my team." "I need you, and my team needs you more," he said, looking at Bai Kuei with sincere eyes. Bai Kuei lowered his head, a hot tear suddenly welled up in his eyes. He had waited for decades in this world, just for this sentence, "I need you." And now, he finally got it. He no longer had to wander alone in this world with anxiety. No longer had to ponder alone in the vast darkness. So he raised his head, his eyes excitedly looking at Lu Chen as he nodded. "Thank you." "It's my honor," he said, reaching out his hand towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled slightly, extended his hand and shook hands with Bai Kuei. "Welcome to join my team, from now on, we are family. We will face dangers together, and solve difficulties together. In this process, each of us is the other's backing." Bai Kuei nodded heavily. At this moment, his excitement could no longer be described. "By the way, you can absorb these 3 crystals later, they can increase your physical defense. Consider it a gift for joining the team." Knowing that Bai Kuei was a star astrologer without combat power, Lu Chen quickly took out 3 defense crystals from the warehouse and handed them over. Looking at the 3 sparkling crystals in his hand, Bai Kuei was surprised. Feeling the warmth emanating from the crystals, he immediately understood that the quality of these crystals must be extraordinary. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Chen with some surprise. Giving him such precious crystals right after they met? And they were defense crystals? Wasn't that too generous? If he knew that there were dozens of such crystals in Lu Chen's warehouse, as well as millions of primary crystals, Bai Kuei's worldview would probably have been shattered. Bai Kuei was not embarrassed. He nodded while holding the 3 crystals and put them in his pocket. At the same time, Lu Chen called out the other members of his team. Seeing the inexplicable man in front of them, everyone was a little surprised. Lu Chen smiled slightly and began to introduce Bai Kuei to them. Astrologer, Bai Kuei. Can predict the future. Now he is a member of our team. Welcome, everyone. After that, Lu Chen clapped happily. Bai Kuei also smiled slightly and nodded at everyone. Astrologer? This ability is pretty good. Li Bin walked over curiously and said, introducing himself, I'm Li Bin, a werewolf awakened with special abilities. Others also introduced themselves one after another. Su Moyao, shadow awakened with special abilities. Xiaoya, mutant thunder awakened with special abilities. Sun Lan, healing system awakened with special abilities. At the same time, they looked at Bai Kuei with friendly eyes. Although it was their first time meeting him, they understood that as long as he was chosen by Lu Chen, there would be no problem. After all, they had also come together through Lu Chen's selection. So they had absolute trust in Lu Chen. I hope everyone will take care of me in the future, Bai Kuei politely said, listening to everyone's explanations. At the same time, he looked at Lu Chen with curiosity. Lu Chen naturally understood his thoughts and slowly said, Lu Chen, spatial awakened with special abilities. After a pause, he added, level 7 awakened. Brother Yuan, when did you reach level 7? That's too amazing. Hearing that Lu Chen was already a level 7 awakened, Li Bin exclaimed in surprise. The others also looked at Lu Chen, disbelief written on their faces. Bai Kuei was even more shocked. He had thought that Lu Chen was at most a level 5 awakened. He never expected that he had already broken through to level 7. In this world, this level was considered powerful. Bai Kuei couldn't help but nod secretly at Lu Chen. In the face of everyone's surprise and inquiries, Lu Chen just smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. After all, the existence of the system was too bizarre. However, the crowd still shook their heads in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that all of this was real. After all, the advancement of an Esper's level is very difficult. Besides needing enough crystals, one also needs to have sufficient combat potential. Both are indispensable. So, some Espers, after awakening their abilities, remain at the first level Esper for many years. Some Espers even make no progress in their level before they die. But in their eyes, upgrading for Lu Chen seems as easy as pie. Pausing for a moment, Bai Kuei suddenly asked, by the way, what is the name of our team? Upon hearing Bai Kuei's question, everyone suddenly remembered that they had not given their team a name yet. I think we should call it the Berserkers. Berserkers, sweeping everything. Li Bin made a werewolf charging posture and said. Oh, this name is so common. Sun Lan glanced at Li Bin with some disdain. This made Li Bin a little embarrassed, scratching his head and chuckling. Lu Chen also forgot about this matter. Generally, when establishing their own team, they should have a resounding name. This way, not only can it enhance the team's momentum, but it can also intimidate the enemy. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at everyone and said, how about we name our team Embers? Embers? Upon hearing Lu Chen say this name, everyone hesitated for a moment. Yes. Let's say we are the remaining embers in this world. Although the power is very weak. But one day, we will turn this weak power into a raging fire. Lu Chen quickly explained the meaning of this name. Turn into a raging fire. Good. This name is good. Isn't it better than Li Bin's Berserkers? It's both profound and pleasant, I like it. Everyone quickly accepted the name of their team. Bai Kuei also pondered quietly on this name, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. 10 minutes ago, he was just a remnant ember in this world. But now, he has encountered a torch. This has made his life more meaningful. After naming the team, everyone led by Kuei into the base. Because the base was a 3-room house, Luchin temporarily cleared out the storage room. He put in a spare bed and some daily necessities, temporarily serving as by Kuei's bedroom. I'm sorry to have you make do for now. I will figure something out for you in a few days, Luchin said, somewhat embarrassed. But Bai Kuei didn't mind at all. For him, having a place to sleep in this world was already enough. At this moment, Xiaohei and Kula seemed to sense the arrival of a new teammate. They immediately ran out of the bedroom and approached Bai Kuei. Xiaohei and Kula first sniffed him to remember his scent, then wagged their tails at him. Looking at these two little animals, Bai Kuei also felt a warm feeling in his heart. And so, Lu Chen's team, from the initial 5 members, grew to 6 members. This was a significant progress for Lu Chen. After he walked out of Bai Kuei's room, the system's voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for recruiting new members to the team, reaching 6 people. Ding! Congratulations, host, for naming the team. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the initial team building goal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a system reward Escape Mist Fruit X1, ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Obtained Escape Mist Fruit X100. I'm sorry, the author didn't write an outline for the book, and I just remembered that rewards cannot have critical strikes after writing this. My bad. Escape Mist Fruit? What is this thing? Listening to the system's voice, Luchin asked curiously. The system's explanatory voice sounded in his ears once again. The host can throw out this fruit to create a mist when encountering danger, thereby obscuring the enemy's vision and escaping. The mist lasts for 1 minute. During this minute, the mist can block any enemy attacks from all directions. Note, the mist only obscures the enemy's vision and attacks, it is ineffective against the host. Listening to the system's explanation, Lu Chen nodded secretly. In fact, the function of the escape mist fruit is similar to that of a smoke bomb. However, the difference is that it can block enemy attacks. And it is any attack. In other words, any attacks from superhumans are ineffective in front of the mist. Thinking about this, Luchin felt that the escape mist fruit seemed somewhat powerful. Because it not only allows for escape but also defense. If he launches an attack on the enemy from inside, he would truly achieve a combination of offense and defense. Satisfied with this idea, he put 100 escape mist fruits into the warehouse. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Luchin looked at the rows of vehicles in front of him. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. That is, to use the resources he currently possesses to turn these cars into invincible Doomsday War vehicles. Through the battle with the Titan zombies, he had realized the importance of mobility for their team. Without convenient transportation, it would seriously affect their attack efficiency and time. They might even be unable to escape in critical moments. So he decided to create a Doomsday War vehicle fleet for their team. He started looking around in the parking lot. Before long, he selected 6 vehicles. 3 off-road vehicles, a pickup truck, and 2 Porsche sports cars. One of the off-road vehicles was the one he had previously partially modified. Lu Chen planned to transform them into fully fledged Vanguard attack vehicles. The remaining 2 were specifically chosen for Li Bin and Su Moya. The pickup truck was the one Bai Kuei initially wanted to steal. Lu Chen planned to convert it into a supply rescue vehicle, which could store supplies and provide rescue for stranded vehicles. The 2 Porsche sports cars were chosen for Xiaoya and Sunlan. They were the fastest, ensuring the most timely escape in case of danger. 3 attack vehicles, 1 supply rescue vehicle, and 2 escape vehicles. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction at these 6 vehicles. Then he began to take out various tools and materials from the warehouse to start the transformation. Lu Chen believed that with this vehicle fleet, the combat effectiveness of their team would definitely be greatly enhanced. In the base on the other side, after tidying up the room, Bai Kuei took out the 3 defense-type crystals that Lu Chen had given him. Looking at these 3 sparkling diamond-shaped crystals, he had a thought and began to absorb them. 3 faint white smokes quickly evaporated from the crystals and penetrated into his body through his skin. As soon as this white smoke entered his body, it quickly spread throughout him. Wherever the white smoke passed, Bai Kuei could clearly feel a warm flow. This warm flow was like a spring breeze, like flowing water, making him feel extremely comfortable. This surprised him. He never expected that these 3 crystals would bring him such a comfortable feeling. In the past, he had also absorbed other crystals. But most of them were low-level crystals, and absorbing them did not bring any sensation or help to his ability. However, these 3 crystals clearly felt different to him. After the warm flow passed through his body, his various organs experienced slight tremors. Slowly, this tremor spread to the surface of his skin. A faint protective shield formed on his body surface. Bai Kuei lightly tapped this protective shield with his finger and heard a crisp sound. This sound seemed as strong as steel, just listening to it made one feel indestructible. This time, Bai Kuei couldn't contain his excitement and stood up to carefully examine the protective shield. The colorful protective shield truly amazed Bai Kuei. Previously enjoying wandering outside, he finally had a place to feel safe. The protective shield clearly increased his defense significantly. Even without attacking power, such a powerful defense brought peace of mind. Feeling the strength of his body, Bai Kuei showed an excited smile for the first time. At the same time, he was full of curiosity about Lu Chen. What kind of person could possess such great power? However, he did not intend to use his abilities on Lu Chen because that would be a sign of distrust. Bai Kuei respected Lu Chen for being able to accommodate his team, so he did not plan to harm Lu Chen with these matters. Suddenly, he heard the sound of grinding coming from outside the base. It seemed like someone was hammering something. This made him curious, so he pushed open the door and walked outside the base. Immediately, he saw 6 cars neatly arranged in the underground parking lot, including the pickup truck he had his eye on. Next to the 6 cars were piles of supplies, such as alloy steel plates, short knives, long spears, iron chains, and more. Lu Yuan was hammering an alloy steel plate. Bai Kuei walked over in confusion. He approached Lu Chen, crouched down, and asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing Bai Kuei, Lu Chen smiled and explained his plan to build an apocalypse war chariot. Apocalypse war chariot? Bai Kuei was slightly shocked by the name and showed an excited expression. Initially, he wanted to steal a pickup truck to build a versatile war chariot that could protect himself. Unexpectedly, he and Lu Chen had the same idea. So he immediately rolled up his sleeves to help Lu Chen. Due to limited materials, Lu Chen's modification plan was relatively simple. First, they added alloy steel plates around the car to increase its defense. Then they welded long spears, short knives, and iron chains around the car to significantly increase their attack power. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan added about an inch-long iron nail to each car's hub to ensure that the vehicles could destroy any obstacles while driving. With Bai Kuei's help, the modification plan progressed quickly. 2 hours later, the 6 cars were completely transformed by the 2 of them. Looking at the 6 newly transformed and imposing war chariots, they smiled at each other. With these war chariots, their future actions would be much less difficult. After some thought, Lu Chen asked Bai Kuei, "Can you use your abilities to predict any weaknesses in these cars?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Bai Kuei nodded, then closed his eyes. At that moment, a dazzling halo appeared behind him as he floated in mid-air. The halo was covered with strange patterns, each surrounded by sparkling stars. Bai Kuei seemed to be walking among the galaxies, able to see through any mysteries of the universe. After about a minute, the stars around Bai Kuei dimmed, and the halo slowly disappeared into the void. Finally, the halo vanished completely, and Bai Kuei gently landed on the ground. "How was it? Could you predict anything?" Lu Chen asked eagerly. Bai Kuei nodded and immediately described the images he had just seen. Listening to Bai Kuei's words, Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then he picked up the tools again and reinforced some parts of the car. Finally, after seeing Bai Kuei nod, Lu Chen stopped satisfactorily. This time, his doomsday chariot also received comprehensive reinforcement to cover all the loopholes. From now on, our team will be a car clan. No more taking bus route 11 every day. Thinking back to the past missions when their team had to walk by foot, Lu Chen couldn't help but show a faint smile. At this moment, others also heard the sound and walked out from the base. When they saw these 6 huge vehicles that had been modified, they were instantly stunned. Oh my god, are these modified doomsday chariots? So cool! Driving these chariots, I can hunt 100 zombies per minute on average. Awesome, finally we won't have to walk anymore. Several people surrounded the doomsday chariot with excitement, unwilling to let go of the car as they touched it. Especially Xiaoye and Sunlan. Looking at the 2 modified Porsche sports cars in front of them, their eyes lit up. And to cater to their girlish thoughts, Lu Chen specially got 2 pink stickers and wrapped the cars completely. From a distance, it was full of girlishness. Lu Chen, you're amazing. I love this car so much. Xiaoye couldn't help but say as she looked at the pink chariot bursting with girlishness. Sorry everyone, due to the author writing multiple works, the protagonist's name got mixed up, I'm really sorry. It has been rectified. The 132 Rat Clan looked at Xiaoye's excited face. Lu Chen smiled and said, these chariots were modified by me and Bai Kuei together, and they will be a good tool for us in hunting zombies in the future. As long as we have chariots, our Ember team will definitely become the strongest team in the world. After speaking, Lu Chen looked around at everyone with a firm expression. The others were also moved by Lu Chen's words, their eyes becoming determined. Next, Lu Chen had everyone drive the chariots around the underground parking lot. At the same time, Lu Chen took out various supplies from the warehouse and put them in Bai Kuei's pickup truck. After all, this car was positioned as a rescue vehicle, so it was necessary to have some rescue supplies on hand. Seeing Lu Chen take out a pile of supplies from nowhere, Bai Kuei was instantly dumbfounded. And each item was quite precious in this world. Iron chains, steel plates, hydraulic presses, small diesel engines, and even a set of radar systems. This made him even more curious about Lu Chen's identity. Are there still such generous people in this society? Looking at his own empty hands, even resorting to stealing cars, Bai Kuei couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, on another street in the urban area. Damn it! This place is so poor that not even dogs come here. I'm really unlucky today. A young man with dyed yellow hair kicked over a trash can on the roadside, complaining. Brother Dao, we've been searching for so long and haven't found a single hair. Today's trip out is a big loss. The skinny man standing next to the yellow-haired man known as Brother Dao also looked resentful. Exactly. If we go back empty-handed today, the 2 of us will definitely be beaten to death by our big brother. Damn it! If I had known, I would have gone to the south of the city to sweep. Brother Dao sighed helplessly. The 2 brothers had been out for a whole day, but they hadn't found any supplies. They thought this area was a hiding place for survivors and wanted to search here thoroughly. But after searching most of the city, not to mention supplies, they hadn't even seen a pair of old slippers. If their big brother found out, they would definitely be beaten to death when they returned. Thinking of their big brother's fierce and ruthless appearance, Brother Dao couldn't help but tremble. Like Lu Chen and others, they are survivors of this strange world. However, they usually do not directly fight zombies, or even come into contact with any strange creatures. Their way of obtaining supplies is also the most simple and brutal, which is looting. They often sneak into the homes of some survivors and then loot all the supplies they have stored. So in this world, they have another name. That is the Rat Clan. This name vividly describes their living conditions. They have no combat power, but they are everywhere. They also like to enter others' living spaces and steal their supplies. And Knife Brother is one of the hundreds of Rat Clan members in this world. However, he is relatively lucky to have joined the main squad of the Rat Clan, and his daily work is to help his boss loot supplies in order to receive rewards. Today, he was ordered by the boss to go out with his little brothers. But unexpectedly, after searching for most of the day, they did not find any hiding place for survivors. This made him somewhat puzzled. He has also been to this district before. Although the situation was not good, he could always find some useful supplies. But today, it was as if he had encountered a curse. No matter how he searched, he could not find any supplies. Damn it! Today's luck is really bad. Knife Brother spat out and said. And just then, he suddenly heard the roar of a car engine coming from somewhere not far away. Dashyong! Is that the sound of a car? Knife Brother stood still, listening carefully with his ears perked up. Little brother Dashyong also listened carefully for a while, then his face showed an excited expression. Knife Brother, that's the sound of a car engine. Absolutely right. This time, the two brothers were completely excited. Because they knew that zombies would never drive, only humans could. That is, the survivors of this world. Ha ha ha. It's really like finding something without looking, effortlessly. I didn't expect to meet Knife Grandpa here. Now we won't go back empty-handed. Saying that, Knife Brother drew a short knife from his waist, held it in his hand, and then led Dashyong towards the direction of the roaring car engine. Yuan Gu. The feeling of speeding is really awesome. I haven't felt this kind of pleasure for some time. Sitting in the off-road vehicle, Li Bin stepped on the gas pedal crazily, and the modified off-road vehicle under his control was like a wild horse. Watching Li Bin's superb driving skills, Lu Chen smiled slightly. And just then, Bai Kuei suddenly frowned, then nervously looked at the entrance of the underground parking lot. Lu Chen also noticed Bai Kuei's anomaly for the first time and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Kuei still stared straight at the entrance, as if his eyes could see through all obstacles to the outside situation. After a pause, he said, "Someone is coming." Hearing that someone was coming, everyone immediately became nervous, and Li Bin also quickly got out of the off-road vehicle and prepared for battle. How many people? Lu Chen asked with a serious expression. 2 men, Bai Kuei confirmed. His ability could predict any movement within a radius of 10 miles, so the actions of the 2 men could not escape his notice. 2 people? And both are men? Hearing Bai Kuei's words, Lu Yuan's face showed a hint of confusion. He originally thought it was Hong, because only Hong knew about his new base now, but when he heard Bai Kuei say it was 2 men, he immediately dismissed this idea. Can you predict their strength? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and asked again. Bai Kuei shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, "I am currently only a level 4 astrologer, modified, and I cannot predict their true strength yet. But it seems that their aura is not very strong." Hearing Bai Kuei say this, Lu Chen also felt slightly relieved. At the same time, he also raised his head and looked towards the entrance, then drew out the alloy short knife and held it in his hand. Because in this world, whether the enemy is strong or weak, he must be fully prepared. Otherwise, it would be too unworthy to capsize in the gutter. Seeing this, others also found their own fighting positions, looking around cautiously. "Brother Knife, why do I feel this place is so eerie? Could it be a trap?" Dashyong asked cautiously while assessing the situation around him. "Don't forget, we are the Rat Clan. Where it's eerie, that's where we should go. Without entering the tiger's den, how can we get the tiger's cub? Seeking wealth and danger, just follow me, big brother." Knife Brother patted Dashyong's shoulder and said with a big brotherly demeanor. So the two continued to move forward cautiously. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Lu Chen's new base, which had been upgraded to a silver fortress. Its powerful concealment was something ordinary people couldn't see. Even with the 2 of them standing at the entrance, they didn't realize it was a base. Looking at the empty surroundings, Dashyong scratched his head, looking puzzled. "Something's not right, Brother Knife. I heard the sound of a car engine coming from here just now, but why is there no one around? Could it be that they found out we're coming and ran away?" Hearing Dashyong's words, Gao Gu also looked puzzled. Based on his experienced eye, he could be sure that someone had been here, even lived here. But the empty environment in front of them left him puzzled. It's impossible, we heard the sound with our own ears. Could it be that we both misheard? Knife Brother also began to mutter. Just then, Deshiong suddenly noticed several cool-looking war vehicles parked not far away. His eyes lit up instantly, and he ran over to Lu Chen's off-road vehicle. Wow! These cars are so cool! What cars are these? These are like Doomsday War vehicles. Caressing the off-road vehicle modified by Lu Yuan himself, Deshiong couldn't help but admire, looking envious. Knife Brother also walked over at this time, looking at the Ferrari beside him, his eyes shining. Ha ha! I didn't expect this place to have a Ferrari. Looks like we're going to make a fortune today. Each of us drives one and gives it to the big brother. Then the big brother can just give us the position of deputy team leader, right? Listening to Knife Brother's words, Deshiong nodded eagerly, then opened the car door to sit in and enjoy the feeling of the war vehicle. Damn, this is so cool. I've never loved a woman in my life, just loved driving. Today, we must have a good time. As he was about to sit in and enjoy, at the moment he opened the car door, he froze in place. Because he saw a short knife gleaming with cold light suddenly appearing at his waist, pressing against it as if a little force would pierce his whole body. This immediately scared him, leaving him stunned in place, a hint of panic on his face. Brother! Brother Knife, I. So he quickly sought help from Knife Brother. Knife Brother, who was circling around the Ferrari, couldn't help but smile when he heard Deshiong's voice. Look at you, what's there to be excited about just an off-road vehicle? What's there to be so worked up about, why can't you speak properly? As long as you follow me well, the day I become the captain of our team, I'll let you drive luxury cars every day. But Deshiong was not in the mood to listen to his empty promises at the moment. He slowly raised his head and saw Lu Chen sitting in the driver's seat, as well as Li Bin and Bai Kuei standing in the back seat. Suddenly seeing three guys who looked like ghosts or humans appearing in front of him, and they seemed to be well prepared, how could Deshiong bear it? He just let out a cry and was about to turn and run. However, Lu Chen was faster, he directly stretched out his foot and kicked hard on Deshiong's back. Immediately, Deshiong was kicked out like a kite with a broken string, landing 5 or 6 meters away, then he lay on the ground. Brother Dao! Brother Dao! There are ghosts! There are ghosts! Deshiong crawled on the ground, his eyes staring fearfully in the direction of the off-road vehicle. At this moment, Dao Gu also felt that something was wrong, and quickly walked to Deshiong's side, helping him up. What's going on? Where did these ghosts come from in broad daylight? Stop talking nonsense, or I'll beat you up. Dao Gu pretended to be calm. Xiong said, while his eyes kept scanning around, afraid that something might suddenly appear. And at that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. It sounded like human footsteps echoing in the underground parking lot, which made him feel a bit scared. So he quickly gripped the short knife in his hand, holding it firmly in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yuan also emerged from the darkness and came to Dao Ji's side. Behind him stood Bai Kuei, Su Moyao, and other members of the team. Are you guys human or ghosts? Looking at the sudden appearance of these people, Dao Gu stood up nervously. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then glanced at him and said, "Who can survive in this world without being a ghost?" Then his voice suddenly became extremely cold, asking the two of them, "Who are you? What do you want?" Seeing that these people in front of him could speak normally, not like zombies, Dao Gu instantly realized that they were living people. Now he relaxed, the sense of terror disappeared instantly. In his view, as long as they were human, there was nothing to fear. So he lightly brushed off the dust on his body, then looked disdainfully at Lu Chen and said, "Who am I? If I tell you, you might be scared to death. We are the Rat Clan, feared by all in this world. How about it? Scared? Since you're scared, hand over all your belongings to me, and these cars too." After speaking, he even made a gesture of beheading towards Lu Chen. It seemed that as long as Lu Chen didn't agree, he could kill them on the spot. Listening to Dao Ji's words, Lu Chen laughed. In that instant just now, he sensed the aura of this person and found that he was not an awakened ability user, just an ordinary person. Since he was an ordinary person, he was not on the same level as them, so why should he be afraid? So he looked at Dao Gu with a playful expression and said, Rat Clan? A clan specialized in stealing things? Lu Chen naturally knew about this organization. However, because of their notorious reputation for their misdeeds, they were despised by all survivors. So his gaze towards Dao Gu was full of disdain. How dare an ant speak arrogantly in front of him? Did he really take him, a level 7 ability user, for granted? Compare weapons with me? Although Dao Gu, as a member of the Rat Clan, did not awaken any abilities, he still looked extremely arrogant in front of Lu Chen, not even taking Lu Chen and the others seriously. The reason he was so confident was that he was also well prepared. Because they often went out to plunder resources, they sometimes couldn't avoid fights, so their boss gave them some life-saving equipment. That was the revolver hanging from his waist. If they encountered zombies, he knew that this revolver would be useless against them. However, when encountering humans, even if they are advanced superhumans, they can only obediently eat bullets in front of him. So at this moment, he slowly reached for the revolver at his waist and played with it in his hand. Click, click, click. The revolver spun, making a crisp sound as it was loaded. Then he glanced at Lu Chen, pointed to the revolver in his hand, implying that he had a weapon and was not afraid of anyone. Seeing Dao Gu take out the revolver, De Xiong also reacted at this time, standing upright, looking at them with pride. You dare to scare me, my big brother has a revolver, do you? Let me tell you to behave yourselves and hand over all the valuable things on you. Otherwise, wait for my Dao Gu to get angry later, and it will be as easy as playing to shoot one head with one shot. With that, his eyes drifted towards Xiaoya, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Feeling the lecherous gaze, Xiaoya frowned disdainfully, then looked at De Xiong with cold eyes. Seeing that the revolver in Dao Ji's hand was already worn out, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect that each member of the Rat Clan would have a weapon now? It seems like Little Knife has opened his eyes. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dao Gu became even more proud, raising his hand and waving the revolver in his hand, saying again, Kid, don't underestimate us Rat Clan, we may be humble, but we don't lack any weapons. Just this pistol, do you have one? Hand over the valuable things obediently, maybe I'll be merciful and let you touch them nicely. At this point, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes ignorance is not scary, but stupidity is truly frightening. They didn't expect that a member of the Rat Clan would dare to show off a worn-out revolver in front of Lu Chen. Isn't this showing off in front of an expert? So they looked at Dao Gu sympathetically, showing a look of pity on their faces. TSK, indeed the Rat Clan, short-sighted. Li Bin shook his head mockingly. Hearing this, Dao Gu immediately became unwilling. Short-sighted? He was at least a capable subordinate of the big brother, how could he tolerate such insults? So he stared fiercely at Li Bin, saying fiercely, Kid. Watch your mouth, if you provoke me, believe me, I'll blow your head off first. As a second-level superhuman, where would Li Bin fall for this? So when he heard this, the disdainful expression on his face became even stronger. Hey! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my big brother speak? If you dare to give me a stinky face, I'll beat you up right now. With that, De Xiong took a step forward towards Li Bin, raised his fist, and smashed it towards his face. This time, not only Li Bin, but everyone laughed. An ordinary person dared to show off his fists in front of an awakened werewolf? Isn't this asking for trouble? So everyone immediately looked forward to the excitement. Li Bin also smiled disdainfully, and just as De Xiong's fist was about to touch his face, he suddenly dodged and disappeared from the original spot. This made his fist immediately hit empty air. Are you scared, kid? If you're capable, don't hide, I'll show you a good time today. De Xiong thought that Li Bin was scared by his fierce fist, so he stood there looking smug. At this moment, Li Bin appeared behind him, reached out and patted his shoulder, smiling and saying, "Do you fear my fist now?" With that, he clenched his right fist and fiercely swung it towards Dishyoung's abdomen. Puff! A muffled sound came, and Dishyoung, who hadn't reacted yet, felt like his abdomen had been hit by a locomotive. His internal organs also felt like they had been shattered. So he immediately curled up on the ground in pain like a cooked shrimp, rolling around in agony, his previous arrogance completely gone. Ouch! It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Murder! Murder! Hearing Big Bear's wails, Knife Brother's face instantly showed a hint of killing intent. Are you tired of living? Dare to lay a hand on my little brother? I'll take care of you right now. With that, Knife Brother raised the revolver in his hand, aimed it at Li Bin, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sound of a bullet being fired rang out instantly. But Li Bin, seeing this, sneered again, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot once more. His physical body couldn't withstand the bullets now, but as an awakened werewolf, his speed was unmatched. Seeing his shot miss, Knife Brother became even angrier. He had roamed far and wide, bullying countless survivors, but every time, he had been scared by his own revolver. Even when facing some ability users, as long as he showed his revolver, they would immediately say a few nice words to him. After all, in this world, firearms still reign supreme. You really don't take me seriously? Knife Brother raised his gun, constantly searching for Li Bin's figure. Watching this scene, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He knew Li Bin was teasing Knife Brother, otherwise, with his strength, he would have slapped him down long ago. For the sake of the base's security, Lu Chen didn't intend to waste time with these two, as it could attract other zombies or untrustworthy individuals. And he wasn't one to enjoy dealing with trouble. So he shouted to the furious Knife Brother, "Hey, you want to compare weapons with me? Have you seen this before?" Saying that, Lu Chen secretly took out a large pineapple from the warehouse. At the same time, he also took out an AK. Now, Knife Brother stood there somewhat dumbfounded. He looked at the large pineapple and AK in Lu Chen's hands, then at his own revolver. Instantly, he was dumbfounded. "I have just a revolver, and you bring out a pineapple and an AK directly? Aren't you lacking in martial ethics?"